Chapter 1. The Poison Dragon Pirate Crew is eagerly recruiting. The Poison Dragon Pirate Crew is eagerly recruiting. Whether you're a notorious pirate, a bandit ruling over a territory, or a ruffian from a fishing village, we welcome you all. As long as you join us, you will have the opportunity to become a noble pirate and be a part of our crew. In a bustling tavern, a gaunt middle-aged man, resembling a skeleton, suddenly climbed onto a table and shouted loudly. Silence. The patrons of the tavern stared at the skeletal figure, their eyes wide as saucers, their faces etched with disbelief. Ha ha ha. In an instant, the tavern erupted into laughter. Kid, do you know where this place is? How dare you come here? Exactly. Listen, this is the hometown of Rear Admiral Carp, Windmill Village. Stinking pirate, get out. Get out of Windmill Village. Observing the spitting villagers, the skeletal middle-aged pirate felt no embarrassment. He stood atop the table, brazenly surveying everyone in the tavern. Those who met his gaze involuntarily ceased their activities, awkwardly sinking back into their seats, too intimidated to act recklessly. What's going on here? Makino's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld this bizarre scene unfolding in the tavern. Just a minute ago, she had been transporting rum in the cellar. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices erupted from above. Without a doubt, some drunken rascals had come to wreak havoc in her little establishment. Determined to protect her hard work from being ruined, Makino abandoned the rum and hurriedly emerged from the cellar, eager to prevent an impending disaster. However, the situation was not as dire as she had imagined. Aside from a man she had never seen before standing atop a table making a scene, everything seemed relatively calm. Sir, could you please come down? What you're doing is quite unsafe. Though she faced an ugly and menacing adult man, Makino showed no signs of fear. She had encountered plenty of unsightly and ruthless drunks before. Yet, the man, claiming to be from the Poison Dragon Pirate Crew, paid her no heed, continuing with his unfinished task, selecting cannon fodder. Sir, please come down. Noticing that he was ignoring her, Makino raised her voice once more. Whether it was her words that struck a chord or not, the fierce-looking man halted his actions, lowered his head, and glared at her with eyes that resembled cold serpents, devoid of any emotion. His unwavering gaze made Makino feel uneasy. Gulp. Sir, please come down. It's really dangerous up there. Despite feeling somewhat intimidated, Makino earnestly urged him. You're quite bold, little girl. The man from the Poison Dragon Pirate Crew replied ominously. Are you meddling in my affairs? Are you tired of living, huh? As he finished speaking, the man's imposing demeanor reached its peak, causing Makino to stagger back a few steps, landing on the ground, her eyes filled with terror. She appeared dazed, as if all her vitality had been drained. Kid, show some mercy. We don't have anyone you need here, and surely you wouldn't want to provoke a legendary Marine Admiral for no reason. Seeing the green-haired girl being bullied, a middle-aged man in the crowd could no longer endure the situation and jumped forward. Oh, a Marine Admiral. Upon hearing this, the man from the Poison Dragon Pirate Crew leaped down from the table, approached the one who had spoken up, and looked down at him, enunciating each word. Is that impressive? You. The man, facing the towering figure before him, felt his confidence wane, pointing a trembling finger at the pirate, but unable to form any words. Oomph. Observing that the outspoken individual had been silenced, the man from the Poison Dragon Pirate Crew lost interest, turned away, and returned to his original table, exuding an air of dominance. Who is the owner here? Silence. No one in the tavern responded. They all lowered their heads, their eyes furtively glancing towards Makino. Their actions did not escape the notice of the man from the Poison Dragon Pirate Crew. He regarded the still prostrate Makino without a hint of pity. Bring me good food and drink, and I shall consider today's events as if they never transpired. However, after a considerable pause, Makino remained unresponsive, sitting on the ground as if she had been utterly defeated. Seeing her condition, the man from the Poison Dragon Pirate Crew made no effort to hurry her. He simply sat back, exuding an air of self-satisfaction, as if everything was under his control. Sigh. Ultimately, it was the first man to stand up who could no longer contain himself. He approached Makino and softly sighed. Makino, you should go prepare. Makino did not respond. She merely raised her head to silently regard the village chief, a man respected by the villagers. Looking at the venerable figure with his stooped back, Makino finally stood up, clutching a tray that seemed to have appeared from nowhere, and quietly made her way to the kitchen. Sigh. Watching Makino's retreating figure, the village chief of Windmill Village let out another sigh. For the safety of the villagers, he had no choice but to compromise her. I didn't expect you to have such influence in this small place, old man. The man from the Poison Dragon Pirate Crew observed the tavern's dynamics with keen interest, noticing subtle signs. I'm just a bit older, the village chief replied, his pupils narrowing as he chuckled awkwardly. Oh, is that so? The man from the Poison Dragon pirate crew remarked with a hint of amusement, scrutinizing the village chief. Huh. The village chief chuckled again, but offered no further response. Huh. The man from the Poison Dragon pirate crew did not press further. He closed his eyes, resting quietly as he awaited his meal. For him, even knowing the unique identity of the troublemaker before him was of no consequence. He no longer had the energy to deal with such trivial matters. His arrival in this world had drained most of his power, and his lifespan had dwindled significantly. Even his spirit companion, Poison Dragon, had fallen into slumber due to excessive energy depletion. Realizing that the ruthless pirate was no longer probing into his identity, the village chief let out a sigh of relief. He quietly retreated to a nearby table, patiently awaiting Makino's return. Chapter 2. Feed me. Bang. With a dull thud, a plate of trimmed meat, complete with bones, was placed on the table of the man who claimed to be from the Poison Dragon pirate crew by Makino. The pirate opened his eyes, looking at what appeared to be a giant limb of some creature before him, and could not help but frown. He raised his head, gazing at the green-haired girl standing beside him in a daze. You feed me. The pirate's skeletal face now appeared particularly unpleasant, even though the villagers had not shown him any goodwill. Makino's previously ashen face finally reacted, her entire demeanor erupting in outrage. That's impossible. Without a second thought, Makino rejected the ugly pirate's request. Makino. Just as Makino turned down the pirate from the Poison Dragon crew, the villagers who had been sitting with their heads down suddenly stirred. The village chief, who had been used as a warning by the pirate, could no longer bear it and quickly approached Makino, speaking softly in her ear. Seeing this, the man from the Poison Dragon pirate crew made no move to intervene, merely maintaining a stoic expression as he looked at Makino. Makino, listen to me. This guy is not like Shanks, who is more of an adventurer than a true pirate. He is a pirate, a far more ruthless and vicious individual. Admiral Carp is far away in the Grand Line. If you provoke this man, who knows what might happen so? The village chief placed all his hopes on Admiral Carp, desperately trying to persuade Makino to avoid making a foolish decision for the sake of the villagers. But, despite the chief's clear reasoning, Makino, being a girl, had her own sense of pride. She bit her lip, struggling to make a decision. Makino, this guy is just asking you to feed him. He hasn't made any excessive demands. You can simply treat him like a child and feed him. You love children, don't you? As the village chief observed Makino beginning to relent, his eyes lit up with renewed hope, compelling him to employ all his persuasive tactics in an effort to secure her compliance. Very well. Then, Makino finally acquiesced, gazing at the esteemed village chief, beloved by the villagers and held in high regard. I truly apologize for putting you in this position. The chief, feeling a pang of sympathy as he looked upon the young girl, could not help but offer words of comfort. It's quite all right. This is entirely my choice, Makino replied quietly, her head bowed as she approached the pirate from the Poison Dragon pirate crew, grasping the knife and fork to begin carving into the finest cut of meat in the establishment. Clink! The sound of her utensils meeting the plate echoed softly, yet this seemingly trivial noise caused the hearts of all the villagers in the tavern to leap with trepidation, fearing that the vile pirate might take offense and unleash his ire upon them. Fortunately, however, the sea god favored them, as the wretched pirate remained indifferent. He stared intently at Makino's face, as if attempting to peer into her very soul. Chomp! Chomp! A large piece of meat was fed into the mouth of the detestable pirate by Makino, the entire process devoid of any romantic allure. As the main characters in this drama, both the pirate and Makino maintained their stoic expressions throughout. Makino exhibited none of the expected shyness, while the pirate displayed none of the anticipated enjoyment. Throughout the entire affair, they remained expressionless, devoid of any emotional display. Clink! Chomp! Chomp! Clink! Chomp! Chomp! One fed, while the other consumed. Though Makino presented him with a substantial portion of meat, it was no match for the pirate's ravenous appetite. In no time, the entire platter had been devoured by the pirate, courtesy of Makino. Setting down her utensils, Makino silently stepped aside, her face a mask of indifference. Under ordinary circumstances, this might have constituted a striking scene, yet now no one paid any attention to the beautiful girl. Instead, the villagers were fixated on the pirate, who sat with his eyes closed, fearful that a single unsatisfactory word might escape his lips. Let us consider today's events as though they never occurred. You may take your leave. At last, amidst the expectant gazes of the villagers, the pirate uttered the words they had longed for most in their lives. Boom! The tavern erupted with unprecedented fervor as the villagers fled with a speed that even surprised Machino, leaving behind not a trace of sentiment. Machino, just as the village chief intended to escape, his gaze fell upon the green-haired girl who remained in place. Calling her name once brought no response. Calling her name twice, and the villagers had all but vanished. Calling her name a third time, the girl finally reacted. "This is my home, where else could I possibly go?" Machino spoke in a hollow tone, her eyes devoid of life. "If it becomes too perilous, you can seek refuge with me. I cannot bear the thought of you being alone with that fiend." The village chief, Upu Slap, declared, his voice tinged with urgency. Seeing the green-haired girl before him, Chief Upu felt a surge of anxiety. He had never anticipated that the usually vibrant and cheerful Machino could be so fragile. Had he known such a dire outcome awaited, he would have staunchly refused the pirate's demands. Reaching out, Chief Upu grasped Machino's hand and hurriedly led her away. As they departed, the pirate slowly revealed a smile, satisfied that he had achieved his desired effect. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of loud thuds, Machino was dragged away by Chief Upu. The tavern was left in disarray, littered with tables and chairs, alongside the remnants of spilled food and drink, with only the self-proclaimed captain of the Poison Dragon pirate crew remaining. "Poison Dragon, what purpose have you brought me here for?" The pirate extended his right hand, gazing intently at it as he murmured, "Hiss." Accompanied by a hissing sound, a small, translucent serpent with black scales, crimson eyes, and a pair of horns emerged from the pirate's hand. Its eyes were blood red, imbued with a chilling coldness, reminiscent of the gaze the pirate had cast upon the enraged villagers. As their eyes met, the pirate's expression was filled with sorrow. Nurturing the poison dragon to its current state had consumed the majority of his time, especially the pair of dragon horns atop its head, which had been birthed from the blood sacrifices of thousands of cultivators. However, this blood offering had incited the fury of the cultivation world, as several righteous sects and some fringe factions united to lay a trap, collaborating to hunt him down. The Tianchi mansion of Longhu Mountain, the leading righteous sect, even dispatched its contemporary disciple, Zhang Qingan. Faced with the onslaught of numerous cultivators, he harbored no fear. Leveraging the recently ascended poison dragon, he managed to slay a small number of cultivators, causing the majority to flee. Only when confronted by Zhang Qingan, the foremost disciple of the righteous path, did he suffer a crushing defeat, utterly lacking any means of resistance. The lightning techniques employed by Zhang Qingan left the poison dragon battered and on the verge of collapse. Had it not been for the poison dragon's ultimate self-detonation that tore the fabric of space, transporting him to this realm, he would have undoubtedly become a mere specter beneath Zhang Qingan's sword, reduced to ash beneath his lightning. Hiss! Sensing his master's emotions, the poison dragon began to comfort him with its calls. "Ha! Who would have thought I would experience a moment of solace?" The pirate chuckled bitterly, recalling the encounter with Zhang Qingan that had severely undermined his confidence. He believed that had he not achieved a significant breakthrough in his own cultivation, Zhang Qingan would have become his lifelong tormentor. "Go forth, poison dragon." With a flick of his wrist, the pirate sent the small, horned black serpent soaring into the air. Hiss! Once released, the poison dragon began to writhe in the air, its mouth filled with jagged fangs opening and closing in a voracious manner, consuming the surrounding atmosphere. As the serpent feasted, tendrils of black and gray mist emanated forth, only to be devoured by its ravenous appetite. Chapter 3. Summoning Vice Admiral Kapu. Bang, bang, bang. Bottle after bottle of liquor shattered upon the ground, splattering crystalline droplets and shards of glass, creating a series of bizarre yet vibrant scenes. Bang! Another bottle of rum was tossed to the ground, shattering with a resounding crash. Hiss! Just as the pirate prepared to hurl another bottle, an eerie hiss echoed in his ear, causing his hand to pivot and reach outward instead. Before him appeared a transparent serpent with black scales and red eyes, crowned with a pair of horns, emerging from the void, which the pirate deftly captured in his grasp. How is it that it has absorbed everything so swiftly? Observing the unchanged form and transparency of the venomous dragon, the pirate couldn't help but furrow his brow. For the reality diverged drastically from his expectations. Hiss! The venomous dragon coiled tightly around the pirate's hand, incessantly flicking its tongue and hissing, accompanied by the dragon's hissing. The pirate's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. It appeared that he had overestimated this realm. Not only had the popularity waned, but even establishments as foul as taverns exuded only a modicum of filth. Splash! The pirate abruptly rose from his seat. Well, any recovery of strength, however slight, was welcome. Other matters could be addressed later. Bang! The pirate forcefully overturned the table before him and strode forward. As he moved, the venomous dragon gradually became ethereal. ultimately dissipating into a wisp of black smoke that merged with the pirate's being, leaving no trace behind. Bang! The pirate thrust open the door, revealing an unobscured azure horizon that lay bare before his eyes. However, he did not advance towards the seashore. Instead, he turned in another direction, heading towards the mountains and forests. Guided by the dragon's sensitivity to the tainted atmosphere, a vast wave of filthiness suddenly manifested in the pirate's mind. This noxious essence resembled a plume of smoke, appearing jarringly out of place in this serene world. Hello, is this the Navy headquarters? I am the village chief of Windmill Village, seeking Admiral Carp. In Windmill Village, before the home of Chief UPU, the chief leaned over the transponder snail, loudly making the call, evidently directed at Admiral Carp. Ding. This is Carp. A deep voice emanated from the transponder snail, awakening the anxious Chief UPU, who had been pacing nearby. Carp, it's UPU. Trouble is brewing. A band of pirates has arrived in Windmill Village. Almost shouting, Chief UPU hurriedly relayed the events to Admiral Carp through the transponder snail. Carp, what should we do now? Just as Chief UPU finished his account, he remembered to seek guidance. However, he waited in vain for over a minute, receiving no reply. When he lifted his gaze in confusion, his fury ignited instantly. Before him, the transponder snail had fallen asleep, a large bubble dangling from its nose. Carp, you scoundrel! A fierce roar erupted from the mouth of Village Chief Upu, drawing the attention of the self-pitying Machino. Huh? What's the matter? The mucus bubble of the telephone snail was instantaneously shattered by Upu's vocal force, producing a bewildered sound that seemed to emanate from the creature itself, its expression subtly shifting as if a real person had arrived. However, this bewildering utterance fell like hot oil upon Upu's head, igniting an explosive reaction within him. Cap, you bastard! If you don't return soon, your grandson will be killed. Upon delivering this confrontational declaration, Upu abruptly hung up the phone, depriving Rear Admiral Cap of any chance to respond or inquire further. In an instant, Upu's action brought him relief, while Cap was left scratching his head in confusion. What did you say? What's wrong, Upu? What happened to Luffy? Hello? 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 Upon hearing news concerning his beloved grandson, Rear Admiral Cap became frantic, unable to even sleep, as he gripped the telephone snail and shouted for answers. However, he was destined to receive no reply. In a fit of rage, Upu took measures to prevent any further calls from Cap, moving the receiver aside and switching it to a busy signal. With a resounding thud, Cap punched a nearby artillery rack, seizing a cannonball and hurling it towards the fleeing pirate ship. A thunderous explosion followed as the cannonball pierced the vessel and detonated within, leaving nothing but fragments in its wake. The pirate ship was obliterated, and of those aboard, only a few robust individuals survived. The remainder was reduced to mere flesh, becoming part of a horrific tableau. Among the pursued, the devil fruit user, Blackwater Crocodile Leighton Warran, vanished into the sea, lost to sight. Yea, Rear Admiral Cap is magnificent. Long live. Die, you cursed pirates. Haha. The naval officers, initially terrified by Cap's grim demeanor, now cheered and celebrated the spectacle. Yet, a hint of concern flickered across the face of Cap's deputy, Bogart. Although the Blackwater Crocodile had been defeated, this was merely an appetizer for the legendary Rear Admiral. What truly occupied his thoughts was the earlier outburst from Cap. Surely something had transpired in Cap's hometown, explaining his foul mood and the hasty termination of this long-planned training exercise. Turn around, head back to the Navy headquarters. As anticipated by Bogart, Cap began to mobilize. But, sir, what about the pirates? An overly earnest officer, lacking in insight yet brimming with a sense of duty and justice, stepped forward. Forget about them. Set sail. Full speed ahead. Casting a glance at the ambitious officer, Cap displayed no visible emotion but calmly commanded, understood, despite Cap's lack of visible approval. The mere intensity of his gaze sent chills through the officer, compelling him to comply immediately, fearful of incurring Cap's displeasure. The disparity between the Navy and pirates lay fundamentally in discipline. Following Cap's orders, the naval crew sprang into action, some hoisting sails while others began to clean up the chaos wrought by Cap's earlier outburst. The scene transformed into one of harmonious activity, betraying no signs of the recent battle. Contact the East Blue Division and instruct them to proceed to Windmill Village. Despite the mobilization, it was evident that Rear Admiral Cap remained unconvinced. Yes, sir. Bogart promptly retrieved the telephone snail and began dialing. Hello, East Blue? This is Bogart. I have orders from Rear Admiral Cap. The directive is as follows. Colonel Mouse of East Blue is to immediately proceed to Windmill Village and await the arrival of Rear Admiral Cap. Chapter 4. The Master of Galbo Mountain. Yes, understood. I will act immediately. Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division of the East Blue Navy, who had been enjoying a fine wine gifted by his subordinates in his office, suddenly received a call from Cap's deputy. Could it be that my diligent service over the past few years has caught the attention of Rear Admiral Cap, prompting an evaluation and a promotion? After the initial shock, Mouse's excitement grew, believing the summons from the legendary Admiral was a splendid opportunity for advancement. Bring me those items I collected a few days ago. I want to select a few to present to Rear Admiral Cap. Meanwhile, in Windmill Village, a group of pirates traversed through a dozen towering windmills before arriving at a forest. The forest was littered with dead branches and signs of human destruction, With only a few birds struggling to survive amidst the desolation, the pirates approached a fallen tree, breaking off a protruding branch to gauge its strength, seeking to comprehend the power of their surroundings. Body training. This was the conclusion the pirates had drawn from their encounters with the villagers in the tavern. The current state of affairs could only be the result of a formidable individual. Suddenly, a tremendous roar resonated from behind the pirates. While one might typically be momentarily stunned by such a sound, the duration of this stupor varies based on individual physical condition and mental fortitude. Nevertheless, regardless of its length, it invariably offers an opportunity for attack. Yet the pirates were different. Almost instantaneously upon hearing the sound, they lunged forward, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Boom. A great handful of soil was sent flying into the air. Once the pirate had dashed beyond a certain distance, he finally found the opportunity to glance back. What he beheld was a deep pit where he had once stood, and perched beside it was a colossal feline, its eyes the size of barrels brazenly surveying the pirate, as if contemplating how to make a meal of him. A tiger. Upon recognizing the true culprit behind his ambush, the pirate's expression shifted dramatically. If it were merely a tiger of ordinary size, it would be one thing, but this immense creature was far beyond what his current magical prowess could contend with. Judging by its strength, it was likely the cause of the disturbances in the area, and he had unwittingly stumbled into the lair of this great cat, its hunting grounds. At this thought, the pirate decisively activated the dragon of poison's innate ability, Dread. A sudden aura reminiscent of a serpent on the brink of transformation into a dragon emanated from the pirate, whose eyes morphed into those of a venomous dragon, glistening in a chilling crimson. Sensing the shift in its prey, the great cat's confidence faltered, rendering it momentarily hesitant. Was it truly worth risking its life for such a meager morsel? As the feline pondered, the pirate fixed its gaze upon it, gradually retreating. With a swish, after putting a considerable distance between them, the pirate pivoted and dashed away with remarkable speed. Upon escaping the great cat's line of sight, the feline finally realized its quarry had fled. With a thunderous roar, it disregarded the value of the chase and, after a brief assessment of the scent, pursued relentlessly. So swift to return? The pirate's expression shifted upon hearing the great cat's roar. Scanning the surroundings, it abruptly altered its course towards a nearby pond. Splash! The pirate plunged into the water beside the pond, disappearing beneath the surface. Mere seconds after the pirate submerged, the great cat arrived, scrutinizing the area with a puzzled glance, its nostrils flaring as it sought the diminutive prey. Strangely, despite the unmistakable scent leading to that very spot, no trace of the quarry could be found. Gradually, as the hunt proved fruitless, the great cat's attention shifted towards the pond itself. Throughout its lengthy existence, it had encountered prey that sought refuge in water. With a splash, the great cat cautiously entered the pond, lowering its head to meticulously observe the ripples below. Should the pirate make even the slightest movement, it would strike without hesitation. Yet, what the great cat could not anticipate was that it faced a practitioner of the mystical arts, one whose innate spirit was that of a venomous dragon. Thanks to this dragon's essence, the pirate could breathe freely underwater, gliding gracefully like a fish in its aquatic realm. The great cat's self-assured method of hunting seemed trivial in comparison. However, as fate would have it, Murphy's Law was ever so reliable. A group of crocodiles, once dwelling at the bottom of the lake, sensed its presence and gradually encircled it. Bang! A crocodile, having failed to conceal itself adequately, was swiftly detected by a great cat, which struck it with a paw, sending it crashing out of the water and into several large trees along the bank before it helplessly collapsed to the ground. After retrieving the object from the water, the great cat cast but a fleeting glance at it, dismissing it from further consideration. Its prized morsel still lingered in the water, and today it was determined to retrieve it, intending to firmly wedge it between its teeth for leisurely consumption in the future. Bang! A crocodile was hurled into the air. Bang! Once again, another crocodile was pulled from the water. Bang, bang, bang! Gradually, the crocodiles retrieved by the large cat formed a small mountain, comparable in size to the cat itself. Gazing at the pile of crocodiles, the large cat decisively abandoned the strand of meat and slowly approached the heap, beginning to indulge in this somewhat calcium-rich dinner. Crunch, crunch! A sound akin to the cracking of bones echoed through the air. This was not the noise of a great feline feasting upon its prey, but rather that of a pirate surfacing from the depths of the lake. As crocodiles flipped onto their backs, emerging from the water in droves, even causing the great cat to cast a wary glance, upon witnessing the abundant feast laid before it. The great cat recalled the previous icy gaze of the meat string, brimming with overwhelming presence. With a mighty roar, it lunged towards the center of the gradually accumulating crocodile horde on the lake's surface. Splash! The water level of the pond surged dramatically by 4 to 5 meters. The overflow submerging the great cat's anticipated meal, swiftly expanding outward. With a fierce roar, the great cat rose from the lake bed, its mouth no longer empty. A massive, decaying tree was firmly lodged within its jaws. Perhaps it was a mix of rage and humiliation, or perhaps the foul odor of the giant tree, but a deep, resonant growl erupted from its throat. Perched atop the massive wood, the pirate stood coldly, observing the terrifying tiger head beside him, and decisively charged forward. Chapter 5, The Reckless One. With the great cat's furious roar and vigorous movements, the pirate successfully reached the side of the great cat's head. His icy gaze, devoid of emotion, met the eyes of the great cat, which began to reveal fear. Without hesitation, the pirate plunged into the cat's exposed ear. Navigating through the dense fur and over the filth within, he pressed onward, undeterred by the squalor, heading directly into the depths of the great cat's ear. As the diminutive intruder burrowed deeper, the great cat's fear escalated to an extreme, disregarding the massive tree in its mouth and rolling violently in the water. Hoping to dislodge the invader within its body. Perhaps this tactic would suffice under ordinary circumstances, but the pirate continued his relentless assault, seemingly unaffected. Racing toward the great cat's now vulnerable brain. Gradually, the great cat sensed the foreign object encroaching deeper into its ear and resolutely submerged its head in the water, attempting to drown the insidious invader. However, a sharp pain within its ear forced it to cease this frantic endeavor, unleashing a thunderous roar that caused the massive tree in its mouth to tumble free. The pirate, leveraging the force of the water, made contact with the great cat's eardrum, bursting through with a surge of energy, advancing significantly toward his intended target. Yet, at this juncture, the pirate was compelled to halt, hindered by the physical form he had assumed. Having traversed into this realm only once, despite the nourishing thigh meat of an unknown creature, it amounted to little more than a drop in the bucket for his parched body and depleted energy reserves. Exhausted from the ongoing struggle, he recognized that invading and subjugating the great cat's mind through its ear canal was an increasingly distant aspiration. Settling into a cross-legged position, the pirate disregarded his surroundings, focusing on restoring his magical energy to swiftly resolve this predicament and secure a means of survival in this world. Noticing a shift within its ear, the great cat paused its self-destructive actions, disregarding the scattered debris and unceremoniously plopped down, quietly attuning to the changes within itself. Suddenly, the great cat transformed, rising abruptly and shaking its head violently. Roar. The movement sent the pirate, who had been nestled within the great cat's ear, crashing against its eardrum, the intense pain causing the great cat to cry out, ceasing all further movement. Yet, the presence of this foreign entity within its ear was equally intolerable. The great cat's eyes darted, and it resolved to submerge its head once more in the water. Gurgling, the frigid lake water rushed into the great cat's ear canals, swiftly reaching the opening created by the pirate's intrusion. Since you have brought this upon yourself, do not blame me, the pirate sneered, closing his eyes to continue regaining his magical energy, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Ace, wait for me. A vibrant voice echoed throughout the Galbo Mountains. Damn it. This bastard has followed me for so many days without giving up. In the woods, a freckled boy donned in a red shirt and gray shorts, clutching a steel pipe, cast a frustrated glance at the figure trailing behind him. The persistent individual, always clad in a tattered straw hat and tank top, had been shadowing him for nearly a month. No matter the harsh tactics he employed to deter him, he remained undeterred, even when he occasionally managed to lose him. The very next morning, the figure would reappear, displaying a vitality and rapid growth and strength that left the boy feeling inadequate. Damn it. Frustrated, the boy named Ace struck a nearby boulder with his pipe. Boom. A resounding crash reverberated as a boulder, approximately 5 meters in diameter, rapidly rolled down the slope beneath him. What a massive rock. At the foot of the mountain, a small boy wearing a yellow straw hat with a red trim, dressed in a white tank top and yellow shorts, gaped in astonishment at the boulder racing down the slope, quickly fleeing to escape its crushing path. Bang. The boulder barreled through a thicket, crashing through several trees before finally coming to a halt before a giant tree. Phew, that was close. I almost became a puddle of flesh. Along the path traversed by the boulder, a straw hat boy slowly emerged from behind a protruding rock, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he surveyed the aftermath of the near disaster. Had he not stumbled upon such a fortuitous spot, he would have either been crushed to a pulp or flattened like a pancake. Right, Ace? The straw hat boy quickly shook off the shadow of his near demise and resumed his pursuit of the enigmatic older brother who captivated him. However, as had been the case for several weeks, Ace vanished once more after an unforeseen incident. Gone again. The straw hat boy surveyed the dense forest, feeling despondent, and began retracing his steps. Roar. Suddenly, a pained howl resonated, drawing the boy's attention. Hey, something seems to be happening over there. The boy's eyes lit up, and he swiftly altered his demeanor, excitedly racing toward the source of the sound. Report, Colonel Mouse. The troops have assembled, awaiting your orders. Within the East Blue Navy's 16th Division, Colonel Mouse stood on an elevated platform, gleefully cradling a sword forged from gold and jewels, lost in dreams of promotions. Beside him, a naval officer, resembling a deputy, watched him with exasperation. Did he not recognize the legendary reputation of Vice Admiral Carp, known for his iron fist? How could he possibly be enamored with such a gaudy sword? Had it not been for the officer's higher rank, he would have kicked this fool. Bestowing such a gift upon Lord Carp would not merely affect that scoundrel Mouse. My lord, the troops have assembled. Shall we set forth now? If we allow Lord Carp to arrive first, we shall surely face dire consequences, in order to safeguard his own future from the influence of that rogue. The aide felt compelled to remind Colonel Mouse once more. HM, let us depart. It is quite displeasing to have one's reverie interrupted. Yet under the authority of Lord Carp, Colonel Mouse had no choice but to comply with the aide's directive. After all, this matter extends beyond his own interests. Should they arrive late and tarnish the impression Lord Carp holds of them, he would bear the brunt of the blame. and the entire 16th Division would not let him off lightly. Chapter 6, Slaying Dragons and Subduing Tigers. Hiss. Within the mind of the Great Cat atop Galbo Mountain, pirates rode the currents of water to the vicinity of the Great Cat's brain. Although much of the water had been dispelled by the Great Cat, the spiritual energy within the cranial cavity surged, rendering the magical environment increasingly favorable. The pirate decisively summoned his innate spirit beast, the poison dragon, with the dragon's suppression. His subsequent spellcasting would proceed with greater ease, significantly enhancing the likelihood of subduing this rather dim-witted Great Cat. As the poison dragon manifested, the temperature within the Great Cat's cranial cavity plummeted several degrees, causing its frenzied water-dispelling actions to falter momentarily, accompanied by several shivers. As even its mental processes became less agile, beast mastery, the pirate stood beside the Great Cat's brain, biting his finger to draw blood, and began inscribing symbols upon the slowly pulsating organ. The beast mastery rune, derived from the 72 earthly techniques of Zhang Daoling, the celestial master of Longhu Mountain, is a closely guarded secret of the Longhu Mountain, viewable only by the Zhang family's direct descendants and the leaders of the demonic sect, while others are strictly forbidden from unauthorized examination. Once the demon beast is ensnared by this talisman, only two outcomes are possible. Either it is enslaved by the talisman, stripped of all freedom, or it experiences a remarkable enhancement in power, gaining profound insights into the intricacies of the earthly fiend's 72 arts, mastering the art of summoning beasts and controlling birds. Thus, the talisman, once invoked, heralds a transformation that can alter the very fabric of the heavens and the earth, potentially culminating in the emergence of a cataclysmic demon. Since the inception of this talisman by Master Zhang, only a handful of exceptionally skilled disciples of the Zhang lineage have successfully wielded it. Apart from one unfortunate incident that birthed a formidable demon, all others have triumphed, securing an invaluable ally of immense power. The venomous dragon. Today, I shall invoke this arcane art that even our revered ancestors dared not employ lightly. Wish me luck. Gazing at the beast-controlling talisman forged from his own blood, the pirate let out a sigh of contemplation as he commenced his final preparations, gathering energy. Without sufficient spiritual power, the likelihood of success with this talisman would diminish considerably. Though he harbored no fear of the beast's resistance, he would not squander his efforts, particularly in such a weakened state. Hiss. Observing the feeble pirate, the venomous dragon's cold gaze glimmered with a hint of greed. If it could consume this sorcerer before it, its own strength would surely be partially restored. With its forked tongue flickering, the dragon slowly approached the pirate, coiling and winding around him. Hiss. The dragon's sinuous form enveloped the pirate's exterior, its blood-red eyes beginning to flicker, while the frequency of its tongue's movement quickened, revealing its inner thirst for power and simultaneous fear of the pirate. Roar. A silent roar erupted within the dragon. Its yearning for strength eclipsed its trepidation. With a wide gaping maw, the venomous dragon lunged toward the pirate. Bang! A muted thud echoed as the pirate's claw seized the 7 inches of the venomous dragon, rendering it unable to escape despite its desperate struggles. Gradually, as the realization of its inevitable fate dawned upon it, the dragon's fear grew, and it emitted a series of frantic cries, pleading for the pirate's mercy. Had I known your thoughts were so unsteady, would I have entrusted you with such ease? The pirate chuckled softly, tightening his grip on the dragon. With a hiss and a resounding crack, amidst the dragon's desperate shrieks, the pirate severed its head, watching as it dissipated into a swirling black mist that lingered in the air. Leaning closer to the cloud of poisonous mist, the pirate inhaled deeply, the thick black smoke transforming into slender columns of vapor that he consumed. As he exhaled, his eyes gleamed with a newfound brightness, akin to a beacon of light. In that moment, he unleashed a torrent of dark energy towards the Beastmaster's talisman. With a hum, the talisman quivered violently, radiating a crimson glow that illuminated the entire cranial chamber. A roar erupted from the master of Galbo Mountain, who felt a sharp pain in its head, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. However, being a formidable ruler of the mountain, it was not so easily vanquished. With a furious roar, it surged through the forest, charging towards the densest and most resilient trees. Crack, crack, crack. The agonizing pain sharpened its senses, allowing it to combat the overwhelming drowsiness that threatened to engulf it. Oh dear, a tiger. A colossal tiger. A youth adorned with a straw hat, frozen in terror, plopped down on the ground as the great feline barreled towards him. With an overwhelming force, the magnificent beast charged past, completely indifferent to the insignificant prey in its path. Trees toppled, boulders rolled, and the entire Galbo Mountain erupted into chaos. What is happening? A stout woman, towering at 2 meters with orange hair and a cigarette dangling from her lips, burst from a wooden cabin, bellowing at those engaged in various tasks nearby. Boss, it seems something has gone awry in the direction of Ace. We have no idea what has suddenly gone berserk and is rampaging about. A diminutive man, adorned with a headscarf, stood atop the rooftop, scanning the horizon while responding to the corpulent woman. Upon hearing the name Ace, the woman fell silent, her thoughts racing at the realization of his connection to Admiral Garp, sending a shiver down her spine. As she gazed at the billowing smoke rising from the forest, hesitation washed over her. She took a long drag from her cigarette, lost in contemplation. Boss, what should we do? If anything happens to Ace or Luffy, Admiral Garp will not spare us. The little man, having descended from the rooftop, stood beside the woman. Observing his leader's demeanor, the strategist quickly grasped her apprehensions. For the sake of their own safety, he dared to voice a warning. Garp. Upon hearing that name, the image of Admiral Karp's fierce visage instantly surfaced in the mind of the portly woman, along with his parting words. Dayton, Ace, and Luffy are entrusted to you. If they encounter even the slightest trouble, I shall show you why Impel Down is known as the Navy's first prison. Impel Down. Although she had never had the opportunity to enter its confines, she had certainly heard of the notorious reputation of the Navy's foremost prison. What are you all still doing here? Hurry and find Ace and the others. The woman nearly shouted, her voice echoing with urgency. But, boss, that guy looks really dangerous. One of her subordinates protested. Pirates, being a perilous profession, are not typically foolish enough to endanger themselves unnecessarily. But what if Admiral Karp finds out? We are doomed. Dayton shot a fierce glare at the one who had spoken out. Windmill Village was indeed the hometown of Admiral Karp. His renown was known even among the lowliest of thugs. Upon hearing their leader invoke Karp's name, they fell silent, hastily making their way to the usual haunts of Ace. None daring to venture towards the war-torn areas. Chapter 7. Interest Roar. Bang. The owner of Great Cat Gulbo Mountain let out one final roar before succumbing to the might of the beast-taming seal, collapsing onto the ground. Both his body and spirit had reached their limits. After all, he was merely a larger-than-average tiger, an ignorant beast. Utterly incapable of resisting the esoteric techniques of Zhang Tianshi from Long Hu Mountain. Even if the 7 earthly fiends were laid bare before him, he would not comprehend their mysteries. This ignorance is one reason why pirates dared to brazenly employ beast-taming seals. Moreover, even if that great cat managed to grasp the underlying principles, he would not be afraid, for he was currently right beside its brain, ready to strike it down at any moment. As for the reason behind dispatching the poisonous dragon, it was quite simple: insufficient magical power. To successfully execute the beast-taming seal, ample magical energy is a prerequisite. Furthermore, the poisonous dragon's recovery speed was alarmingly slow. In a world fraught with peril, mastering a power in advance is a necessary choice. Although exchanging the greater for the lesser may seem unwise, the poisonous dragon was. After all, his life spirit, intricately linked to him. As long as he breathed, the poisonous dragon would once again coalesce. This act of dispersing it was merely a temporary measure. It was not solely for the sake of spiritual energy but also to buy himself time. Should he fail to regain sufficient power before the poisonous dragon's resurgence, the scene of today would inevitably repeat itself. The poisonous dragon, born of the world's malevolent thoughts, feeds on filth to grow. Being merely a native, how could he possibly comprehend my Taoist secret arts? The pirate stood before the great cat's pink brain, watching the beast-taming seal already embedded within it, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Steelbone, procure for me the swiftest ship. I must return to the East Blue. Karp burst into an office upon his return to Navy headquarters, shouting fervently. What on earth is the commotion? The office's occupant glared at Karp, reprimanding him loudly. Steelbone, I have no time for your nonsense. Quickly provide me with the fastest ship. I need to return to the East Blue. A band of pirates has infiltrated Windmill Village, and I fear for what may transpire if I delay. Karp's urgency was palpable as he faced the man seated behind the desk. If not for the desire for that newly developed vessel, he would have never returned to Navy headquarters. What's the rush? It's just a group of pirates. Why the urgency? Let the local forces handle them. The man, seated behind the desk, remained unfazed by Karp's words. As Karp's superior, he was perhaps the most familiar with him within the Navy. Finding an excuse to commandeer the newly developed ship for a joyride was no easy feat. Steelbone, I am not jesting. As Karp recognized his superior's misunderstanding, he straightened his posture, his demeanor turning serious. What I mentioned was pirates, not mere adventurers masquerading as pirates. What? Pirates? Upon hearing that term, Steelbone leapt to his feet, astonished, staring at Karp. Do you think I would be this anxious otherwise? Karp shot back, glaring at his superior's shocked expression. Hello, is this the Navy Research Institute? This is Steelbone. Immediately dispatch a ship to the headquarters port for Admiral Karp. Upon receiving Karp's confirmation, Steelbone swiftly picked up the din mushy and made the call. Click. After hanging up, Steelbone suddenly realized that his unreliable subordinate was still present, and he erupted in fury. Karp, you fool. What are you still doing here? The ship is on its way. I require the newly developed vessel capable of traversing the windless zones. What use is a regular ship to me? Steelbone's inquiry ignited Karp's ire. You moron. Of course, I was asking for the new ship. Do you think I called the research department for nothing? Upon hearing Karp's retort, Steelbone exploded with rage, incredulous at how someone he considered typically astute could be so foolish. Bang. Before Steelbone could finish his sentence, Karp dashed out, not just to save time but also to evade Steelbone's reprimand. Ugh. Steelbone gazed at the gaping hole in his office door, feeling somewhat speechless. Was it really necessary to react this way? It was just a few harsh words. Click. Repairs department. This is Steelbone. I need you to come to my office immediately, and do remember to bring your tools. Picking up the phone, Steelbone dialed the repairs department, delicately articulating his predicament. Though whether the person on the other end comprehended was uncertain. Report, Colonel Mouse. We are about to dock. Is there anything you would like to convey? On board the 16th Division ship, An officer-like figure shouted from outside the captain's cabin, his voice so loud it was almost deafening, making one wonder if those inside were hard of hearing. "Oh, have we arrived at Windmill Village so soon?" The door to the captain's cabin swung open with a crash, revealing a gaunt middle-aged man with a face resembling that of a rat, clad in a golden sword, stepping out. "Yes, sir." Upon seeing the lewd-looking man, the officer promptly bowed. "Signal the flag-bearer to prepare. Send a signal to declare our intentions." Despite the fact that the colonel's rank had been purchased by Mouse, he was still a Navy veteran and understood a thing or two. After receiving the officer's affirmation, he immediately issued the order. "However, sir, it seems that Windmill Village is devoid of Navy presence. Everyone has fled to the other side of the island, to the kingdom of Goa." The officer, instead of executing the command, explained helplessly to Colonel Mouse. "What? They have fled to the kingdom of Goa?" Upon hearing the officer's report, Colonel Mouse was struck with shock and fury. Were these people fools, abandoning Admiral Carp's hometown to flock to a minor nation like Goa? It is uncertain whether Colonel Mouse was enraged by the ignorance of those individuals who failed to appreciate what they had, or if he felt a sense of regret over the command he had painstakingly recalled, leading to his furious outburst. The very reason those individuals were reluctant to remain in Windmill Village was due to it being the hometown of Lord Carp. Any minor misstep would result in complaints to him, rendering them unable to reap any benefits. The aide, observing Colonel Mouse's bewilderment, explained with a wry smile that the kingdom of Goya was different. Although small, it was nonetheless a member of the world government, the most beautiful nation in the East Blue. Gaining the favor of any esteemed individual there would ensure a lifetime free from want. Thus, Colonel Mouse fell silent, pondering that if he were in their position, he would likely be even more eager to go there than those sailors. Chapter 8. The fundamental difference between pirates and buccaneers roar. The master of Gorbo Mountain ultimately succumbed to the pirates, unable to withstand the might of the beast-taming symbol, and became the new guardian of the pirates. Staggering to his feet, he was led by the pirates towards the lake still laden with the carcasses of crocodiles. The return was not merely to replenish the large cat's strength, but also to take advantage of the perfect environment. The mass death would undoubtedly generate a significant amount of malevolent energy, which could potentially facilitate the reformation of the poison dragon, thereby augmenting his own power. Loneliness cannot endure, and solitude cannot flourish. The harmonious coexistence of yin and yang is the true path to greatness. The poison dragon was destined to be a part of his life, an essential cornerstone on his journey towards immortality. As long as he desired to continue his cultivation, the poison dragon was an indispensable step, crucial for his foundational ascent. "Oh, poison dragon, heed my call, awaken." Standing in the blood pool, the pirate continuously exhaled streams of dark mist that enveloped the blood pool, chanting a haunting incantation incomprehensible to ordinary ears. As the spell was cast, the dark energy that had previously pervaded the air slowly seeped into the blood pool, intertwining with the rich blood essence, and the poison dragon began to take shape. Hiss. After the large cat finished the high-calcium feast of drained crocodile carcasses, it began grooming itself, while the poison dragon had already begun to hiss, its form reminiscent of its initial appearance in the tavern, ethereal and diminutive. Having feasted, it was time to set forth. Recognizing the opportune moment, the pirate slowly emerged from the blood pool, orienting himself before continuing towards the tainted land he had sensed earlier. However, behind him, the poison dragon's cold gaze shifted once more. Driven by a threat of greed, it lunged toward the unguarded back of the pirate. Just as it was about to collide with the pirate, the poison dragon abruptly transformed into a swirling mass of black and red mist, merging into the pirate's body. This bizarre scene left the large cat astonished. In its extensive years traversing Gorbo Mountain, it had never witnessed such an occurrence, where an immense black serpent seamlessly fused into a person's being, akin to a fish gliding into water. "What are you doing standing there?" The pirate's icy voice pierced through the large cat's moment of stupor. Startled by the command, the large cat sprang to the pirate's side and crouched down. Bang! The pirate leapt onto the large cat's back, but just as he was about to settle down, he paused and gracefully moved to sit atop the large cat's head. With a gentle nudge, the large cat immediately understood and rose from the ground, charging in the direction the pirate had previously taken. The wind howled, lifting strands of black hair. As the pirate perched atop the large cat observed the receding landscape, a hint of bewilderment flickering in his eyes. "Su Yun, from this day forth, you shall be the 105th disciple of Longhu Mountain. Always remember, any act against the interests of Longhu Mountain will be met with lethal consequences, no matter the vastness of the world." Su Yun, that was his name. From the moment he could remember, he had been taught never to violate his own interests, nor those of his sect. Self-interest was paramount, and the sect was always the strongest pillar of support. Yet, after he had sacrificed thousands, the sect betrayed him, failing to uphold the promises made years ago. This is the harsh reality. Self-interest is the foundation of all. To shore, at the port of Windmill Village, a warship gradually docked, and a resounding voice echoed across the fields as households opened their windows to peer toward the harbor. "It's the Navy. Lord Carp has returned. Lord Carp has returned." Upon recognizing the arrival, the villagers of Windmill Village erupted into cheers, the oppressive gloom that had hung over them dissipating somewhat, as they rushed out from their homes to spread the news. Clap, clap, Clap. The synchronized footsteps of the Navy reverberated along the coast. At that moment, Chief Uppu, along with the villagers, had arrived at the dock, but upon seeing the troops, his brow furrowed. With years of acquaintance with Carp, he could clearly discern that this group of sailors was merely a ragtag bunch, far from the elite of the Navy. How unreliable can Carp be? Even if he couldn't return himself, he wouldn't dispatch such a motley crew, would he? Those who ventured to the kingdom of Goya are likely far superior. Despite his dissatisfaction, Chief Uppu concealed his feelings, quickly smoothing his furrowed brow and adopting a gentle smile as he stood silently awaiting the handover. You must be the village chief. I am Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division of the Navy, sent here by Lord Carp to provide protection. Do you have any orders for us? As the two forces drew near, Colonel Mouse, who had been standing at the front of the line, leapt forth from the ranks. Showering compliments upon Chief Uppu, his demeanor so obsequious that even his aide was taken aback. Chief Uppu was momentarily taken aback by Colonel Mouse's demeanor. One should never strike a smiling face. This is a truth gleaned from life's experiences. Faced with Colonel Mouse's excessive courtesy, Chief Uppu felt he could not behave too unreasonably and replied earnestly, Greetings, Colonel. I am Uppu, the village chief here. We have called upon you primarily due to a group of pirates. These audacious ruffians have invaded Windmill Village today. I kindly request your assistance in apprehending them and expelling them from our village. A solemn declaration emerged from the lips of the village chief of Uppu, leaving even himself somewhat astonished, perplexed as to why he felt this way. Pirates? A trivial matter. Rest assured, dear Chief Uppu, this issue shall rest upon my capable shoulders. Should I fail to drive away the pirates in a single day, I shall remain here for a day, should it take a lifetime. I shall linger here for a lifetime. Without a moment's hesitation, Colonel Mouse made a grand proclamation. However, at that moment, his aide tugged at his sleeve and leaned in to whisper, My Lord Mouse, the old man referred to pirates, not mere brigands. Pirates? What of it? Colonel Mouse initially believed his aide was merely correcting a linguistic error and frowned in response. Pirates are a title reserved for the most nefarious and ruthless of seafarers. Those who burn, kill, and plunder without remorse. In contrast, those dubbed brigands act solely according to their whims, engaging in plunder while simultaneously playing the benevolent. Much like that old man with the white beard. Chapter 9. The Tiger Descends the Mountain Hiss. Once more. The venomous dragon emerged from the body of the pirate Suyun, wafting toward the colossal rubbish dump that lay before him, shrouded in a thin veil of mist. The final resting place of refuse, a gigantic landfill beyond the walls of the Kingdom of Goya, attracted an eclectic assortment of individuals. Here, one could encounter pirates, brigands, and petty criminals alike. All that is filthy, grotesque, and unable to find a place within the city congregates here. There are no physicians, disease and chaos reign supreme, with daily fatalities occurring, be it from illness or from being slaughtered for flesh. The methods of demise are as varied as one's imagination can conjure. There are no limits to the horrors witnessed. Due to years of accumulation, the remains of various creatures and wreckage have piled high, fermenting in this desolate spot. It is uncertain when it began, but a thick, perpetual fog now hangs over this refuse terminal, enveloping the inhabitants like a delicate veil. Hiss! Within this dense shroud of confusion, the venomous dragon swims joyfully, thriving amidst the murk, as it greedily ingests the noxious air, replenishing the strength it has lost. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the pirate Suyun descended from the great feline's head, retreating to a massive tree, thick enough for a dozen people to embrace. He distanced himself from the pervasive miasma that enveloped the area. Go, fetch me a few people, ones of quality. Sitting beneath the tree's shade, the pirate observed the joyous demeanor of the venomous dragon, yet found himself lost in contemplation, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, with the noxious air saturating the refuse-laden landscape. It was merely a matter of time before the venomous dragon surpassed his current prowess. Should he remain stagnant during this period of growth, he would inevitably face a palace coup instigated by the dragon, leading to the recurring theme of devouring one's master. To harness this formidable power, one must possess capabilities beyond that of ordinary beings. The blood sacrifice was the most effective method conceived by Suyun. The tainted and mottled magical energy could also be utilized. For one hailing from the Dragon Tiger Mountains demon faction, possessing a lineage of pure orthodox practices, the purification of magical energy posed no challenge. Given sufficient time, even the demonic path could be evolved. Addressing the great feline beside him, who was washing its face, the pirate once again closed his eyes and began to meditate in silence. With a low growl, the master of the great feline, Gulbo Mountain, gradually rose and ambled away from the direction of the venomous dragon. Although the dragon was currently feeble, as a former cultivator at the 11th level, transforming into a dragon, its oppressive aura was not something an ordinary beast could withstand. Have you brought everything? In a corner of the waste terminus, a 3-meter-tall giant, draped in purple hair and wielding a large blade, spoke dully to the figure opposite him. Lord Bergimi, are you still not at ease with me? Everything you requested is right here. However, across from the giant, a ruffian feigned generosity as he replied. Bang! A bulging cloth bag was unfastened from the waist of the little giant and tossed before the two individuals. Thud! Upon witnessing the bag on the ground, the ruffian, exhibiting a lack of restraint, swallowed hard. I must inspect the goods first. Though his desire was fervent, the ruffian managed to exercise considerable self-control, raising his gaze to the purple-haired giant. A deep voice emanated, yet the giant did not deter the ruffian's actions. With the giant's approval, the ruffian eagerly approached and unfastened the tightly secured cloth bag. Instantly, a multitude of coins cascaded from the bag, clattering to the ground with a melodic chime. Swish! A piercing sound shattered the air, and before the thugs could even gather the scattered coins from the ground, they were met with a gruesome fate, their bodies torn apart. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, the vivid crimson hues glimmering upon the coins, casting a beautiful red glow over them. Seizing two cloth bags, the diminutive giant stepped over the lifeless body of the thug, departing without a glance at the coins strewn about. A sound of sniffling echoed through the air as a colossal tiger, towering at 7 to 8 meters and stretching over 20 meters in length, emerged from behind the wall. It lunged towards the lifeless body of a thug on the ground, inhaling deeply for a solid minute and more. Afterward, the magnificent beast raised its head once again to embark on a new exploration. Before long, the great feline sprang into action, racing towards the direction of the violet-haired giant. Roar! With a resounding roar, the formidable prowess of the great cat's guardianship was once again unveiled. This time, its target was not the highly civilized cultivators, who, upon engaging their survival skills, would yield without exception. The small giant stood frozen in place, paralyzed by the sheer terror as the great cat lunged towards it. The name of the great cat, the master of Galbo Mountain, was known to all who had lingered in the wasteland's terminal, yet they regarded it with disdain. For the great cat had never ventured to the wasteland nor hunted there. However, today, the master of Galbo Mountain had emerged. And in the face of such an overwhelming presence, any normal person would tremble, devoid of any impulse to resist. Bang! With a dull thud, the violet-haired giant was abruptly intercepted by the colossal feline, showcasing the undeniable might of the master of Galbo Mountain. Grasping the severed limb from the ground, the great cat leisurely swayed its tail and began to saunter back. Snap! A faint sound emanated from behind a crumbling wall, where a short, middle-aged man sat on the ground, his eyes wide with terror, mouth agape, trembling and muttering incomprehensibly. Is this Lord Garp? I am from the Naval Research Institute. The ships have been delivered to the port. When will you come for the handover? What? You've arrived at the port? Where? Where? I don't see anything. Rear Admiral Garp stood atop a platform, gazing out towards the harbor, where several ordinary vessels were docked. However, none of these ships resembled the advanced vessels Garp had envisioned. Moreover, upon his arrival at the port, not a single ship had docked. We are on the fourth warship from the left. What? The fourth one? That's merely an ordinary ship. Hearing the voice from the transponder snail, Garp's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed loudly. You will understand once you arrive. Click. With that, the line went dead, leaving Garp to ponder whether the caller wished to avoid further entanglement or simply preferred to retain an air of mystery. One thing was certain, he had offended Garp gravely. In a state of skepticism, Garp hurried towards the designated vessel. On board, a disheveled man clad in a white lab coat and dark glasses stood on the deck, scanning the area for Garp's presence. Bang! Are you at the Research Institute? With a loud thud, Garp leaped from the dock to confront the untidy man. Yes. Faced with such an intimidating figure, the disheveled man appeared somewhat intimidated. Chapter 10. The operation is underway. Steelbone promised me a new ship. Why am I confronted with this commonplace vessel? Surely, New Haven T withheld the advanced ship from me. Garp's gaze was laden with menace as he surveyed the shabby vessel, feeling his time had been wasted on such a mundane sight. In truth, the newly developed ships had not changed much in appearance. The primary modification involved embedding several sea prism stones in the hull and improving the propulsion system. Sensing Garp's inclination towards violence, the disheveled man hastily revealed what the Navy Research Department considered classified information. Sea prism stones? What use are they beyond their hardness? Garp, ever the mischievous old soul, was instantly captivated. The purpose of embedding sea prism stones in the vessels is to mimic the essence of the sea, masking the biological signatures of the ships to evade the attacks of sea kings. If this research project succeeds, traversing the comm belts will no longer be a dream. The disheveled man, true to his scientific nature, spoke passionately about his research, words flowing like a river. What good is evading sea kings when there is no wind? How can a ship sail on the sea? Garp, however, lost interest, sneering dismissively. Who says ships cannot progress without wind? Our Naval Research Department has devised a new generation of propulsion based on the principles of a water wheel. As long as the pedals are continually pressed, the ship will have a constant source of power, ensuring it can swiftly traverse the comm belts without any external assistance. The proud researcher, protective of his work, immediately countered Garp's disparaging remarks. Hey, Bogart? This is Garp. Assemble the troops at the port immediately. I'll be waiting on the fourth ship from the left. Just as the disheveled man finished speaking, Garp hurried aside, seizing the transponder snail to call his aid. Roar! A low growl roused the pirate from his slumber, astonishingly. He had succumbed to sleep within mere minutes, indicating that his injuries were more severe than he had anticipated. As he opened his eyes, he beheld the nearly lifeless purple-haired giant before him, causing his brow to furrow with concern. I distinctly recall instructing you to keep me alive. Diverting his gaze from the corpse, the pirate frowned and addressed the large cat crouched nearby, licking its paws. With a low growl, the large cat expressed its helplessness, not due to its own inadequacy, but rather because the opponent was too feeble. Very well, go catch a few more, but remember, do not mess this up again. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the pirate sent the large cat on its way. The beast-taming talisman was indeed a secret technique of Longhu Mountain, compelling even such a rebellious tiger to submit. Reluctantly, the large cat returned to the hunting grounds, resuming its predatory pursuits. As the cat departed, silence enveloped the surroundings, and the voice of the venomous dragon began to pervade the area. Anyone who heard the dragon's call felt dizzy and weak, their limbs rendered powerless. The pirate lifted his head, casting a deep glance at the venomous dragon. Without uttering a word, he extended a bony hand, gradually inserting it into the giant's body through the wound inflicted by the cat's fangs. With a rush, blood erupted from the giant like a fountain, saturating the ground and transforming the blades of grass into vibrant splashes of crimson. Suddenly, the pirate's hand, buried within the giant's torso, grasped firmly at its heart. Thump, thump. The heart pulsated slowly in the pirate's grip, streams of fresh, crimson blood flowing into his body through his fingers. As the life-giving blood coursed through him, a faint flush began to appear on the pirate's ashen face, and his muscles slowly stirred to life. Thump, thump, thump. The resonating sound of the heart's rhythm emanated from within the pirate, each beat crescendoing outward. However, this state did not endure for long. As the giant's lifeblood drained away, the pirate's transformation gradually subsided, leaving him in a state of tranquility. Withdrawing his hand from the giant's body, the pirate gently closed his eyes, reflecting on the fragility of human life, which was far more delicate than he had imagined. Consuming the flesh of such a robust individual had yielded no recovery of even a single layer of magical power. This was not merely the first level of chi training, but the most rudimentary tier. How could such a fragile world harbor such a sordid place? Sensing the shift in the venomous dragon's aura, the pirate found himself pondering. No wonder you brought me to this place. It must be your paradise. Hiss. Luffy. Ace. Luffy. A series of desperate cries echoed through the rugged terrain of Gulpo Mountain, as a ragtag group of bandits frantically searched for their young master and elder master. The urgency in their voices and the swiftness of their actions were astonishing. Curse it. Where have these two rascals vanished to? If we cannot locate them, we shall surely meet our demise at the hands of Kapu. Suddenly, one bandit, his face a mask of despair, collapsed to the ground, wailing loudly. Emotions are often contagious, and as this bandit wept, the others were similarly affected, unleashing their own cries. No, I do not wish to die. I have yet to strike it rich. My dreams remain unfulfilled. I have yet to marry. I have never savored the pleasures of a woman. Just then, a thunderous crash interrupted their lamentations as a massive crocodile, bound and helpless, plummeted from above. A boy of about 10, clad in a red shirt and gray shorts, brandishing a steel pipe, perched atop a tree, curiously inquired, Ace. Upon seeing the boy in the tree, the bandits erupted in joyous exclamations, too overwhelmed to wipe away their tears. One by one, they scrambled up the tree to embrace the youth, hoisting him onto their shoulders and making a beeline for their hideout. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? My prey is still over there. Amidst the bandits' enthusiastic reception, the freckled boy exhibited a hint of shyness, calling out loudly to divert attention. Dayton, we have captured Ace. Excited shouts erupted from the mouths of the bandits, their voices carrying far and wide, reaching the eagerly awaiting ears of the plump woman on the mountain. Ace, it is truly wonderful that you are alive. What would I do if you had perished? Dayton dashed down the slope, rushing to Ace's side, enveloping him tightly in her embrace, tears streaming down her face. It was not that she was overly fragile, but rather that the intimidating presence of Carp loomed large, and the infamous reputation of Impel Down was far too perilous. Hey, Dayton, your snot is on me. Let go. The boy with black hair and freckles flushed crimson, struggling loudly in the arms of the plump woman. Chapter 11. The Emergence of the Zombie Roar. The large cat released the diminutive human it had clutched, letting out a low growl directed at the pirates. However, this time the pirates did not awaken as they had previously. They remained seated with their eyes tightly shut. Before them lay a malnourished giant, entirely still on the ground. The large cat gazed at the 3-meter-tall giant it had once dismembered, its eyes filled with confusion. Had it misremembered? Did it not succeed in severing the creature? Or was it possible that this individual had somehow survived and reassembled itself? Roar. The large cat raised its voice once more, directing another growl at the pirates. Poison dragon. Is this your scheme? The pirate opened his eyes, staring at the emaciated figure on the ground, murmuring softly. Rising to his feet, the pirate slowly approached the newcomer. Please, don't kill me. Though slight of frame, the large cat executed its orders flawlessly, successfully capturing the newcomer alive. The pirate extended his arm, thinner than that of the newcomer, and gripped the latter's neck, dragging him from the ground toward the purple-haired giant he had stitched together. Hiss. The pirate's hands plunged into the newcomer's body, methodically peeling away skin to reveal tender muscles and crimson blood beneath. Ah! The piercing cries of agony reverberated throughout the desolate terminus. Yet, the bustling crowd continued their tasks undeterred. In this wasteland, opportunities and dangers coexisted, and a moment's negligence could lead to the loss of life. The terminus was merely a dumping ground, not a place where refuse arrived daily. Food and other essentials were exceedingly scarce. Without diligence, starvation was the only fate awaiting them. Thus, those who sought survival in this forsaken terminus remained ever vigilant, perpetually in search of sustenance. Should they accumulate sufficient wealth, perhaps they could return to the kingdom of Goya and reclaim their status. Drip, drip. Crimson droplets fell to the ground, gradually forming a small puddle, soaking into the exposed back of the giant. The pirate stood beside the giant, one hand holding a grotesque, exposed object while the other incessantly scribbled symbols across the giant's body. The head, torso, arms, any visible surface was covered in markings, with the conspicuous absence of symbols over the giant's heart, standing out starkly. Crack. With a crisp crack, the pirate severed the head of the still-breathing novice, cradling it as he approached the heart of the colossal figure, having previously drained the essence from the purple-haired giant's heart to replenish his own magical powers. He now sought to bestow a new heart upon it, one that embodied the utmost resilience in the annals of human existence. With a decisive thrust, the pirate inserted his hand into the designated space, positioning the head, still reluctant to close its eyes, within the original heart's cavity. Arise, O soul from the shadows, heed my command. Extracting the pulsating heart from the new body, the pirate gradually absorbed it into his being, transforming it into arcane energy to complete the final segment of his incantation. And thus he began to chant. A wisp of mist-like magic emanated from his mouth, entwining itself around the purple-haired giant. A wisp, a thread, began to seep into the body of the small giant, accompanied by the incantation's chant, while the sigils adorning him began to shimmer, their crimson hue scattering into the mist, draping him in a veil of ethereal obscurity. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the heart's rhythm emanated slowly from the pirate, as the small giant's form quivered in synchrony with the pulsing of the pirate's heart, resembling a being on the brink of resurrection. Bang. As the heartbeat reached its zenith, the small giant fulfilled the pirate's expectations, springing directly from the ground. A zombie, a creature of the utmost malevolence and darkness, thirsts for blood and revels in the shadows. When a person dies, if their breath lingers, they may transform into a zombie within a century or so. However, with assistance or burial in a site of profound darkness, this period may be significantly shortened. Now, the pirate was practicing this dark art, having once hesitated when the great cat brought this quarry back. Yet, the faint vitality of the bloodline solidified his resolve. Relying solely on himself, and the great cat could never match the rate of recovery of the venomous dragon. Thus, he sought an alternative, creating this favored child of the earth. Go forth, and bring me more bloodlines, more prey. The prolonged casting of spells rendered the pirate's body increasingly frail, his voice becoming hoarse. Bang, bang, bang. The small giant bounded again and again, his immense form crashing to the ground with thunderous roars, dust swirling, the persistent fog of the refuse terminal seemingly aware of his arrival, stirring in response. Meanwhile, the great cat, lounging nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. The notion that a deceased individual could return was profoundly disorienting to its worldview. What are you still doing here? Wasting so much of my time? The pirate chided, casting a glance at the somewhat startled great cat. Time was of the essence for him, especially as dusk began to settle. The venomous dragon's recovery would accelerate once more, widening the gap between them. He believed that when the venomous dragon felt assured, it would not hesitate to rend him apart, siphoning his pure mana to ascend into a dragon. Oh, venomous dragon, you truly embody the manifestation of malevolence in this world. Even I find myself left far behind. The path to immortality is arduous indeed. You, a mere spirit, toil so fervently, how could I, Suyun, lag behind? Sitting cross-legged beneath the tree, the pirate slowly recited his own techniques, striving to uncover the secrets to break through the impasse. Too slow. Who is responsible for today's cargo? In the pirate's bay, aboard a pirate ship, within the captain's quarters, a tall man with a head full of dreadlocks sat at the table, idly tapping it and cursing loudly. Report, Mr. Bertram, today it is Bertram's responsibility. Two young lackeys by the door hastily replied. Bertram. The dreadlocked man chewed on the name, casting a glance out the window as darkness approached. Regardless, the money should be accounted for by now. That fellow, could he have secretly absconded with my funds? Absolutely not. Captain, rest assured, Bertram is far too afraid. He wouldn't dare take your money. Upon hearing the dreadlocked man's words, the lackeys quickly offered their support. Let us hope so. Chapter 12. The difficulty of being a good man, my lord. Searching like this is hardly effective. This island is vast. And when shall we find him? In Windmill Village, Colonel Mouse was conversing with his loyal lieutenant. Who told you I intended to capture pirates? Colonel Mouse twirled his beard, casting a disapproving glance at his lieutenant. But, sir, you were just about to. The lieutenant suddenly halted, giving the colonel a thumbs up and exclaiming, My lord, brilliant, brilliant. Yet, what use is it for us to remain in Windmill Village? Apart from a slight connection to Rear Admiral Carp, we have nothing of value. Once the initial excitement faded, the lieutenant began to worry. Nothing of value? Establishing ties with Admiral Carp is the greatest achievement. Colonel Mouse, disdainful of his lieutenant's short-sightedness, stroked his few whiskers and scoffed. Your insight is remarkable, my lord. Though internally skeptical, the dutiful lieutenant, Hans, promptly offered a flattering remark. Hey, you there. What are you doing? Hurry up and keep up with me. Colonel Mouse chuckled, non-committal. To enhance his stature in the eyes of the villagers, Colonel Mouse exerted considerable effort, enforcing rules with newfound strictness. Any minor infraction resulted in scathing reprimands, leaving the previously lax naval soldiers in despair. Damn it. What has this filthy mouse gone mad with today? His authority is more oppressive than during my time in boot camp. Indeed, what is the point of wandering about at night? If we happen upon a wild beast, it would be disastrous. A few fresh recruits whispered among themselves, dissatisfied with the current strictness. You still don't know. We're on a mission directly ordered by Rear Admiral Carp, and Windmill Village is no ordinary place. It's Carp's hometown. If Colonel Mouse doesn't work hard here, is he still a mouse? A middle-aged naval soldier, adorned with a stubbled visage, became intrigued upon overhearing a conversation among several recruits. He approached with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Hey, you there. Yes, you. What is all this commotion? Do you not know that speaking is forbidden in formation?" However, before he could finish, the exuberant Colonel Mouse fixed his gaze upon him. "Village Chief, do you believe these rascals can be trusted?" The villagers, observing the raucous group of sailors, were clearly laden with skepticism. It should be fine, after all. There must be a reason why Captain Carp sent him, mused Village Chief UPU, though he felt a twinge of apprehension within. Yet, to soothe the villagers, he resolved to maintain a facade of confidence. Lord Carp. If he was dispatched by Lord Carp, then there surely will be no issues. Drive away those wretched pirates. Upon hearing the name of Carp, the villagers visibly relaxed. In their eyes, Carp was their hero, their guardian deity. There was no one Carp could not defeat. Not even the Pirate King. One could only hope this was indeed the case. Village Chief UPU sighed quietly, his emotions quite complex. All right, night is fast approaching. Everyone should return home. Remember, when you prepare dinner, do not forget our heroes, the Navy soldiers, who have arrived here without even having had a meal. Observing the diminishing daylight, Chief UPU began to mobilize the villagers for dinner preparations. Although the soldiers had been sent by Carp on a mission, they should not be underestimated. The previous naval presence in Windmill Village was the best testament to this. They had all fled to the Goa Kingdom as guards, leaving Windmill Village unguarded and allowing those despicable intruders to infiltrate. While nothing had transpired yet, who could guarantee that it would remain so in the future? Rest assured, Chief. We are well aware of this, responded a villager. Indeed, Chief, you underestimate us. We are not unreasonable individuals. Since we all understand this, let us not waste further words. Let us prepare a warm meal for our heroes, so they may enjoy a hearty feast upon their return. Witnessing the villagers' fervor, Chief UPU felt his own spirits lift, and he exclaimed loudly. With a fervent spirit, the villagers hastily returned home, retrieving their cherished stocks of cured fish, cured meat, sausages, and ham to prepare sumptuous dishes for the Navy soldiers. Magino, how much wine do you have left in your store? Upon returning home and seeing the green-haired girl still lost in thought, Chief UPU posed his inquiry directly. Without a response, Magino remained motionless on the sofa, wearing an expression of being utterly drained. Magino, that fellow won't be arrogant for long. Carp has already dispatched someone. We need to prepare dinner for them, and we are only lacking wine. Noticing the girl's unchanged demeanor, Chief UPU proceeded to inform her of the current situation outside. Wine? I have plenty in my store. Take as much as you need. Upon hearing the chief's explanation, the girl finally exhibited a flicker of vitality, casually replying, Well then, I will keep a record of the expenses, and you may come to settle it later. After a moment of hesitation, the chief readily agreed. For Magino's bar was the only place in the entire Windmill Village with such a vast supply of wine. Click. With a heavy thud, Village Chief UPU sank into the sofa and began fiddling with the den mushy. The moment he connected the phone line, it rang sharply. Hello, report to Captain Garp. The call is connected. Hand the phone to me. As UPU lifted the receiver, he was met with a frantic voice on the other end. Hello, is that UPU? What has happened to Luffy? Garp's rugged tone was noticeably strained, a stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor. Rest assured, Garp, Luffy is fine, UPU reassured, feeling an unexpected pang of discomfort at the sound of his old friend's voice. What? UPU, didn't you just say Luffy was on the brink of death? Were you deceiving me? Garp's anger flared at UPU's words. Listen to me, Garp, aside from Luffy's condition, everything else is true. A vicious gang of pirates has invaded Windmill Village, and they are currently hiding and plotting. By the way, have my dispatch men arrived? After his anger subsided, Garp recalled the temporary naval unit he had deployed. The Rat? He has already arrived and is currently searching for those rascals in the village. Mentioning Captain Rat filled UPU with frustration. What possessed you to send such a character? He is a pirate. He is merely the advance party, primarily tasked with guarding the area against pirate attacks until I return, Garp explained, a headache brewing as he considered Rat's mission. Quickly, call them back and tell them to stay put in the village. I'm en route and should arrive by tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning? That is remarkably soon. UPU exclaimed, astonished. It typically takes 3 to 4 days to return from the Grand Line to the East Blue. That is considered slow. If I weren't worried about them exhausting themselves, I would have returned tonight, but then I wouldn't be able to fight, Garp said. glancing at the exhausted naval soldiers pedaling vigorously beside him. In that case, hurry back. I fear that the longer we delay, the more trouble those pirates may cause. UPU urged Garp to hasten his return, disregarding any concerns about stamina. All right, you can trust me on this. I have it all under control. Garp, growing impatient with UPU's incessant chatter, replied, if there's nothing else, I have matters to attend to. Very well, but please return swiftly, UPU said reluctantly. Hanging up the phone, his expression resembled that of a forlorn wife waiting for her husband's return, causing nearby Makino to shiver involuntarily. What the hell? When did UPU become so insufferable? Garp muttered, shaking off the feeling as he prepared to return to the village. Move aside. He grabbed a nearly collapsed naval soldier and mounted him, pressing down on the pedals. Instantly, the ship's speed surged, sending it racing forward, leaving a trail of white foam in its wake. Whoa. With the surge in speed, the navigator struggled to maintain control of the ship, shouting in alarm. Get out of the way. Let me handle it. Battling the fierce winds, Bogart rushed to the side of the navigator, slowly steering the wildly spinning helm back on course. Phew, finally sorted that out. Captain Garp is truly formidable. He alone is worth an entire ship of soldiers, Bogart remarked, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Alas, Captain Garp has joined the fray. No wonder we're moving this fast, the navigator thought, recalling the immense force he had felt earlier at the helm. Filled with admiration, soldiers often revere strength, and within Garp's ranks, this was especially true. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from beneath the ship, causing it to lurch into the air. What is happening? Bogart shouted, struggling to maintain his balance. Sea King. It's a Sea King, shouted the lookout stationed above, pointing at the enormous jellyfish flailing its limbs below. Sea King. Upon hearing this term, Garp halted his vigorous pedaling, suddenly reminded of the disheveled man's warning during the handover. Although our ship can mimic the ocean's essence, Captain Garp, beware. If those Sea Kings spot the ship, they will attack. Damn those Sea Kings, what a waste of my time. As a legendary vice admiral, Garp was not intimidated by a mere Sea King, however. Being attacked repeatedly was indeed time-consuming. Leaping off the pedals, Garp charged onto the deck, sprinting towards the creature. Prepare to meet your end, you little pest. Fueled by rage, Garp lunged at the massive jellyfish that had extended its tentacles in preparation to strike. With a thunderous crash, the monstrous jellyfish toppled over. Hooray! Captain Garp is magnificent. Long live Captain Garp. Damn you pesky creatures for attacking our ship. Now look where that S got you. Garp scolded upon returning to the chaotic deck. Drenched in green goo. What S all the commotion? Get back to rowing. As he surveyed the disorderly scene, the naval soldiers quickly settled down, responding loudly and returning to their tasks with renewed vigor. Humph. Shaking off the remaining filth, Garp glanced around for his diligent aide. Bogart. Where's Bogart? Captain Garp. He is currently at the helm, a nameless sailor reported. At the helm? Isn't there a navigator for that? Call him back to row. Garp raised an eyebrow in annoyance at the sailor's words. Report, Captain Garp. Your rowing was too swift, and the navigator lost control. Which is why Captain Bogart stepped in to assist, the sailor explained earnestly. I was rowing too fast? Garp felt bewildered, unsure of how that related to the situation. But since Bogart could handle the ship, it indicated that speed was not an issue. As he turned, Vice Admiral Garp once again mounted his pedal and exerted himself vigorously. Instantly, the vessel, which had been moving along normally, soared into the air, leaving behind a trail of frothy white waves. Roar! In the jungles of Gulbo Mountain, Colonel Mouse cautiously navigated with his soldiers, listening to the cacophony of roars surrounding them, sending shivers down his spine. Colonel, perhaps we should head back. It has been quite some time. I doubt those villagers would dare to speak out, stammered the lieutenant, seeking solace in the colonel's proximity. Let us return, Colonel. It's far too dark. Indeed. It's so dark we can't even find a torch. How can we navigate? Yes, is it really that late? Has it been 4 hours? The colonel's heart stirred at the mention of time, yet his ambition continued to urge him forward. 4 hours. The lieutenant was taken aback, bewildered by his superior's words, and could only respond, we've been out for at most 40 to 50 minutes. What do you mean 40 to 50 minutes? You wish to return already? Keep searching. If we do not find those damn pirates tonight, you might as well forget about going back. Upon hearing the time, Colonel Mouse erupted with indignation. Continue searching. If we don't locate the pirates today, you shall not rest. He complained vociferously to the Navy soldiers trailing behind him. Colonel, searching in this darkness won't yield results, even if we find those pirates. We may not be able to defeat them. Perhaps I should return with some torches? Observing the colonel's demeanor, the lieutenant realized he was determined to uphold his pride and decided to employ a strategic retreat, intending to sneak back for a meal. Torches? That makes sense. Take a dozen men back to fetch more, the colonel conceded, nodding unconsciously at the thought of the inky black forest. Yes, rest assured, I will accomplish this task. The lieutenant, elated by the colonel's approval, spoke with a newfound exuberance. Oh, and don't forget to bring back some food. I'm starving after being out here all day. Just as the lieutenant was about to depart, the colonel suddenly recalled this detail. You have my word. I will bring back the best food and finest wine from the village." The lieutenant, relieved that the colonel had not changed his mind, confidently promised, patting his chest. "Very well, go." The colonel felt satisfied with the lieutenant's demeanor and waved him off. "Hurry, we mustn't delay." Without selecting a few robust soldiers, the lieutenant quickly departed with a few trusted companions, anxious that the colonel might reconsider. Continue onward, gazing at the vast expanse of Galbo Mountain. Colonel Mouse felt a headache coming on. Even with more men, that would still be insufficient for such a daunting task. To maintain his image in Vice Admiral Carp's eyes, he resolutely decided to forge ahead. "Colonel, can we take a break? I'm utterly exhausted." "Indeed, Colonel. We are not in the village. Those rascals would be none the wiser. Besides, if we venture too far, Lord Hans may not find us. What is all this commotion? When I command you to march, you march. It's one thing to slack off in everyday circumstances, but at this critical moment, you would dare to hinder me." Hearing the feeble protest from behind, Colonel Mouse's anger flared, and he whirled around, his face contorted with rage as he bellowed. If anyone utters another word about being tired, do not blame Colonel Mouse for being heartless. Bang, bang. With one hand gripping his firearm, he fired into the air, swiftly emptying the chamber to quell the ensuing chaos. Continue forward. Satisfied by the fearful expressions of the Navy soldiers around him, Colonel Mouse spun around, gesturing with determination, leading the group onward. Is someone firing a gun? At the northernmost edge of Galbo Mountain, beneath a large tree beside the wasteland, a pirate abruptly opened his eyes, glancing toward Windmill Village. Gunpowder, a weapon that instilled dread in modern cultivators, had drawn practitioners from their secluded training in the late 19th and early 20th centuries to serve their country against foreign invasions. However, when they came into contact with those so-called Western nations, numerous practitioners met their demise at their hands, all due to a simple firearm. A firearm loaded with gunpowder and lead bullets. With its long range, devastating lethality, and low entry requirements for training, countless cultivators perished, returning to their ancestral homes. "I can't believe I'd find such a thing here. It's truly nostalgic." Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply, reflecting on the past with a sense of longing. Confronted with such formidable weaponry, the cultivators were not foolish. They sought to acquire firearms from the battlefield and the court, though it was somewhat beneath their dignity. The results were undeniably significant. As a new wave of cultivators joined the fray, the tide of battle shifted, and the once uncivilized Westerners fell one after another beneath the might of firearms, offering no resistance. Had it not been for the court's fear of losing its power, cutting off their supplies, the foreigners would merely have been an appetizer. Disillusioned with the court, many cultivators returned to their sects, secluding themselves, believing that as long as their own gates remained unassailed, the chaos outside was of no concern. Roar. Just as the pirate reminisced about those challenging times, the great cat returned with fresh prey. Gazing at the dismembered quarry before him, the pirate's lips twitched. They never managed to bring back a complete hunt. Rising, he approached the pile of prey, casually seizing one, his sharp claws piercing the skin and burrowing into flesh, heading straight for the heart. Thump, thump. Upon feeling the heartbeat, a smile involuntarily crept across the pirate's face, and his complexion flushed. This was the aftermath of indulging in the dark arts. As the pirate's body had become addicted to the rapid surge of power, if he could not restrain this desire, he would ultimately be denied the path of greatness, becoming a puppet of his own cravings. The power of blood is truly formidable. Extracting his hand from the prey's body, the pirate inhaled the cold night air, reflecting wistfully. "Poisonous dragon, let us wait and see who ultimately prevails. Will you consume me, or shall I bring you down?" With his bloodshot eyes fixed on the distant, undulating form of the poisonous dragon, the pirate roared with manic fervor, resembling someone lost in a drug-induced frenzy. "Go, fetch that gunman from your lair." After venting his emotions, the pirate finally regained control, instructing the great cat, who had yet to depart, while bending down to grasp a seemingly sturdier piece of prey, to continue his indulgence. Roar. With a low growl, the great cat wearily rose to its feet and strode into Galbo Mountain. "Have you located that scoundrel Burjimi yet? The den of the worthless." The pirate's bay, Brujum grumbled irritably to the two guards before him. Report, Mr. Brujum," one of the guards stammered, glancing nervously at the man. "Just moments ago, the men down below informed us that." "What is it?" Brujum demanded, rapping his fingers on the table. "They said that Burjimi has been captured by the master of Galbo Mountain." Chapter 15. The cat swaps the crown prince. Are you jesting with me? That great tiger has only descended from the mountain during times of drought and food scarcity. Brujum halted his actions, glaring fiercely at the guard who had spoken. Perhaps it is currently short of provisions," the guard replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, his voice trembling. "I care not for the particulars. I want to see the money before dawn breaks. If you fail to place the funds at my bedside upon my awakening, you shall accompany Burjimi to his grave." Brujum fixed the two guards with a menacing stare. "Why yes, Mr. Brujum, rest assured, we will retrieve the money." The guards bowed their heads, avoiding Brujum's gaze as they fervently promised. "Begone." Upon receiving their response, Brujum reclined back into his chair, waving them away. "Why yes." The guards, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly exited the room, wiping the sweat from their foreheads. "Colonel, we should retreat. This place is far too perilous." Within Gulbo Mountain, a group of battered sailors supported one another as they navigated the narrow mountain path, desperately pleading with the obstinate old rat. "We shall search for another half hour. If we fail to find him, we will wait until dawn." Colonel Mouse's once fiery spirit had gradually cooled after enduring crocodile attacks in the marsh, leech bites in the jungle, and the blockade of mountain monkeys. Observing the weary soldiers, he finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. Oh, the soldiers lowered their heads, filled with anticipation, trudging onward. As a group that had graduated from military academy without ever experiencing actual combat, they found today's ordeal exceedingly difficult to bear, their bodies and minds utterly exhausted. Smack! A sound of a branch snapping echoed from the forest path. Yet, the weary soldiers, fatigued and disheartened, remained oblivious. For beneath their feet, branches broke and leaves rustled incessantly. Those cursed pirates, where could they have vanished? If we return like this, we shall surely be the subject of ridicule among the villagers. If they dare to mention this before Lord Cap, my prospects will be utterly ruined. Colonel Mouse, leading the way, wrestled with tumultuous thoughts in his mind. No, I must conceive a plan to bring forth some pirates. You lot, return and fetch Hans. The rest of you stay here and rest. How is it that he has yet to return after all this time? Resolute in his decision, Colonel Mouse commenced his preparations. He summoned a few soldiers to return for their lieutenant and to bring supplies, while the others were tasked with recuperating their strength for the battles that lay ahead. Aye, Colonel. Upon hearing Mouse's orders, the soldiers erupted in cheers, acknowledging the foolish man had finally come to his senses, understanding the gravity of their situation. Except for Mouse and the few named soldiers, everyone else promptly sank to the ground, disregarding the dampness and filth beneath them. A bunch of useless fellows. It was nothing short of folly to rely on them to capture pirates. Observing the disheveled naval soldiers sprawled on the ground, despair flooded Mouse's heart. Perhaps I have indeed overthought this. Pirates, I say they are, and they are. Why expend such effort to seek them out? Simply find a few ruffians or mountain bandits. Wouldn't that suffice? Shaking his head, Mouse lamented his previous stubbornness. Who would have thought that a colonel of his stature would so naively seek out pirates? He was not one to be so narrow-minded. Suddenly, Mouse, avoiding the gazes of several naval officers, stepped aside to relieve himself. Sighing, he expelled the accumulated waste from his body, finding a momentary comfort that made him shiver. Just then, a colossal tiger, measuring at least 20 meters in length, sprang forth with an ear-splitting roar, stunning everyone in place. Before they could react, the beast seized Colonel Mouse in its jaws. "Colonel, quick, save him!" Bang, bang, bang. As their commander was snatched away by the creature, the soldiers erupted into chaos, scrambling to their feet, seizing their weapons, and wildly firing in the direction of the great cat. "Cease fire! Cease fire! We cannot afford to injure the colonel." Amidst the frenzy, a diminutive man emerged, shouting loudly. "Johnny, do not disrupt the morale of the troops. Is it truly necessary to condemn the colonel to death merely because he chastised you a few times?" Immediately after the small man spoke, a soldier who frequently accompanied Colonel Mouse stepped forward to counter his claims. "I am not," Johnny stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment upon being exposed. "Brothers, do not heed this scoundrel's lies. Remember how Colonel Mouse has treated us. Now that he is in peril, it is our time to repay him." Faced with an inability to refute, the soldier, likely one of Mouse's guards, rallied the others. "Indeed, brothers, Colonel Mouse has never been unkind to us. He has always shared his fortunes. Now, it is our turn to act." As the guards incited the crowd, several individuals sprang forth, chanting loudly, "Rescue the colonel! Rescue the colonel! Rescue the colonel!" Like a fervent rallying cry, the guards swiftly ignited the spirits of the majority, charging forth with renewed vigor, leaving only a few regularly chastised souls behind, exchanging bewildered glances. Roar! Bang! With a muffled thud, the great cat dropped its prey at the feet of the pirate, growling softly to rouse him from his meditative state. Back so soon? The pirate observed the great cat, which had been waiting patiently beside him. It had only been a mere quarter of an hour since its departure. During this brief interval, he had merely consumed 2 individuals, restoring his magical energy to the first level of chi cultivation. Was this the one who fired the gun? The pirate regarded the diminutive figure on the ground, trembling as he aimed a gun between himself and the great cat, his hands shaking as he fumbled to steady his aim. Who are you? Why have you brought me here?" The mouse-like colonel stammered, gripping his weapon tightly. "Your attire suggests you belong to a military unit, and judging by your rank, it appears to be a significant one. Pray tell, who exactly are you?" Ignoring the colonel's inquiries, the pirate approached him slowly, analyzing the situation as he moved, his voice laced with a subtle allure that rendered the colonel momentarily entranced. Hypnosis, a secret skill the pirate had acquired throughout his extensive career. While it may hold little value against cultivators, this realm belonged to ordinary mortals. Coupled with the unique talents of the poison dragon, he had amassed considerable wealth, power, and influence in a remarkably short span. "I am colonel of the 16th Division of the East Sea Navy. Here under the orders of Vice Admiral Karp to eliminate the pirates invading Windmill Village, the colonel mumbled, his eyes clouded with confusion as he divulged all he knew. Crack. With a sharp crack, the pirate decisively snapped the neck of his victim, shedding the clothing to don the uniform stripped from the mouse. Depleted of his original vigor, the pirate's physique had grown remarkably frail. Even the attire of the diminutive mouse colonel, 10 centimeters shorter than him, appeared somewhat oversized. Yet, the pirate paid no heed to such trivialities. He carelessly tore the fabric, creating several rips, and smeared some blood from the ground onto himself before approaching the great cat. Scratch me. An astonishing utterance escaped the lips of the pirate. However, the great cat paid no heed to such words and swiftly struck the pirate's face. Splatter. Blood gushed forth, revealing the white skull beneath the pirate's already meager flesh. Chapter 16. The Deceptive Facade. Drip, drip, blood trickled down the pirate's visage, gradually falling into the ever-accumulating puddle, creating a series of dazzling splashes. TSK. The pirate extended his tongue to taste the blood that had trickled down his face, smacking his lips in delight. Once more, savoring the metallic tang in his mouth, the pirate became invigorated, akin to a shark detecting blood. Splatter. A sound reminiscent of tearing leather emanated from the pirate as the great cat once again inflicted several wounds upon him. However, this time it was not as effortless as before. The great cat exerted considerable effort, managing to pierce the pirate's skin only after applying a significant force. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. In response to the pain coursing through his body, the pirate erupted into a maniacal laughter. His face smeared with blood as he covered it with one hand. Venomous dragon, we must take our leave. Observing the still hungry black serpent, the pirate called out slowly. Hiss. Upon hearing the pirate's summons, the venomous dragon turned its gaze toward him, its cold eyes fixed on the pirate, showing no intention of departing. Ha ha. So you refuse to leave, do you? Very well, remain here. Not the least bit surprised by the dragon's unwillingness to depart. The pirate resolutely picked up the weapon left behind by Colonel Mouse and turned to leave. Bang, bang, bang. As the pirate strode forward, firing his weapon, he understood from Colonel Mouse's testimony that as soon as he signaled, reinforcements would undoubtedly arrive. If he could successfully connect with those individuals, the ensuing matters would become exceedingly simple. Securing substantial support from a formidable faction, restoring strength, replenishing resources, and acquiring materials would all become remarkably effortless. With a swift motion, he drew the golden sword intended for Admiral Karp, wielding it with reckless abandon. Crack, crack, bang. The towering trees on either side were severed, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Although Su Yun had only superficially practiced swordsmanship and had not delved deeply into its study, the power of the sword in his hand allowed him to achieve this feat with some difficulty. Devour all of this, leaving no trace behind, he uttered casually, glancing back at the large cat pirate sprawled on the ground, preparing to rest, before turning away. Gunfire erupted in the distance. It was undoubtedly Colonel Mouse. Deep within the forest, naval soldiers were recklessly searching for Colonel Mouse's whereabouts when suddenly, a volley of gunfire rang out. Instantly, the soldiers, like cats catching a scent of blood, dashed frantically towards the source of the shots. Meanwhile, while the Navy scoured for Mouse, Hans finally returned to Windmill Village after some delay and, upon inquiry, found the village chief's residence. Knock, knock, knock. A knock resounded at the door, prompting village chief UPU to cautiously open it a crack. Upon recognizing a familiar face clad in a naval uniform, he swung the door wide. What brings you here? Esteemed officer? UPU inquired as he stepped out from behind the door. Greetings, village chief. I am Hans, the aide-de-camp to Colonel Mouse, and I have been dispatched by the colonel to procure some torches and provisions. Rest assured, we shall compensate you for any expenses incurred. The aide replied with a beaming smile. No need for that. You are, after all, acting in the interest of our safety. How could we possibly accept payment? UPU, now understanding the aide's intentions, responded with customary hospitality. By the way, esteemed officer, during my earlier conversation with Major General Karp, he seemed to indicate that you were to establish defenses in the village rather than apprehend pirates. Defenses in the village? The aide paused, momentarily taken aback. However, recalling the colonel's character, he quickly deduced that there had been a misunderstanding regarding the orders. Thank you for your reminder, village chief. I shall summon them back immediately. Turning, the aide extracted a telephone bug from his pocket and began dialing. Beep beep, beep beep. After several attempts, he was met with silence, his anxiety escalating as he realized the peril posed by the pirates. Should Colonel Mouse meet his demise here, the repercussions upon Major General Karp's arrival would be dire. As a subordinate who had failed to fulfill his responsibilities, he would undoubtedly face a military tribunal, facing sentencing and possibly confinement. Beep beep, hello? Is this Lord Hans? After repeated unsuccessful calls, the aide decisively changed the number. This is Hans speaking. What is the situation there? Where's the colonel? Why is he not answering the phone? Finally connected, Hans exhaled in relief and questioned the voice on the other end. Sir, there's grave news. Colonel Mouse has been captured by a massive tiger. We are currently searching the woods, Upon realizing he was speaking to Hans, the naval soldier on the other end felt a surge of hope and hurriedly relayed the details of the incident. What? Colonel Mouse has been captured by a tiger. What are you all doing? How could so many fail to protect just one man? Hans erupted in disbelief upon hearing the distressing news. We had no choice. The tiger was towering at least 3 or 4 stories high and over 20 meters long. Before we could react, Colonel Mouse was taken. After enduring Hans's scolding, the soldier voiced his grievance. Enough of your excuses. Go find him immediately. If a single hair is missing from Colonel Mouse, I will hold you accountable. The aide interrupted, his patience wearing thin. Yes, sir. With lingering frustration, the soldier hung up and resumed the search with renewed determination. What troubles you, sir? Village Chief UPU inquired, noticing the aide's darkening demeanor. Nothing, merely a minor issue, the aide replied, forcing a smile. That's good to hear. Shall I accompany you to retrieve those torches? UPU deftly redirected the conversation. Just tell me where they are, and I shall fetch them myself. Despite his troubled spirit, the aide maintained an air of politeness, demonstrating his composure. That won't do. I shall accompany you, UPU insisted. Individuals who attain the position of village chief are either revered for their integrity or possess cunning and adeptness. And it was clear that the young UPU belonged to the latter category. Although he was tasked with a mission, he received the aid with utmost care. Chapter 17. Red and Black, Where is the Colonel? On the northern face of Galbo Mountain, near the abandoned terminus, the naval soldiers finally located their Colonel Mouse. Colonel. The sight of their leader lying in a pool of blood brought tears to the eyes of several soldiers. Quickly, bandage the Colonel. Amidst the chaos, one soldier recognized the urgency of the situation. Medic. With this prompt, the surrounding soldiers sprang into action, calling out loudly. Clear the way. The previously confined medics seized the opportunity to rush to Colonel Mouse's side, clutching their long-held medical kit. Step back. Do not crowd together. Let the air circulate. Upon reaching the Colonel, the medic merely glanced at the grievous wounds before directing the crowd to disperse. The severity of the Colonel's injuries, exposing bone and entrails, posed a challenge not only in treatment but in preventing infection. The slightest breach of the wound could trigger a disastrous cycle, threatening his life. With swift precision, the medic retrieved a vial of antiseptic from his kit and poured it onto Colonel Mouse's wounds. Hiss! Even the stoic pirate winced at the sudden sting, unable to suppress a cry of pain. Who are you? What are you doing? The pirate cursed, glaring at the medic. Colonel, I am Medic Sass. You are injured and require treatment, the medic explained, glancing at the now conscious Colonel. Then why the hell don't you administer anesthesia first? This hurts like hell. The pirate continued to berate the medic. Colonel, this is a special antiseptic provided by the naval headquarters. Though it may sting, it is highly effective. Please bear with it. The medic replied, simultaneously pulling out needles and thread from his kit to begin suturing the wounds. Damn it, didn't you hear me? I asked for anesthesia, and you went straight to stitching. The pirate contorted his face, cursing loudly. Colonel, please endure. It will be over soon. Observing the Colonel's agony, the surrounding naval soldiers attempted to offer comfort. Indeed, Colonel, this too shall pass. Try to think of something else. Perhaps that young widow from Chuanyong village or Maria from Shueida village. Shut up. You are driving me mad. The pirate snapped, the unfamiliar names threatening to expose him. Enough chatter. I can hardly perform the surgery with all this noise. The medic suddenly raised his voice, unable to contain his frustration. Instantly, the naval soldiers fell silent, as if struck by an earthquake. In any setting, medics are revered and respected, especially among soldiers who often dance on the precipice of life and death. Without a competent physician, many would have perished on the battlefield. Though they had not engaged in many battles alongside Colonel Mouse, they understood the gravity of the moment as their commander underwent surgery. They had no choice but to endure the tension. You scoundrel! How dare you deceive me? In the vicinity of the waste disposal station, 2 guards of Brugem were mercilessly beating a frail man, hurling loud curses at him. My lord, I witnessed it with my own eyes. I am not deceiving you. Mr. Bergemi was indeed taken away by the master of Galpo Mountain. The feeble man lay on the ground, cradling his head and weeping bitterly. What about the item? That damned, foul-smelling tiger hasn't devoured it too, has it? Another kick landed brutally in the man's abdomen as one guard growled. It must have been you who took it, right? Listen, kid, I advise you to hand over the item sooner rather than later. It will spare you some suffering. Crouching beside the frail man, the other guard took on a sympathetic demeanor. I truly did not take it. The weak man, while avoiding the guard's gaze, protested from his position on the ground, still daring to deny it. The menacing guard kicked him again. Enough. If you keep hitting him, you'll kill him. The sympathetic guard rose and pulled the menacing guard aside, urging him, brother, think about it. Where could you possibly go with that much money? In this disposal station. If you flaunt your cash, you'll be on the ground in less than 100 meters. Heed my advice, quickly hand over the money. Who knows, Mr. Brugem might be pleased and reward you a little. The sympathetic guard returned to the frail man, feigning goodwill, persistently assaulting the man's psychological defenses. Are you serious? The frail man mustered his courage to look at the sympathetic guard. Of course. Are you unaware of my reputation? Upon hearing the frail man's words, the sympathetic guard's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm as he pounded his chest, assuring, very well, I will take you to gather it. With a newfound resolve, the weak man struggled to rise, wiping the blood from his nose, and headed towards his dilapidated abode. Be careful, retrieve the money before taking action. The sympathetic guard followed slowly behind, whispering to the menacing guard, do not worry, this is not our first rodeo. You know my capabilities. The menacing guard replied with a cruel smile. As long as you're aware, the sympathetic guard nodded, trusting his comrade's integrity. The item is here. You truly meant what you said earlier, right? You will indeed share it with me? Upon reaching a small shack constructed from half-rotten wooden planks, the frail man halted abruptly, turning to the guards. Absolutely. If it weren't for you, that money would have been snatched away by those scoundrels. The sympathetic guard nodded with a smile, portraying it as all your merit. Humph. At that moment, the menacing guard also expressed his displeasure at the situation. Kid, this money is not yours to claim at will. It requires Mr. Brugham's consent. Did we not agree earlier? I give you the money, and you provide me with a share. Why now is it about Mr. Brugham? Upon hearing the name Brugham, the frail man visibly panicked and exclaimed, rest assured, I will speak highly of you in front of Mr. Brugham. Perhaps he will be so pleased as to take you on as an assistant. The sympathetic guard shot a glare at the menacing guard while attempting to reassure the frail man. Well, fine. Although reluctant, the frail man was evidently stirred. Chapter 18. Gratitude and Retribution. Bah. A mere piece of trash dares to demand money from me. The menacing guard spat contemptuously on the ground after discarding the blood from his blade. Well, the item is secured. Let's hurry back. Should we delay? Who knows what might transpire? The sympathetic guard picked up a belt from the ground, waited, glanced inside, and prepared to leave. What is the rush? Let us see if there is anything else. This old coot seems to possess some assets. The menacing guard was unwilling to depart just yet and continued to rummage. Massey, just find Mr. Brugham's money. What could this beggar possibly have? The sympathetic guard frowned. You go ahead. I'm staying to search a bit longer. Don't blame me for not sharing later. The menacing guard Massey replied, bending down to explore the shack. Fine. Search to your heart's content. I'll return. If Mr. Brugham learns of this, he will surely be furious. The sympathetic guard Bruce shook his head and left the room, heading towards the bay. Just then, a shadow suddenly leaped from behind, arms outstretched, aiming for Bruce's heart. Thud. Without a hint of suspense, the owner of those hands pierced through Bruce's back, pulling out his crimson heart. Bruce's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the hand protruding from his chest, unable to utter a word. Thud. The hand withdrew, holding the beating heart, and unceremoniously tossed it into its mouth. Splatter. Vivid blood sprayed from that gaping maw, splattering Bruce's incredulous eyes, staining them with the most exquisite hue of life. The lingering consciousness of Bruce allowed him to recognize the one who had slain him, realizing that his demise was not in vain. Thud. 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 Amidst the swirling dust, the colossal shadow gradually departed, seeking new prey. Raleigh, what has become of the colonel? During the wait, a relatively young naval soldier could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. Silence. Do you not see that I am performing surgery? The medic did not lift his head, reprimanding him sharply. You. The young soldier, incensed by the medic's rude demeanor, stood up to confront him. However, before he could take 2 steps, he was restrained by several older soldiers who pulled him down. Hadlow, do not rush. He is currently in surgery. You may confront him once he is finished. One older soldier seated the young soldier beside him, keeping an eye on the operation while whispering counsel. Clearly, the medic's unreasonable attitude was irksome. Soldiers seldom spared the arrogant, weak individuals. It was only his current task that saved his life. Otherwise, given the number of enemies he had made, being beaten to a pulp would have been a mercy. Let him revel in his arrogance for a bit longer. The young soldier Hadlow declared, slamming his fist against the ground in frustration. Hans, call him to me. The pirate, lying on the ground and enduring the medic's ministrations, shouted loudly. Colonel, Officer Hans has returned to the village for supplies and has yet to return, a nameless naval soldier awkwardly replied. What? That guy went for supplies and hasn't returned yet. He can't possibly be deserting, can he? As the aide-de-camp, the individual most intimately acquainted with Colonel Mouse becomes the primary target of the pirates. To successfully infiltrate this foreign realm, it is imperative to eliminate those who possess an excessive familiarity with the original owner. No matter how convincingly he performs, he remains a glaring anomaly in the eyes of those who have shared countless days together. Desertion is strictly prohibited in any world, nation, or military. Should it occur, it will be met with severe punishment. Consequently, when the pirate uttered this title, an eerie silence enveloped the room, as everyone feared the repercussions of being associated with him. Even those who typically maintained a closer rapport with him fell silent, their mouths opening in futile protest before ultimately surrendering. The 16th Division was indubitably Colonel Mouse's domain, and opposing him would yield no favorable outcome. Cursed be it, upon my return, I shall report this to my superiors and advocate for his court-martial. The pirate seethed, embodying the role of this despicable character. Pirates, those wretched rogues, let me not cross paths with you, lest I rend you asunder. The pirate bellowed, his countenance a mask of fury, but mid-sentence, his tone abruptly shifted. Ouch! Could you not exercise a modicum of caution? That pain is excruciating. The pirate trembled, propping himself up as he hurled invectives at the medic, who had begun to close the wound. Rory remained silent, beads of sweat cascading down his face. For this was his inaugural undertaking of such a significant surgery. The theoretical knowledge gleaned from Naval Academy studies proved utterly ineffective. He relied solely on years of experience from mending clothing, devoid of any scientific foundation. The 16th Division was languidly complacent, untouched by war or conflict, even devoid of genuine quarrels. All personnel were ensnared in the indulgent lifestyle fostered by the so-called Colonel Mouse, partaking in opium and leading a life of blissful ignorance. They were indifferent to monetary concerns, as the tributes from the villages, cities, and bandits under their jurisdiction sufficed to sustain them for generations. Even he, the ostensibly inconsequential physician, received a commendable share of profits, let alone the others. At last, snipping the thread, Rory rose, wiping the sweat from his brow, and wearily declared, "Damn it. Is this sufficient for you? I requested anesthetics." Gazing at the crooked wounds adorning his body, the pirate exploded in rage. "I didn't bring any." Rory frowned, observing the deranged Colonel Mouse, and a pang of regret surged within him. Why had he chosen to associate with such a scoundrel? It was these individuals who tarnished the Navy's reputation, rendering it chaotic. Perhaps it would be better if they all perished. Strike him down. Kill this bastard for daring to disregard my commands. As Rory contemplated his existence, the pirate issued his orders. Bang! Rory barely registered the moment before a powerful fist felled him to the ground, delivered by young Seaman Hadlow. "Hey, I've long held a grudge against you. Had you not been performing surgery on the colonel, I would have dispatched you long ago." Chapter 19. A shift in focus helped me up, lying supine on the ground. The pirate called to the nearby naval soldiers. "Colonel, your wound is still fresh. You shouldn't rise." A soldier hastily crouched beside the pirate, attempting to dissuade him. "Spare me your nonsense, and help me up." The pirate glared at the soldier, his voice booming with indignation. "Yes, sir." Witnessing their superior's fury, the soldier had no choice but to assist the pirate to his feet. "Hiss, are you trying to kill me? Can you not be gentler?" Throughout the process of rising, the pirate continued to seek fault, diligently performing his role. "You little rascal, how dare you leave without anesthetics? Do you not know I abhor pain?" With the soldier's support, the pirate approached Medic Rory, delivering a forceful kick. "Damn it, bind him and take him back. We'll deal with him later." The pirate gasped for breath, issuing commands to the onlookers. "Yes, sir." The young soldier Budlow was the first to react, swiftly lunging at the medic and binding him tightly. "You tough guy, where's your bravado now?" Gritting his teeth, the young soldier taunted Rory. "You cannot kill me. I am a soldier, one with a record at naval headquarters." With bleary eyes, Rory weakly called out towards Colonel Mouse. "I never said I would kill you. I merely intend to hold you accountable for your actions." Observing the medic's fading consciousness, the pirate chose his words carefully. "What crime have I committed?" Rory struggled to maintain his composure as he inquired. "That, my friend, is beyond my foresight." Gazing upward at the sky obscured by dense foliage, the pirate refrained from providing a direct answer. "Continue onward." With a wave of his hand, the pirate issued his command. "Colonel, are we still searching?" "Indeed, Colonel. You've just sustained grave injuries. If this continues, your health will suffer." "Colonel, let today suffice. We shall reconvene once your wounds have healed." Upon hearing the words of the pirate, the naval soldiers erupted into a cacophony of voices. "What are you shouting about? Lord Carp is about to return to the village. If we fail to achieve something, how shall I face him with these wounds?" The pirate hoarsely bellowed. Silently, the soldiers fell quiet. As naval personnel, their fundamental sense of honor had not yet been lost, and they understood the concepts of shame and disgrace. "Let us depart. If we do not capture any pirates today, I vow not to return to the city." Observing the expressions of the crowd, the pirate sensed the moment had arrived to ignite their spirits. "I vow not to return to the city. I vow not to return to the city. I vow not to return to the city." The soldiers fervently chanted their rallying cry, the thunderous sound echoing far and wide, reaching the dismal terminus, the Pirates' Cove, the Kingdom of Goa, and even the distant windmill village beyond the mountains. What is going on with these individuals? At such a time, they exhibit such fervor. The aide, traversing the wooded paths laden with supplies, was astonished by the resonating voices that surrounded him. Since being assigned under the command of Colonel Mouse, he had neither heard nor witnessed such a synchronized and resounding chant. Although it was not the naval motto being shouted at this moment, who else could evoke such stirring calls within this forest? "Hasten, we must locate them before dawn." After urging a few of his loyal soldiers, the aide quickened his pace, striving to advance towards the source of the sounds. What is happening? Where have all these people come from? In a large wooden cabin within the depths of Galbo Mountain, a corpulent woman abruptly sprang from her bed, hastily rushing to the window. her vigilant gaze fixed upon the ominous darkness of the forest, scrutinizing every subtle movement. Everyone rise. After fruitless observation, the stout woman opted for the most conservative approach. Stepping outside her room to rouse the slumbering bandits sprawled haphazardly on the floor. Luffy, Ace, you two rascals, get up. The enemy is nearly at our doorstep. After awakening most of the bandits, the woman ascended to the loft, calling out to two children who appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old. Dayton, what are you doing? It's the dead of night, and you disturb our sleep. One child, clad in a tank top, groggily rubbed his eyes and yawned in complaint. Dayton, is something amiss? However, the other child, far more astute, immediately sprang from his bed upon seeing the serious expression on the stout woman's face. Someone has invaded the mountains. Quickly, come out to defend. With those hurried words, the woman dashed down from the loft. There were still many brethren awaiting her instructions. She had no time to elaborate to these two youngsters, still innocent in their understanding. Oh, has someone really come to attack the mountain? Ah, how delightful. Upon hearing the stout woman's words, the child in the tank top was instantly wide awake, his face alight with excitement. Stop grinning foolishly. If those ruffians manage to breach our defenses, we are doomed. Ace, having been brought here by Admiral Carp, had spent a full decade in this den of thieves, developing a profound affection for every tree and blade of grass, particularly for these endearing and lovable bandits. They had provided him with a warm home, teaching him the myriad facets of life, enabling him to survive in this perilous world. Thus, for the sake of these people, for this home, he vowed to exert every ounce of strength to repel those who dared to encroach upon them. Doomed. Upon hearing this strange yet familiar term, Luffy was instantly reminded of the events from earlier that day. The enormous tiger, the tumbling boulders, and the swaying trees had all lunged at him with menacing ferocity. No, no, I refuse to die. Shaking his head, Luffy swiftly descended from the loft, heedless of the astonished gazes of the bandits. Bursting out of the wooden cabin and standing before the dark forest, unleashing a fierce roar. Bring him back, the stout woman shouted in a state of urgent anxiety. With remarkable speed, Ace charged out of the wooden cabin, brandishing his makeshift weapon, a pipe he had cobbled together, directly striking Luffy on the head. A visibly crimson bump erupted on the boy's forehead, and with the appearance of this injury, he collapsed. Chapter 20. Brothers, the time to serve the world government has arrived over there. Amidst the chaos as the Navy frantically searched for the pirates within the Gulbo Mountains, a shout successfully captured their attention. Brothers, the time to serve the world government has arrived. Charge. With the assistance of a naval soldier, a pirate stood before the crowd, rallying them with fervor. With a wave of his hand, the pirate charged ahead towards the source of the sound. Onward. The fervent naval soldiers brandished their weapons, fervently following their colonel, racing towards the noise. What shall we do, Boss Dadong? In the wooden cabin, a short man wearing a hat anxiously inquired of the sullen-faced stout woman beside him. Wait until they emerge. I want to see who possesses the audacity to attack my stronghold. Although uncertainty gnawed at her, she could not show weakness in front of her subordinates. If she displayed fear, they might as well surrender without a fight. But boss, there are so many of them. Can we truly withstand them? While Dadong's words were eloquent, the bandits were acutely aware of their own capabilities. Shut your mouth, you fool. Have you not even seen the enemy yet, and you are already quaking in fear? The stout woman swiftly subdued the speaker, gripping his throat and pulling him closer. Her face contorted with ferocity. If the enemy approaches, will you not simply surrender? Be boss. I did not mean that, he stammered, hands grasping at the woman's grip. Bang. Humph. As long as that's the case. The stout woman tossed the bandit to the ground, coldly asserting, you all stand firm. This enemy is unlike any we have faced before. They are likely a regular army, so be on your guard. Regular army. At the mere mention of these words, the entire den erupted in chaos. With their lackluster skills, they typically preyed upon villagers and disorganized groups, subsisting on the meager provisions provided by a diminutive creature of dubious nature. They were far from a match for a proper military force. Several individuals, upon hearing this, exchanged furtive glances, desperately seeking an opportunity to flee from the impending disaster. Boss Dadong, it cannot be a regular army, right? We haven't committed any heinous acts. Besides, the only two powers with regular forces around are the Kingdom of Goya and the Navy. Lord Kapu's grandsons are here with us. They cannot attack. And as for the Kingdom of Goya, they are notoriously clean and refrain from engaging in external conflicts, let alone with us. Noticing the subtle expressions among the crowd, the short man was the first to react, exclaiming loudly, exactly, how could they possibly attack us? You must be mistaken, boss. With the short man's prompt, several of the stout woman's confidants quickly echoed in agreement, striving to dispel the bandits' fears and restore their morale. Perhaps I misheard. How could a regular army deem us worthy of their attention? The stout woman forced a bitter smile, adding her voice to the chorus. Colonel, there's a wooden cabin over there. However, scarcely had the stout woman finished speaking when a commotion erupted outside. Brothers, this must be the base of those damned stinking pirates. Standing at the forefront of the ranks, Su Yun addressed the fervent naval soldiers, delivering a final rousing speech before the charge. For the safety of the people, for the interests of the nation, for justice, brothers, charge with me. With a determined shove against a supporting soldier, Su Yun led the charge forward. Onward. The naval soldiers surged with excitement, swiftly overcoming obstacle after obstacle, racing toward the solitary wooden cabin swaying in the storm. This battle marked their first since enlisting, carrying profound significance. Boss, they are coming. It truly is a regular army. What shall we do, boss? Inside the wooden cabin, the bandits watched as naval soldiers poured forth from the forest, though they could not discern the uniforms. The uniformity of their weaponry and battle cries unmistakably revealed their identity. Brothers, the outside is merely a rabble. Do not let them intimidate you. Listen to their disorganized footsteps. They are clearly not well trained. Gritting her teeth, the stout woman rose abruptly, proclaiming loudly, they are merely a flock of fat sheep sent to us. If we eliminate them, we can expand our ranks and invade the kingdom of Goya to fulfill our unification ambitions. Brothers, for our dreams, let us fight. The stout woman was the first to burst through the door of the wooden cabin. A desperate necessity given the sight of the enemy's orderly firearms juxtaposed against their own chaotic arsenal of knives, pitchforks, and a few makeshift weapons. It was likely they would not withstand even the first wave of gunfire. Thus, close combat was their only slim chance of victory. Bang! Fire! Observing the group armed only with firearms, yet rushing forward recklessly, the pirates had no choice but to strike first, taking the lead. Bang! 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 A flurry of gunfire erupted behind the pirates, piercing through the corpulent woman who led the charge, striking her squarely and sending splintered wood and crimson blood flying. Ah! I'm going to die, I'm going to die. The youth, cowering behind a multitude of bandits, clutched his head in despair, his face ashen. Dayton. The freckled boy who had been trailing the stout woman cried out anxiously at the sight of her collapsing form. Quick, retreat. Hide. Hide with Luffy. These ruffians, no. We cannot contend with them. If they find you, tell them you are the grandson of Marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp, and that we were the ones who brought you here. The flintlock, primarily constructed with a sturdy wooden stock, equipped with a flint striker and an iron anvil, which ignites the gunpowder upon impact, is an inexpensive and straightforward weapon utilized by naval soldiers. While its advantages are apparent, its shortcomings are equally fatal. Each shot necessitates a reload of gunpowder and lead balls, consuming valuable time in battle. As death loomed, the stout woman, possibly moved by her deep bond with Ace, imparted her final words to him while the naval soldiers reloaded their weapons. Chapter 21. Coercive interrogation. The outcome of the battle was never in doubt. The firepower of the Navy utterly overwhelmed this band of third-rate brigands, turning the ground into a river of blood, with splinters swirling in the air, while the flickering flames danced among the debris, seeking sustenance. Colonel, we have located the two children. After dispatching all enemies, the Navy soldiers discovered Ace and Luffy, who had been hiding within the bandits' lair. Bring them here. Upon hearing the soldiers' words, the pirates' eyes narrowed. If there were no captives from this skirmish, their identities could be fabricated with ease. As long as it was not too outrageous, for the higher-ups generally would not inquire. However, with witnesses, the opportunity for glory would be significantly diminished. Colonel, these are the two children we found inside the house, a Navy soldier announced, escorting the youngsters forward. Oh, have we ascertained their origins? The pirate scrutinized the two children before him. Truthfully, they appeared to possess considerable potential. A robust physique, strong bones, yet exuding an air of oppression. This is clearly a consequence of the mother's prolonged nurturing within her womb, allowing the child to absorb ample nutrition before birth. While this method may enhance innate talents, the repercussions are quite evident. Without someone to stretch and strengthen his limbs in the future, his stature and physique may be adversely affected. Conversely, another child, also a prodigy, is enveloped by a peculiar force, a madness intertwined with threads of insatiable greed, reminiscent of the descriptions found in ancient tomes about the demon race. However, the pirate, gazing upon the youth, cannot discern any trace of the demonic lineage. Only through the outer shell can one catch a glimpse of what lies beneath. Report, Colonel. A soldier faltered mid-sentence, hesitating not out of cowardice, but due to the absurdity of the claim. If he dared to voice such words before Colonel Mouse, he would undoubtedly face a severe punishment. What did you say? The pirate, having caught the soldier's hesitation, directly inquired. The soldier, casting a peculiar glance at the two boys with heads bowed, explained, they claimed to be the grandsons of Vice Admiral Garp, stating that they were captured by this band of mountain bandits after losing track of time while playing outside. Upon hearing the name Garp, the pirate immediately recalled the purpose of Colonel Mouse's expedition, to organize defenses in Windmill Village in anticipation of Vice Admiral Garp's arrival. Although this so-called naval hero might have been drawn here by his own actions, it was evident that these two children were indeed the primary reason for the Vice Admiral's return from the distant seas. Only this rationale could clarify why a distinguished naval Vice Admiral would make such a commotion. You claim Vice Admiral Garp is your grandfather. Do you have any proof? If not, I'm afraid we must regretfully refuse you. Although the pirate had already discerned the truth in his heart, he maintained a grim facade for the soldier's sake. Proof? Ace was momentarily taken aback by the pirate's inquiry. Dayton had only taught him how to speak to such brigands, never imparting any knowledge about Garp. As memories of his limited encounters with Garp flooded his mind, Ace glanced at Luffy, hoping for a suggestion or answer. Yet, he was destined for disappointment. The boy in the vest wore an expression of sheer terror, utterly silent. In his recollections, Garp's visits had been few and far between, each lasting only a few days, during which he was constantly evading capture. What? No proof? The pirate, observing the confusion on Ace's face, asked bluntly. If not, we must regretfully decline. Whether they are bandits or mere children, capture will lead to trial at Judicial Island, or worse, execution on the spot. The pirate spoke with a disingenuous smile, addressing the two youths with a feigned gentleness. Yes, we have proof. Unable to withstand the pirate's menacing demeanor and the blood seeping from his scars, Luffy finally cried out. That old geezer has a full beard, short gray hair, stands about 2 to 3 meters tall, and is quite robust. The boy in the vest recounted all his impressions of Garp in one breath. Is that all? However, the pirate, intent on extracting more from them, maintained his affable smile. There's more. He also has a peculiar habit of picking his nose and scratching his ears, and he often falls asleep mid-conversation, driven to desperation by the pirate's pressure. The boy exclaimed loudly. Oh, is that so? This time, the pirate refrained from further pressing the boy, having discerned that these two were of a carefree nature, oblivious to the concept of concern for others. Turning to an older naval soldier, the pirate inquired, It should be something like that, right? The soldier hesitated in his response. What do you mean should be? As proud members of the Navy, you don't even know what our hero looks like. What use are you to me? Hurry up and think of something. Enraged by the vague responses, the pirate unleashed a tirade upon the nearby naval soldiers. Yes, yes. The soldiers quickly dispersed, gathering in small groups to discuss their hero. In any battalion, despite the presence of numerous fools, a few clever individuals invariably emerge. Seizing his communication device, one of the pirates began to make inquiries. At last, just as the pirates were growing somewhat impatient, one of them approached, whispering into his ear. Well, you have momentarily passed this hurdle. In a few days, Admiral Karp will return from the Grand Line, and it will be he who determines your fate. The pirate grinned, revealing a few gleaming teeth. With the pirate's approval, the two youths instantly felt a wave of relief wash over them. For the pressure exerted by the pirate had been overwhelming, rivaling even that of the Lord of Galbo Mountain. Signal Hans and the others to come for assistance. One of them instructed. Paying no further heed to the youths, the pirate, supported by a naval soldier, ambled towards the crowd, casually issuing commands. Chapter 22. I shall care for your wife. The dim glow of the bonfire blazed fiercely, illuminating the surroundings while radiating warmth that comforted the exhausted naval soldiers lying on the ground. Colonel, I am wronged. I am wronged. As all the naval soldiers succumbed to slumber, Deputy Hans continued to plead desperately. Just an hour prior, he had arrived with supplies gathered from Windmill Village, heading towards the bonfire when a bloodthirsty warrior had suddenly pounced, seizing all the goods and binding them with ropes. Then, a scarred individual, claiming to be a naval colonel, had declared several charges and tossed him aside to join the soldiers in their revelry. Poor Deputy Hans, who had toiled from dawn till dusk, had yet to taste a morsel of warm food, and now he found himself bound, forced to watch as they consumed the supplies he had painstakingly gathered. What kind of fate was this? While the deputy was engulfed in despair, the soldiers were filled with exhilaration. Not only had they vanquished a band of pirates, but they had also inadvertently rescued Admiral Karp's grandson. Surely a stroke of fortune. As they chewed on less than delightful fare, their spirits soared at the prospect of promotion and wealth. Envisioning a future with fair maidens and success just within reach, the effects of the alcohol took hold, and one by one, the fatigued soldiers collapsed onto the ground. You claim you are wronged? What evidence do you possess? The pirate, his face flushed, staggered before the deputy. At that time, we were merely following Colonel Mouse's orders to procure supplies from Windmill Village. We did not retreat or deliberately delay the transport of goods. Upon hearing the colonel's inquiry, the deputy began to pour out his grievances. Oh, so this is my fault. The pirate remarked with amusement as he observed the deputy, who was still struggling against the inevitable. You must have made an error, Colonel. If you doubt me, ask them. They will tell you what sort of person I, Hans, truly am. With a hint of hope as the colonel appeared to soften, the deputy seized the moment to press his case. Do you know who I am? The pirate inquired slowly, patting the golden sword hanging at his waist. The deputy, perplexed, looked at the colonel, unsure of the intent behind the sudden question. However, upon noticing the sword, realization dawned upon him. You are Colonel Mouse. It's a relief to see you unharmed. I heard rumors that you had been taken by a tiger, which caused me great concern. The deputy hurriedly tried to establish rapport, entirely forgetting his previous words. Now you recognize me? After years of navigating the corridors of power, today you have played me for a fool. Had it not been for my fortunate fate, I might have perished at the jaws of that tiger. The pirate feigned a sense of lamentation before the deputy. "Colonel, your misfortune was beyond my foresight. It has nothing to do with my mission." The deputy awkwardly responded, glancing at the battered form of Colonel Mouse. "I care not for such trivialities. Someone must bear the consequences of this matter." The pirate, unwilling to engage further in conversation, extended his hand, plunging it directly into the deputy's chest. With little resistance, his hand pierced through the deputy's body, seizing his heart. Hans had not anticipated such a sudden attack. He was left with no time to evade the blow. His eyes wide open in disbelief, staring unblinking at the pirate. While such a scene might terrify an ordinary person, Su Yun was different. He had witnessed countless deaths over the decades, with the toll easily exceeding 1,000 lives. The act of taking a life was as familiar to him as breathing. Gulping down the deputy's blood, the pirate paid no heed to the screams of the others, for all the naval soldiers had collapsed onto the ground, leaving him as the sole witness to today's events. Suddenly, a chilling sensation coursed through his arm and into his body. Unexpectedly, such a minor incident has ignited your resentment. But it is fortuitous, as it will serve to enhance my means of survival. The pirate smiled, feeling the coldness within him. Withdrawing his hand from the deputy's chest, a crimson heart materialized before him. The blood of living beings bridges the gap between heaven and earth. The ethereal body forges my blade. As his internal power surged, it expelled the coldness towards his hand. The sigil inscribed upon his palm glowed a vibrant red, gradually absorbing the chilling essence. Bang! The crimson heart exploded in the pirate's grasp, unleashing a purple-black sigil that danced within his hands. The Een symbol ghost sword. A secret technique of the ghost clan from Mount Longhu. It forges an invisible blade from the vengeful spirit's body, allowing the corporeal to slay the intangible. Though this spell lacked overwhelming power, without appropriate countermeasures, one could only submit to their fate, with no hope for a proper burial. You must be Hans's confidants. A flick of his wrist revealed a 3-foot-long gray sword, howling through the air, accompanied by whispering shadows and a chilling breeze. However, the naval soldiers were ill-fated, crying out in desperation, pleading for mercy. Colonel, we are innocent. It was all Hans's doing. We knew nothing. Colonel, spare me. I have a newlywed wife at home. Have mercy, Colonel. I shall care for your wife," the pirate declared, wielding his sword with swiftness, mercilessly reaping the lives of Hans's accomplices. Their blood pooling into a river that flowed over the mountains and through the trenches, gradually merging into the roaring bonfire. Bang! A lifeless body was cast into the bonfire formed by a gang of mountain bandits, causing the flames to leap higher and the surrounding temperature to gradually rise, transforming the previously cool night into a gentle warmth. The soldiers, lulled by the warmth, fell into a deeper slumber, oblivious to the ominous aura of death that permeated the air, as countless corpses had already been consumed by the flames. All the severed heads were gathered together, prepared for descent down the slope to headquarters for a reward. Snore, snore. Rubbing his wounds, the pirate slowly sat up as dawn approached. He gazed at the sun rising on the horizon and, in an unusual departure from routine, refrained from meditating to absorb the mystical energy of the east. Instead, he stood up and retrieved his firearm. Bang, bang. Hans has fled. Chapter 23, the so-called UPU. How is the village faring? In Windmill Village, Admiral Karp, after a relentless day and night of travel, finally returned to his hometown. Without waiting for the ship to dock, he soared through the air and swiftly burst into the village chief's residence. "Karp, how could you return so soon?" exclaimed Chief UPU, startled as he rose from the sofa to face the middle-aged man. "That is of little concern to you. What is the situation in the village now? And why have I not seen any other Navy personnel on my journey?" Karp bombarded the chief with questions, leaving no time for a response. Nothing significant has occurred in the village. However, the group of Navy personnel that set out for Galbo Mountain to eliminate bandits has not returned, and we are unaware of their circumstances, Chief UPU replied calmly as he donned his reading glasses. "They went into the mountains. Did I not instruct them to organize a defense in the village?" Karp exclaimed, his face betraying shock. "Lower your voice. Magino is still resting inside." The chief admonished Karp with a glare before continuing. The reason they ventured to Galbo Mountain was that Colonel Mouse, eager to prove himself, sought to achieve a great feat before you. With their meager numbers, how could they possibly dare? Karp was incredulous. Do they believe they can contend with pirates like those ruffians? It appears that he indeed underestimated the severity of the pirates. His subordinate did offer a warning, yet he seemingly paid it no heed. Chief UPU interjected. "Damn it." Karp banged his fist on the table in frustration and turned to leave. "Bogart, you must lead a team to Galbo Mountain and retrieve that fool. The others will remain in the village to establish defenses." Gritting his teeth, Karp spoke fiercely to his aide, relieved that the villagers were unharmed. Had they suffered even a scratch, he would have held himself accountable. "By the way, be sure to visit Luffy on your way back." Karp suddenly recalled, turning to issue another command. "Understood," Bogart replied, tipping his hat as he hurried towards the troops. "Colonel, the culprits have escaped." In the depths of Galbo Forest, a group of Navy personnel stood before the pirate, their faces filled with shame. "What? They managed to escape? Go. Quickly call headquarters and inform them that Hans has betrayed the Navy and fled. Demand that they issue a wanted notice immediately. The pirate snarled at the Navy personnel before him. Yes, Colonel. The soldier trembled and hastily responded. Gather everything and prepare to return to the village. The pirate licked his lips, surveying the bloodied ground, and sharply commanded the nearby Navy. Yes. The soldiers, suppressing their nausea, complied. Pale skin, grotesque faces, and despairing eyes. These sights assaulted the minds of the Navy soldiers. Though they felt little during the battle, now, in the stillness, they were overwhelmed with revulsion. They had witnessed too little of such horror, and it was likely that even in their dreams, they could not have imagined such a chilling scene, let alone face it in reality. Luffy, Luffy. Beneath the towering tree, Ace softly called out to the boy in the vest beside him. Dayton, keep it down. I still wish to slumber. Rolling over, the boy in the vest, indifferent to the ropes binding him, mumbled with a yawn. Luffy, Luffy. Suppressing his urge to explode, Ace continued to shout. Bang. After a few minutes of fruitless attempts to rouse the boy in the vest, Ace decisively delivered a kick to his side. Who kicked me? This time, the boy did not disappoint Ace's expectations, waking from his slumber, yet his subsequent actions astonished Ace. Don't shout, Ace exclaimed, his face etched with urgency. Ace? The freckled boy finally regained consciousness, gazing at Ace. Listen, those guys are searching for someone. We must seize this opportunity to escape. Do you understand? Ace spoke cautiously to the boy in the vest. Run? Why should we run? Didn't they say they would take us to see that old man? The boy in the vest questioned, bewildered by Ace's plan. Are you truly foolish or merely pretending? Does that man seem benevolent to you? Do not forget that Dayton was killed by them. Ace shouted, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Upon hearing Ace's outburst, Luffy froze, his mind drifting back over the past months spent with the plump woman, yet he felt no emotional stir. Go, bring those two brats over here. Do not let them escape. The pirate, responding to the repeated shouts, took decisive action. Yes, Colonel. A Navy soldier swiftly approached the two youths, disregarding Ace's struggles, and dragged them towards the pirates. Bang! With a dull thud, two youths were unceremoniously thrown to the ground. What's wrong? Are you feeling guilty? The pirate spoke slowly, observing Ace's reddened eyes. Ace, with his head bowed, did not respond. Do not be anxious. The truth will soon be revealed. Whether they are dragons or mere insects will depend on the judgment of Vice Admiral Garp. The pirate cast a glance at Ace, and then turned to the Navy troops who were collecting heads. Everyone gather around. Each of you will carry one until we are finished. Let the distribution commence. The pirate did not remain idle, rallying all soldiers and directly distributing the severed heads. Soldiers, resembling pregnant women, covered their mouths as they accepted the pale, wrinkled skulls from their comrades, forcing themselves to endure the nausea as they held them aloft. You, hang these two heads up, the pirate commanded, selecting a few particularly ghastly ones and tossing them to a nearby soldier. Who? The soldier asked in confusion. Hang those two brats. The pirate, not losing his temper, simply stated. Colonel, is this really appropriate? After all, they are Vice Admiral Garp's grandsons. The soldier hesitated. That is not certain yet. The pirate replied, narrowing his eyes at the two youths not far off. Do you think I wish them harm? No, you are mistaken. As the grandsons of a Vice Admiral, they should be molded from a young age. If they cannot endure such trivial matters, how will they serve the government, the Navy, and the people in the future? Well said. If they cannot overcome such minor adversities, what right do they have to be Garp's grandsons? Or to serve the world government, the Navy, or the people? Bogart, Vice Admiral Garp's aide, emerged from the forest, applauding in admiration. However, do you truly dare to treat the grandsons of Vice Admiral Garp in such a manner? Are you tired of living? Approaching the pirate, Bogart's expression suddenly shifted, and he barked, Who are you to come here and lecture me? The pirate remained unfazed by Bogart's imposing demeanor, calmly observing him with a hint of disdain. Do you think donning a Navy uniform grants you authority? Huh. This is the first time someone has dared to speak to me in such a manner. Taken aback by the pirate's retort, Bogart couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Producing his credentials from his suit, he declared, Behold, this is my identification. I am Major Bogart of the Navy headquarters. Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division greets you, Major. The pirate glanced at Bogart's credentials and promptly conceded, not doubting their authenticity. For he possessed a similar document in his own pocket. With a clap, Bogart returned the gesture and inquired, Tell me, why treat them this way? Report, Major. We found these two children in the hideout of a band of mountain thieves. It is said they are the grandsons of Vice Admiral Garp, who were abducted while playing in the mountains. However, due to the gravity of this matter, I did not dare to act independently. Therefore, I intend to return them to Windmill Village and await Vice Admiral Garp's arrival for further action. As for the treatment, it is because of their exceptional potential. I could not bear to let them fade into obscurity and felt compelled to teach them a lesson. The pirate's words rang with sincerity. Of the 10 statements he made, 9 were true, and the remaining one contained only a hint of falsehood, leaving Bogart with no grounds to reprimand him. You have done well. Rescuing Vice Admiral Garp's grandsons shall be reported to him accurately, Bogart said, studying the Navy colonel before him intently. Thank you for the promotion, Colonel. Unaware of the implications behind Bogart's words, the pirate beamed a sunny smile, expressing his gratitude. Bogart smirked, realizing he could not win an argument with this individual. Remaining any longer might incite him to the point of fury. Without hesitation, Bogart turned and lifted the two youths. Uncle Bogart. Upon seeing him, Luffy, who had been bewildered, exclaimed in delight, prompting Ace to glance over in surprise as well. Bogart smiled in response to Luffy's call, saying, Vice Admiral Garp has arrived in the village and has sent me to fetch you both. The old man is back. Upon hearing that name, Luffy did not display his usual terror, but instead exclaimed with joy. Indeed, upon hearing the news of your predicament, Vice Admiral Garp rushed back from the Grand Line yesterday. Bogart confirmed with a nod and a smile. Uncle Bogart, it was them. They are the ones who killed Dayton. Ace, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up, not to greet or establish rapport, but to outright accuse. However, before he could finish, Bogart swiftly covered his mouth and whispered, we shall discuss this later. The priority now is to ensure they do not discover your connection with those bandits, or else Vice Admiral Garp will be in jeopardy. MMM. Regardless of Ace's struggles and muffled cries, Bogart held firm, even silencing Luffy, as he hurried deeper into the forest. Colonel, what shall we do with these heads? A soldier asked, glancing at the swiftly retreating Bogart, and then at the gruesome trophies in his hands. You hang them up. The pirate casually replied, glancing at the soldier. What? Please, Colonel, no? The soldier exclaimed, staring aghast at the severed heads in his grasp. Yet, the pirate paid no heed and, watching the diminishing number of heads on the ground, called decisively, prepare to depart. We are heading back to Windmill Village. Yes, the soldiers responded in a subdued chorus, all suppressing their disgust as they lined up and began their march back in the direction they had come. Macy, I distinctly recall stating that I expected to see my money upon waking this morning, yet it appears you have not heeded my words. In the Pirate's Cove, the night's gunfire had not disrupted the normalcy of life here, at least not for Bridgham. Sitting behind his makeshift desk, he addressed his guards with a calm demeanor. I apologize, Mr. Bridgham. Last night we indeed secured the funds, but Macy stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. But what? Bridgham interjected, rapping his fingers on the desk without lifting his gaze. But Bruce took the money and returned first. Macy confessed in a rush, revealing all he knew. So, Bruce has run off with my money. Bridgham abruptly halted his drumming fingers, raising his head to speak. Faced with such a dilemma, Macy found himself at a loss for words, unable to respond and sinking into silence. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and before Maxie could react, he was shot dead by Bridgham. Having taken my money, he still dared to flee. Without even glancing at the lifeless body on the floor, Bridgham picked up the telephone on the table and dialed. Hello, this is Bridgham. From this moment, I want Bruce service wanted throughout the city. Anyone who finds him can come to me, Bridgham, to claim a reward of 100,000 berries. Click. The moment Bridgham hung up, the person on the other end immediately sprang into action. A wanted notice was issued. Anyone who could locate the traitor Bruce service from the Bridgham pirate crew could claim 50,000 berries from Mr. Bridgham, and if captured alive, 100,000 berries. Within minutes, this decree ignited a frenzy across the waste terminal, the Pirate Bay, and the halfway, the area where the thugs resided, of the Goya Kingdom. Those who fancied themselves capable leaped into action, eager to seize this incredibly lucrative bounty before anyone else. Chapter 25. Handover report to Lord Carp. The individuals have been brought back. In Windmill Village, Bogart set down the two boys he was carrying and respectfully bowed to Vice Admiral Carp. What happened to them? Carp gazed at his two grandsons with a heart full of concern, yet he masked his emotions, furrowing his brow instead. Mind your own business, old man. It seemed that no matter the circumstance, Luffy transformed entirely upon seeing Carp. Bang! What did you just say? A fist slammed down on Luffy's head as Carp threatened ominously. That hurt. I've turned into rubber. Why does it still hurt so much? Luffy rubbed the swelling lump on his head, his mind filled with curiosity. Vice Admiral Carp, there is something I must report to you. Just as Carp was about to continue his admonishment of his beloved grandson, Bogart spoke up. What is it? Carp glanced at his aide, casually inquiring. Last night, the Dayton gang was eliminated by the Mouse gang. Leaning closer to Carp, Bogart whispered. What did you say? Dayton and the others were killed. Carp's eyes widened in disbelief. What will happen to my grandsons? Sir, perhaps this is not the time to ponder that. Seeing Carp lost in worry, Bogart couldn't help but remind him. If not now, when should I consider it? If nobody looks after these kids, does that mean I have to stay behind to take care of them? Carp vehemently disagreed with his aide's perspective. To him, nothing mattered more than his family. Everything else could wait. What? Grandpa wants to stay behind to take care of us? No. Before Carp could make a decision, Luffy had already voiced his protest. Driven not only by Carp's brutal training methods, but also by the fear deep within. What? Are you dissatisfied with me staying? Carp raised his fist, threatening. No, I'm fine with it, Luffy conceded, knowing he had no choice but to comply under Carp's overwhelming presence. Where are the others? Why did only you return? Carp glanced at Ace, who remained silent, choosing not to disturb him. He knew Ace had the closest bond with Dayton, and with her demise, he must be grieving. Colonel Mouse and the others are still behind. I went ahead to protect them. Bogart eyed the two boys and spoke quietly. But it seems there may have been a small issue. Reflecting on what he had witnessed, Bogart hesitated to elaborate. A small issue? What kind of issue? Carp inquired directly. It seems Mouse was injured during the fight, covered in wounds from animal attacks. Even his face was clawed. Bogart explained. Moreover, they apparently did not bring a doctor. Those wounds were self-stitched. Go find a doctor and prepare for their return. Treat them immediately. Carp nodded, casually issuing his command. Yes, sir. Lord Brugem, trouble is brewing outside. A large crowd is causing a commotion. In Pirate Bay, a group had gathered outside the Brugem pirate crew's territory, clamoring for their reward. Oh, who dares to cause a ruckus on my grounds? Observing the incoming pirates, Brugem did not display anger. Instead, he appeared intrigued. They claim they are here for the bounty. The answer was unexpected. It was not Brugem's adversaries seeking trouble, but rather bounty hunters. Is it possible that someone found him so quickly? Brugem pondered, slightly astonished. Yet he quickly regained composure. Bring him in. But, sir, there are many people outside. One of the pirates hesitated. Then just find anyone to bring in. Brugem felt exasperated by the lack of intelligence among his subordinates, growing impatient. Yes, sir. The pirate straightened up, responding promptly before hurrying outside. After a few minutes, a satisfied subordinate returned with a robust individual in tow. Enter. Brugem's hoarse voice echoed from within the room. Listen, Besamo, regardless of the outcome, do not offend Mr. Brugem. This is the last assistance I can provide you. Success or failure rests entirely upon you. After receiving Brugem's permission, the pirate did not immediately enter but turned back. His expression grave. Rest assured, Andrew, I am well aware. The man brought in smiled slightly. With a deep look at the sturdy figure, Andrew opened the door to Brugem's office. Mr. Brugem, I am an unemployed wanderer from the Goya Kingdom. I am not here for money. I merely hope you can grant me an opportunity to join your crew. Upon entering, the robust man launched into an introduction without waiting for Brugem to respond, giving the impression that he was not there for a bounty, but rather applying for a job, leaving Brugem momentarily taken aback, wondering if his subordinate had mistakenly brought in the wrong person. What about my request? Brugem paid little heed to the unexpected entrance. If this man lacked information on Bruce or had made an error, he had merely wasted 2 bullets. Mr. Brugem, please. The sturdy man retrieved a cloth bag from his waist, bending respectfully to place it above his head. Open it. After glancing at the man, Brugem remained seated, casually instructing. Yes. The sturdy man placed the bag in one hand while using the other to untie it, never once lifting his gaze to meet Brugem's eyes. What else do you have? After inspecting the contents of the bag, Brugem no longer focused on it, but instead inquired further. Please forgive me, Mr. Brugem. I was unable to capture more than this single head. Bowing his head, the sturdy man spoke with a face full of shame. Brugem remained silent in response to the man's words, and after a moment's contemplation, he finally said, You may leave now. Go outside and find Wolson. He will assign you a position. Thank you, Mr. Brugem, for the promotion. The robust man expressed his gratitude to Brugem with uncontainable joy. All right, you may leave now. And in the meantime, please call Andrew in. Brugem waved his hand casually, issuing the command. Yes, sir. The strong man bowed, and then turned to find Andrew. Chapter 26. The fallen blossoms know not their destination. Bang. A dull sound reverberated within Brugem's office. Useless waste, unable to accomplish even a single task. Withdrawing his sidearm, Brugem felt a profound sorrow. This was his savings for purchasing a title. Each day squandered meant an additional day spent in this wretched dump. A thought that pained him deeply. This dreadful place was one he wished to abandon without delay. Standing by the window, gazing at the stench-ridden garbage terminal outside, Brugem felt a wave of irritation wash over him. He picked up the telephone from the desk and dialed for someone to come in and tidy the room. Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division, reporting to the Admiral. After nearly half a morning's trek, the pirates finally emerged from the Gorbos Mountains, returning to Windmill Village. After refusing treatment from the medic, the pirates, under Bogart's guidance, met with Vice Admiral Carp. Are you Mouse? Carp inquired, astonished at the sight of the gaunt figure before him, marred by wounds. Indeed, sir. The pirate's response was succinct and devoid of superfluous words. I recall instructing you to establish defenses in the village. Why did you venture out on your own? Though surprised by Mouse's appearance, Carp had not lost sight of his objective. Reporting, sir, I feared that those pirates would blend into the forest and vanish without a trace. Hence, I ordered the squad to enter the Gorbos Mountains. The pirate spoke earnestly, his gaze unwavering. Did you locate them? As the pirate approached Carp's carefully laid trap, a surge of excitement coursed through Carp. If this rigid fellow were to oversee and train those 2 youngsters, he could mold them into the most formidable navy. Even if they lacked strength, it sufficed to extinguish any thoughts of becoming pirates. Having one revolutionary in the family was already a disgrace, and another pirate would obliterate his standing within the world government and navy. Reporting, sir, I did not. The pirate's declaration rang out, seemingly in fear that others might not take note. How dare you return with such shame? Carp's eyes narrowed as he erupted in fury. Seize him. Hearing Carp's command, the nearby Navy soldiers rushed forward. The pirate offered no resistance, allowing himself to be handled, yet he stood tall, determined to display his spirit and dignity before the old man, hoping to leave a lasting impression. Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division, due to insubordination and unauthorized actions, has caused significant losses to the villagers of Windmill and the Navy. Execution by gunfire. Adopting an air of authority, Carp proclaimed, leaving Bogart startled by the Admiral's unexpected seriousness. Click. The two soldiers restraining the pirates sprang into action, one keeping hold of the pirate while the other stepped aside to load his weapon, poised to execute Carp's command. Although the weapon was pressed against his head, the pirate felt no fear. After all, he was acquainted with Carp's two grandsons. Surely, Carp would not turn against him so readily. There must be something he needed him to do, albeit perilous, prompting such a dramatic display. However, if you could assist this old man by watching over my grandchildren, this matter could be overlooked. As anticipated, Carp indeed had a task for him. But the pirate was caught off guard by how simple it was. How wasteful of emotion. Not only the pirate, but even Bogart and the two soldiers prepared for execution felt a twitch at the corners of their eyes, inwardly lamenting. Only Carp basked in self-satisfaction, proud of his cunning and performance. Thank you, sir, for your leniency. After a moment of shock, the pirate managed to express his gratitude, his voice dry. Very well. Take him below for treatment. Upon receiving a satisfactory response, Carp's mood lifted, and he waved his hand, granting the pirate a reprieve while arranging for his medical care. By the way, bring Luffy and the others to me. Don't let him escape. After the pirate departed, Carp suddenly recalled something, addressing his aide. Yes, sir. With a twitch of his eye, Bogart led the two boys toward the makeshift infirmary. Where on earth is Ace? He hasn't arrived yet. Could he be entangled with that little brat again? Beside a large tree near the rubbish terminal, a youth donned in a tailcoat and ceremonial hat complained while surveying the distant forest. This fellow was utterly useless, unable to handle a mere child. Stowing his belongings in a treasure cave, the youth reclined on a tree branch, leisurely observing the azure sky and drifting clouds. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, a sudden tremor jolted him awake. The master of Gorbo's mountain. Turning around, the youth spotted a gigantic tiger rubbing its body against the tree below. Covering his mouth, he quickly concealed himself among the branches, evading the gaze of the mountain's master. However, in the chaos, he inadvertently dislodged a patch of moss from the branch, which plummeted directly onto the tiger's head. Thud! Although the moss bore little weight, it irked the creature. Losing interest in its previous scratch, it lifted its head to inspect the tree, yet the massive trunk effectively concealed the youth's presence, revealing no signs of disturbance. Inhaling deeply, the mountain's master began to sniff the air, attempting to discern the scents around him. Suddenly, its nose twitched, and it slowly crouched down. Roar! With a thunderous roar, the master of Gorbo Mountain leaped onto the branches, the distance of nearly 100 meters appearing trivial before him. His colossal form clasped the trunk as his menacing gaze fixated on the concealed youth, revealing his stark white fangs. Wow! The boy exclaimed, his heart racing at the sight of the formidable tiger before him. Grasping his weapon, he charged fiercely at the master of Gorbo Mountain. Bang! With a dull thud, the young boy swiftly leapt from the branches, soaring over the head of the master of Gorbo Mountain. A furious roar erupted from the master, who, in a single bound, descended to the ground before the boy, extending its claws to swipe at him midair. Thud! The boy in his tailcoat was struck down, crashing to the ground and sinking deeply, unable to rise for an extended period. Chapter 27. A display of power. Thud! The master of Gorbo Mountain slowly approached its fallen prey. Just then, a massive wooden hammer hurtled from the distance, crashing onto its head. The tremendous force caused the master to stagger back several meters, an inconsequential distance compared to its colossal 20-meter frame. Shaking off the blow, it immediately sought the assailant responsible for the ambush. With bared teeth and a crouched stance, the master of Gorbo Mountain regarded the old man emerging cautiously from the forest. Little kitty, you've grown so large. Why trouble a mere child? The old man's voice preceded his arrival, carrying an air of age and wisdom. The master remained still, eyes fixed on the old man's every movement, prepared to strike at the slightest misstep. Thud! The old man traversed the forest, leaping into the pit where the boy lay, gently assisting him to his feet. Standing outside the pit, the old man supported the boy while turning to address the master of Gorbo Mountain. Well then, I shall take my leave. His demeanor suggested he was confronting not a beast, but a living, breathing human. A low growl emanated from the master, which remained vigilant, only relaxing once the unassuming old man departed, heading deeper into the mountain towards its lair. The pirate's exit had little impact on the master within this forest. It remained the sovereign, albeit with one less source of food, as a black serpent had claimed the waste disposal area. Unless absolutely necessary, the master would not venture near that place again. The pressure from the venomous dragon was overwhelming, especially as it continued to grow in strength, exerting an even greater dominance than before. Who are you truly? The boy, having witnessed the old man's effortless rescue from the master of Garibo Mountain, could no longer contain his curiosity. Who am I? The old man paused at the boy's inquiry, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. I am but an old shipwright. What more could I be? Impossible. How could an ordinary person overpower the master of Garibo Mountain? The boy exclaimed, having felt the master's might firsthand. Oh, I never claimed to be an ordinary person. The old man chuckled. Now, it is nearly safe here. I must be on my way. Please wait, old sir. Take me as your apprentice. Observing the old man's retreat, the boy felt a pang of anxiety, as if he were about to lose something precious. Gritting his teeth against the pain coursing through his body, he knelt and shouted at the old man's back. Oh, you wish to be my disciple? Why so? The old man turned slightly, a sly smile on his face, illuminated by the glaring sun. I wish to grow strong, to shatter the chains of this nation, to ensure that all people in this world have food to eat, clothes to wear, and places to live. Inspired by the old man's radiant silhouette, the boy declared passionately. Very well, then follow me. The old man frowned slightly at the boy's fearless ambition, yet he chose to acquiesce. Though this did not align with his own objectives, it did not hinder his potential use of the boy. He had already heard of Ace and Sabo's reputations in the Goa Kingdom. Their displayed strength and amassed wealth could serve as a means for him to gather a crew and reclaim the lost dreams and family in the Grand Line. Thank you, Master. Thank you for taking me in. The boy wept with joy, kneeling and bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Just then, a voice interrupted his fervent display. If you don't hurry up, I shall leave without you. I'm coming. I'm coming. The boy scrambled to his feet, enduring the pain radiating from his body as he chased after the old man's retreating figure. Captain, what should we do now? What is Vice Admiral Karp's stance? Why were these two children sent back? Indeed, Captain, we are the Navy, not caretakers. In the makeshift infirmary of Windmill Village, several injured soldiers surrounded their captain, the pirate, expressing their fears that he might take the two troublesome kids back to the base. They were not exemplary youths. If those children were to witness their lives and inform Vice Admiral Karp, they would all be doomed. Gambling at the Navy base, 3 months confinement. Engaging in misconduct at the Navy base, 6 months confinement. Drug use at the Navy base, execution. That's Vice Admiral Karp's decision. What can I do? The pirate, growing impatient, rose from his sickbed and pushed through the surrounding Navy soldiers, making his way outside. You could refuse. Yes, Captain, refuse him. Seeing their captain's demeanor, the soldiers did not relent, following closely behind the pirate, urging him to reconsider. Are you all annoying? If anyone speaks again, I will make them regret it. The pirate spun around, threatening the startled Navy soldiers with a fierce glare. Faced with their captain's serious expression, the soldiers had no choice but to abandon their futile resistance, returning to the infirmary with sighs of resignation. You too, since Vice Admiral Karp has entrusted you to me, you shall adhere to my training methods. Regardless of your affiliations with those mountain bandits, do not reveal anything before me. Should I discover even a hint of disobedience, I will send you to Justice Island and military court. I trust that Vice Admiral Karp's integrity will ensure no favoritism. Finding the two children absorbed in their meals, the pirate wasted no time in asserting his authority. Justice Island? What is that place? The two boys asked, their mouths full of meat. Justice Island is established by the world government, dedicated to handling various cases, interrogating, and processing criminals. Anyone deemed guilty shall be sent to the deep-sea prison, Impel Down, where the most heinous offenders face execution. Chapter 28. Substitution Help. Stinky Grandpa, I don't want to go with this guy. The boy in the vest tossed aside his meat and dashed towards Vice Admiral Karp. What? You aren't leaving? The pirate looked curiously at the other boy, who remained seated, devouring his food. This lad had once harbored intense animosity towards him. Why was he now so tranquil? What difference does it make? That old man will never agree. Otherwise he wouldn't have left us two children alone in the village, with no one to care for us. Ace, without lifting his gaze, continued to gnaw on the thigh muscle of some unknown creature, striving to remain calm as he spoke. Is that so? The pirate chuckled softly, choosing not to press further, and sat down in front of the vest-clad boy to begin his somewhat delayed breakfast. Despite having reached the state of fasting, he required sustenance during this special period to replenish energy and counteract bodily depletion, necessitating high-calorie foods. Old man, I refuse to follow that terrifying fellow. He wants to send me to Impel Down. The vest-clad boy shouted as he successfully located Vice Admiral Garp. Sir Garp, it's like this. Just as Vice Admiral Garp was about to lose his temper, his aide emerged from behind the vest-clad boy, whispering into Garp's ear. Bogart, when did you sneak behind me? The vest-clad boy inquired curiously upon seeing his aide. Enough. If you've had your fun, hurry back. I don't have time to entertain your nonsense. Vice Admiral Garp rolled his eyes after hearing his aide's report. I'm not going back. I'm staying right here. The vest-clad boy, having failed to achieve his aim of convincing Garp to let him stay, refused to budge. What did you say? Keep talking back, and I'll send you straight to prison. Garp shot a glare at the boy, amused at the thought of finally getting rid of him. But I don't want to go to Impel Down. The vest-clad boy replied, his face a picture of despair. If you train diligently and stop dreaming of becoming the Pirate King, I assure you he won't lay a finger on you, Garp promised, hoping to rid himself of this little nuisance as soon as possible. What? How can that be? I am destined to be the Pirate King. I cannot abandon my dreams over something so trivial. The vest-clad boy jumped to his feet at the thought of giving up piracy. Bang! How dare you discuss piracy in front of me? Do you wish to invite trouble? Garp landed a heavy punch on the boy's head. Thankfully, only his trusted aides were present. If anyone else had overheard, it would have been disastrous. Bogart, take him back. Yes, Sir Garp. Stifling a laugh, Bogart picked up the vest-clad boy and headed back in the direction they had come. Bang! The vest-clad boy was tossed beside the freckled-faced youth. Without uttering another word, Bogart glanced at the two who were ravenously devouring their meals before turning to leave. See, I told you. How could Garp possibly grant his request? Not getting beaten to a pulp is already fortunate enough, Ace remarked as he looked at the vest-clad boy who had been thrown back. It seems you are destined to fall into my grasp, the pirate declared, dropping the piece of meat in his hand and rising to walk toward Vice Admiral Garp. Cherish this breakfast. There won't be such an abundance of food for you to consume at the naval base. Ace remained silent, but noticeably increased his pace of eating, shifting his focus from fruits to meat, taking large bites and devouring ribs. Clap, 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 as the pirate walked down the path of Windmill Village. He felt a sense of calm while observing the bustling Navy soldiers. Soon, if he could endure this period, he would truly become a naval commander, wielding authority over a domain and enjoying all the resources it could provide. Sir Garp, if there is nothing else you need from us, we shall return to the base. We deployed a significant portion of our soldiers for this operation, and the base is now vulnerable. It's manageable for a short time. But if it drags on, the pirate began to articulate as he approached Vice Admiral Garp. There is nothing else for you to do here. You should return promptly. And don't forget to bring Luffy and the others along. Garp glanced at the pirate's still bleeding wound, readily agreeing to his request, while also reminding him to take his two grandsons with him. Yes, Sir Garp. After saluting, the pirate turned to leave. Sir Garp, are we truly letting them depart just like that? Bogart stepped forward from behind Garp, his expression serious. Why not? Garp feigned profundity. They did kill the Dayton gang. Bogart exclaimed in surprise. Dayton? What are they to us? The only reason we let them live was to look after Ace. By now, they've probably forgotten about that child. Garp's gaze grew distant as he recalled the first time he met Ace. That year, GOLD, Roger had surrendered himself. To mitigate the influence of the most notorious pirate in naval history, the world government frantically hunted down anyone associated with GOLD, Roger, especially his closest kin. Upon receiving a tip-off that GOLD, Roger had once been seen on Batarilla Island with a woman, the world government rushed there to search for the unidentified woman and any possible children. Unfortunately, Batarilla was simply too vast, and the lineage of this so-called pirate king remained elusive. Due to public scrutiny, the world government hesitated to enact a massacre order. Otherwise, the miraculous event of a 20-month pregnancy would not have occurred. Typically, human gestation lasts about 10 months, and for fishmen, it's even shorter, with births occurring in 4 to 5 months. The longest recorded human pregnancy is about a year. 20 months is almost unheard of for any individual. This is not merely a test of willpower, but also a tremendous strain on the body. Moreover, such matters are beyond one's control. Once the child reaches a certain stage of development, even if one wishes to terminate the pregnancy, it is utterly impossible. Had it not been for the growth-inhibiting medication he supplied back then, Port Gasti, Rouge would never have endured such a long period. However, the prolonged malnutrition coupled with the child's incessant sucking drained Port Gasti, Rouge's body, leading to her demise immediately after childbirth, leaving no chance for rescue. Luffy, my grandson, was it right or wrong to make you bear this burden? I hope you won't blame me later. Chapter 29. The Decayed Foundation Colonel. Is it truly wise to take these two back with us? Our place isn't exactly clean. Indeed, Colonel, if they see it, we're finished. On the ship returning to the naval base, the soldiers continued to voice their concerns, surrounding the pirate with incessant chatter, akin to 1,000 flies buzzing in one's ear. As a cultivator, the pirate could no longer contain himself. He rose from his seat and yelled, "If you know it's not clean, then why don't you clean it up? If something goes wrong and Vice Admiral Garp finds out about the base, I'll hold you all accountable." The pirate's eyes glinted with menace as he fixed a fierce gaze upon the naval soldiers surrounding him. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and leave. The soldiers, alarmed by the furious outburst of Colonel Mouse, scrambled out of the room and returned to their posts. Where are we headed, Ace? Asked the tank-top-clad youth, leaning anxiously against his brother in the ship's cabin. How should I know? Ace, the boy named Ace, snapped irritably. What is so intimidating about him? He is just 2 years older than me. The tank-top boy pouted, a hint of jealousy in his voice. What did you say? Perhaps hearing the tank-top boy's complaint. Ace rose ominously from his bed, his eyes narrowing. And nothing at all. The tank-top boy hurriedly denied, fearing he had been overheard. Be more careful with your words in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Ace warned fiercely, slamming his fist on the nearby table. Why yes, yes. The tank top boy nodded vigorously, eager to avoid a beating. Humph. With a disdainful snort, the room fell silent once more. After an indeterminate amount of time in the dim, stuffy room, a loud shout finally shattered the stillness. The ship has docked. Bang bang. Just as the tank top boy longed to step outside, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Who is it? He shouted, striving to dispel his fear. Young masters, we've arrived at the base. The colonel has sent me to wake you, came a sycophantic voice in response. Oh, coming. Though somewhat reluctant, the tank top boy descended from his bed upon hearing the pirate's command. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a gaunt naval soldier. Young master, you've finally come out. We must hurry. It would be unfortunate if Colonel Mouse grew impatient. Right, okay. The tank top boy replied, intending to follow the naval soldier. However, halfway through, he abruptly halted and turned to the freckled boy still seated on the bed. Ace, aren't you coming? If that guy gets angry, he might really send us to impel down. Mind your own business. Ace shot back, glaring at the tank top boy but remaining rooted in place. Fine, fine. Just don't blame me if you get scolded later. Seeing Ace's stubbornness, the tank top boy resignedly followed the naval soldier out. Lying on the bed, Ace replayed the warm memories of Dayton in his mind, each scene more heartwarming than the last. Alas, all of it had been ruined by that damned mouse. Suddenly, he sprang up from the bed and dashed out of the room, hot on the heels of the tank top boy. He was still weak, especially in comparison to that vile mouse, and if he wished to avenge Dayton, he could not remain idle. Training was imperative. Only through hard work could he succeed. Yet, at present, the only one who could help him grow stronger was that very mouse. To seek vengeance, he must first endure humiliation. Ace? Didn't you just say you wouldn't come? The tank top boy curiously glanced back upon hearing footsteps behind him. Did I ever say I wouldn't come out? Ace replied calmly this time, without losing his temper. Ha, I get it now. You must be afraid of that guy. Afraid of being sent to impel down, right? The tank top boy laughed loudly, as if a revelation had struck him. You're no different. Ace retorted flatly. Upon hearing Ace's words, the tank top boy's laughter faded. In truth, they were both in the same predicament, utterly subdued by the pirates. After enduring several setbacks, the tank top boy fell silent, obediently following the scrawny naval soldier as they exited the cabin together with Ace. Reporting to the colonel, I have brought the boys. Upon leaving the ship, the naval soldier rushed to the pirate's side, ingratiating himself. Take them to the supply depot to collect a set of living essentials from ABIs. Then show them to your quarters, the pirate ordered casually, glancing at the two youths. Colonel, isn't that a bit inappropriate? This is the grandson of Marine hero Admiral Garp. How can he sleep with us? The scrawny naval soldier hesitated, not immediately complying with the pirate's command. What? You're turning down a chance to get close to the grandson of Admiral Garp? The pirate, having learned the soldier's true nature from Colonel Mouse, shot back sarcastically. And no, I wouldn't dream of it. Realizing his own scheming had been seen through, the scrawny soldier awkwardly acquiesced under the pirate's scrutinizing gaze. If you know better, then hurry up and follow orders. The pirate barked at the pathetic-looking soldier. Yes, sir. The scrawny soldier jumped, quickly pulling the two boys along as they descended from the ship. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Standing upon the vessel. The pirate did not rush to disembark, but instead gazed down from his elevated position at the lethargic demeanor of the naval soldiers and their sluggish chants, feeling no stirrings within his heart. Among the trifecta of vice, gambling, drugs, and debauchery, these individuals had indulged in the most perilous of pursuits. Their spirit entirely extinguished and devoid of any utilitarian value. At best, they could serve as a facade before ordinary villagers, yet in actual combat, they would be but a fleeting puff of smoke, utterly ineffective. To cultivate a formidable force, it was imperative to recruit anew and eradicate this rotten foundation. The first step for the pirate was to incorporate the two youths into his ranks. Addiction to narcotics is not easily surmountable. Chapter 30. Hidden schemes passing by the naval troops engaged in their daily drills, the pirate entered the colossal head of the Rat, arriving at Colonel Rat's office. Upon opening the door, he surveyed the lavish decor within, his expression remaining unchanged as he made his way to sit behind the desk. Leaning back in the comfortable chair, the pirate began to ponder his next course of action. Gaining the support of the naval forces would simplify the acquisition of resources. His previous strategies had become outdated and demanded a complete overhaul. First and foremost, the blood-binding technique must be abolished. While its potency was rapidly apparent, the accompanying after-effects were equally pronounced. Within a single night, he had begun to develop a bloodthirsty disposition, and his cognitive functions had begun to wane. This would be manageable in ordinary circumstances, but in the heat of battle, it would undoubtedly hinder his performance. Secondly, nurturing trusted confidants must be prioritized. Relying on this group of subordinates would yield little efficacy, resulting in a mere doubling of efforts without substantial results. Thirdly, it was imperative to scour resources for his own benefit. Each cultivator was a veritable goldmine, producing abundantly yet consuming even more, without sufficient resources. He could perhaps break through to foundational establishment at the brink of death, but the present moment was different. A venomous dragon lurked behind him, ever eager to consume any potential for growth. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden sound of knocking from outside interrupted the pirate's contemplation. He lifted his gaze toward the door. Who is it? Colonel, it's me, Walsh. Come in. All right, Colonel. With a click, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man who quietly entered and cautiously closed the door behind him before turning to face the pirate. Ah, Colonel, what happened to your face? Upon turning, the middle-aged man was taken aback by the myriad of wounds adorning the pirate's visage. I'm fine. I merely had a little mishap with a kitten while on a mission. The pirate waved his hand dismissively, downplaying the significant alteration in his appearance. By the way, what brings you here so leisurely today? Well, what else could it be but those powder-related matters? The middle-aged man swiftly diverted the conversation away from the colonel's injuries and addressed the pressing issue. Colonel, is there a problem with the shipment? Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory response. As he spoke, the middle-aged man produced a file from his clothing and carefully placed it on the desk. Walsh, it's not that I don't want to help you, but the naval base has recently received several formidable assignments. If those in charge were to learn of these matters, I would be in deep trouble. A brief glance at the file revealed the pirate's dissatisfaction, prompting him to continue. Big shots. The middle-aged man paused, taken aback, then with a grin, he retrieved a diamond-encrusted pocket watch from his pocket and placed it on the desk. In this naval base, who could possibly be greater than you, Colonel Rat? We rely on your esteemed self to look after our affairs. These are individuals from the naval headquarters. I cannot afford to cross them. Drugs can be found in every corner of the world, with minimal costs and profits that can multiply by dozens or even hundreds, luring many into the depths of vice in pursuit of greatness. However, while some may achieve overnight wealth through such means, countless others pay the ultimate price, their lives. In this era, where strength reigns supreme, lacking the power to match one's wealth is a curse, drawing one ever closer to death. The middle-aged man understood that to continue his existence, he must firmly grasp the thread connecting him to Colonel Rat, hence the pirate's insistence. Look, esteemed sir, who in the East Sea is unaware of your formidable reputation? Those two individuals from the naval headquarters are no match for you. The middle-aged man continued to flatter while rummaging through his belongings for valuables. Indeed, I relish such words. Do continue. The pirate cast a discerning glance at the middle-aged man, resolute in his intent not to relent until every ounce of value had been extracted from him. Colonel Rat, you are wise and valiant, handsome and charming, adored by all, flourishing like flowers in spring. Your unparalleled talent and vast knowledge make you a rare gem. The middle-aged man recited each phrase with fervor while hastily searching his person for valuable items. Well said. After a prolonged silence, the pirate finally spoke when the middle-aged man had exhausted his possessions. In our matters? The middle-aged man inquired eagerly. As long as my subordinates do not alert those two individuals, I shall feign ignorance, with the prospect of profit and the successful execution of business. The pirate had little reason to object. Thank you, Colonel. I assure you that each month's stipend will be delivered punctually. The middle-aged man beamed, pledging various benefits to express his loyalty. Enough, you may leave now. I have other matters to attend to. The pirate waved his hand, cutting off the middle-aged man and signaling him to take his leave. Understood, understood. Please, Colonel, do not see me out. Having achieved his objective, the middle-aged man did not linger, bowing and departing the office with alacrity. How did it go, sir? Was the matter resolved? As Walsh exited, a naval officer approached him. Just look at me, and you'll know. Walsh replied with a bitter smile. As long as it's settled, that's what matters. The naval officer scrutinized Walsh closely, finally allowing himself to relax. For an addict, the prospect of withdrawal is a harrowing ordeal. The order brought back by Colonel Rat had sent shivers down his spine. After clarifying the situation with returning soldiers, he promptly contacted Walsh to inform him of the current circumstances. Fortunately, Walsh was nearby, enjoying leisure time, enabling him to reach the naval base in such a short span. Had he arrived any later, the naval officers would likely have begun clearing the area. That wretched rat. I have never encountered anyone with such a repulsive demeanor. The middle-aged man, Walsh, felt a wave of nausea at the recollection of the sycophantic praises he had uttered earlier. You all need to keep a close watch. If those two from the naval headquarters discover anything, we want to escape unscathed. Chapter 31. The Unveiling Youth Young Master. Please follow me. Within the 16th Division of the Navy, a slender naval officer was guiding two youths as they wandered about the base. Excuse me, sir. Where are we headed? The boy in the sleeveless shirt clasped his hands behind his head, glancing around the naval base while casually inquiring. We are heading to the supply office to collect daily necessities for you and this young master. The emaciated Navy man ahead replied obsequiously. Supply office? What is that? Is it edible? The boy asked with a look of curiosity. The supply office is where materials are distributed. If you want a meal, you still need to go to the cafeteria, but it's not mealtime yet, so there probably isn't anything to eat, the lean Navy man explained awkwardly, wiping away the cold sweat that had formed on his brow. Oh, the boy's enthusiasm immediately waned as he sighed, but not long after, his spirits revived once again. What time do we eat? We missed lunch when we returned, so we probably have to wait until around 6 in the evening to eat. The lean Navy man replied, somewhat exasperated. Ah, we have to wait that long. The Navy man's statement caused quite a stir, even Ace. The freckled boy who had been silently following couldn't help but glance over, while the boy in the sleeveless shirt exclaimed loudly, "There's nothing I can do. It's the base's regulations," the lean Navy man said, feeling embarrassed. Well, fine. Hearing the Navy man's words, the boy in the sleeveless shirt became dejected, dragging his hands and following behind the lean Navy man toward the supply office. Yet, in his heart, he yearned for the carefree life of a pirate, where he could embark on adventures with his friends and revel in banquets filled with beer. ABIs, open the door. It's me, Thompson. Upon reaching a dilapidated door, the lean Navy man hurriedly ran forward and called out loudly, "Who is it? Making such a racket in the middle of the day? Don't you know I'm trying to take a nap?" The door to the supply office slowly creaked open, revealing a plump man dressed in pajamas and slippers. ABIs. These are 2 young masters from the naval headquarters who will be staying at our base for a while, so Colonel Rat sent me over to help them gather some supplies, Thompson explained, noticing his old acquaintance's half-asleep demeanor. Headquarters. At the mention of this term, ABIs instantly perked up. As the saying goes, a 7th-rank official at the Prime Minister's door. Even if the 2 visitors were mere rookies from the naval headquarters, he had to treat them well. Otherwise, if they returned with even a hint of complaint, he could bid farewell to this cushy job. Please, come in. After scrutinizing the 2 boys, ABIs began to usher them inside. Upon entering the supply office, they were greeted by rows of neatly arranged doors stretching into the depths, seemingly endless. Click. Stopping before one of the doors, ABIs produced a large bunch of keys and set about unlocking it. Perhaps due to familiarity or an extraordinary memory, ABIs effortlessly found the right key and opened the door without any trial and error. You may choose whatever you like from inside. Take whatever catches your eye, ABIs said, stepping aside and displaying a charming smile toward the 2 boys. Wow, is it really that good? The boy in the sleeveless shirt exclaimed in surprise. Just some minor items. As long as you like it, that's what matters. ABIs flattered him casually. Then I won't hold back. The boy in the sleeveless shirt shouted as he dashed into the storeroom. However, upon entering, filled with a fervor for treasure, he was instantly taken aback by the sight of mountains of bedding, bed covers, pillows, and pillowcases. His enthusiasm felt as though it had been doused with cold water. Is this it? Where's the treasure? Faced with the mountain of bedding, the boy felt deceived and turned angrily to confront ABIs. However, he was pulled back by Ace. This is the supply office, not a treasure trove. What do you expect to find here? Use your brain, Ace scolded, dropping the boy back to the ground before squatting down to select some items for comfort, as they intended to stay here for a while. Hey, are you done yet? I'm leaving, Ace called out, clutching his carefully chosen items as he stood up and looked at the still-sitting boy in the sleeveless shirt. I'll be ready in a moment. The boy in the sleeveless shirt jumped up, grabbing a few pieces of bedding before rushing after Ace. Since we've chosen the bedding, let us go grab some clothes. ABIs grinned as he watched the 2 boys emerge with their piles of bedding. Clothes? I brought some. The boy in the sleeveless shirt replied, puzzled. You brought some? ABIs paused, looking up with a questioning gaze at Thompson. Young masters, what ABIs meant was Navy uniforms. Not regular clothing, Thompson quickly clarified, noticing Abby's questioning expression. Navy uniforms? I don't want that. I want to be. The boy in the sleeveless shirt exploded with excitement, ready to declare his lofty ambitions, but was suddenly silenced as Ace quickly covered his mouth. ABIs, don't mind him. Let us just go get the uniforms, Ace said, smiling as he held the boy's mouth shut. All right, follow me, ABIs replied, glancing at the 2 boys tangled together. He wisely chose to ignore the situation, knowing from years of experience that it was best not to meddle. Okay, Uncle ABIs, Ace agreed, secretly breathing a sigh of relief that he had managed to deflect the situation. He was glad he had spent some time under the same roof as the boy, knowing his tendencies. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous if the plump and lean boys had overheard. Watching the duo gradually move away, Ace finally released the boy in the sleeveless shirt. Listen closely, kid. This is a naval base, not somewhere else. If you don't want to be captured and sent to that impel down, keep your mouth shut. Chapter 32, Confinement. Thompson, how did you come back with 2 kids? You haven't been raising some wild offspring, have you? Haha. Laughter erupted as Thompson entered the dormitory with the 2 boys, his face flushing with embarrassment. Just be careful that Wilson doesn't find out. Otherwise, he won't spare you, another voice chimed in. Unable to hold back, the boy in the sleeveless shirt blurted out. I'm not some wild offspring. I'm Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy. I'm going to be a. The boy began to excitedly repeat his catchphrase, but thankfully, Ace stepped in just in time to stop him. You idiot, do you want to die? Didn't we agree to keep it together? How could you forget? But they called us wild offspring, Luffy protested, feeling wronged. Then just hit them until they don't dare to speak again. Stop talking about your useless dreams. Do you understand? Covering the mouth of the boy in a tank top, the freckled boy whispered conspiratorially in his ear. All right. The tank top boy, Luffy, nodded decisively. On the count of 3, we'll charge together. Look, Thompson, they've admitted it themselves. Indeed, Thompson, Confess honestly, which man did you have a child with? Laughter erupted. No, no. These two young gentlemen are merely interns from the Navy headquarters. Thompson, the slender naval officer, blushed as he explained, but the raucous soldiers remained oblivious, lost in their own merriment. 1, 2, 3. As the freckled boy counted down, Luffy hurled the belongings he was carrying towards the rowdy soldiers. Look out. While the soldiers grappled with the unexpected projectile, the two boys sprang into action. The freckled boy darted into the crowd, taking advantage of the chaos, while Luffy stood his ground, shaking his arms. Suddenly, an astonishing event occurred. Luffy's arms elongated like dough being stretched, swinging towards the soldiers. It's grown longer. Behind a window, a pirate quietly lowered his spyglass, his mind racing with uncertainty about whether bringing this seemingly powerful little imp back was a wise decision. Young masters, please stop. You're going to kill them. After nearly 2 minutes of chaos, Thompson finally reacted, rushing to restrain the two boys as they continued their assault on the battered naval soldiers. Bang. Take that for calling me a bastard. Bang. Take that for calling me a bastard. Even as Thompson held him back, Luffy did not relent, kicking fiercely at the soldiers while struggling against Thompson's grip. Stop it. Yet. Being merely a frail naval soldier, Thompson struggled to contain two exceptionally gifted youths. Just as the boys were about to break free, a commanding voice resonated from outside the door. Who goes there? Luffy, momentarily taken aback, swung towards the entrance. Bang. Gathering for a brawl, fighting. You are sentenced to 3 days in confinement. Luffy's hand was seized by the newcomer, followed by the authoritative voice. Colonel. Observing Luffy in a predicament, Thompson curiously glanced at the door, only to be startled by the sight, exclaiming loudly, take them away. With a wave of his hand, several naval soldiers surged forward, lunging at the two boys like wolves. Let go of me. I want to go to the confinement room. I refuse. As the boys were pinned down by the soldiers, Luffy began to thrash violently, adamantly resisting. Humph. The pirate, watching the stalemate among the naval soldiers, let out a cold snort, shaking the hand that held Luffy. A tremendous force surged through, dissipating Luffy's strength entirely, rendering him powerless. I want to go. Luffy's body felt weak, yet he remained defiant. The other boy, however, stood still, allowing the soldiers to restrain him without protest. Take them away. With the two boys subdued, the pirate turned to leave, issuing further instructions. Oh. And take those on the ground as well. As he reached the door, the pirate seemed to recall something, turning back. Colonel, do they need to be taken as well? The naval soldiers hesitated at the pirate's command. One cannot fight alone. Casting a glance over his shoulder at the soldiers, the pirate spoke with significant weight. Understood. The soldiers shivered involuntarily at the pirate's gaze, instinctively replying in compliance. Let go of me. Let go of me. The pirate led the way as the soldiers escorted the two boys into the naval base's prison. Throughout the journey, Luffy remained undeterred, twisting his body and struggling fiercely. Creak. The cell door slowly opened with a piercing sound. Bang. Bang. The two boys were unceremoniously tossed into the cell by the soldiers. Let me out. No sooner had they landed than Luffy sprang up, racing towards the cell door in a desperate bid to escape before it closed. Bang. A muffled thud echoed as the vest-clad youth, Luffy, was unceremoniously kicked back into his cell by the pirate. The door slammed shut, sealing him in with the harsh decree of 3 days without food. Observing the two boys who remained submissively in their confines, the pirate slowly turned and departed from the underground prison. Let me out. Let me out. Luffy shouted as he scrambled to his feet and hurled himself against the cold bars, calling out to the nearby Navy officers who were also imprisoned. Stop shouting. Once he opened the door without that guy's orders, the freckled boy lying on the straw floor. Ace, replied lazily. Ace, how can you just give in like this? Luffy exclaimed, discontent as he jumped down from the bars. What else can you do? Fight against that guy? Ace scoffed with a derisive tone. Chapter 33. The Purge. Captain Carp, we have searched the vicinity of Windmill Village thoroughly, but to no avail. Bogart reported, bowing his head in shame as he approached Carp from behind. What about Galbo Mountain? Carp inquired, his voice hoarse without turning to face him. I have failed to locate it. Bogart admitted. And what of the area near Goa? Carp continued, casting a glance at Bogart. Not yet conducted, Bogart replied, head lowered. We need not be overly cautious in our endeavors. We belong to the world government, and that insignificant Goa kingdom cannot sway us, Carp declared, understanding Bogart's hesitations. Gather the troops, and we shall eliminate those colluding with the nobility. It is high time we clean house here. Yes. Bogart, astonished, gazed at the admiral. Realizing the East Blue was on the brink of change, the Navy could no longer tolerate the decay of the world nobility and was preparing to cleanse it. All personnel retreat. Assemble at the docks. Commanding swiftly with his transponder snail, Bogart issued order after order, and the vast machinery of the Navy began to mobilize. Why are my eyelids suddenly twitching so violently? Brugem pondered, standing by the window, gazing at the picturesque view, yet feeling uneasy. Although he had disposed of a few nuisances and recruited several capable subordinates, he was soon enveloped by a sense of disquiet, prompting him to seek the source of his unrest aboard the ship. However, despite cleaning the entire vessel, tranquility remained elusive. Reluctantly, Brugem returned to his office, contemplating any potential threats looming over him. Fire. Just as Brugem was lost in thought, a sharp sound pierced the air, followed swiftly by a barrage of cannon fire that struck his pirate ship. The tremendous force breached the wooden hull, inflicting devastation upon the unprepared pirates, as scorching lead bullets penetrated their flesh, embedding deep within their bodies. Damn it! Who dares to attack me? Brugem seethed, crouching down and rushing toward his crew. You worthless insects, grab your weapons and retaliate. When Brugem finally reached the deck through a hail of bullets, he was met with the shocking sight of his men cowering on the ground, clutching their heads in terror, devoid of any will to resist. He kicked and shouted at them, desperate to rouse them from their stupor. Yet, each time a pirate managed to rise and grasp a weapon, they were immediately struck down by the relentless gunfire, falling back to the ground, never to rise again. After the fourth casualty, despite Brugem's furious attempts to motivate them, no one dared to stand, all seeking refuge from the storm of bullets. Damn it! Brugem glared at the faltering morale of his crew, gritting his teeth as he drew his firearm, targeting a nearby pirate. Get up, all of you, or I will end you myself. Bang, bang, bang. Under the pressure from Brugem, the pirates slowly rose, and although many were battered by the gunfire, a significant number remained unscathed, clumsily firing their weapons into the fray. How can there be so many of them? Brugem gritted his teeth, observing the densely packed navy on the shore. Seizing the opportunity while his men were distracted, he hurriedly retreated to his cabin. This overwhelming navy presence was clearly not a spontaneous decision. They had devised a meticulous plan. With his ragtag crew, he stood no chance against them, and his only course of action was to depart with as much treasure as possible. What are you doing? Upon entering the captain's quarters, Brugem was horrified to find his office in disarray, everything strewn about, and a formidable figure rummaging through the wreckage. Ah, Mr. Brugem. The man turned slowly to address him. Bessimo, who are you and who sent you? Brugem's pupils dilated as he raised his gun at this newly hired thug. What I am is of no concern to you. Next year on this day will be your funeral. Bessimo lunged at Brugem with a knife. Click, click. The sound of the gun's mechanism echoed, but Brugem's pistol failed to fire. He had forgotten to load it. Realizing the imminent threat of Bessimo closing in, he hastily discarded his weapon and stumbled backward. Thud. Yet, his retreat proved futile as the dagger found its mark, plunging into his flesh. Ah, get away from me. Brugem flailed like a wounded beast, desperately attempting to ward off further harm. Although his movements appeared clumsy, they were effective enough to compel Bessimo to retreat momentarily. However, this was not the end, nor the turning point for Brugem. After creating some distance, Bessimo swiftly drew a flintlock pistol. Bang! Blood splattered onto the dimly lit floor. Yet Brugem remained standing, unyielding. For a man of nearly 4 meters in height, a mere flintlock could hardly inflict a fatal wound. With his eyes blazing, Brugem bent low, charging towards Bessimo. Faced with the relentless advance of the giant pirate, Bessimo had no choice but to abandon his half-loaded firearm and evade. Brugem's momentum was unstoppable. His massive frame collided forcefully with the ship's structure. Bang! With a thunderous crash, Brugem crashed through the hull, plummeting towards the depths of the sea. This is not good. Observing the rapidly descending Brugem, Bessimo chose not to pursue, but instead raced towards the interior of the ship. Boom, boom, boom. A sudden cannonade erupted, marking the official dissolution of the Brugem pirate crew. The entire pirate ship was reduced to a mere heap of splintered debris amidst a hail of explosives, leaving no pirate aboard unscathed. Either they perished in the gunfire, or were fortunate enough to sink into the depths of the sea. This calamity did not solely befall the Brugem crew. Every vessel anchored in the pirate bay met the same devastating fate. Crimson flames danced upon the ocean, heralding the commencement of the Navy's purge against the world's aristocracy. Chapter 34. The decay of a kingdom shall ultimately lead to its demise. What is happening? Is there a battle? Within the kingdom of Goya, the citizens, hearing the relentless roar of artillery from beyond the city walls, trembled in fear, dreading that their serene and tranquil realm might shatter into oblivion. Your Majesty, reports from below indicate that there is trouble in the pirate bay. A middle-aged man, resembling a servant, approached the throne of King Goya, speaking in hushed tones. Once again, those wretched scoundrels. I graciously allowed them to dock in our bay. Yet they repay my kindness with such uproar. They must be impatient to meet their end. King Goya's fist slammed down upon the armrest of his throne in anger. Once the fighting ceases, send someone to warn those ruffians to behave themselves. Understood, Your Majesty. The servant bowed and exited the grand hall, beginning to make arrangements. Brugem, that unruly fiend, would not retreat without ample preparation. Little did they know, this was no mere skirmish. Nestled in the East Sea, the weakest of oceans and home to Vice Admiral Carp, their once peaceful existence had dulled their senses, rendering them oblivious to the Navy's impending actions. Report, Lord Bogart. The mission has been accomplished, please advise. In the pirate bay, Bogart and his crew, brimming with an indomitable spirit, unleashed overwhelming firepower to cleanse this den of filth. Obliterating every vessel, while the fortunate survivors, floating upon the waves, were captured and prepared for transport to the city. Clear the battlefield and prepare for withdrawal. Gazing calmly at the scarlet-stained waters, Bogart's focus strayed from the carnage, his haki activated, ever vigilant against potential attacks from the kingdom of Goya. Yes. Following the orders from their superiors, the naval forces executed their tasks with remarkable speed. The scattered limbs and debris were meticulously gathered by the soldiers for proper burial or incineration, all conducted with an air of disciplined efficiency. Who are you? Why are you here? As the soldiers tidied the battlefield, an envoy from the kingdom of Goya finally arrived. Upon witnessing the sea of naval uniforms, the envoy's expression soured, and he shouted, "We are Vice Admiral Karp's forces from the Navy headquarters. Here is my identification. We are currently on a mission. I kindly ask you to vacate this area, or I will regard you as accomplices to these pirates and have you arrested." Upon observing the advancing Goya envoy, Bogart spoke slowly. "The Navy headquarters?" The Goya envoy's demeanor shifted dramatically as he halted, surveying the orderly actions of the Navy. Resolutely, he turned and headed back to Goya. Indeed, these miscreants have become thoroughly decayed. A formidable user of a devil fruit has fled without a fight, lacking even an ounce of courage. With the envoy's departure, Bogart finally relaxed, concentrating on clearing the aftermath. Your Majesty, urgent news. The Navy headquarters has sent representatives." Upon returning to the Goya Palace, the envoy rushed towards the chamber of King Goya. "Ernest, what are you shouting about? Do you not realize the king is napping?" A servant-like figure halted the envoy at the palace entrance. "Simpson, I have no time for your delays. I must report a pressing matter to the king," Ernest exclaimed. Anxiety etched across his face. "Aren't you supposed to be dealing with those pirates? Why are you back so soon?" The servant, named Simpson, eyed Ernest warily. "It is precisely because of this matter that I must see the king. I fear it may be too late if I wait." Ernest pressed urgently. "Wait here. I will inform him." After scrutinizing Ernest, Simpson ultimately decided to relent and entered the palace. Your Majesty. Simpson approached the king's bedside, gently shaking him awake. King Goya stirred slowly from slumber, blinking sleepily at Simpson. "Simpson, is it nearly 4 o'clock? Why is the sun still so bright?" "Your Majesty, Ernest has returned from the pirates, but he insists he has urgent news to report to you," Simpson relayed, omitting any mention of the time. Let Ernest wait outside. I need a bit more rest. I am dreadfully tired." King Goya waved dismissively, turning back to his slumber. Seeing the king's indifference, Simpson thought little of it. Quietly exiting the palace to find Ernest, "The king is resting and does not wish to see you. You must wait at the door." "What? Did you not make it clear to the king? I have urgent matters to report. The Navy is already approaching the bay. If we do not prepare, it will be too late," Ernest exclaimed in shock. "The Navy is merely a subordinate force of our world government. How could they possibly attack us?" Simpson replied impatiently before turning away, disregarding Ernest's concerns. Avoiding the extensive search parties, Simpson found a secluded corner and retrieved a small transponder snail, swiftly dialing a number. Brew click. "This is Victor. Please state your business." The call was answered after 2 rings by a composed voice. "This is Simpson. I have urgent news to report. The Navy has begun their assault on the kingdom of Goya. The aristocrats' talons have been severed." Simpson relayed everything he knew without reservation. "I will report this to my superiors immediately. Do not act rashly. Delay as much as possible to prevent them from responding." The voice on the other end turned urgent, issuing quick commands. "Understood. I will ensure the mission is completed." After ending the call, Simpson casually emerged from his hiding spot, making his way back toward the palace where King Goya lay. "Chief, Simpson has delivered intelligence. The Navy has commenced their attack on Goya." Victor rushed into an office, disregarding the astonished gazes within, exclaiming loudly, "The Navy has begun their assault on Goya?" The occupant of the office was momentarily stunned, muttering the words in disbelief. "Quickly prepare the vessels. I must return to the East Sea." Suddenly, the office's occupant sprang from his seat, shouting. While the Navy's actions disrupted their plans for Goya, it did not conflict with their overall scheme. With proper manipulation, success was still attainable. Chapter 35. What is the origin of the celestial dragon's ancient saying? Brew. The tranquil chambers of the Goya royal palace were abruptly shattered by the shrill ring of a transponder snail. "Ugh, Simpson, what time is it now?" King Goya slowly propped himself up from his bed, his eyes still heavy with sleep. "Your Majesty, it is now 3:15. There is still ample time before 4, murmured his servant, Simpson, who hastily approached. "But who could be calling me at this hour?" Despite his lingering drowsiness, King Goya's voice was laced with irritation. "It seems that the sound is coming from the phone bug you have in your study," Simpson explained, tilting his ear to listen for a moment. The study. The mention of this place instantly roused King Goya, who leaped from his bed without pausing to put on his shoes and hurriedly dashed toward the study. He swiftly opened a cleverly concealed drawer and retrieved an exquisitely adorned phone bug dressed in a spacesuit with a glass helmet. "This is Augustus Sandercarnet. How may I assist you?" King Goya steadied his breath and answered the phone. This is the world government. Here is a command from Lord Charlemagne. I have long heard that the kingdom of Goya is the most beautiful nation in the East Sea, renowned even along the Grand Line. Not only has it produced a formidable figure like Vice Admiral Carp, but it is also the homeland of the Revolutionary Army's Monkey D. Dragon. I shall be visiting your nation for a period of exchange within a month. I hope you will not refuse. As King Goya greeted the caller, a stream of archaic language flowed from the phone, leaving him momentarily stunned. Truly, the celestial dragons possess a certain eloquence. Although he could not grasp the full meaning of the conversation, King Goya felt this was only fitting, considering the lineage of the 20 monarchs who established the world government. Their speech could hardly resemble that of common folk. Yes, I shall certainly extend a warm welcome and treat Lord Charlemagne with our utmost hospitality, he replied, his thoughts racing. With the desired response secured, the individual claiming to represent the world government abruptly ended the call, leaving King Goya no opportunity to further engage. Oh, it seems the opportunity for our kingdom of Goya has arrived. A celestial dragon is coming to visit us. If we host him well, the rewards will be. King Goya exclaimed, his nostrils flaring with excitement as he set the phone bug down. Simpson, quickly, assist me in dressing. Yes, Your Majesty. Simpson quickly dashed away from the door, retrieving garments from beside the bed while responding loudly. To overhear such confidential information was indeed an unexpected delight. Even if he could not obtain the documents regarding the kingdom of Goya's collusion with pirates, any error made by the celestial dragons during their visit could simplify the revolutionary endeavor. If they wished to avoid annihilation by the world government, they would be compelled to seek refuge with them, resisting or even overthrowing the world government. Carefully, Simpson placed the shoes at King Goya's feet, assisting him into his attire, which included splendid silk and ornate accessories. Your Majesty, what is the cause of your evident joy? Even though he had eavesdropped on the confidential conversation, Simpson feigned ignorance. The celestial dragon Lord Charlemagne is to visit our kingdom of Goya. If we seize this chance and attend to him well, elevating our national stature will no longer be a mere aspiration, King Goya declared with fervor. Lord Celestial Dragon is coming to Goya. Simpson, embodying the perfect undercover agent, exclaimed in astonishment. This is monumental. We must prepare thoroughly, ensuring that Lord Celestial Dragon has no cause for dissatisfaction. Indeed, your reasoning is sound, Simpson. King Goya nodded in agreement. You are to disseminate this news throughout the nation. Everyone must be made aware of this joyous occasion. Ensure that the city is immaculate. I want not a speck of dust to be seen. All refuse must be disposed of, taken to the waste disposal site outside the city. No, even that waste site must be cleared. Such a large dump near the city severely tarnishes our image. King Goya continued, animated with excitement. Very well, that shall be all for now, Simpson. Have you taken note of everything? After articulating all that came to mind, King Goya finally paused to inquire of the attentive Simpson. Yes, Your Majesty. Simpson responded, as if awakening from a dream. Then go forth and act swiftly. I can hardly contain my eagerness to see the joyous faces of our citizens. King Goya proclaimed, rubbing his hands together with a gleeful smile. By the way, Your Majesty, Ilna's mentioned he had something to report to you. Just as Simpson was about to leave, he suddenly recalled an important detail and turned back towards King Goya. Illness? Was he not dispatched to deal with those wretched pirates? How has he returned so soon? King Goya was taken aback, instinctively questioning. It appears he has obtained some crucial intelligence, which is why he has returned early, Simpson replied. Feigning ignorance. Bring him in, King Goya ultimately decided after a moment of contemplation. Very well, Your Majesty. Exiting, Simpson found the ever-impatient envoy Ilnaz and led him into the royal chamber. Your Majesty, was I not instructed to warn those despicable pirates? Why have you returned so quickly? Upon seeing King Goya, Ilnaz attempted to speak, but was interrupted by the king's barrage of inquiries, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, Ilnaz finally responded, Your Majesty, that gang of Brugem has been eradicated. A group claiming to be from the Navy has reduced the entire bay to ruins. What? Brugem and his crew are dead. Then who will attend to my affairs? King Goya gasped, his concern not for the fate of Brugem and his cohorts, but for who would manage the ensuing matters. Chapter 36, Strategic Relocation, the Kingdom of Goya. Carp murmured the name of this nation as he settled into his seat, lifting a glass to sip slowly. My lord, what shall we do? Please, speak. Bogart had lost his usual composure, anxiously addressing the increasingly calm Carp. Worrying is futile. Once the celestial dragons arrive, I shall ensure they treat my beloved citizens well. Today, I have much cause for celebration to share with you all, King Goya exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he addressed a phone bug from within a broadcasting studio. I have just received a call from the world government. In 1 month, Lord Charlemagne of the Celestial Dragons will grace our kingdom with his presence for an exchange. With the announcement echoing through the microphone, the entire kingdom of Goya erupted into commotion. The Celestial Dragon is coming, was the response from the common folk. This is our moment to prosper. Anything we acquire from a Celestial Dragon will fetch a hefty price. thought the rogues and thieves of the kingdom of Goya. If the celestial dragons take a liking to our wares, we shall surely thrive. The merchant's objective is clear. If the treasures can establish a connection with the esteemed Charlemagne, the prosperity of their families will be assured. This is the subtle ambition of the nobility. While individuals may harbor diverse thoughts and intentions, the overarching direction remains consistent: to firmly grasp the robust support of the celestial dragons and reap substantial benefits. My dear subjects, let us govern this kingdom diligently and extend our heartfelt hospitality to the esteemed Charlemagne. Observing the reactions of the people of Goya, Goya smiled with satisfaction and proclaimed loudly, long live the celestial dragons. Regardless of how King Goya would proceed next, the citizens of Goya were only aware that an opportunity for wealth had presented itself, and they erupted in jubilant cheers. The celestial dragons. Having finished clearing the battlefield, Bogart stood atop a mound of refuse, furrowing his brow as he listened to the clamorous voices resonating from the kingdom of Goya. Returned to the camp. Faced with this critical news, Bogart dared not delay, gesturing with a wave of his hand as he led the naval soldiers directly toward the location where Admiral Karp was stationed. Admiral Karp, we have grave news. After an hour of hurried marching, Bogart and his men finally arrived at Windmill Village and, after a brief inquiry, located Admiral Karp seated within a tavern. What are you shouting about, Bogart? Didn't I tell you not to panic in times of crisis? What could possibly trouble us in this East Blue? Karp bellowed, slamming his cup onto the bar. The celestial dragons, the esteemed Charlemagne, is coming to the East Blue. Carefully avoiding the shards of glass on the floor, Bogart approached Karp and spoke softly. The celestial dragons? Upon hearing this term, Karp's drinking came to an abrupt halt, and he casually replied, so what if they come? It's not like pirates are arriving. But, Admiral Karp, the East Blue has only just settled down. If this celestial dragon stirs up trouble, wouldn't all our efforts over the years be in vain? Bogart was well aware of the cruelty of the celestial dragons, and now that they were arriving in the East Blue, a place they had invested considerable time and effort to cultivate, how could he remain calm? Rest assured, nothing will happen. The celestial dragons won't be running amok. They will only cause some localized chaos, Karp said, downing his rum. But they are coming to Goya, Bogart exclaimed. Huh? What did you say? Hearing Bogart's words, Karp nearly choked on his drink, springing to his feet with a look of disbelief. Although he was a vice admiral in the Navy, already receiving orders from the world government and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, he had no knowledge of which city or kingdom the celestial dragons would visit. Now, if they were coming to Goya, a beautiful place, how could he not feel anxious? If they came to Windmill Village, it would spell disaster. Where did you get this information? Why was I not informed? After a moment of shock, Vice Admiral Karp began to inquire about the source of this news, his skepticism regarding its authenticity evident. It is from the kingdom of Goya. They announced this news not long ago, and everyone in Goya City heard it. Bogart hurriedly revealed the source of the information to Vice Admiral Karp. Let them wander around as they please, Karp mused, gazing thoughtfully at his cup of golden liquor. Just keep an eye on them? Bogart echoed, momentarily taken aback by Karp's words. Yes, as long as we monitor them and prevent them from straying, the extent of any casualties or damage will be significantly minimized. The more he contemplated, the more excited Bogart became, fully endorsing Vice Admiral Karp's idea. By the way, Admiral Karp, should we send Luffy and the others away first? I'm worried they might inadvertently cross paths with the celestial dragons. Suddenly, in the midst of his enthusiasm, Bogart remembered something crucial and turned to ask Vice Admiral Karp for guidance. Luffy. Vice Admiral Karp slowed his drinking, pondering deeply. To be honest, while he did not fear these parasites of the world government, until the handover was complete, he could not predict or control the movements of the celestial dragons. If they stumbled upon the Navy's 16th Division, or if his two grandsons accidentally encountered the celestial dragons and provoked them, the consequences would be dire. We must relocate them. Immediately send them to the Grand Line. We cannot allow them to be in harm's way, Vice Admiral Karp concluded decisively. The more he thought about it, the more justified he felt in issuing the command. Yes, I will take care of it. Bogart straightened and saluted before turning to exit through the door. Wait, don't forget to bring that little mouse along. We cannot allow those two rascals to run wild. Just as Bogart was about to step out of the tavern, Vice Admiral Karp added another instruction. Bogart froze mid-step. This command from Vice Admiral Karp felt like a lack of trust. Did he truly need assistance from a naval colonel to manage two children? However, looking at it from another perspective, Vice Admiral Karp needed him. His presence was indispensable. Thus he assigned the task of managing the children to the little mouse to free up his time to assist him. With this realization, Bogart felt enlightened and strode confidently out of the tavern. Chapter 37. The Self-Destructive Weakness Bring. The phone in the office of the Navy's 16th Division suddenly rang, jolting the pirate seated cross-legged on the floor awake. Scanning the vicinity and failing to spot the source of the sound, the pirate stood and followed the noise. Hello, this is the 16th Division. I am Colonel Mouse. What is the matter? After rummaging through various places, the pirate finally found a nearly starved phone bug in a corner. This is Bogart. Below is the command from Vice Admiral Carp of the Navy headquarters. Due to rampant pirate activity in the Grand Line, I have heard of the esteemed reputation of Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division. I hereby command Colonel Mouse to immediately accompany Vice Admiral Bogart to the Grand Line to suppress the rampant pirate forces. End of message. Holding the receiver. The pirate found amusement in the phone bug's comically serious demeanor, pretending to be stern despite its evident frailty. The scene was simply too entertaining. Unbeknownst to the pirate, every gesture had been faithfully transmitted to Vice Admiral Bogart, who was on the receiving end. Hello, did you hear me clearly? Watching the image relayed by the phone bug, Bogart's temper flared, his teeth clenched as he shouted. Yes, Vice Admiral Bogart, the pirate replied casually, tossing the receiver back onto the phone bug's back and slowly standing up, wobbling as he made his way toward the underground prison of the division. Since the request was to take the two little brats along to this so-called Grand Line, he had no reason to continue holding them captive. Although this disrupted his plans and interrupted his training of the two children, given their usual behavior, capturing them would not be a difficult task, if necessary. He could always find another opportunity to train them later. Open the door. Lost in thought, the pirate found himself at the prison entrance. Observing the two languid youths sprawled on the ground and the naval soldier beside them, once again unconscious. A frown creased the pirate's brow. If this continued, rather than extinguishing their fiery spirits, it would only serve to bolster their morale, leading them to perceive the Navy as a collection of weaklings, dismissing their strength altogether. At that point, expecting assistance from them in completing tasks would be a far-fetched hope. Merely refraining from betrayal would be a significant achievement. Turning his gaze, the pirate called out to the naval soldier, who was cautiously hiding behind him. Trembling, the naval soldier approached, clutching the keys that quivered in his grasp. Unlike the pirate, he had witnessed firsthand how the two youths had effortlessly incapacitated the Navy soldiers from behind the bars. They appeared as mere ordinary boys, yet could extend their limbs with such unnatural length. It was as if they were monsters. No, they were indeed a band of little demons. With a gulp, the naval soldier glanced at the two resting youths and the pirate at his back, mustering his courage. With unparalleled speed, he unlocked the door and swiftly leaped behind the pirate. Bang! The two previously reclining youths sprang to their feet, darting towards the wide-open cell door. However, just as they were about to escape, the door was abruptly slammed shut, and the two boys collided against the bars without the chance to halt. Looks like you're still full of energy, the pirate remarked, grasping the limp skin of the boy in the vest, Luffy, while feeling the latent power hidden beneath the surface. Hey, you ugly brute, what do you think you're doing? Let go of me. Though Luffy felt no pain, the uncomfortable sensation of his skin being stretched made him shout in protest. Kid, what on earth is going on? How can your skin stretch like that without issue? The pirate directly inquired about this long-standing mystery, his thirst for knowledge prompting him to ask, without shame. You fool, you don't even know about devil fruits? Finally finding an outlet for his mockery and frustration, the vest-clad boy Luffy seized the opportunity to ridicule the pirate. Bang! The pirate swiftly struck Luffy on the head. Yet, instead of feeling pain, Luffy displayed his signature goofy grin and replied, Hee hee, I'm a rubber man who ate the gum-gum fruit. You can't hurt me. Clang. A crisp sound echoed as the pirate drew his cutlass from the waist of the naval soldier behind him. He menacingly placed the sharp blade against the exposed skin of the boy in the vest, Luffy, slowly revealing a sinister smile. Tell me, does rubber possess immunity against blades? What are you doing? Please, don't do anything reckless. That blade is extremely sharp. It's not a toy. The boy, feeling the chilling aura emanating from the weapon, swallowed hard and stammered. Hee. Today's lesson is this. Never let others know your weaknesses. Consider this cut a lesson for you. Don't think that just because you have a bit of skill, you can roam about carelessly. With the pirate's ominous chant, a deep gash appeared on Luffy's face, creating a bizarre symmetry with another scar. A scream erupted from Luffy's mouth, successfully drawing the attention of another boy who had been watching coldly from the sidelines. Luffy, are you alright? Ace rushed to Luffy's side, embracing the writhing boy and inquiring loudly. It hurts so much. Unable to move under Ace's grasp, Luffy could only cry out weakly, expressing his agony. Get up quickly, we have a lot to do. The pirate returned the cutlass to the trembling naval soldier, casting a casual glance at the still screaming Luffy. It hurts. However, this time the pirate's words fell on deaf ears, as Luffy remained crumpled in Ace's embrace, clutching his wound and wailing loudly. Take them away. Shaking his head, the pirate felt a sense of helplessness towards these two self-important boys and casually instructed the nearby naval soldier before making his way towards the underground prison. Chapter 38. The Trap. Young masters, please, follow me. The naval soldier, entrusted with an important task by the pirate, forced a smile that was more mournful than a cry as he addressed the two boys still seated on the ground. Humph, how did that bastard find us out? I acted so well. Luffy suddenly sprang up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. How would I know? The freckled boy, Ace, followed suit, brushing off his pants with indifference. It must be you. You must have slipped up somewhere, right? Blame shifting had become an essential survival skill for Luffy after months in the gang's den, and he vehemently accused Ace. What did you say? It was clearly your mistake. And you dare blame me? Upon hearing Luffy's words, Ace glared fiercely and raised his fist, ready to confront him. Young masters, please don't quarrel. The colonel will be out soon. Seeing the two boys on the verge of fighting, the naval soldier rushed over with a distressed expression. Huh. The two boys quickly scanned for the pirate's figure, and after a brief inspection, they finally spotted him in the corridor. Noticing the pirate about to step out of the prison, the boys set aside their argument and hurriedly followed. Hey, ugly, where are we going? Unable to suppress his nature any longer, Luffy blurted out. Slap, slap, slap. The pirate continued walking calmly through the naval base, entirely ignoring the inquisitive gazes of the two boys behind him. Just follow along as a subordinate. Why ask so many questions? Hey, I'm talking to you. When the pirate ignored him, Luffy became furious, seemingly oblivious to past lessons, and impulsively reached out once more. Bang! As expected, his outstretched hand was promptly seized by the pirate. Without reprimanding him, the pirate simply held onto Luffy's hand and moved forward, his pace gradually quickening, forcing Ace to jog to keep up. Meanwhile, Luffy had already collapsed on the ground, his arms stretched out and dragged along. Bang! Upon reaching the harbor of the base, the pirate finally released Luffy's hand, and with a swift retraction, Luffy's arm returned to its original length. What are you doing? Don't you know that it hurts? Luffy yelled, clutching his face where he had been struck. Are you not a rubber man? How can you feel pain? The pirate glanced back at the agitated Luffy. Who told you that rubber men don't feel pain? It hurts, all right. Luffy protested, rubbing his cheek. Is that so? I was worried about how to teach you a lesson later. The pirate feigned a look of enlightenment. Luffy was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Admitting it would mean enduring daily beatings, yet denying it could lead to the pirate devising new ways to torment him. Where are we going? Ace, the freckled boy, suddenly spoke up. The Grand Line. The sea breeze blew, causing the pirate's cloak to flutter as a ship gradually emerged from the horizon. The Grand Line? Are we going to become pirates? The mere mention of the Grand Line sent Luffy into a frenzy of excitement, completely forgetting his prior lesson. Swish. The moment Luffy spoke, Ace quickly distanced himself by 10 meters, looking at Luffy as if he were an idiot. Kid, you're quite bold to say that in front of the Navy. The pirate turned to Luffy, a menacing glint in his eyes. Ah, what do you want? Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. The pirate refrained from slapping him, considering that meeting the parents soon would not warrant sending the child in with a bruised face. Minutes later, the pirate continued to stand before the two boys, gazing out at the sea, awaiting Bogart's arrival, while the two boys displayed contrasting behaviors. Ace mimicked the pirate's stance obediently, while Luffy fidgeted restlessly, as if 100 ants were biting at him, yet he couldn't shake them off. Bang! Before the ship could dock, a figure leaped down from it, landing heavily on the ground. Colonel of the 16th Naval Division, accompanied by Private Ace, Luffy has met the Major General. Before the newcomer could speak, the pirate immediately saluted. Although reluctant, Bogart nonetheless returned the salute out of respect for the Navy, then directly bypassed the pirate to address the two boys. Luffy, what happened? Why do you have another scar on your face? Bogart's expression remained relatively calm upon seeing Ace, but upon spotting the restless Luffy, his face shifted dramatically, rushing over to embrace Luffy and ask loudly, Bogart, let go of me. I can't breathe. Faced with Bogart's fervor, the boy in the vest felt not warmth but discomfort, continuously pushing him away. Affection must maintain a certain distance. Crossing that boundary can yield counterproductive results. Colonel Mouse, I hope you can elucidate, Bogart said, turning his somber expression towards the pirates as he let go of the boy in the vest. Luffy, nothing much. It's just that this little rascal is disobedient. He claims he wants to become the pirate king and received a proper lesson from me. One of the pirates strolled casually, his tone dismissive. Do you know who he is? Bogart's gaze flickered, his expression darkening further. Of course I know. He is a soldier. A naval soldier who holds loyalty to the people and respect for the world government. Upon hearing this, the pirate recognized that the crux of the matter had arrived. If this issue could be resolved, handling these two young recruits would pose no problem. However, if mishandled, it could lead to dire consequences. Standing tall, the pirate bellowed like a true naval soldier. He had been planning this for a long time, ever since that rear admiral entrusted him with these two boys. The pirate understood the implication. He was meant to cultivate and train them into competent soldiers. However, it was evident that trust would not come easily. So he needed to demonstrate not only his capabilities, but also his sense of responsibility. Thus, he laid a foundation with his choice of greetings and the way he referred to the boys, all to prevent Bogart from making an issue of his identity. You. Faced with the pirate's grandiloquent words, Bogart was rendered speechless. I will report everything to Captain Garp. Chapter 39. Training. Hey, Ace. Do you think we might encounter pirates on the Grand Line? Sitting on the ship's railing, the boy in the vest gazed at the tumultuous sea, his heart racing. How should I know? I'm not a deity. Ace, the freckled-faced boy, rolled his eyes. And how many times must I tell you? Don't shout slogans recklessly. Don't you realize these fellows are the Navy? Declaring you want to be a pirate in front of them could land you in prison. What if I want to be a pirate? Don't you wish to? Luffy pouted. I certainly don't. There's no future in that. Ace hesitated, ultimately choosing denial. Future? What's that? Luffy asked, perplexed. Future means. Ace stammered for a long time, yet failed to articulate anything. TCH, so you don't know anything either. Luffy remarked disdainfully, pouting. What did you say? Want to get punched? Ace's face flushed as he raised his fist, shouting. Ahaha, are you embarrassed? In the face of Ace's threats, Luffy felt no fear, instead running ahead while laughing loudly. Idiot. Ace's face turned even redder as he chased after Luffy, vowing to tear that brat's mouth apart. Luffy's signature silly grin reappeared as he and Ace continued to frolic on the deck, laughing joyfully. You two seem to be having a splendid time, the pirate observed from his perch, smiling down at the two rascals causing a ruckus. No. We were just exercising. Yes, just exercising. Ace hastily covered Luffy's mouth, chuckling awkwardly. If it's exercise, how can you be empty-handed? The pirate, seeing through Ace's flimsy lie, casually continued. Hey, that soldier over there. Yes, you. Go fetch a 50-kilogram weighted vest for them. Pointing at a naval soldier standing guard on the deck, the pirate issued his command. Bang. It's all your fault, you idiot. Ace punched Luffy on the head in frustration. Why should I be the only one blamed? You were involved too, Ace. Luffy protested, crouching down and hugging his head in grievance. Don't you dare talk back. Ace glared menacingly. TCH, you can't even admit when you're wrong, Luffy muttered quietly, pouting. What did you say? Whether he truly heard or just sensed it, Ace glared at Luffy ominously. Nothing. Luffy quickly denied. If I hear another bad word, you'll be sorry. With a parting threat, Ace turned away, refusing to speak further. TCH, fine. If you don't want to talk, then don't, Luffy muttered under his breath. Young sirs, shall we assist you in putting on your gear? Faced with such a delicate task, the naval soldiers felt a bit helpless, awkwardly approaching the two boys with the equipment. I'll do it myself. Before Ace could react, Luffy snatched the gear from a soldier. How heavy? As soon as he grasped it, Luffy's expression changed, his arms pulling down to the ground as if unable to lift them again. You dolt. Can't you even put on a uniform? Ace yanked the gear from Luffy's hands and slowly donned it himself. Phew, finally saved. Luffy sighed in relief, retracting his stretched arms. However, he soon became distressed again, realizing that merely holding the equipment had overwhelmed him. Wearing it would be a different ordeal altogether. Sir, shall we assist you in donning it? The soldiers, though surprised by Luffy's elongated arms, remained composed. After all, they were elite soldiers under a legendary admiral, having encountered devil fruit users before without losing their composure. Gulp. All right then. Luffy, watching Ace almost finished with his gear and the pirate observing them from above, reluctantly agreed. Onward. With Luffy's consent, the leading naval soldier waved his hand, and the two soldiers behind him rushed towards the boy in the vest with the equipment. Professionals remained professionals. Although the naval soldiers were a minute or two slower than Ace, they still completed the task in tandem with him, helping Luffy wear the weighted gear. So heavy, I can barely lift my arms. Whether it was Luffy, who had consumed the rubber fruit, or Ace, who was slightly older, both wore troubled expressions after donning the weights. Before they could voice their grievances, the pirate spoke up. Now that you're equipped, don't just stand there, start running. TCH, it's easy for you to say that. Come and try it yourself. Standing on the deck, the two boys shared an unusual consensus. However, it was futile. The path ahead still needed to be traversed. Carrying the 50-kilogram weight, though not completely debilitating, made running noticeably challenging. The two boys trudged under the blazing sun, sweat pouring down as they persevered. Lord Bogart, that fellow seems to be mistreating the two young masters. The tale of two young boys bearing a weight that even adults would struggle to handle quickly spread throughout the warship. As the urgency of the mission was not particularly pressing, the specially designed vessel did not unleash its full capabilities. Instead, it glided slowly across the sea, propelled merely by the ocean breeze. The sailors were not as busy as usual, and the board's soldiers, upon encountering such a significant event, gathered in the corridors, passageways, and on the deck where visibility was ample. Abuse? What on earth is happening? Major Bogart, who had been resting in the captain's quarters, could no longer remain seated and swiftly grasped the arm of the naval officer who had come to deliver the news. Yes, indeed, Major Bogart. Since boarding this morning, that wretched rat has been standing in the loft corridor, glaring at the two young masters. What started as innocent play on the deck has turned into a punishment, forcing them to bear an additional 50 pounds each. They are now drenched in sweat. At the onset of this ordeal, there were not many witnesses on the deck. As those who arrived later observed the pirates standing idly by, they began to concoct their own narratives. The fact that the information reached Bogart with such clarity was no small feat, drawing upon years of experience and a deep understanding of his subordinates. Bogart promptly saw through their deception. Nevertheless, he chose not to expose the ruse, instead following the naval soldiers to the deck, where his discontent with Captain Carp's decisions was palpable. Chapter 40. Enlightened Thoughts with Determined Strides. Bogart pushed through the obstructing naval soldiers and arrived on the deck, where he saw the two boys, as if pulled from the depths of the sea, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. It was merely a routine exercise, devoid of any serious issues. However, as this thought crossed his mind, the sound of a gunshot jolted him back to reality. Turning swiftly towards the source of the gunfire, he beheld a scarred visage that ignited a fierce resentment within him. It became clear that the soldiers had not unjustly accused the pirate. He was indeed inflicting punishment. How foolish of him to feel remorse for his earlier actions. "Colonel Rat, I demand an explanation. Why did you fire in the midst of the crowd?" Bogart inquired with a grim expression, raising his gaze to the pirate. "Report, Major Bogart. I was merely training the soldiers," the pirate replied, standing tall with his smoking flintlock lowered. "Training? Does training necessitate the threat of a firearm?" Bogart retorted, his anger transforming into incredulous laughter. "Report, sir, it is unnecessary." The pirate conceded. "Then why discharge your weapon? What if someone gets hurt?" Bogart's fury escalated. "Report, sir. I simply intended to remind them that they could take a brief respite. Unfortunately, the crowd was too large, and having recently sustained an injury, my voice could not carry far enough. Thus, I resorted to this desperate measure," the pirate explained, a hint of grievance in his tone. "Couldn't you have just walked down?" Bogart found the pirate's rationale utterly laughable, his eyes widening as he shouted in exasperation. "Report. There are simply too many people on the ship. I cannot maneuver through." The pirate lowered his head, feigning shame. Facing this display, Bogart felt a surge of frustration. The darkness threatened to overwhelm him, and he nearly coughed up blood. "Everyone disperse. What are you doing huddled here? Do you wish to join in the training?" For the sake of his reputation, Bogart refrained from unleashing his wrath upon the pirate, though he recognized the absurdity of the situation. He could not deny that the soldiers were indeed a nuisance, and he raised his voice to reprimand them. Boom! As their commander expressed his anger. The surrounding naval soldiers hastily dispersed, fearing the loss of this rare reprieve. However, despite their compliance with Bogart's orders, they could not suppress their grumbling thoughts. A rare day of rest squandered in the dim confines of the ship without purpose. "Major Bogart has never been like this before. I've never seen him so enraged," one soldier whispered. Indeed, Major Bogart has always been remarkably composed. What could have caused him to lose his temper so drastically in recent days? As a naval officer renowned for his swordsmanship, Bogart's keen senses easily picked up on their murmurs. While his initial anger flared, he gradually regained his composure. The Rat was merely a naval colonel, lacking the strength and rank to compare with him. His authority over the two young masters was merely a matter of circumstance. If not for Vice Admiral Carp's concerns regarding the perilous nature of the Grand Line, such a trivial figure would never have been entrusted with their guidance. His frustration with the Rat stemmed from his desperate desire for Carp's acknowledgement. Having joined the Navy at 16, he had endured countless battles over the years, rising from an ordinary sailor to his current position through sheer perseverance. For survival, he could disregard the opinions of others, but Carp was different. He had survived numerous battles not merely by luck, but with Carp's support. Without Carp, he might have perished on some battlefield, much like the ordinary sailors. It would not be an exaggeration to proclaim Carp as his Superman, the pillar of strength throughout his life, the very ambition he strived for whom he would unhesitatingly lay down his life, if necessary. Emerging from the clutches of desire, Bogart found clarity, glancing at the two boys, now exhausted on the ground, before slowly making his way to the captain's quarters. This did not signal his abandonment of the pursuit for their mentorship. Rather, it was a moment to remain composed. A lesson imparted by Vice Admiral Carp during a past battle. Today, he would execute it diligently. Gold will always shine, once they reach the Grand Line. The two young masters will recognize who the true stronghold is. After such a lengthy rest, you ought to be sufficiently recuperated. Now, strive onward. Before Bogart could exit, the pirate resumed his admonishments towards the boys. Casting a backward glance at the pirate, Bogart chose silence and entered the captain's quarters. More running? Do we have to run? My legs are about to melt." The boy in the vest wailed. Even Ace beside him nodded in agreement. "About to melt?" The pirate, observing the two boys sprawled on the ground, let out a cold laugh, his face alight with a radiant smile. "Then don't run. Instead, squat." Before Luffy could voice his excitement, the pirate's demeanor shifted dramatically, his expression darkening. Squat," Luffy exclaimed, his face contorted in despair. His already trembling legs could barely stand. How could he possibly squat without support? Was this a matter of life or death? Could we possibly have an alternative? Absolutely not. The pirate coldly rejected the boy's plea. "What nonsense. You wish to avoid exercise. Ace, continue running around the deck." Before the freckled boy Ace could even chuckle, the pirate promptly gave his orders. With a slight tug at the corners of his mouth, Ace, burdened by the weight of his mission to avenge Dayton, reluctantly began to run with heavy steps. "Ha ha ha. Ace, you look utterly ridiculous," someone jeered, seemingly unfazed by the situation, as they watched the freckled boy wobble about. "You scoundrel, shut your mouth," Ace roared in response to Luffy's mocking laughter. Though his fierce outburst did not distract him from his task, He continued to sprint around the deck. Clap. A sudden crack pierced the air as a pirate appeared behind Luffy, brandishing a wooden stick seemingly conjured from thin air, striking Luffy across the back. What are you laughing at? Stand up and squat immediately. Chapter 41. Mind your own business. Crack. His knees straightened. Stop fidgeting. Crack. Raise your hands high. Squat down properly. Don't try to deceive me. Lift your head. Puff out your chest. Engage your core. Relax your hips. What are you doing? I instructed you to relax, not to rest. Get into a proper squat. Amidst the fading sunlight, the pirate diligently instructed the two youths on the deck. In truth, only one of them required the pirate's supervision, the boy in the vest who claimed to have consumed the gum-gum fruit. This fellow not only failed to harness the advantages of rubber, but also found himself in a state of utter disarray, lacking any strength. To unleash the inherent power he possessed, he needed to earnestly train his body and establish a solid foundation, in pursuit of a future filled with strength. Whenever the boy in the vest, Luffy, grew complacent, the pirate would strike his calves with the whip, diligently pointing out his mistakes. A long cry echoed beside the pirate. I'm starving. I want meat. Without waiting for the pirate to respond, the voice's owner, with a sorrowful face and an adorable demeanor, exclaimed, gazing up at the pirate. When it's time to eat, you'll be called. Stand still. The pirate snapped, delivering a whip to Luffy's back as he bellowed. Ouch, that hurt. The vest-clad youth, Luffy, squatted in dismay, wishing he had gone for a run instead. At least that wouldn't be so unbearable. Observing Ace, who was moving at a snail's pace, Luffy felt a surge of envy. Such blatant laziness seemed to come with no consequences, unlike himself, who couldn't even move an inch. Suddenly, with a dull thud, Ace, the freckled-faced boy, could no longer move and collapsed onto the deck. Quick, save him. Before the pirate could react, a group of naval soldiers, who had been standing guard, rushed forward to unburden Ace. Stop. Just as the soldiers were about to release Ace's load, the pirate finally spoke. Who told you to touch that? Who authorized you to interfere? But if they didn't remove the weight, he wouldn't be able to breathe. The soldiers hesitated, expressing their concern. Do you think I am unaware of that? Get back to your posts. This is none of your concern. The pirate retorted dismissively. But there is no but. If something goes wrong, I will take responsibility. The soldiers attempted to protest, but were cut off by the pirate's harsh interruption. Get out of here now? Humph. Good intentions go unrewarded. I truly cannot comprehend how such a person can hold the rank of naval captain. Indeed, how is someone like him fit to be in the Navy, looking all shifty-eyed? After being berated by the pirate, the soldiers left in indignation, casting longing glances back while grumbling in jealousy. Don't forget, he is Captain Carp's grandson. Establishing a connection with him could lead to great fortune. So how could they not resent and envy the pirate's monopolization of the situation? No, I must report this to Lord Bogart. If this fellow causes any trouble for the two young masters, it won't be good. The more the naval soldiers pondered, the more uncomfortable they felt, and someone promptly suggested notifying Bogart. Yes, we must inform Lord Bogart. We cannot allow this guy to endanger the young masters. Let us go together. At the proposal of the naval soldier, nearly everyone instantly echoed in agreement. As the soldiers clustered together to lodge their complaint, Bogart was troubled by another matter. The ship was running low on provisions, or rather, there were virtually none aboard. This warship had been hastily borrowed from Admiral Kong by Major Carp as an experimental vessel, and due to the hurried departure, they had failed to resupply during 2 landings, leaving them in dire need of food and fresh water. How far are we from the nearest island? Bogart asked, rubbing his brow as he turned to the head chef. Had it not been for this diligent chef, he might have been oblivious to the situation until they reached the Grand Line. I've checked. The nearest island is Logue Town. Over 100 nautical miles away. Chef Fred responded promptly. Over 100 miles, you say? Bogart contemplated momentarily before issuing commands. Notify all soldiers to proceed to the engine room immediately. We must set sail for Logue Town at full speed. Yes, sir. Fred exited the captain's quarters and immediately encountered the group of soldiers who had come to complain. Without waiting for them to speak, he ordered, you lot, hurry and inform those men to gather in the engine room. Lord Bogart has commanded that we reach the next island before nightfall. Without giving the soldiers a chance to react, Fred turned and left, leaving behind a group of naval soldiers staring at each other in bewilderment. What should we do now? Should we still go? What are you talking about? Didn't you hear Lord Fred's orders? We must reach the next island before dark. It's pitch black out here. If we don't hurry, we'll be too late. A naval officer was the first to react, swiftly retracing his steps back towards the ship's cabin. Run quickly. Following his lead, the other sailors responded with urgency, racing after the soldier who had taken the lead. Wake up! Wake up! Lord Bogart is coming. Upon reaching the dormitory, the soldiers erupted in a cacophony of shouts, desperately trying to grab everyone's attention. Pearson, are you itching for trouble? We finally get a moment to rest. And you're making a racket? The sailors, who had been staring out the door for a long time without sighting Lord Bogart, suddenly grew furious and began to shout. Listen to me, listen to me. Lord Bogart has just given the order for us to reach the next island before nightfall. Seeing the rising agitation among his comrades, Pearson hastily interjected. What does that have to do with us? We don't control the ship. The soldiers retorted without hesitation. Have you forgotten? This vessel is powered by pedals. We can accelerate. Pearson exclaimed in exasperation. Before nightfall. What time is it now? The sailors were taken aback, immediately inquiring. It's already past 6 in the evening. If we don't hurry, it will truly be dark. Pearson lamented. Then what the devil are you still doing here? Get moving. The sailors shouted, ignoring Pearson's protests. And they swiftly hoisted him along as they dashed towards the engine room. Huh, what on earth are they up to now? The pirates watched in bewilderment as the naval soldiers acted with such fervor. Chapter 42, motionless as a mountain. Hey, hey, hey. Why is the ship suddenly moving so fast? I can barely stand. On the deck, as the naval soldiers exerted themselves, the vessel's speed soared, causing 2 young boys to struggle to maintain their footing, shouting in alarm. Quiet down. Find something to hold on to, or the wind will sweep you away. One of the pirates called out, squinting against the gale as he observed the ship's forward momentum. Something. Hearing the instruction, the 2 boys hastily searched for something to cling to. How has the ship become so swift all of a sudden? Could it be due to those naval soldiers? The pirate pondered, feeling the force of the wind. In this world, the level of technology seemed rather primitive or scarcely disseminated, yet certain elements could not be overlooked. For instance, the wooden vessel beneath them exhibited remarkable sturdiness. During training with Luffy and the others, he had fired a few shots at the ship, only to discover that the bullets had left no damage on the deck. They had shattered harmlessly on the ground. Such a phenomenon would be unimaginable on Earth, where even the sturdiest wood would barely suffice for a shield. Thud, thud, thud. Lord Bogart, the navigator, reports that he can't withstand such intense operations and has asked me to summon you. The high-speed sailing could not be sustained for long. The ship began to veer off course, prompting the sailors to seek out Bogart. Understood, I'm on my way. Stowing away the navigational charts. Bogart sprang from his seat and hurried to the bridge. As he traversed the corridor, he casually glanced at the deck, momentarily taken aback. The pirates stood firmly on the deck, unfazed by the raging winds, exuding an aura of mastery. I didn't expect this fellow to possess such strength. Bogart mused as he strode towards the bridge. Upon reaching the bridge, Bogart swiftly seized the helm from the navigator, realigning the ship's course. Feeling the pressure in his hands, he was astonished. It was nearly half the strength of Vice Admiral Carp. Go to the engine room and find out what is happening. How can we be moving so fast? Yes, Lord Bogart. The navigator, shaking off his sore arms, promptly obeyed. Hey, Ace, don't pull my pants down. They're about to fall. Struggling against the fierce wind, Luffy clung tightly to the mast. Though burdened with 50 pounds, he found it challenging to withstand the gale. Especially with a hindrance like Ace. Shut up. Do you think I want to hold on to you? You're about to stink me out. Ace, gripping Luffy's pants, flushed red as they both swayed precariously in the air. You're the one who stinks. I bathed just a week ago. Luffy retorted indignantly. You haven't bathed in a week? Ace exclaimed, slightly dizzy with disbelief. What is wrong with that? Shanks said fresh water is precious at sea, so we can't waste it. Luffy replied matter-of-factly. You idiot. This isn't the sea. Can't you take a proper bath? Ace snapped. You're the fool. Not even knowing where you are. Luffy teased. Having absorbed Luffy's words, Ace paused, realizing Luffy had twisted his meaning and used the misunderstanding to ridicule him. Enraged, he retorted, You're the idiot. I meant when we were on land. Why didn't you bathe then? Ace, you're a complete fool. I told you to conserve water. Luffy rolled his eyes, continuing to mock him. Ugh. Thud. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Ace yanked a weight from his pack and hurled it at Luffy's head. Ouch. Why does it hurt so much? I'm a rubber man after eating the gum-gum fruit. Why does everyone's hits hurt so badly? That stinky grandpa. That ugly monster. Now even Ace. Luffy lamented, feeling a sense of grievance as the pain throbbed in his head. Hey, Luffy, why is that guy completely unscathed? Ace exclaimed, feeling a pang of jealousy as he observed the pirate standing steadfast against the raging winds. Who? Luffy inquired, his mouth agape. The stinking navy. Ace fumed. The stinking navy? Luffy blinked, turning to search the deck for the person Ace referred to. Wow, how is he so strong? He doesn't seem affected by the wind at all. At that moment, the only ones remaining on the deck were the 2 boys and the pirate. As Luffy gazed at the pirate's flapping cloak and slender yet imposing stature, he couldn't help but exclaim in awe. If I had known it would turn out this way, I wouldn't have spoken to that jerk. Ace gritted his teeth, watching Luffy's starry-eyed admiration with regret. If he were to confront that stinky navy in the future, he wondered whose side Luffy would take. Report, Lord Bogart. The situation has been clarified. It seems some fool spread the order that you commanded we must reach the next island before nightfall, which is why they are working so hard to accelerate. The navigator swiftly returned to the bridge to relay the information to Bogart after gathering details from the sailors in the engine room. Reach the next island before nightfall. Bogart was momentarily taken aback, then filled with fury. Had I not instructed Fred to arrive post-haste? How could it have come to this? Fred? This time it was the turn of the navigator, who, upon hearing Bogart's words, instinctively replied, Those fellows merely stated it was your command. They made no mention of Lord Fred. No mention. Upon hearing this, Bogart immediately understood that someone had either miscommunicated or deliberately conveyed erroneous information to the naval soldiers. Although he could not fathom that person's intentions, Bogart felt no trepidation. Rather, he resolved to play along, hastening to reach Rog Town to replenish supplies. In the face of overwhelming strength, any scheme is but a paper tiger. Chapter 43. Hand over the ship has docked. Rog Town, once tranquil, was stirred by the long sigh of an old fisherman as a massive warship slowly approached the shore. Hurry, hurry! Before the vessel had even fully docked, wooden planks were swiftly lowered from the ship to the port's protective walls, and uniformed naval soldiers dashed down from the warship, lining up on the shore. Opposite the Navy stood another group, a figure clad in skin standing at the forefront. Observing the naval soldiers disembarking in an orderly fashion, he remained unmoved. Igniting a cigarette in the shadows, silently awaiting his moment against a backdrop of crates. Reporting, Major General Bogart, the troops have assembled. Please provide instructions. As all the naval personnel stood at the port, a naval officer, adorned in a ceremonial hat and a suit draped with a white cloak of justice, gradually descended from the ship. Stand by. With a casual command, Bogart strode toward the flickering red light. Lucy's, you remain as lackluster as ever. Lord Carp did not assign you to this post for leisure. Over these 2 years, how many pirates have you allowed to infiltrate the Grand Line? Are you unaware that the Navy is in dire need of personnel? Bogart began to ridicule before Lucy's could even respond. Spare me. Had I not lost that bet to you, I wouldn't be stuck in this godforsaken place for so long. Lucy's retorted vehemently, tossing his cigarette to the ground. Humph. We agreed that the loser would remain in the East Blue, at this starting and ending point. Are you regretting it now? Bogart shot back defiantly. Regret? Of course. I regret it. I can hardly endure another minute in this wretched rural place. Lucy sneered, lamenting the lack of fine wine and decent food, further tormented by the incessant harassment from the accursed pirates. Do they not know to go elsewhere? He bemoaned, clutching his head in distress. We are the Navy. It is our duty. If you cannot endure such trivial matters, how can you protect the populace? Bogart asserted with righteous indignation. Humph, your words sound noble. But had you truly believed that, you wouldn't have made that bet. Lucy scoffed. Puffing a cloud of smoke, Bogart lapsed into silence, acknowledging the truth in Lucy's words. He too feared loneliness and the prospect of languishing in this impoverished locale. What are your plans henceforth? With the weight of responsibility upon him, Bogart sought to break the silence, eager to conclude their nostalgia and procure supplies. Plans? What plans could one have? To retire here. Lucy's replied with self-mockery. Stepping forth from the shadows to reveal a youthful visage, short golden hair, sword-like brows, a prominent nose, thin lips, and a robust physique illuminated by the flickering lights. Though pallid in hue, I have never asked anything of you in all these years, but today I must trouble you. Approaching Bogart, Lucy's lowered his noble head. His tone earnest. What is it? As he exhaled a smoke ring, Bogart's mood darkened. There's a young lad here with exceptional talent, truly remarkable. I do not wish for him to remain here like me for life. I hope you can take him away. Lucy's gazed intently into Bogart's eyes, his sincerity palpable. Is that all? Bogart inquired, feeling a pang of discomfort. That is all. Please bring him here. With a deep sigh, Bogart acquiesced, turning away from the elated Lucy's, casually instructing the waiting naval soldiers to load the supplies onto the ship. What are they doing? Why aren't they moving? On board the warship, 2 youths stood at the edge, silently observing the naval personnel's every action. How would I know? Ace replied, taken aback by Luffy's inquiry, rolling his eyes in exasperation. You idiot, I wasn't asking you. Ignoring Ace's murderous glare, Luffy turned to the pirates. Hey, ugly, what are they doing? Upon hearing Luffy's reckless words, Ace instinctively distanced himself, adopting an air of indifference. Bang, bang. 2 swift kicks sent the boys sprawling, prompting the pirate to explain. They are transferring supplies with the local Navy. Casting a glance at the 2 youths struggling to rise, the pirate continued. In the future, refrain from asking such foolish questions. It's truly tiresome. Watching the naval soldiers busily transporting supplies, the pirate suddenly lost interest, sauntering to his quarters. As he passed by Ace, he whispered, Don't run so far next time. Do you not know the army employs collective punishment? If you wish to avoid a beating, keep that fool's mouth in check. It is quite foul. Ace stiffened momentarily before slowly nodding in acknowledgement. Clap, clap, clap. Ace, what did that guy just say to you? Why couldn't I hear anything? As he finally managed to rise, Luffy eagerly questioned. Nothing, Ace replied dismissively, his mind racing to devise a strategy. Given Luffy's reckless nature, trouble would inevitably arise. And not only would Luffy face consequences, but so would he. How could he avoid such troubles? Come, Bogart, allow me to introduce you. This is Lieutenant Smoker, a user of the smoke fruit. As the supplies were systematically removed by the naval personnel, Lucy's brought forth a robust young man in his 20s with white hair before Bogart. Smoker, this is Major General Bogart, the legendary Vice Admiral to the Marine Headquarters, Carp. Smoker pays his respects. Under the streetlight, Smoker beamed a radiant smile and saluted. However, Bogart, faced with his old friend and Smoker-esque greeting, furrowed his brow, replying, "A user of the smoke fruit?" "Yes, sir," Smoker affirmed, showcasing his power by transforming one arm into a dense plume of white smoke. "Very well, I understand. Please revert that elemental form for now." Casually glancing at Smoker's elemental form, Bogart slowly contemplated his whereabouts. Chapter 44, Reclaiming the Dark Path. Although the powers granted by the Devil Fruit can rapidly enhance combat capabilities, Bogart, a trusted confidant of Vice Admiral Karp, remained somewhat indifferent. Frowning at the somewhat reserved Smoker before him, Bogart felt a twinge of annoyance. He had intended to decline, but found it difficult to disregard Lithus's wishes. Just then, a solitary figure caught his eye on the warship, instantly brightening his demeanor. "Very well, since Lithus has recommended you, you shall accompany me for now. As for your training, you can join Luffy and the others for the time being," Bogart decisively declared, handing him over to the pirates. Bogart, who were Luffy and the others? Lithus, however, was not easily deceived and raised an eyebrow in skepticism. "What do you mean by that, Lithus? Do you think I would harm you?" "To be frank, Luffy is the beloved grandson of Admiral Karp, and he is currently undergoing special training with me." Bogart feigned annoyance. "The grandson of Admiral Karp? That is reassuring," Lithus exclaimed, suddenly relieved. Training alongside Karp's grandson could hardly lead to anything but positive outcomes. "All right, since everything has been settled, I shall take my leave," Bogart stated, having calmed both Lithus and Smoker. "Well, I assume you are on a mission, so I want to keep you," Lithus replied, lacking any desire for further conversation. However, as he glanced at Smoker, a hint of reluctance surfaced. "Smoker, you may not return for quite some time while you accompany Bogart. In the past, I might have had something to send you off with, but as you know, ever since arriving in this cursed place, my previous riches have nearly been depleted." "Lord Lithus," Smoker's eyes brimmed with tears. "Ah, go on now, and once you depart, do not return. Staying in such a small place holds no future," Lithus lamented. Smoker was about to protest when Lithus interrupted him, urging him towards the departing Bogart. "Raise the anchor, set the sails, and steer to the right." With a hold full of supplies, Bogart departed from Rogue Town, heading towards the Red Line and the Reverse Mountain, a place known as the sole exit of the Four Seas. The choice to set sail from here rather than the Calm Belt was influenced by three main reasons. First, to expose Luffy, Ace, and that country bumpkin rat to the world, allowing them to grasp the vastness of existence and their own insignificance. Second, traversing the Calm Belt was far too perilous, while he was confident in his ability to protect them. Having Karp's grandson Luffy and Ace aboard meant he could not afford any mishaps. Third, conserving energy was essential. Once he found a suitable place for Luffy and the others, they would inevitably have to return through the Calm Belt, and maintaining the soldier's stamina for the challenges ahead was vital. Whereas Colonel Rat, after a period of smooth sailing, Bogart finally remembered the troublesome presence beside him and quickly inquired of a nearby naval soldier. "The Rat Colonel seems to have returned to his quarters," the soldier contemplated. "Returned to his quarters? Bring him to me," Bogart ordered with a furrowed brow. "Yes, sir." "Ace, when do you think we can eat?" "I'm starving." Lying on the bed, Luffy weakly complained. "It should be soon. Didn't they just bring up a large amount of supplies?" Ace replied, patting his flat stomach as he began to fantasize about the evening meal. "How about we check the mess hall?" Luffy suggested, leaning over the edge of the bed enticingly. "That doesn't seem appropriate," Ace replied, maintaining his decorum. "What does it matter? We're just going to see if the food is ready. We're not stealing anything." Luffy responded nonchalantly. "In that case, what are we waiting for?" Without further ado, the two youths leaped from the bed and dashed towards the kitchen, colliding with others without a second thought. "Ouch! Who the hell just knocked me down? And they didn't even help me up." The messenger cursed as he picked himself off the ground, quickly discerning his direction before heading towards the pirates' quarters. 306, 306. "Ah, found it." The messenger, leaning against his fragile waist, knocked on the pirate's door. Inside the dimly lit room, the pirate sat cross-legged on the bed, entirely focused on restoring his magical energy. Ignoring the persistent knocking, after 2 days of exploration, he discovered the abundant water-based spiritual energy in this world. Yet the healing methods associated with water were not suitable for his current condition, with depleted magical energy and severely drained life force. His training in dark magic left him in a state that no ordinary ability could restore. To recover to his former self, he needed to undergo a profound transformation, akin to a withered tree finding new life, and without leaving any hidden injuries behind. Opening his eyes, the pirate slowly gazed at the door, almost on the verge of being broken down. "Come in. Colonel Rat, you are finally awake. Come quickly. It'll be too late if you delay. Lord Bogart is summoning you." The unfortunate messenger rushed in as soon as granted permission, disregarding the pirate's feelings and pulling him towards Bogart. "What does Lord Bogart want with me?" the pirate inquired, suppressing the urge to strike the messenger down. "I'm not sure, but Lord Bogart brought someone from Rogue Town today. I don't know what their relationship is," the messenger blurted out, unable to contain his tongue. "Brought someone back. Could that person be the reason for my summons? The pirate quickly sifted through the irrelevant chatter to extract useful information, launching into a series of analyses. Chapter 45. The Crow Occupies the Magpie's Nest. Knock knock. Standing before the captain's quarters, the messenger awaited respectfully alongside the pirate. Enter. At the sound of the knock, Bogart called them in. Greetings, Lord Bogart. Upon opening the door, the pirate immediately bowed, giving no opportunity for criticism. Sit. Bogart nodded, gesturing for the pirate to take a seat. Allow me to introduce you. This is Lieutenant Smoker, and this is Colonel Rat. Bogart indicated the white-haired youth standing silently to the side. Smoker, starting today, you will train under Colonel Rat. Do you understand? However, upon hearing this, Smoker's face flushed crimson, and he was about to speak, but the thought of the other party's identity caused him to falter. Is there a problem? Bogart asked, glancing at Smoker with a hint of indifference. Didn't you say I should train alongside Admiral Garp's grandson? Smoker awkwardly replied. Colonel Mouse has been appointed as a direct instructor by Admiral Garp, and Luffy and the others are currently training under him, Bogart explained. Is that so? Smoker immediately scrutinized the pirate, observing his bloodied visage and his still somewhat gaunt physique, filled with skepticism. Is such a person truly fit to be an instructor? I doubt he could even defeat me. Colonel Mouse, do you have any objections? Bogart finally inquired, looking at the pirate who sat quietly. Report, Lord Bogart, none. The pirate bellowed as he stood up from his seat. What kind of joke was this? They had already reached an agreement before asking for his opinion. To disagree would be akin to slapping one's own face. Moreover, this individual displayed considerable potential. With a bit of training, he could become a formidable captain. Regrettably, his age raised concerns about loyalty, but these were minor issues compared to the risk of betrayal from other pirates. After so many years as the head of the demon faction and the king of pirates, he had encountered all sorts of beings, and training was a trivial matter. Yet, the crux of the matter was that this fellow harbored a demonic power akin to that of Luffy, likely having consumed some so-called devil fruit. Even if he were to achieve success in the future, it would be limited. Well, that's good to hear, Bogart remarked with a note of approval, then began to dismiss them. Since you all agree, Smoker, you shall accompany Colonel Mouse back. Yes, Lord Bogart. The two exchanged formalities before departing. Follow me. The pirate instructed as Smoker stood awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Yes, Smoker instinctively saluted, but upon noticing the pirate's cold gaze from a distance, he awkwardly lowered his hand. Keep up. After another reminder, the pirate ceased his inquiries, focusing intently on his path, indifferent to whether the pale youth could keep pace. Knock, knock. Standing before a door, the pirate knocked quietly, yet after 2 or 3 minutes, there was still no response from inside. Colonel, you walk too fast. I almost lost you, Smoker panted, having rushed around the corner just as the pirate prepared to kick the door. The ship's relatively spacious layout allowed him to glance across the deck and spot all the rooms. Otherwise, he would have had to trouble Bogart once more. As the pirate departed, Smoker remained awkwardly rooted in place, unsure of what to do. By the time he reacted and chased around the corner, the pirate's figure had vanished. Searching around fruitlessly, he finally had an epiphany and ascended to the deck, where he located the pirate. You need to work on your stamina. Ignoring Smoker's words, the pirate commanded, kick down this door. Isn't that a bit much, especially at this hour? Smoker replied, feeling embarrassed. I said kick it down, no more nonsense. Seeing Smoker hesitate, the pirate immediately reprimanded him. Yes. Smoker's expression changed, and he promptly complied. Approaching the door and standing where the pirate indicated, he gazed at the still glowing wooden door and took a deep breath, silently thinking, brother, this is not my choice. Please don't blame me. Blame that scar-faced freak. What are you waiting for? The pirate barked when he noticed Smoker standing motionless before the door. Yeah, huh. Smoker kicked the door with all his might, only to find it undamaged while he clutched his foot, hopping around in pain. Again, the pirate frowned at Smoker, who was nursing his foot, struggling to suppress his urge to curse, and continued, yes. Setting down his trembling foot, Smoker gritted his teeth and agreed, taking a deep breath. This time he did not choose to clash directly. Instead, he transformed his quaking foot into a puff of smoke and swiftly kicked the door. Bang! With a resounding crash. The door was flung open, slamming against the bed position behind it, producing a loud thud. The door remained intact, standing firm in its place, but alas, the bed suffered the brunt of the force and was utterly shattered. You'll have to sleep on the floor tonight, the pirate grumbled darkly as he entered the room, surveying the empty space and the disordered floor. Why should I? Smoker instinctively leaped up, questioning him. Because you destroyed your own bed, the pirate replied, his tone grim. But you told me to kick it. Smoker retorted, his voice lacking conviction. Did I instruct you to break the bed? The pirate shot back. This time, Smoker fell silent, bowing his head as he gazed at the wreckage of what had once been a bed, now reduced to splinters. The pirate paid him no mind. He had little time to dwell on such matters. Approaching the other 2 particularly disheveled beds, he reached out to touch the mattresses. Though it was a scorching day, the warmth of human presence was still palpable. Yet, upon his hands meeting the mattress, he felt no trace of warmth whatsoever. Observing the scattered remnants of the mattress and the despondent Smoker standing beside the debris, the pirate decisively extended a gesture of leniency. Seeing as this is your first offense, I shall let it slide. You may sleep on this bed tonight. Chapter 46. The Encounter. That was a hearty meal. The two youths emerged from the kitchen, patting their round bellies with satisfaction. Given that the ship was filled with Carp's confidants, the identities of the two boys were already well known. So when they burst into the kitchen, no one dared to intervene. Even Fred, who had boasted before Bogart, could only smile from the sidelines as the boys indulged themselves. Hey, Ace, didn't we lock the door when we left? Luffy inquired, astonished as he returned to their quarters, noticing the door ajar. Weren't you the one who locked it? Why are you asking me? Ace replied, somewhat exasperated by the foolishness of his vest-clad companion. Then why is the door like this? Luffy approached the door and examined the lock closely, suddenly realizing the issue. Ace, oh no, we've been robbed. So what if we have? We have nothing worth stealing anyway. Ace rolled his eyes, walking over to the bed, ready to lie down. That's true. We don't have anything to steal. Luffy pondered Ace's words, eventually nodding in agreement. Idiot. Ace muttered under his breath as he lay down. However, the moment he settled onto the bed, he swiftly sprang back up. Who dares hide in my bed? Get out of there. Hey Ace, what's wrong? Luffy asked, intrigued by Ace's sudden alarm. Someone is hiding in my bed. Ace gritted his teeth in frustration. Someone is hiding in your bed, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Could it be that thief? Possibly, Ace replied, his expression darkening. Bang! A faint sound emerged from behind Ace, causing him, already on edge, to swiftly turn his head. He beheld Luffy, who was gradually extracting a wooden stick from the debris, and could not help but exclaim with ire. What on earth are you up to? Grab a weapon and give him a good thrashing. Wielding the stick in his hand, Luffy declared with fierce determination. That makes sense, Ace thought, his eyes lighting up as he hurried to the rubble, seizing the largest and longest stick available. Hee. The two of them exchanged knowing smiles at their respective weapons. Hey-ha. The two young boys synchronized their movements, leaping in unison to bring their makeshift clubs down upon the figure sprawled on the bed. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of muffled thuds, a sudden burst of crisp sounds erupted. The two boys, sensing something amiss, hurriedly halted their actions and flung the blanket aside. Upon unveiling the bedding, a thick plume of white smoke billowed forth, swiftly enveloping the entire dormitory. Ugh, cough, cough. Ace, what on earth is happening? I have no idea. We must leave at once, or we shall suffocate. The two boys exchanged hurried words and, abandoning their wooden sticks, dashed towards the exit. However, just a few steps into their escape, they suddenly felt an unusual resistance in the air, making each movement a strenuous effort. Gradually, as time passed, they found even the slightest movement of a finger became excruciatingly difficult, as though they were ensnared in a viscous substance. Just as they were on the verge of gasping for breath, a figure slowly materialized before them. The white-haired youth, Smoker, with an irate expression etched across his face. Why have you intruded into my room? This is clearly our room. After catching his breath, Luffy retorted swiftly. Your room. Smoker's demeanor began to cool as he scrutinized the boys, piecing together their identities from the previous pirate's mischief and the disorder in the room. Grandsons of Vice Admiral Garp. I am Smoker, a user of the smoke fruit. It is a pleasure to meet you. Reining in the smoke that emanated from him, Smoker managed a slight smile. Having a connection with Vice Admiral Garp, what harm is there in a few blows? Smoker, why did you invade our room and lie on Ace's bed? Although Smoker opted for reconciliation, the boys were not prepared to let him off so easily, bombarding him with questions. It was Captain Mouse who instructed me to stay here. Smoker decisively cast the blame onto the pirate. That filthy rat. The boys exchanged incredulous glances. Yes, that scarred fellow summoned me, Smoker added. You must be jesting. The boys scrutinized Smoker's towering physique against their own shorter frames, ready to confront him. How could that be? Smoker, sensing the tension, defended himself. Look. This is my identification, Lieutenant Smoker of the Navy. See, that's my photo. I just transferred from Lowtown today. Admiral Bogart assigned me to train under you alongside that filthy rat. But you cannot sleep in my bed. Upon seeing Smoker produce his identification, the boys could no longer dispute his identity and shifted their focus to the matter of the bed. I apologize. Smoker, realizing the boys were clearly looking for trouble, decided to concede. Besides, didn't you just hit me several times? As the boys opened their mouths to respond, Smoker swiftly interjected. Seeing the conversation reach a standstill, the boys exchanged glances and burst into laughter. One of them threw an arm around Smoker's shoulders. From now on, we are brothers. We shall share blessings and burdens. Rest assured, we will look after you. Thank you, brothers, Smoker replied, sensing something was amiss but feeling compelled to comply. Such camaraderie was rare. As long as he could forge connections, even if it meant being a subordinate, what of it? Since you've acknowledged us as brothers, we shall not be polite. Tonight, you will sleep on the floor. With a mischievous grin, the two boys flopped onto their respective beds, cocooning themselves in their blankets and swiftly drifting into slumber, leaving the white-haired youth in solitude, lost in thought. Chapter 47. Morning Grumpiness. Hey, Big guy. At least leave me some space. Big guy. No matter how Smoker lamented or pleaded, the boys were oblivious to his cries. The only thing they had absorbed from Vice Admiral Garp's teachings was the art of plunging into deep sleep and rapidly digesting food, ingrained in their very being. This required little mental exertion, forming a muscle memory that did not necessitate excessive contemplation. Well, it seems I must indeed sleep on the floor tonight. Thankfully, there's a blanket. Otherwise, I would surely catch a cold by morning. Resigned, Smoker extracted the blanket from beneath the rubble and wrapped it around himself, gradually lying down on the floor, surrendering to slumber. In the stillness of the night, as time ebbed away, the warship carrying the Navy drew ever closer to the inverted mountain. At the break of dawn, the naval soldiers dispatched by Bogart roused the pirates from their slumber. Rising from their beds, the pirates concluded a night of meditation, although they had resolved to continue their journey along the path of dark magic. It was vital to enhance their strength, for the more robust the withered tree, the swifter the growth of the new saplings. Opening the door, the pirate confronted the Navy soldier, who had been knocking for a considerable duration, and inquired, "What is it?" Colonel Mouse, Lord Bogart requests your presence," the soldier replied, momentarily halting the hand that was about to strike the pirate's head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. So early? What could it possibly be? The pirate squinted at the sun, which had yet to rise above the horizon. Curiosity piqued. "I'm not certain, but we are nearing the inverted mountain, so it must be something trivial." The soldier scratched his head, uncertain. "All right, I understand." With a wave of his hand, the pirate intended to close the door, but in that fleeting moment, he suddenly paused. "Since you are already here, there's no rush to leave. Go to room 315 and rouse those fellows. Have them await me on the deck." "Yes," the soldier promptly replied, halting his steps. With a resounding thud, the pirate closed the door and lay back on the bed, gazing at the wooden ceiling with a vacant expression, dismissing Bogart's command entirely. Knock knock. After receiving the pirate's orders, the Navy soldier hurried to room 315 and rapped on the door. Like the pirate before him, he knocked several times without a response. Pressing his ear against the door, he detected a loud snoring from within. Drawing on the earlier experience with the pirate, the soldier chose not to wait this time and decided to forcefully charge the door. Bang! A resounding crash echoed through the air, causing the naval soldier to tumble to the ground. Startled, he propped himself up and turned towards the entrance, only to witness a door spinning wildly in disarray. Evidently long damaged. This sight sent a wave of panic through the soldier. He had merely intended to create a loud noise, never anticipating such an intrusion. If those little rascals were to catch sight of him now, who knows what they might mistake him for? Cautiously rising to his feet, he tiptoed out, carefully reattaching the already damaged door. This time, he exhaled slowly, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. "Young master, Master Luffy, Colonel Mouse is looking for you," he called out from a distance, deliberately distancing himself from the chaotic door, striving to employ a genteel approach to break through. "Damn it! Who on earth is making such a racket outside?" Smoker gritted his teeth, firmly covering his ears as he lay on the floor, cursing vehemently. As a favored son of Rogue Town, he had never endured the torment he faced the previous night. The hard wooden floor had kept him restless until the early hours before he finally dozed off, only to be disturbed again now. "Young master, it's time to rise." "Young master, you scoundrel." With a swift motion, Smoker discarded the pillow that weighed heavily upon his head and abruptly sprang to his feet, violently yanking open the dormitory door. Without bothering to ascertain the identity of the visitor, he bellowed, "Which scoundrel dares to shout at my doorstep so early in the morning? Am I not entitled to my slumber?" "My apologies, I am looking for Luffy and the others," the Navy soldier replied awkwardly, glancing at the door number to confirm he was at the right place. "Luffy?" Smoker's furious demeanor shifted as he inquired, "What business do you have with them?" "Captain Mouse has summoned them to the deck." The soldier dutifully recounted everything he knew, having been present the previous night. The news of Smoker being a Logia-type smoke fruit user had already spread throughout the entire unit. Although he served under Vice Admiral Garp, the soldier could not guarantee victory against a devil fruit user, especially one with the ability to transform into smoke, unless he possessed formidable haki like that of Garp or Smoker. "Captain Mouse?" Smoker paused briefly, then recalled the distinct scarred face of the pirate. With a dismissive grunt, he closed the door and approached the beds of the two young men. Observing the intricate forms of the two youths, Smoker felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet, he discerned something significant. The individual named Luffy was undoubtedly no ordinary person. No ordinary human could extend their arms in such an extraordinary manner. "Hey, Luffy, wake up! Luffy!" Suppressing his curiosity, Smoker took on the role of a persistent alarm clock. "Ugh, stop the noise, you old coot. I want to sleep," Luffy grumbled in his slumber, swatting away Smoker's incessant prodding. "Old coot." Upon hearing Luffy's remark, Smoker's ire flared. "Is my silver hair so indicative of old age?" Cursing under his breath, he thought to himself that he was meddling in matters that did not concern him. "I'll check on the deck first and deal with this later." With a dismissive gesture, Smoker decided to disregard the two slumbering youths and ventured out alone. "Lord Smoker, what has transpired? Have Lord Luffy and the others awakened?" Upon Smoker's return, The naval soldier's eyes brightened with surprise as they inquired. Not at all. Smoker retorted curtly, bypassing the soldiers and heading towards the staircase, ignoring their calls behind him. What on earth is happening? Everything was fine just a moment ago, and now it has turned into this? Confused, the soldiers could only watch Smoker depart, their hearts pounding in trepidation as they faced the wide-open door of dormitory 315. If they displeased those formidable figures, would they ever have a chance to rise again? Chapter 48. Conflict Master Luffy. I'm coming in. A soldier cautiously peered through the doorway, hoping to catch a glimpse within. Noticing the absence of any response, he exhaled a sigh of relief and tiptoed into the room. Upon seeing the two boys sound asleep, the soldier felt a surge of frustration, despite his prolonged shouting outside. These two seemed utterly unresponsive. Moreover, that cursed devil fruit user had also called out before. Sir Luffy, wake up. You are going to be late. The soldier approached the beds, vigorously shaking them as he called out. Don't disturb me, I need a bit more sleep. Swatting away the soldier's hand, Luffy turned over, burying his head deeper into the covers. Sir Luffy. After several futile attempts to rouse the sleeping boy, the soldier shifted his focus to the other bed, calling out, Ace, time is running short. Colonel Mouse is waiting for you on deck. Colonel Mouse. Ace suddenly sat upright, his eyes wide with alertness. You've finally awakened, sir. Quickly, we must go. Colonel Mouse is indeed waiting below, the soldier exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy at Ace's awakening. All right. Ace's expression sharpened with clarity as he swiftly leapt from his bed and slipped on his shoes, ready to follow the soldier out. However, just as he was about to exit, he noticed Luffy still sprawled on the bed. Wait, Luffy, hasn't he gotten up yet? He called out, turning back towards his slumbering companion. Luffy, wake up. We're going to be late. Ace shouted, shaking Luffy vigorously. But all he received in return was Luffy's dismissive swatting, akin to shooing away a fly. Damn it, how dare you hit me? Covering his eyes from the swipe, Ace retaliated with a punch to Luffy's head. Thud. Luffy remained blissfully unaware, the powers of his gum fruit shielding him entirely from any pain. How dare you disregard me? Seeing Luffy's continued indifference, Ace's frustration boiled over. He leapt onto the bed, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon Luffy. The snores persisted, and Ace soon found himself exhausted, collapsing onto the bed. Damn it, how could I forget he is a devil fruit user? Rising to his feet, noticing the time was slipping away, Ace seized one of Luffy's arms, firmly dragging him towards the exit. Sir Ace, how can you just bring Sir Luffy out like this? Initially, the soldier stationed outside intended to greet Ace, but upon seeing the peculiar sight behind him, he expressed his astonishment. What is the fuss? You called for this guy just moments ago. You know his character well enough, Ace replied with a roll of his eyes, exhibiting a nonchalant demeanor. The soldier reflected for a moment, acknowledging the validity of Ace's words, yet he still wondered if this approach would lead to trouble, anticipating punishment. Where are they? Just as the soldier contemplated warning the two youths, he glanced up only to find Ace had already vanished from sight. Forget it, it's still early. I might as well return and catch some more sleep. Damn it, waking me up so early, he grumbled, pulling the door to dormitory 315 shut before slowly heading back to his own quarters. Hey, Smoker, why are you here so early? Where's that foul mouse? As Ace descended the stairs, he spotted Smoker standing alone on the deck, smoking in solitude. Beats me, Smoker replied tersely, not out of animosity towards Ace, but rather due to the troubling events of the day weighing heavily on his mind. Early in the morning, he was abruptly awakened. With good intentions, he had gone to rouse his roommate, only to be met with insults, being called an old fool. Upon reaching the deck, he found himself alone for quite some time. The icy sea breeze nearly scattered his very being. What is this attitude, you brat? Are you tired of living? As someone who had grown up in a den of bandits, Ace was not known for his patience and was instantly displeased by Smoker's demeanor. Don't think you're impressive just because you're the grandson of Admiral Garp. I could extinguish you with a mere finger. Smoker, the prideful darling of Rogue Town, could hardly tolerate such taunts. Boy, do you want to fight? I'm always ready. Tossing aside the vest he had clutched, Ace narrowed his eyes, eager for a challenge. He had long found the white-haired man insufferable, and had it not been for the excess he had consumed the previous night, a confrontation would have already ensued. You, a defeated foe, dare to boast. At Ace's provocation, Smoker transformed one of his arms into smoke, launching it directly at Ace. Not this trick again. Ace quickly evaded the encroaching smoke, darting around the deck. Trying to run away? Not so easily. Smoker sneered, his other arm morphing into smoke as well, surrounding Ace and forming a white wall of fog to trap him. Damn it, I can't let this happen again, or I'll end up like last night. Gritting his teeth, Ace dodged the smoke attacks while desperately pondering a strategy. Unfortunately, he found himself utterly helpless. No solution came to mind for dealing with a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. The elemental transformation of such powers rendered physical attacks futile, and elemental counters required matching elements, which he had no means to acquire in such a short time. Prepare to perish. With the smoke wall successfully enclosing Ace, Smoker revealed a menacing grin, commanding the swirling fog to crush Ace within. The little brats are having quite the fun. Just as Ace was on the verge of being overwhelmed, a piercing sound cut through the air from the corridor, and a dark figure lunged towards Smoker's forehead. Who dares to ambush me? Clutching his bleeding forehead, Smoker swiftly retracted all the dispersed smoke around him and shouted, "Lieutenant, you think you're tough now?" The pirate approached the railing, casually tossing a few stones in his hand, his voice hoarse with disdain. "Picking on the new recruits now, are we, Colonel Rat?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Smoker's eyes narrowed, and he spat out a few words through clenched teeth. "What? Still haven't restrained your powers? Do you wish to exchange blows with me? Just what I had in mind." With a roar, Smoker transformed into a swirling mass of smoke, rapidly advancing towards the pirate. Though the fierce ocean wind thinned the white fog slightly, it did nothing to diminish its might. The torrent surged forward, unstoppable and powerful. Facing the endless sea of white, the pirate showed no signs of fear. He revealed a stone from his hand and hurled it towards the center of the smoke. A direct challenge to Smoker's power. "What in the world do you have in your hand? How can you strike me? I've turned to smoke." Clutching his injured forehead, Smoker collapsed onto the deck, his face twisted in madness as he shouted, "Private, help the lieutenant up and tend to his wounds. As for the stones, leave them for now, we'll store them with him." Casting a glance at the frenzied Smoker, the pirate turned away, pocketing the stones, and casually instructed the stunned Ace. "Why yes," Ace replied, as if awakening from a dream. It was impossible for someone he regarded as a deity to be so easily bested. Anyone would feel the same way. "Enter," presenting Lord Bogart. Upon entering the captain's quarters, the pirate saluted before Bogart could utter a word. "Why are you so late?" Bogart inquired, frowning at the scarred man before him. "Because my appearance is quite unseemly. I dared not approach you without proper grooming. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Please punish me as you see fit." The pirate bowed, humble in demeanor. "Enough with the pleasantries. I summoned you for a purpose." Growing impatient with the pirate's lengthy explanation, Bogart waved his hand dismissively and spoke loudly. "Smoker is a fine talent, but he is also a troublemaker. As a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, he could easily dominate the East Blue, even the Grand Line. As his instructor, if you cannot keep him in check, it may very well backfire on you. Thus, I called you here to inquire how you intend to resolve this issue. Please guide me, my lord. As a mere branch colonel, how could I possibly know? Here are some sea prism stone fragments. Take them. This is my final piece of advice. I hope you cherish it." Bogart's decision to provide the pirate with sea prism stone was thoughtful. While he would delight in Smoker's downfall, the Navy would lose a formidable Logia user. "Sea prism stone? What is that?" Just as Bogart contemplated, the pirate's irritating voice interrupted once more. "Sea prism stone is the bane of devil fruit users. Any who come into contact with it, no matter how powerful, must submit." Bogart explained impatiently. "Now, if there is nothing else, be off. The upside-down mountain is approaching. Prepare yourself." Sensing the pirate's desire to ask further questions, Bogart hastily dismissed him. If everything were explained, what challenge would there be? Yes, swallowing a multitude of questions. The pirate slowly exited the door. Click. As the captain's quarters door closed, he gazed at the seemingly unremarkable sea prism stone in his hand, feeling a tumult of emotions within. While he held no fear against devil fruit users, having mastered the human body's meridians and acupoints, he could easily strike down even those with extraordinary powers. Even the so-called Logia types and their insufferable elemental transformations had their counters. A single artifact could absorb them completely. Of course, this was on Earth. His tools had long since been destroyed. While he could forge new ones, he was currently devoid of resources, relying temporarily on these so-called sea prism stones. "Well, old man, looks like your arrogance has been quelled." After wrapping the sea stone around Smoker's forehead, Ace couldn't help but mock him upon seeing his feeble appearance. "Humph." With a cold snort, Smoker turned away, unwilling to gaze upon Ace's detestable visage. "Hey, still daring to be stubborn? I'll be damned." Ace sneered, launching a relentless assault on the fallen foe. "Humph." Crouching down and cradling his head, Smoker let out a muffled groan and ceased his words, silently enduring the tempest unleashed by Ace. "Ace, what are you doing?" Just as Ace was getting into the swing of things, a dazed voice emerged from behind him. It was Luffy, jolted awake by the tremors reverberating from the ground. "Luffy, you're awake just in time. Hurry, that guy from last night has already been defeated by me." Upon seeing Luffy regain consciousness, Ace's face lit up with joy as he quickly claimed the pirate's credit for himself. "Last night's guy?" Hearing this, Luffy instantly perked up, urgently shouting, "Where is he? Where is he? Today, I must show him the might of my fists." "You idiot, can't you see who I'm currently fighting?" Ace rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Oh, there? Fantastic. Ace, stand still and don't move. Watch the power of my bullet fist." As Luffy's arm elongated with force, it was just about to strike Smoker when suddenly, his strength faltered, and he ended up hitting Ace instead. "You fool, can't you see? You can't even hit such a large target." With a foot planted on Smoker's head, Ace bellowed at Luffy. "Ugh, I'm so hungry. I don't even have the strength to fight anymore." With that, Luffy turned and clutched his stomach, fleeing the scene. Chapter 50. Red Earth Continent Sigh. What is that thing? Why is it so enormous? Luffy exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Stop changing the subject. Seeing Luffy's jaw nearly drop to the ground, Ace shouted in frustration. Do you really think I'm a fool with such exaggerated theatrics? Hey, I'm talking to you. What is that? Just as Ace was about to lose his temper, a colossal red mountain range gradually emerged from the horizon, its vivid crimson hue devoid of any vegetation, starkly captivating, even causing the surrounding waters to flow backward. You bunch of country bumpkins, how can you not know about the Red Earth continent? Smoker, lying on the ground, looked at the vast red barrier with a cold smirk. Humph, what does it have to do with you? Ace retorted with a haughty demeanor, forcefully stomping on Smoker's head. Exactly. What does it have to do with you? Luffy, who had been astonished on the sidelines, turned around with a face full of agreement. As the Red Earth continent loomed larger, the hearts of the two young men began to stir with excitement. Is this the Red Earth continent? Just as Shanks described, truly magnificent. Once we cross here, we will enter the Grand Line, and the Pirate King will be within reach. Luffy gazed at the Red Earth continent, his eyes sparkling with excitement. In contrast, Ace appeared not only unexcited but somewhat disdainful, even disgusted. The Red Earth continent? It seemed nothing extraordinary, just taller and larger, nothing more. Before the two youths could further contemplate their thoughts or actions, a sudden flurry of sounds erupted, followed by hurried footsteps. A group of soldiers clad in white naval uniforms swiftly emerged from the ship and arranged themselves on the deck. Ace, remove your foot from Smoker's head. Bogart slowly stepped out from the captain's cabin, approached the railing, and addressed the rowdy youths on the deck. Bogart, what gives you the right to command me? Ace was momentarily taken aback, then spoke each word with a defiant tone as he looked up at Bogart. I'm not commanding you, merely offering a piece of advice. Smoker's weakness is temporary. If you were wise, you would foster a good relationship with him rather than act as you are now. After all, natural-type devil fruit users are exceedingly rare. As a seasoned individual, Bogart understood that Ace was currently in a rebellious phase, and no matter what others said, he would not heed their words. Only by framing it as a suggestion could he mitigate Ace's resistance. That sounds somewhat reasonable, Ace muttered under his breath, contemplating Bogart's words, which indeed held some merit, leading him to gradually remove his filthy foot from Smoker's head. Cough, cough, cough. Smoker silently stood up from the ground, wordlessly taking his place. Ace, why did you let him go? I haven't taken my revenge yet. Luffy, whose thought process was somewhat slow, finally reacted with a loud complaint. Hearing that abrasive voice, Smoker slowly turned around, glaring at Luffy with a wounded, venomous gaze. A hand pressed against the forehead, exploring and grasping the sea prism stone embedded within. The fingers turned pale from the pressure, yet there was no inclination to remove it. After all, with so many people present, what would it matter if strength were restored? Would they resort to killing? If that were the case, it would spell the end of any standing in the Navy. Colonel Luthers was still waiting in Roadtown for him to make a name for himself. He certainly did not wish to jeopardize his future because of these two individuals. Why do you care? If I want to let him go, I will, Ace retorted, rolling his eyes as he recalled past grievances with Luffy. That was merely a mistake. Luffy responded, losing his temper at the mention of the incident, cradling his head to avoid direct confrontation with Ace. A mistake? Can't you step closer to strike? Standing so far away, do you think this is a shooting range? Ace exclaimed in anger. My punches are far quicker than any bullet, Luffy scoffed. With those feeble punches of yours, even Dayton is stronger than you, Ace snapped, inadvertently touching upon a sensitive topic. Realizing his mistake, he quickly fell into a contemplative silence. No way. That heavy woman can't possibly be better than me. I am destined to become the Pirate King. Luffy's voice trailed off abruptly. Not due to his own thoughts, but because he noticed Ace was no longer listening, utterly disinterested in continuing the conversation. Where's Colonel Mouse? Why has he been seen? After resolving the conflict among the youths, Bogart finally recognized the issue. The pirate was missing. Report, Lord Bogart. He is nowhere to be found, a subordinate shouted, then lowered his voice. Should we find him? Forget about him. The reverse mountain is fast approaching. And if we aren't careful, we could face problems ourselves. Prepare the soldiers. They must be in the best condition to meet the challenges ahead. Bogart waved dismissively. Yes, Colonel. What grants you such immense power? Sea Prism Stone. A mere demon world envoy sealed away so easily, Bogart mused, seated in the ship's mess hall. The pirate sat at a table, confronted not with lavish feasts, but rather with fragments of the Sea Prism Stone bestowed by Bogart. Such extraordinary power intrigued the pirate. Harnessing it effectively could bolster his standing in this world. Encountering those demon world envoys would no longer seem daunting. Colonel, aren't you going to assemble the troops? The call to assemble was just sounded, noted Fred, the ship's chef, seeing the pirate remain seated for an extended period without any intention of eating. However, the pirate paid no heed to Fred's kind reminder, his gaze fixated on the Sea Prism Stone before him. As Fred sighed and prepared to leave, the pirate spoke up. Tell me, how can such a small piece of Sea Prism Stone possess such great energy? Even the mightiest of devil fruit powers kneel before it, compelled to behave. The Sea Prism Stone is the crystallization of the ocean, the essence of its being. Thus, it can effortlessly seal those with devil fruit abilities. Fred explained matter-of-factly. The crystallization of the ocean? Isn't that salt? The pirate queried, perplexed. Salt? I'm not sure why you would think of that. While salt can sometimes wield power, I must clarify that sea prism stone and salt are entirely distinct substances with no relation whatsoever, Fred replied with astonishment. Two distinct substances? The pirate mused, gazing at the scattered fragments of sea prism stone on the table. Indeed, the hardness of sea prism stone rivals that of diamonds. A few experimental samples cannot compare to the ocean's crystallization, Fred affirmed. Let us not dwell on that, Major. What delightful breakfast options do we have? Taking a deep breath, the pirate gathered the sea prism stone fragments and smiled at Fred, inquiring. Certainly, Colonel. Breakfast includes manatee hindquarters, seabird wings, and delightful chicken paired with some healthy, refreshing millet porridge, Fred responded with a relieved smile. Bring me some beef and a bowl of millet porridge, the pirate casually requested. Certainly, Colonel, Fred replied with a smile as he retreated to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Everyone in position, prepare to depart. On deck, Bogart was conducting a final mobilization for their journey into the Grand Line. Yes, the synchronized voices of the Navy's soldiers echoed across the sea, as the entire ship fell into a state of readiness under Bogart's command. Ace, what are they doing? Luffy inquired curiously, observing the soldiers adjusting the sails. Probably adjusting the direction, Ace replied nonchalantly. Adjusting direction? Why not just go straight? Luffy pressed. Clearly, they're afraid of colliding with something. Ace retreated a step, distancing himself from Luffy, adding, if you can't comprehend such a simple matter, don't ever claim to know me. Hey, Luffy made a face, appearing unfazed by Ace's comments. Report, Lord Bogart. The troops have assembled and await your orders, announced a naval officer as they neared the Red Dam. Left turn. Squinting. Bogart assessed the ship's distance from the entrance of the reverse mountain, adjusting the course meticulously to ensure not a single miscalculation. In this realm of wonders, a single misstep could lead to disaster, even for a ship constructed by the Navy's Research Division. The power of nature is boundless, and as a competent naval officer, Bogart understood the importance of respecting it. He would never underestimate any body of water, even the peaceful East Blue. Set all sails. We shall pass through this place in one fell swoop. Standing at the helm, Bogart steadied the wheel and issued commands, relayed by messengers to the bustling Navy soldiers outside. All sails. The Navy soldiers, functioning as a colossal and intricate machine, executed Bogart's commands with precision. Consequently, the ship glided smoothly and swiftly to the entrance of Reverse Mountain, a grand bronze doorframe. What a massive door! Though Luffy had heard descriptions from Shanks and others, nothing could compare to the awe of witnessing it firsthand. His mouth agape, he stared in astonishment at the enormous bronze gates and the flowing water. Water, how could it flow upwards? Ace's heart raced with disbelief, utterly confounded by the spectacle. Yea, we've finally made it. The Grand Line, we're back. Pirates, tremble. Under the precise command of Bogart, the Navy sailed through the bronze giant gate without a hitch, embarking upon the currents of the Grand Line. Chapter 52. The island whale blocks the way. Alas, we have finally entered the Grand Line. As the vessel passed safely through the bronze giant gate, the two youths erupted in joyous celebration. This moment marked a significant milestone. For pirates, it symbolized the ocean's acknowledgement of their strength, a supreme honor, albeit not an extraordinary feat in itself. You fool, stop shouting. My ears are nearly deafened by your noise. You are the fool. This is the Grand Line. The dream of every pirate. Enough. How many times must I tell you not to utter that word? Why can't you comprehend? The boys' banter was momentarily interrupted by Ace's irritation, while the Navy faced a minor complication. Lord Bogart, trouble. The exit of the Grand Line is blocked. A soldier, who had been scanning from the lookout, hurriedly descended from the mast to report. Blocked? Let me see. Startled, Bogart snatched the spyglass from the soldier's hands and quickly sought a higher vantage point. What was once the smooth path of the upside-down mountain was now firmly obstructed by a dark blue mass, leaving no crevice in sight. What on earth is that? Is it another sea creature causing a ruckus? Bogart clenched his jaw, adjusting the magnification of the spyglass, striving to discern the full form of the obstruction. Gradually, as Bogart fine-tuned the lens, an enormous, scarred whale emerged before his eyes. An island whale. Upon recognizing the creature's true nature, Bogart gritted his teeth in fury. Why would such a beast be present in this location? The island whale, a variant that can grow to the size of an island in adulthood, possesses remarkable vitality and unwavering will, ranking among the most formidable of sea creatures. Even more frustrating is their thick skin and substantial blubber, making it a daunting task for even him to resolve the situation swiftly. Moreover, they were currently adrift on the currents, with time pressing against them. They had only a fleeting moment to act, and could not orchestrate anything to alter their predicament. Fire the cannons. Casting aside the spyglass, Bogart bellowed to the cheering Navy soldiers below. Lord Bogart, what is happening? The soldiers appeared bewildered by Bogart's command. A hesitant officer stepped forward to inquire. A damned island whale is blocking our path. Bogart replied grimly. An island whale? The officer gasped in disbelief. Do you think I would deceive you? Bogart retorted sharply. What are you still doing here? If you don't prepare, we shall collide. Yes. The officer jolted back to reality, and soon after, Bogart and the Navy soldiers were bustling about in a flurry of activity to ready themselves. A series of cannons were swiftly maneuvered by naval soldiers to the gun ports, rapidly filled with gunpowder and lead projectiles. Without awaiting the command from Bogart, they ignited the cannons directly. Boom! The flint struck against the iron, sparking a flame that raced down the barrel, igniting the dry gunpowder in an explosive instant. The massive lead projectile surged forth with formidable force, hurtling towards the behemoth whale blocking the entrance of Upside Down Mountain. Yet, when this devastating cannonball reached the island whale, it exhibited no response whatsoever. Boom, boom, boom. Smoke engulfed the entirety of the ship, and the vibrations caused by the cannon fires showed no signs of abating. The pirates, who had been enjoying their breakfast in the dining hall, could no longer endure the cacophony. They abandoned their meals, angrily storming out of the dining area. What on earth are they doing? Luffy inquired, clutching his companion, who was only slightly larger than himself, his teeth chattering in nervous proximity. I have no idea, stammered the two boys, who had emerged from the countryside, utterly unaccustomed to such a spectacle. Although the naval soldiers were not targeting them, the sight of countless cannonballs being launched was undeniably overwhelming. What are you two doing over there? Come help us. If you don't hurry, we really will collide. Despite the soldiers' frenzied efforts, the effectiveness remained limited. As the island whale drew ever closer, someone could no longer suppress the call for reinforcements. Oh, all right. The two boys felt a tightening in their chests as they beheld the smoke-laden, fierce expressions of the soldiers and hurriedly complied. Quickly, load the cannonballs. A naval soldier pulled the two boys to a loading position and instructed them. Yes. The boys promptly seized a cannonball and placed it into the loading port indicated by the soldier. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted near the ears of the two youths, rendering them momentarily deaf, their vision clouded, and their minds swirling in confusion akin to the chaos of a magnitude 7 earthquake, leaving them unable to recall anything. Load the cannon. I am addressing you. A Navy soldier grasped a rope, awaiting the next assault, but was met with silence from the boys, compelling him to urge them once more. However, he was destined to receive no response. Observing the boys' persistent head shaking, the soldier quickly grasped the situation, muttering an expletive, and took it upon himself to load the cannonballs into the artillery. What a grand spectacle it was! Upon emerging from the dining hall, the pirates witnessed the Navy bustling on the deck and the island whale approaching gradually. Was the monstrous creature of this world truly so undervalued, with so many present? Narrowing his eyes, the pirate scrutinized the gigantic whale that had collided with him. In the realm of practitioners, beings were classified as follows. Those avian and terrestrial creatures that attained sentience were termed monsters, flora that absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, transforming into corporeal forms, were known as spirits. Those who perished yet retained their souls were referred to as ghosts, and those who cultivated their physical bodies without spiritual power were deemed beasts. Such wanton slaughter was indeed a tragic waste. The pirate licked the grease from his lips, his face alight with avarice, declaring, if I could claim that creature, my strength would undoubtedly ascend to at least the 3rd level of chi refinement. Alas, what a pity it was. Gazing at the unwavering island whale, the pirate seemed to envision its fate, sorrow etched across his features. No. It appears I must take matters into my own hands. Standing at the bow, he regarded the indifferent island whale, unable to resist placing his hand upon his dagger. Chapter 53. The Pirate King's Crew, Colocus. Lab, return. A sigh echoed at the exit of the Upside Down Mountain. The Gemini Strait resonated with the voice of a hunchbacked middle-aged man, crowned with flowers, addressing the continuously lamenting giant island whale. A resounding lament emanated from the mouth of the island whale, as it cast a lingering glance at the red-soiled continent before gradually sinking into the depths of the sea. What transpired? Bogart, bewildered, sheathed his sword and stood at the bow of the ship, grappling with confusion as the deafening cannon fire continued to resonate in his ears. Raising his hand, he shouted, "Cease fire." Huh? What happened? The soldiers, momentarily perplexed, paused their actions and looked up in bewilderment at Bogart, who stood at the bow, his cloak billowing in the wind. The enemy has been repelled, Bogart declared, taking a deep breath and articulating each word clearly. Yea, we finally drove that monster away. How wonderful! The soldiers, overwhelmed by a mix of emotions, found themselves unexpectedly shedding tears as they gazed at the desolate Twin Straits. Having fought alongside Vice Admiral Carp for many years, they had only ever faced ordinary foes, with the real dangers typically dealt with by their superiors. Confronting a colossal sea creature so closely was a first for them, evoking a profound sense of helplessness. What a bunch of weaklings! The pirate sneered from the railing, casting a scornful glance at the sobbing sailors before redirecting his attention to the Twin Straits. The retreat of the giant sea creature had been so abrupt, devoid of any warning. Set full sail. Proceed at full speed. Sensing something amiss, Bogart resolved to hasten through this treacherous area, where the narrow pathway made movement cumbersome. Yes, Captain Bogart. The Navy soldiers responded with fervor, springing into action. You too, get up from the ground. It's time for your training. The pirate, navigating through the bustling crew, approached two exhausted boys sprawled on the ground, their faces grimy and their energy depleted. I can't anymore. I'm just too tired, Luffy mumbled weakly. What? Do you want to experience what Smoker feels like? The pirate's voice dripped with menace as he glared at the two boys. Smoker, what's wrong with him? Luffy asked, momentarily taken aback and confused. Seems like you've been resting well, the pirate replied darkly. Not really. Someone was making a racket early this morning. I barely got any rest. Luffy complained with a grimace. What? You knew someone was calling for you? Ace, who had been attempting to slack off nearby, erupted in anger, grabbing Luffy by the collar and shouting. Heh. Luffy chuckled awkwardly, too intimidated to provoke his brother further. You brat. Ace's fist clenched as he glared at Luffy's infuriating expression, ready to land a blow, but the pirate interrupted once more. As punishment for your laziness, you two will drag 4 cannonballs around the deck until nightfall. 4 cannonballs. The boys screamed in unison. Their outburst was not unwarranted. To complement Vice Admiral Carp's formidable technique, the cannonballs aboard this warship had been fortified by experimental forces, boasting fourfold the power, size, and weight of ordinary ammunition. Each cannonball measured over 20 centimeters in diameter and weighed a staggering 22.5 kilograms, making the task of running around the deck while dragging 4 such cannonballs a grueling endeavor. Remember to call Smoker during training. Do not allow that slacker to avoid his duties, the pirate advised before retreating to his quarters to gather his spiritual energy. Smoker? The two boys exchanged puzzled glances, then nodded in agreement, exclaiming, we absolutely cannot let him slack off. However, the reality dawned upon them. Smoker had already blended into the ranks of Navy soldiers, diligently adjusting the sails of the ship. We need to find him quickly, otherwise, it would be too lenient on him. After a brief discussion, the boys split up to search the swiftly moving warship. With the assistance of the sea breeze and the current, the vessel sped through the upside-down mountain and arrived at the Twin Straits. Just as they passed the last stretch of the red-soiled continent, Bogart suddenly spotted a familiar figure on the shore. Kurokas, what is that old coot doing here? Seeing the recognizable floral crown, Bogart was taken aback and shouted, Halt! Prepare to dock. Without hesitation, he leaped from the ship, heading straight for the red-soiled continent. The ship had only traversed 4 or 5 nautical miles into the Twin Straits when Bogart, realizing he had lost momentum, propelled himself forward with a powerful push from his feet. Boom. With a resounding crash, Bogart surged toward the red-soiled continent, aiming for the middle-aged man adorned with a floral crown. Bogart. On the red-soiled continent, Kurokas, who had initially intended to assist the giant sea creature, Laboon, froze in shock at the sight of the approaching Navy captain. As the doctor aboard the Pirate King's ship, GOLD, Roger. He was well aware of the formidable right-hand man of the Pirate King's greatest adversary, the powerful swordsman and Navy captain, Bogart. After every encounter with Vice Admiral Carp, the Golden Jackson would inevitably have numerous wounded sailors due to Bogart's blade. Thanks to him, Kurokas had never enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep aboard the ship. The injuries inflicted by Bogart were not easily remedied. The crewmates suffered endlessly from the lingering sword energy embedded in their wounds, which would reopen and require repeated stitching until the vile energy finally dissipated, sparing them from mass casualties. Kurokas had only heard of Bogart's fearsome reputation, but now, standing alone before this notorious figure, he grasped the overwhelming terror felt by his former comrades. Chapter 54. The Meaning of Life. Bogart, observing the Navy captain approaching relentlessly, Kurokas stood resolute, unafraid, awaiting his fate. Prepare to die. Drawing his sword, he unleashed a wave of sword energy. Thud. Without surprise, Kurokas was struck by Bogart's blade, a deep gash appearing on his torso, piercing through to his lungs. Huh? What's going on? Seeing Kurokas stand still and accept his attack without flinching, Bogart paused, lowering his sword before Kurokas. With a darkened expression, feeling insulted, he demanded, why didn't you retaliate? Kill me. The mundane words escaped from Kurokas' lips. Having lived for so long and witnessed so much, he could hardly conceive of anything that might compel him to linger in this decadent world. To kill you? Are you not afraid of death? Bogart asked, his expression peculiarly scrutinizing Kurokas. Death? I have endured far too much. In this realm, I simply cannot find meaning in continuing to exist, Kurokas replied, his gaze vacant as he stared at the billowing clouds above, devoid of emotion. The meaning of existence? Bogart murmured, grappling with the significance of those words. It baffled him that such a phrase could possess the power to persuade a man who once stood at the pinnacle of the world, an accomplished physician, to relinquish his desire to live. Is it not a matter worthy of gratitude to be alive? With a sudden clarity of thought, Bogart withdrew his dagger once more, positioning it against Kurokas' throat. Are you prepared to meet your end? Although it would be a lamentable act to extinguish the life of a physician of such unparalleled skill, Kurokas could not be allowed to remain. With his extensive network, Amir Bekan would summon a multitude of pirates, bounty hunters, and even naval forces to his side. This man represented a formidable adversary to both the Navy and the world government, thus it was better for him to perish here. Feeling the sharp sting at his neck, Kurokas remained silent, his eyes still fixed on the sky. With a swift motion, the blade descended. However, instead of the anticipated sound of steel piercing flesh, a tremendous roar erupted from the sea. The colossal island whale, which had previously submerged, surged forth once more from the water, charging towards Bogart with an indomitable force. Upon witnessing the whale's immense bulk, Bogart's pupils dilated, and he hastily retracted his dagger, retreating rapidly. A cacophony of crunching resonated as the island whale glided gracefully from the red earth into the water, revealing a vast chasm beneath its form. Damn it. That wretched creature has escaped. Frantically racing to the shore, I gazed at the island whale Bogart, swiftly disappearing beneath the waves, a wave of disquiet washing over me. Who knows when I shall encounter that being again? Lab, was it you who saved me? Sensing the pungent aroma of gastric acid in the air, Coloccus slightly tilted his head and murmured, "What purpose does this serve? Would it not be better to let me perish alone?" Tears cascaded slowly from Coloccus's eyes. For in his endeavor to rescue him, Lab had audaciously bitten off a substantial portion of the island from the red earth, likely leaving his teeth in ruin. Alas! A mournful cry emanated slowly from the ocean depths, warming the lifeless heart of Coloccus while chilling Bogart, who returned to the ship with a sullen expression. His visage already encased in a thick frost, a mask of coldness that had crystallized upon his face. "Hoist the sails, set forth." He casually tossed a sandglass-like object to the navigator and then turned towards the captain's quarters, leaving behind a group of bewildered naval soldiers. Just moments ago, he had exuded confidence. How could he now appear in such disarray? Was it possible that the assassination mission had failed? That seemed implausible. How could a ship's doctor possibly rival the esteemed Lord Bogart? Could it have been the whale from earlier? In an instant, the soldiers concocted various theories regarding Bogart's recent exploits. Yet, what purpose did their speculations serve? There were duties to fulfill, and the vessel embarked once more, swiftly navigating in the direction Bogart had indicated. Tap, tap, tap. A naval soldier, selected to report, tremulously announced before Bogart's door, "Lord Bogart, we have arrived at the destination." Silence reigned within the office. No response came from Bogart. Just as the unfortunate soldier prepared to knock again, the door swung open with a sudden force, revealing Bogart. His eyes bloodshot, emerging from the room. Ignoring the stunned naval soldier, Bogart leapt over the railing and landed on the deck. "Summon Colonel Mouse and Luffy," he commanded. As he walked upon the deck, dampened by the sweat of 2 youths and a young man, Bogart spoke with a stoic expression. Indeed, upon hearing the command, a clever naval soldier, who had been standing in a daze, immediately rushed out from the oppressive naval headquarters of the Rear Admiral. Bang! "Colonel, Lord Bogart is calling for you." Perhaps it was a novice who, upon entering the pirate's quarters, began to pound on the door with his feeble fists. With a forceful swing, the door was flung open, revealing a pair of furious eyes fixated on the insolent intruder. "See, Colonel, Lord Bogart wishes to see you." Under the piercing gaze of the pirate, the soldier appeared distinctly uncomfortable, desperately seeking a topic to divert the pirate's attention from himself. "I understand." The pirate cast a lingering glance at the naval soldier before casually responding and slamming the door shut. He retrieved his justice cloak, which he had tossed aside, draping it over his shoulders once more before stepping back outside to find the bewildered naval soldier and proceeding directly toward Bogart's location. "My lord." Upon encountering Bogart, the pirate offered a customary greeting, seemingly unfazed by Bogart's demeanor. "Colonel Mouse, this is indeed our destination. If you have any regrets, now is the time to voice them. If not, please take your soldiers to where you are meant to go." Bogart fixed his steely gaze upon the pirate, enunciating each word with precision. "Thank you for your kindness, my lord, but since I have made a promise to Lord Garp, I shall certainly keep my word." Observing the ancient creatures scurrying on the shore, the pirate outright rejected Bogart's request. "Then, please, Colonel Mouse, disembark. We must return to Windmill Village to report to Lord Garp." Bogart's eyes suddenly turned cold, issuing an order for the pirate to leave. "Thank you for your escort, my lord." After bowing for the last time, the pirate descended the makeshift bridge created by the naval soldiers, followed by his 2 smaller companions, who trudged along, visibly exhausted. "Set sail. Weigh anchor." With a disdainful huff, Bogart swept his cloak and retreated to the captain's quarters, leaving a group of bewildered naval soldiers in his wake. "Hey, ugly, where are we headed?" Amidst the ancient forest, surrounded by fleeting shadows, the 2 youths and the young man could not help but voice their concerns, loudly questioning the pirate who walked ahead. "Kid, you might want to reconsider your address before speaking. After all, there are only the 4 of us on this island." The pirate turned his head, grinning ominously, his voice gravelly. "Only the 4 of us?" The 2 youths and the young man were taken aback, their hearts trembling at the underlying malice in his words. "Colonel, rest assured, I will absolutely obey your commands." Smoker was the first to respond, lowering his head submissively. The pirate regarded Smoker, a malnourished youth with white hair, and with a meaningful glance remarked, "I hope you will indeed keep your word." Smoker felt a chill run down his spine under the pirate's scrutiny, nodding vigorously in agreement, promising fervently. Ignoring Smoker's flattery, the pirate slowly shifted his focus to the 2 youths. "We feel the same." Perhaps sensing the pirate's gaze, Ace swiftly chose to yield. Recognizing their current weakness, they were far from being a match for this menacing figure. Choosing submission was certainly not an act of shame, especially considering their ability to extricate themselves from this bind at any moment. With Ace's affirmation, the pirate did not delve deeper into the authenticity of their loyalty, as he was aware that pirates were often untrustworthy and lacked any true belief. What he needed were individuals to handle menial tasks and amass wealth and resources for him. Loyalty, after all, was not of utmost importance. Turning his attention to the vest-clad youth, "Luffy," the pirate inquired, "and what of you, rubber boy?" Silence ensued. The pirate waited a minute, then another, and just as he was about to take action on the third minute, Ace, who had been anxiously waiting by the side, interjected. My brother is just like me. My brother is just like me. Regrettably, the pirate desired Luffy's response, not Ace's. After a moment of dramatic lamentation, the pirate delivered a swift kick that sent the dazed Luffy crashing against a nearby tree, jolting him awake. Luffy, Ace shouted, rushing forward to embrace his companion, urgently inquiring. Are you all right? Did you get hurt? With a cry, Smoker quietly withdrew the foot he had unconsciously advanced. Reflecting on Luffy's fate and recognizing that if he had not expressed his allegiance earlier, he might have faced the same outcome. I'm fine. Luffy raised his arm, wiping away the drool that had escaped him earlier, responding repeatedly. Since you have chosen to oppose me, do not blame my ruthlessness. If you must lay blame, directed at your grandfather for banishing us to this desolate island. With a swift motion, he unleashed the cursed sword forged from Han's soul, emanating a chilling aura as he approached the two youths. Damn it, what in the world is that? Smoker felt an inexplicable dread at the sight of the semi-transparent black sword, as though he were facing a formidable adversary. Not only Smoker, but even Luffy, cradled in Ace's embrace, felt the menacing presence of the sword, halting his conversation with Ace and silently observing the pirate's advance. Luffy, you need to agree quickly. Unlike the two devil fruit users, Ace sensed the sword's sharpness but did not perceive it as a threat. Yet, as the pirate drew closer, Ace's anxiety mounted. I agree. The three words tumbled out of Luffy's mouth as if he were bearing the weight of a mountain, panting heavily, each word painstakingly extracted. If you had done so earlier, we need not have reached such a standstill. Retracting the sword and transforming it back into a talisman concealed within his palm. The pirate beamed with a radiant smile, exclaiming loudly. The tension in the group dissipated instantly. Luffy, honestly, what difference would it have made if you had agreed to him sooner? After a sigh of relief, Ace could no longer restrain his complaints directed at Luffy. However, all he received in response was silence. Luffy appeared utterly drained, sitting there like a lifeless log, unmoving. Luffy, what's wrong? Luffy. Upon witnessing the blank expression on the vest-clad boy, Ace paused momentarily before calling out loudly. Yet, before he could delve deeper into the matter, the annoying voice of a pirate cut through the air. Gather all supplies and proceed. But Luffy, Ace exclaimed urgently. However, before he could finish, the pirates had already vanished into the jungle. Ace found himself at a loss, unsure whether to stay or leave, glancing from Luffy to the empty wilderness around them. Come on, get up. If we get lost in this jungle, it will be exceedingly difficult for just the two of us to survive. Especially with one of us being a burden. At that moment, Smoker approached, laden with bags, and spoke in a low voice. It's merely a jungle. It can't be that ominous, Ace replied skeptically. Merely a jungle? We are on the Grand Line, where anything can happen. Just a moment ago, I saw a dinosaur pass by, Smoker retorted with a scoff. Chapter 56, Constructing a Shelter Just a Little Jungle? We are on the Grand Line, where anything is possible. I just saw a dinosaur pass by, Smoker declared loudly. A dinosaur? What is that? Ace asked, taken aback and confused. You don't even know what that is. Smoker exclaimed, wide-eyed with surprise. Is there a problem? Ace shot back, his face flushed with indignation. No, I have no problems. Let's hurry up. If we don't leave soon, we'll truly be late, Smoker said with an awkward smile, quickly redirecting the conversation as he shouldered most of the supplies and moved ahead. Clear this area, then go chop some trees. By a crystal-clear river, the pirates felt somewhat uplifted by the picturesque scenery. Yet they could not shake the looming cloud overhead, their fateful spirit, the poison dragon. This figure had been diligently honing his skills in a wretched place. The ever-tightening pressure in his soul compelled the pirate to hasten his plans, leading to the earlier scene on the island. After intertwining the fortunes of the three with his own, the pirate distinctly felt the burden on him lighten. Perhaps the opportunity to break this deadlock lay on this island. Embodied within these individuals. Here? Smoker approached, scrutinizing the surroundings with a critical eye. Colonel, do you truly believe this poses no issue? Where there is water, beasts are bound to appear, especially at dusk. Do you think I am unaware of that? Starting today, you all will take turns keeping watch at night. The pirate replied darkly, fixing a steely gaze on Smoker, who was flaunting his knowledge. If anything goes awry, the first to perish will be you. The sinister smile lingered in Smoker's mind, foreseeing a grim future, as he mentally rehearsed the tragic life that awaited him, cursing himself for speaking out. He wished he could slap himself for his folly. What's wrong? It was only after the dust had settled that Ace slowly assisted Luffy out of the jungle. Noticing Smoker's bitter expression and asking curiously, what's the matter? That big shot assigned us a task, Smoker replied, his face a mask of discomfort. What task? Ace inquired, stretching his limbs as he set Luffy down. Chop wood, make fire, cook, build shelter, and keep watch at night, Smoker said, his expression nearly on the verge of tears. Chop wood, make fire, cook, and build a house, Ace exclaimed, initially stunned, then incredulous. And keep watch, Smoker added quietly, feeling intimidated by Ace's imposing presence. Keep watch? What's that? Ace asked, puzzled. Keeping watch means staying awake all night to observe the surroundings, Smoker explained. Though his definition was somewhat lacking, it sufficed for Ace's understanding. How can anyone rest with such tasks? Asking us to do women's work is one thing, but not even letting us rest at night? How can we have any fun? Ace shouted, standing by the creek's edge. Splash. Just then, a wet head suddenly emerged from the water beside Ace. Kid, what were you just saying? Nothing, nothing. We were just discussing how to build a house. Ace quickly transformed from a roaring beast to an obedient child, nodding and bowing. If that's the case, what are you all waiting for? Get to preparing. The pirate emerged from the water, his face grim and voice hoarse. Yes, 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 nodding eagerly. Ace hastily grabbed his brother and dashed off without even picking up any tools. Hey, wait for me, wait for me. Seeing that he was left alone with the pirate, Smoker hastened to catch up with the two young boys. These guys are just like pirates, no different at all. He muttered, hands behind his head, hair slicked back, watching the trio disappear. His immersion in the water was not to eavesdrop on secrets or to explore fishing, rather. Due to the poison dragon, he felt an irresistible affinity for water, which rapidly aided in his recovery of strength. This would also assist him in mastering the technique of rejuvenation. The water attribute would nourish his body, diluting the effects of the dark arts, allowing him to remain alert until he could fully gather his energy. By the way, where are we going to chop trees? Ace asked, guiding his brother aimlessly through the jungle, lacking even a proper tool. Ace. Suddenly, a voice came crashing through the foliage from behind the two boys. Huh? Smoker? You came too? Ace initially froze, then brightened with excitement. By the way, did you bring any tools? Tools? I don't think so. Smoker's joy at finding the two brothers vanished, replaced by embarrassment. You didn't bring any? Then why did you come here? Ace's anticipation crumbled into sarcasm. You've got me all confused. I'm a user of a natural type fruit. What use do I have for useless tools? Smoker retorted, snapping back to reality after Ace's jibe. Right, then you can handle the tree chopping. Ace declared decisively, giving Smoker a hearty pat on the shoulder before fleeing with Luffy. Leaving Smoker alone in the wind, flustered. They actually ran off to slack off. I don't think our relationship is that close yet. Beneath the vast canopy of an ancient tree, Smoker transformed his body into a swirling haze, forcefully yanking at the trunk, uprooting the ancient species along with the soil. What on earth am I doing here? Instead of forging a connection with Vice Admiral Garp, I have unwittingly fallen into the clutches of this terrifying individual. As he twisted the tree, Smoker couldn't help but lament his unfortunate predicament. Nevertheless, mere words would not suffice. He had tasks to fulfill. The two rascals might disregard him, but if that rat found out, he would undoubtedly be beaten to a pulp. Chapter 57. The volcano's unceasing battle. The inky black night exuded an unusual tranquility as two young boys sat around a campfire, devouring the roasted fish in their hands. Having evaded the toil of constructing a shelter, they could not escape the duty of keeping watch. Smoker hastily consumed a few bites before darting into the makeshift dwelling. Delicious. Luffy, slow down, there is plenty more. Ace's voice interrupted, as Luffy, drawn by the enticing aroma of the roasted fish, roused from his stupor. As a true gourmand, he would never overlook a delectable feast. Indeed, Ace, your culinary skills are commendable. While eating, Luffy did not forget to express his admiration. This isn't my handiwork, Ace replied. His expression oddly contorted despite the compliment. Not yours? Then whose could it be? Luffy paused, momentarily puzzled, but continued to munch away, hazily inquiring. It was Smoker who cooked it. Ace eventually divulged the chef's identity. Oh, I thought it was that wretched rat. Ace, was it necessary for you to exhale so deeply? Luffy exhaled in relief. That filthy rat? How could he possibly cook? He can only nibble at food, and speaking of which, where on earth is he? Has he been devoured by some monstrous creature, has he? Ace expressed a hint of concern. Ace, why do you care about that scoundrel? Wouldn't it be better if he were dead? Luffy retorted, annoyed. You fool. If he were to perish, how would we survive here? Ace scolded, before continuing. Perhaps that old kook can hold on until that old man arrives, but we might not be so fortunate. This primeval jungle is teeming with creatures as formidable as the Master of Gorbo's Mountain. The Master of Gorbo's Mountain? The mention conjured the image of the formidable feline in Luffy's mind, causing him to halt mid-bite, a shiver coursing through him. Then, are we not in grave danger sitting here? Realizing this, Luffy sprang to his feet, scanning the shadowy forest with apprehension. Don't be so jumpy. As long as we have this fire, they won't dare approach us. Ace waved dismissively at Luffy, who had grown overly anxious. Is that truly the case? Luffy asked. A hint of doubt in his voice, yet his body obediently returned to its prior position. Do I need to deceive you? Ace rolled his eyes. True enough. Ha ha ha. Luffy chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Bang, bang, rumble. The serene night stretched interminably, at least in the eyes of the two boys. Just as they were about to succumb to slumber beside the flickering flames, a deep, resounding noise jolted them awake. What is happening? Smoker exclaimed, emerging from the wooden shelter, hastily adjusting his pants. Hey, you weirdo, are you sleeping in the nude? Before he could approach, the two boys collectively recoiled, turning away with expressions of disdain. Which of your eyes witnessed me sleeping in the nude? Don't you all sleep in your clothes? Smoker retorted, his face flushed with embarrassment, defending himself. However, being alone placed him at a disadvantage, especially in the realm of public opinion. He was no match for the two mischievous boys. It seemed he was destined to bear the stigma of a pervert after the old coot, albeit among only 4 individuals. As the 3 unruly boys bickered, the pirate slowly emerged from the water, fixating his gaze upon the distant sky, which was beginning to turn crimson. Though he had been gathering strength beneath the surface, this very stillness made him acutely aware of the tremors above. He had already sensed the commotion while the boys debated over who had prepared the fish. He chose to remain hidden, considering such trivialities beneath him. To kill or teach them a lesson merely for that? That would be a waste, wasting resources or time. Either way, it was a losing proposition. East blew. Groggy. With the ground trembling beneath them, 2 colossal shadows rose from the horizon, colliding with a force akin to 2 magnets of opposing polarities, locked in a fierce embrace. Bang. 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 Ah. My ears. I can't take it anymore. The violent metallic clashing sent the 3 youths clutching their heads in agony, their eardrums nearly bursting. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As if orchestrating a grand symphony for the 2 titanic warriors, a massive mountain on the island erupted violently, spewing molten lava in all directions, igniting forests and adorning the warriors in a cloak of victory. Yaha! Illuminated by the flames. The imposing visages of the 2 warriors etched themselves into the pirate's mind. One, fair-skinned and well-proportioned, with a beard reminiscent of the legendary warrior Guan Yu, wielding a colossal sword that struck repeatedly against a brutish figure with a pig-like nose, only to be parried time and again. The 2 engaged in a fierce exchange, battling intensely for over 3 hours. As the volcanic eruption momentarily subsided, both sides retreated in unison, neither sustaining any injuries, yet both appearing utterly exhausted. You 2 worthless beings. Lacking the resolve to defeat one another, yet you engage in such prolonged combat. The pirate expressed his dissatisfaction with this inconclusive battle. Drenched in water vapor, he slowly emerged from the depths, unconcerned with the astonished expressions of the 3 boys as he ambled towards the bearded warrior. When did that damned rat appear? The boys watched the pirate's retreating figure, with Luffy being the first to swallow hard, his throat dry. It seems he has been out for quite some time, Ace murmured, emerging from his shock, uncertainty etched on his face. What trouble have you 2 stirred up now? Smoker retreated warily, directing his inquiry at the 2 boys. We merely exchanged a few words we shouldn't have, Ace replied, inching closer to Smoker, hoping to draw him into the web of trouble. Chapter 58. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of firewood running out. Do not approach. I warn you, do not come any closer. I am about to strike. I truly am. As Ace approached with an incessant smirk, Smoker found himself retreating like a maiden on the brink of peril, his voice trembling as he defiantly exclaimed, Hey, why don't you make a move? Go on. Show me who the coward truly is. Ace, hunched over and rubbing his hands together with an exceedingly lewd demeanor, inched closer to Smoker, resembling a street thug whose face might as well have been emblazoned with the word rogue. I am indeed making a move. With a sudden lunge towards Smoker, Ace was met with a puff of white smoke, successfully evading Ace's lethal strike and sending the freckled youth tumbling to the ground. Ugh, ugh, ugh. You actually managed to break the seal? Struggling to rise from the ground, clutching his face marred by gravel, Smoker gazed at Ace in disbelief, astonished. Honestly, what a waste of 2 perfectly good eyes. If I hadn't broken the seal, do you think I could have moved those large trees back here? With a derisive laugh, Smoker transformed into smoke once more, seizing Ace from the ground. It's all a misunderstanding. There is no need for hostility, he asserted. Ace's prowess had not been honed overnight, in the face of the Goya kingdom, the dead end of incompetence, and even that band of mountain brigands. Learning to yield was an essential survival skill. A misunderstanding? Your words are sweeter than a song. In such a vast room, with all this timber, I single-handedly brought it back. Do you have any idea how exhausting that was? His face reddening with fury, Smoker gripped Ace tightly, bellowing in frustration. I can hardly breathe. Enclosed within the thick smoke, Ace's complexion shifted from flush to a deep purple, as the dread of death washed over him, prompting him to scream in terror. Yet, Smoker was not a pirate. He bore not only his own aspirations but also the weight of responsibility. Though this island was unknown to outsiders, should these 2 miscreants perish while he remained alive, he would forever be a fugitive hunted by the Navy. Now, tell me, how do you intend to compensate me? Indeed, Smoker had resolved to learn from pirates. Even if he could not eliminate these 2, he would extract every ounce of value they possessed. Gaining a fleeting moment to catch his breath, Ace had no intention of conceding easily, his eyes darting about, clearly scheming. What do you mean I? Speak up. Smoker tightened his grip on Ace, his impatience palpable. I'll keep watch for you for a week starting today. Feeling the pressure around his neck, Ace hastily shouted. A week? That won't do. It's far too brief, at least a month. Upon hearing this, Smoker shook his head, his face contorted in disdain. Yet, within his heart, he was secretly elated. A week without the need for vigilance, allowing for peaceful slumber. Such a sensation is simply exquisite. A month. That is out of the question, at most, 10 days. No less than a month. 2 weeks, and not a moment more. Agreed. The 2 engaged in a spirited negotiation, ultimately concluding with Ace's defeat, a continuous watch over the camp for 2 weeks. However, both parties departed in high spirits, fully satisfied. After releasing Ace, Smoker turned with a swagger towards the shelter he had personally erected, intent on indulging in a restorative sleep to mend his troubled heart. All he does is eat. From dawn till dusk, why didn't you assist me during the fight? Dejected, he approached the fire, his gaze landing on Luffy, who was still shoving grilled fish into his mouth. A surge of frustration ignited within him, and he snatched the fish from Luffy's hands, launching into a barrage of questions. Return my grilled fish. I'm on the verge of starvation. Unperturbed by the theft, Luffy squinted in satisfaction, taking a bite of the air before realizing the absence of his fish, prompting him to search for the culprit. Answer me first. Why didn't you help earlier? Ace demanded, pushing Luffy away as he lunged at him. Didn't you claim you could defeat that old man with white hair? Luffy retorted, his expression one of blame. Ace's irritation flared, stoked by Luffy's caustic words, and just as his temper threatened to boil over, a memory unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. Ace? What are you doing? A drowsy voice interrupted his thoughts as Luffy, awakened by the tremors from the ground, sat up. Luffy, you woke up just in time. Hurry, come here. I defeated that guy from last night. Ace exclaimed, seizing the opportunity to claim the pirate's glory for himself. The guy from last night? Where is he? I must show him the might of my fist today. Luffy shouted, suddenly alert. You fool, didn't you see who I was fighting? Ace rolled his eyes. Oh. Over there. Splendid. Ace, hold still. Witness the power of my bullet fist. As the boy's arm elongated with force, just as it seemed destined for Smoker, the energy faltered, and it landed upon Ace instead. You imbecile, can't you see the large target before you? Ace shouted, stepping on Smoker's head in exasperation. Ugh. I'm so hungry, I lack the strength to fight. Luffy turned and clutched his belly, retreating. You dare say that? If it weren't for your foolishness, would I be in this predicament? Ace fumed, recalling the painful past where Luffy's antics had thwarted him, and otherwise, he would have already crippled the old man. Is that so? I was unaware, Luffy replied nonchalantly, cradling the back of his head, distancing himself from Ace. Once a suitable distance was achieved, he darted into the makeshift shelter like a liberated bird, disregarding the grilled fish left behind. I'm going to sleep now. You. Ace glared at Luffy as he dashed into the wooden hut, frustration boiling within him. He contemplated pursuing him but feared the slumbering giant, Smoker, inside. In the end, he opted to relinquish the chase, sulking as he devoured the remnants of Luffy's grilled fish. With the green hills intact, he doubted Luffy could evade him indefinitely. Regarding the dynamic between Ace and Luffy, they serve as the seasoning of this tale, much like salt enhances food, though perhaps I have overseasoned. A wise saying goes, if there is too much water, add flour. If there is too much flour, add water, and so time will pass. 1 it. Chapter 59. Using one spear against their shield. Huff, huff, huff. Before a colossal mountain of bones, the white-skinned, bearded giant, Dory, lay blissfully asleep beside a crackling fire. Having expended much of his strength in battle with Bragi, finding sustenance in this tranquil forest proved a luxurious endeavor. Simply resting was a pleasure in itself. Initially, all was well. Both he and Bragi were in their prime, capable of enduring months of relentless combat without respite. However, time wanes, youth fades. And amidst the increasingly fierce and frequent battles, their bodies bore the scars of conflict. Just as one skirmish ceased, another commenced, leaving no time for recovery. Their current endurance was a testament to the honor of warriors. Concealed in the shadows, the pirate meticulously observed the slumbering giant, confirming his deep sleep before stealthily emerging from cover and swiftly approaching the massive form. Given the giant's size, the pirate knew that striking a vital point was crucial to bring him down, and he opted for the less protected brain over the heart, which was shielded by armor. During his ascent, the pirate inevitably brushed against some neck veins, but after a brief pause, he accurately assessed the condition of his colossal prey. With skin as pale as jade, a physique resembling a colander, and hidden injuries scattered throughout, he was a prime example of a treasure among refuse, a king among waste. It was a mystery how he retained the will to exist. Navigating through the giant's ear to the cerebral cortex was second nature to the pirate. After swiftly creating an entrance large enough to pass through, he confirmed the giant remained undisturbed and proceeded toward the brain. Thump, thump, thump. The giant's brain pulsated rhythmically before the pirate, alive with vitality. The sight was irresistibly tempting. He licked his lips, a bloodthirsty desire igniting once more. Slowly, he approached Dory's exposed brain, treating it as if it were a precious artifact, cautiously placing a trembling hand upon the pulsating mass. Truly, a masterpiece of art. Resting his head against the giant's throbbing brain, the pirate inhaled deeply, intoxicated by the scent in the air, trembling with anticipation. Surely, it must be exquisitely delectable. The pirate incessantly licked his lips, savoring the drool that flowed freely, and his hands gradually became more aggressive. However, just as he was about to act, the greedy spirit within him stirred once more. On this island, there existed another creature identical to this giant. Bringing the two together would surely yield a delectable feast. Moreover, if he were to slay this large prey now, capturing the other arrogant beast would prove exceedingly difficult. While consuming this pristine creature would enhance his strength to some degree, it would also substantially deplete his power, which contradicted his principles. The true path lies in pitting them against each other, allowing them to annihilate one another. While he reaps the benefits of the aftermath, awaken, ancient soul slumbering in the depths, heed my call. This time, the pirate did not employ any so-called talismans. For Dong Li, he merely cast the most rudimentary illusion. The already dull-witted giant stood no chance against the pirate's sudden attack. Failing to even struggle as he was successfully drawn into the pirate's illusion, lost in a deep slumber, entirely at the mercy of the pirate's whims. Boom, boom, boom. Once again, the volcano erupted, jolting Dong Li from his dreams. Seizing his massive sword and wooden shield, he quickly oriented himself and charged directly towards Brokey. Brokey. Dong Li. Boom, boom, boom. Their clash bore little resemblance to a typical battle. Prior to the eruption, no conclusions had been reached. But after the explosion, when Dong Li instinctively sought to pause the fight, Brokey, in a stark departure from his usual demeanor, lunged at Dong Li like a maddened rhinoceros. Wielding his battle axe with ferocity. Brokey, you dropped your shield. Dong Li clutched Brokey's weapon tightly, disbelief etched across his face. He could not comprehend why his longtime rival and former brother would betray his beliefs, forsaking his honor to ambush him like a coward. Do not blame me, Dong Li. I simply could not conceive of a way to end this meaningless conflict, Brokey admitted, attempting to shift his axe but finding it immovable. Raising his noble head. Embodying an indomitable spirit, he spoke with a resigned expression. You are unworthy of being a warrior. You have abandoned the glory of a warrior. Blood spilled from Dong Li's mouth as his fiery heart gradually quieted in response to Brokey's words, his once bright eyes dimming. Just as Brokey believed Dong Li had perished. A radiant silver light pierced the darkness, shattering the now tattered horned helmet and scattering crimson brain matter across the desolate earth. Come with me to plead for the gods' forgiveness at Elpab, with bloody lips revealing pink teeth. Dong Li bore a satisfied smile as he and the terrified Brokey met their demise together. Dong Li, just as he thought this was the end. The pain coursing through his body and a gentle whisper in his ear gradually roused him. Yet, upon opening his eyes, everything appeared unfamiliar. Brokey lay on the ground, pale-faced. A battered greatsword stabbed firmly into his chest. That was his weapon. As a competent warrior, Dong Li could not fail to recognize his own sword, which had accompanied him for over a century. He was intimately familiar with every inch of it, and besides Brokey, no one on this island could wield such a massive weapon. Easily, I cannot. Elpab, I entrust this to you. Blood frothing at his lips. Brokey's eyes reflected a profound calm. No, this cannot be real. Brokey, tell me this isn't true. The chasm between reality and illusion was too vast for Dong Li, who prided himself on his righteousness, to accept. He implored Brokey for the truth. Dong Li, listen to me, you are not at fault. It is our stubbornness that has led us astray. Do you remember our brothers from the past? Do you recall the elders of Elpab? Do you remember our aspirations? Perhaps sensing his imminent demise, the once boisterous, rough-featured man spoke softly, imbued with frailty. Our aspirations? Why did we form the giant pirate crew, leaving Elpab? Was it not to ensure a prosperous life for the elders of Elpab? Yet what have we accomplished? We have taken away all the able-bodied from Elpab to fight amongst ourselves, discarding those who had always looked forward to our return for the sake of a so-called warrior's honor. Tears streamed down like pearls, cascading endlessly. Only in his final moments did Brokey truly comprehend regret, recognizing the value and meaning of his existence. 90 years. We have squandered a full 90 years here. Dong Li, can you imagine how the people of Elpab live? Can you? As if experiencing a moment of clarity, Brokey suddenly rose from the ground, seizing Dong Li's collar. His voice booming. Having grasped this truth, he could not allow Dong Li to follow him into the abyss. Ensuring his family lived well was the true path. Elpab, yes. We are not alone. I cannot act solely for my own desires. I must care for the kin of Elpab. As Brokey's words resonated, Dong Li's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. But just then, an unexpected shift occurred. Dong Li's massive body seemed to lose control, crashing towards the ground. His once focused gaze beginning to fade. With great effort, Dong Li uttered a word through clenched teeth, while Brokey ultimately succumbed to the encroaching grip of death. His eyes wide open, yet lifeless. Ha ha ha. What a touching scene. But you have awakened far too late. The arrogant laughter echoed within Dong Li's mind as the pirate stood triumphantly before him, hands extended, indulging in the alluring brain matter. However, the moment the brain entered the pirate's mouth, his expression soured, and he spat out the unappetizing morsel in disgust. Damn it, why does this taste so terrible? The pirate's countenance darkened like murky waters, for the taste of this tofu brain was entirely dissimilar to his expectations. If one were to liken an ordinary person's brain to a piece of succulent tofu, then Dong Li's brain resembled a thick, viscous paste. Its appearance unpalatable and its flavor akin to chewing wax. Cursed thing, wasting my time and expending such immense magical power only to obtain this. In a fit of rage, he flung the brain onto the ground and strode away without a backward glance. After enduring the lengthy and filthy ear canal, the pirate finally emerged from Dong Li's ear. Gazing up at the silver moon still hanging high in the sky, his tumultuous heart grew increasingly impatient. Ignoring Dong Li's long-neglected skin, he bit down fiercely. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The sound of swallowing resonated once more in this realm, as the weak blood swiftly flowed from the pirate's mouth into his body, gradually transforming into traces of subtle energy. With a sharp tearing sound reminiscent of leather being ripped, a piece of pale skin emerged from Dong Li's body, and the pirate stood up. Dong Li's physique was overwhelmingly massive. For the currently frail pirate to attempt to consume such a colossal form in one go was akin to a fool's errand. Thus, converting the blood he had ingested into his own strength became his foremost priority. With a swift manipulation of the slender strands of spiritual energy within him, the pirate rapidly transformed the accumulated blood. This giant was merely a fade. The energy contained within his blood was inferior even to that of the beggars and refuse at the waste disposal site. The immense power attributed to him stemmed solely from his size. The energy derived from Dongley's massive body, weighing several tons, barely propelled the pirate to the fourth level of chi refinement, leaving him deeply disappointed and diminishing his fervor for inhabiting another's body. The pirate spent a considerable portion of the night dealing with Dongley's body. Although the elevation of his realm aided the efficiency of blood transformation, it proved to be an exorbitant waste of time. Clinging to the mindset of perseverance, he reluctantly consumed Brokey's body. With a belch, the pirate stood before the remains of the two giants, lost in contemplation. Such a colossal form, even if it could not be refined into a zombie, could certainly serve as an excellent vessel for a magical artifact. Yet, the challenge lay in how to fully harness its potential, a considerable dilemma, indeed. A clear, resonant sound emanated from the pirate's hand as he released the cursed sword from within his body. Go, return with their souls to me. With a swift motion, the pirate flung the sword he had tightly grasped. Strangely enough, what was undeniably a deadly weapon transformed upon liberation from the pirate's control. The visage of First Mate Hans materialized before him, yet within his eyes, there was no trace of reason. They were filled solely with a frenzied madness. Upon hearing the pirate's command, First Mate Hans emitted a series of eerie cries and lunged fiercely toward the massive forms of the two giants. Chapter 61. The Skeleton Demon. Upon receiving the pirate's directive, First Mate Hans shrieked a few times before charging toward the colossal bodies. For the glory of the warriors. It was as if a switch had been activated within him. Before he could even approach Dongley's form, a fierce roar erupted from within Dongley's being. A phantasmal giant wielding a colossal sword, a shield gradually emerged from Dongley's corporeal form. Were it not for its ethereal nature, onlookers might mistake it for the giant's true essence. Cackling ominously, the giant swung the immense sword, conjuring gusts of chilling winds. Although the giant's maneuvers appeared formidable, they merely grazed Hans, the deputy, exposing the giant's chest to him. One after another, souls were relentlessly torn from the giant and devoured by Hans. In but a fleeting moment, the giant dissipated from this realm, leaving behind naught but a husk devoid of blood and flesh's vitality. Cackling once more. After consuming the soul of the giant Dongley, Hans's once ethereal form seemed to solidify, its hue becoming more vibrant despite no physical alteration. After circling around, having found no further gains within Dongley's body, Hans let out a peculiar cry and turned towards the fallen giant Brokey, lunging forward. For the tribe. As before. Before Hans could draw near, Brokey's soul eagerly erupted from the decaying body, brandishing a battle axe as it charged at Hans. Yet, valiant though Brokey may have been, sheer courage does not equate to strength. Within mere minutes, Brokey was vanquished, and Hans successfully absorbed another soul. Cackling with excitement, Hans soared through the skies, heading straight for the pirates. With a whoosh, the shadowy demon sword, formed from Hans, spun rapidly in the pirate's hands, resembling a dark purple playing card. Eerie wails emanated from the specter, startling flocks of birds and sending herds of timid antelopes fleeing. The pirate's gaze had remained fixated on the two giants' remains. Their towering 100-meter frames severely limited his options. Creating a puppet from their entirety seemed implausible, yet extracting a portion of their essence was an entirely different matter. Setting aside the formidable skull, even a single vertebra could yield several potent artifacts. However, with resources scant, if one were to forge, it must be the finest and most practical of treasures. Swish. A dark flash of light swept through the air, drawing the attention of several dinosaurs who swiftly bowed their heads. A few struggling souls were brought back by Lieutenant Hans, who held them in his hands, shimmering with a crimson glow. The pirate slowly accepted these souls from Lieutenant Hans, and incantations began to emerge from his hands, swiftly flying into the craniums of two colossal giants. Under the influence of this formidable magic, the massive heads visibly shrank, causing the leather that clung to them to rapidly crinkle. Crack, crack. Accompanied by two crisp sounds, the heads gradually detached from the giant's cervical vertebrae, hanging in an eerie manner above the giant's corpses, resembling the grim fates of hanged prisoners. With the final incantation absorbed by the giant's heads, the pirate commenced the crafting of the souls he had long held captive. The sanguine magic, guided by the pirate, slowly transformed these feeble souls, expelling all emotions of cowardice and timidity, while amplifying the feelings of brutality and bloodlust. Pop. The sound of bursting bubbles echoed continuously in the pirate's hands as souls shattered and fell into the mouth of Lieutenant Hans. Transforming souls was not the rightful method of forging this artifact, only the ferocious and vengeful spirits born of countless slain beings, combined with the skulls of those who died untimely deaths, held even a glimmer of success. However, given the current constraints, gathering sufficient life force was arduous, prompting the pirate to resort to such desperate measures. Pop. With a final soft sound, the pirate ceased his actions, neglecting to count the souls in his hands. He casually tossed them into the giant's skulls, no longer concerned with their outcome. The endeavor had reached this critical juncture, and now the only reliance was upon these entities themselves. Should they succeed, all would be well. If they failed, then the sacrifice of these unworthy souls would lay a solid foundation for the artifact. In time, their brothers and sisters would account for their failures until the artifact was ultimately perfected. Cackle. In an instant, the sky resonated with the haunting cries of spirits, echoing endlessly. These transformed souls swiftly plunged into the two skulls, turning the pristine, jade-like skeletons into a battleground where they ferociously tore at one another. The wait was excruciatingly long. During the tumultuous clash of the altered souls, the pirates were far from idle. Surrounding the corpses of the two giants, they executed a massive sweep, mercilessly slaying countless beings with their ghostly blades, casting their lifeblood into the giant skulls. The souls contained within were absorbed by the transformed spirits residing in the skeletons. With the influx of these numerous souls, the battle, which had seemed to be nearing its conclusion, reignited with fervor as the replenished spirits swiftly converged, relentlessly tearing at one another. Thus, the ferocity of their conflict endured until dawn. A crimson sun ascends languidly from the eastern horizon, while a pristine skull, as white as jade, rises gently from a mound of bones. The immaculate surface of the skull is adorned with subtle runes, and its vacant eye sockets blaze with an insatiable fire. Whether it is the sun's rays or some other force, the entire cranium glimmers like a colossal garnet, resplendent and translucent. The pirate, in silence, extends one hand, gazing intently at the floating skull. With a peculiar cry, the skull, akin to a wayward traveler returning home, swiftly lunges toward the pirate, delicately settling upon the outstretched hand. Buzz. An invisible wave emanated slowly from the pirate's hand, overwhelming patches of tender grass. It was the magical resonance released while subduing the skeleton. Ha ha ha. After a full quarter of an hour, the skeleton rose once more. Yet this time it was not merely of its own volition. The meticulously crafted skeletal pirate was directly steering towards the giant skull. Clean this place up. With a command issued, the skeletal entity let out a shriek and lunged onto the giant's body, commencing its relentless gnawing. Chapter 62. The Failed Product Crunch. The skeletal being seemed oblivious to its surroundings as it voraciously chewed on the enormous, desiccated bones. Observing the ease with which the skeletal creature consumed its meal, one might underestimate the giant's formidable physiques. However, the strength of these bones, capable of supporting the giant's towering height of over 100 meters, was indisputable. Consuming these withered remains not only stabilized the skeletal being but gradually augmented its power, for the principle of complementing form with form is not a mere saying. Crunch, crunch. As the skeletal creature continued its feast, its body gradually diminished in size, and the once resplendent jade hue of its surface began to fade. This was not indicative of a decline in strength. Rather, it represented a buildup and sedimentation of power. It resembled the ocean, where shallow waters appear bright and vivid. It is the depths that possess a profound allure. Ha ha ha. Just as the skeletal entity reveled in its banquet, an ear-piercing cry erupted from another skeleton. A brilliant red gem shot forth from the mountain of corpses and blood, hurtling directly towards the pirate, the sole living soul present. The scarlet flames and razor-sharp fangs bespoke its terrifying nature. If faced with an ordinary individual, even those suspected of being possessed by demonic entities would flee in terror, for their capabilities extended far beyond mere appearances. Whoosh. Before the pirate could react, the second skeletal creature unleashed a cloud of grayish smoke directed squarely at him. As the creator of these minions, the pirate was acutely aware of their every tactic. Witnessing the skeletal being spewing forth this smoke, he did not allow it to approach lightly. Grasping the edge of his cloak, he executed a vigorous flourish. The cloak, infused with immense magical energy, whipped up a tempest, swiftly dispersing the encroaching smoke, sending even the hidden second skeletal creature tumbling head over heels. Gah! Seemingly enraged, the second skeletal entity screeched and lunged at the pirate, this time opting for a straightforward approach, baring its fangs as it charged. Freeze! Recognizing the skeletal creature's directness, the pirate refrained from unnecessary preamble, and with a flourish of his hands, cast a binding spell towards the skeletal being. It consumed little energy, yet the effect was remarkably evident. The second skeletal creature was suspended mid-air, its jaws agape and fangs motionless, save for the flickering flames within its hollow eye sockets void of any semblance of life. Snap! With a dull thud, the second skeleton demon crashed to the ground. Had the pirate been willing to expend a bit more magical energy, the second skeleton demon might have been able to display itself in the air once more. However, the miserly pirate chose to forego this option, deeming it unnecessary to waste magic on an unruly creature. Approaching the fallen skeleton, the pirate effortlessly lifted it from the ground. What a splendid piece of art! Why must you be so disobedient? He murmured, gently caressing the demon's body, which gleamed like red agate, with a hint of frustration. His fingers traced the intricate patterns on the skeleton's face, gliding over its sharp fangs. Whether intentional or not, one of the pointed fangs grazed the pirate's finger, drawing forth a crimson droplet of blood that seeped into the skeleton's toothy crevice. In an instant, the flames in the demon's eyes flickered brightly, igniting into a fierce blaze. It quivered violently and suddenly burst free from the pirate's grasp, soaring freely through the air. After circling gracefully, the second skeleton demon darted towards the first, which was replenishing its energy. A mere collision sent the first skeleton demon sprawling, and before it could regain its composure, the second demon crashed into it with fervor. The first skeleton demon finally managed to settle in the air, only to be startled by the rapidly approaching second skeleton demon. With a loud gasp, it opened its mouth wide, and a torrent of black flames erupted forth, aimed directly at the second demon, as though the latter was willingly offering its head. However, the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. As a being of the same magical essence, the second skeleton demon possessed a remarkable resilience against fire. When it charged through the flames, aside from the dimming of its fiery gaze, it sustained no injuries whatsoever. Before the first skeleton demon could react, the second demon sank its teeth into its head with a sharp crunch. Faced with the overwhelming assault of the second demon, the first skeleton demon appeared utterly helpless, akin to a teenager rendered powerless. Nevertheless, the first demon had existed long before the second, having devoured a significant portion of the remains of Dongli. Its physical fortitude far surpassed that of the second demon, and though the latter managed to bite into its skull, it barely penetrated an inch, falling short of delivering a fatal blow. The first skeleton demon rolled and thrashed about, employing every conceivable tactic to dislodge the second demon from its back. This was the unfortunate plight of being handless. A simple nudge was an insurmountable challenge, and despite its desperate efforts, the first demon could not succeed. Although the second demon's bite only penetrated a mere inch, the thickness of a human skull is hardly substantial. After several exchanges, the first skeleton demon was ultimately beheaded. Its fragile flame laid bare before the second demon's gaze. With a gentle inhalation, the second demon drew the flame from the first demon's mind into its nostrils. Remaining unresponsive for several minutes, as if ensnared by a pirate's immobilizing spell, floating aimlessly in the air. Observing this bizarre spectacle, the pirate exhibited no signs of anxiety, as though everything unfolded according to his design. Indeed, since the inception of the first skeleton demon, his experimentation had begun. Skeleton demons were inherently instruments of slaughter. Even as their creator, he should not become too attached. This situation could only signify one thing. His attempts at creation had ultimately failed. Yet, having the second demon was better than none. Before the second demon's emergence, the pirate had intended to make do with the first demon, allowing it to consume a vast quantity of giant bones. Although these remnants had since been ingested by the second demon, there would inevitably be energy losses along the way. From any perspective, the outcome of today's endeavor was a significant loss for him. Not only had he failed to procure his desired breakfast, but he had also squandered a considerable amount of materials, an unforgivable offense for a pirate in dire need of power. Chapter 63, A Spring of Pure Snow with a Scowl. The pirate pondered the spoils of this venture. First, he had successfully restored his cultivation to the 5th level of chi training. Second, the power of the Een symbol ghost sword had significantly increased. It was no longer just a decorative glass sword. At this rate, wielding the flying sword to slay enemies would no longer be a mere dream. The only drawback was the sword's inferior material, which doomed it from achieving greatness. Third, he had successfully crafted the formidable skeleton demon. Fourth, well, it seemed that was all he had gained from this operation. With a grim expression, the pirate lost all patience for the first demon's sluggish feeding habits. Channeling his magic, a surge of crimson flames erupted from the demon's gaping maw. The once resilient giant corpses succumbed to the eerie flames, igniting as if they were dry twigs meeting a fierce fire. Within a minute, the two massive corpses were reduced to ashes, leaving only a handful of white dust to signify their existence. Enough of this waste. Let us move. With a disdainful huff, the pirate summoned the skeleton demon back, allowing the flames to be swallowed into its belly. With a flourish of his robe, a dark current surged forth, accompanied by a gentle breeze that swept away the remnants. The ashes drifted into the sea like spring snow, becoming sustenance for countless fish, leaving no trace of Dongli or Brokey. Hey, Ace, why is it snowing in the sky? In the temporary camp, Luffy, just awakened by Ace for his shift, instinctively shouted at the sight of the white powder swirling above. Stop your nonsense. You fled last night. No excuses today. Even if gold were to rain from the sky, you'd better behave, Ace replied nonchalantly, stretching his limbs without turning to look. I'm not lying, Ace. Just look for yourself. Luffy insisted, eager to vindicate himself. You, Ace, who had casually glanced up, was suddenly struck dumb by the sight before him. The massive ashes from Dongli and Brokey, even if they weren't quite a ton, must have weighed at least 700 or 800 pounds. The sheer volume of ash suspended in the air created a surreal scene that left the two youths speechless, mouths agape, unsure of what to say. What has all this racket so early in the morning? Can't anyone get a decent rest around here? A classic retort echoed as Smoker emerged from the wooden cabin, one hand adjusting his belt and the other rubbing his eyes. Bang! The loud noise startled the two boys, causing the ash cloud to momentarily halt, blanketing the entire island like a colossal quilt. Yet, while the quilt was warm, it was not needed at all times. The immense weight pressed down on the boys' hearts, as if threatening to bury them with a single misstep. Fortunately, the clouds only lingered for a moment before resuming their drift towards the sea. Phew, finally gone. Once the clouds cleared, the three boys wiped the cold sweat from their brows, collectively sighing in relief. Damn it, you idiot. You nearly let the clouds fall from the sky. With the trouble behind them, Ace turned his ire towards the silver-haired Smoker. Humph, how was I supposed to know what was happening outside? If you two hadn't been so loud, I wouldn't have had to come out at all. Smoker retorted dismissively, turning his head away. You. Ace's fury ignited at Smoker's attitude, and he almost charged at him to deliver a thrashing. However, he refrained. knowing that confronting a natural fruit user would only lead to his own suffering. Yet, while Ace held back, Smoker did not. Observing Ace's furious demeanor, he couldn't help but provoke him. What's wrong? Not satisfied? If you have the guts, come and fight me. You scoundrel. Once I get my hands on sea prison stone, I'll make you pay. Clenching his silver teeth, Ace resolved to endure for the time being. Believing that a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade, he would confront Smoker decisively once he discovered a means to restrain his natural instincts. However, amidst his noble intentions, Ace overlooked a crucial detail. He was not alone. While Ace chose to remain patient, his enthusiastic little brother, Luffy, could not contain himself. Ace, what are you waiting for? Hurry up, he shouted from the sidelines, openly seeking to provoke his brother. Cursing inwardly, Ace prepared to step forward and utter some diplomatic words when a pirate slowly approached from the distance. Before he arrived, his voice echoed, "Who are you planning to fight? Young one?" The expressions on the boys' faces immediately froze as they quickly lined up with standard smiles, awaiting the pirate's inspection. The pirate leaned down to Luffy's level, sporting a sunny smile and a kindly demeanor, inquiring, "Did I hear you speak just now?" Though Luffy's mind was singularly focused due to the effects of the gum-gum fruit, it did not render him a fool. He replied innocently, "I didn't say anything." "Didn't you?" The pirate straightened up, his smile unwavering as he nonchalantly declared, "Today's training will be doubled." Everyone gasped. Before Smoker and Ace could catch their breath, the pirate's words silenced them. "But Captain, I worked an entire night shift yesterday," Ace protested, a look of distress crossing his face as he lamented his plight. "This is not my concern," the pirate retorted, his tone uncompromising. "I instructed you three to stand watch. How you divide the shifts is your business. Training is non-negotiable." "Understood," Ace replied, his face grim, accepting his fate. He resolved to endure the next 2 weeks, no matter how arduous. Yet, as the saying goes, misfortune should be shared. And it was far more enjoyable to endure the night watch with a companion. Chapter 64. Youthful laziness leads only to regret. There was no need to elaborate on the training regimen. Each person bore 4 cannonballs weighing 180 pounds, running until dusk. After reprimanding a few mischievous youths, the pirate adopted a serious demeanor and declared, "Understood." The group responded with grim faces, recognizing the dire situation they faced on this deserted island and resigning themselves to follow the pirate's orders, knowing it would ultimately benefit them. "No need to prepare lunch today. I'm not hungry," the pirate suddenly recalled, turning back towards the boys who were beginning to relax. "Yes, sir." They snapped back to attention, their bodies tensing again. "Best not let me catch you sneaking food, or you know the consequences," he warned, nodding in satisfaction before leaping into the river, striving to suppress the murderous instincts that constantly threatened to surface within him. How absurd. Just because he doesn't eat. "Does that mean we shouldn't eat?" Luffy exclaimed, exasperated. "Shoo. How many times must I tell you to be quiet? You always stir up trouble," Smoker scolded, covering Luffy's mouth tightly. The two exchanged nervous glances at the calm river, and after confirming there was no reaction, they both sighed in relief and began chastising Luffy for his lack of memory. "Please, you think you're any better?" Luffy retorted dismissively, turning away and murmuring to himself, disregarding the two who seemed like old women fussing over him. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you even listening?" Smoker and Ace were infuriated. It felt as though they were merely accompanying a spoiled child. "I heard you. I've said it 100 times already," Luffy replied impatiently, turning to search for the cannonballs that had been thrown around carelessly. It dawned on him that the others bullied him solely because they believed they could overpower him due to his youth. Determined to alter this situation, Luffy vowed to train diligently, promising himself that once he gained strength, he would teach those two a lesson, making them experience the taste of defeat. "You really need to discipline your brother," Smoker remarked to Ace with a sigh. "Look at how spoiled he has become." "What does that have to do with you? Why are you worrying about it?" Ace snapped, displeased at Smoker's comment regarding Luffy. "Hey, are you brave enough to say that?" Smoker chuckled, a hint of menace in his smile. "You better hope your little brother doesn't say anything like that again, or I'll take it upon myself to teach him a lesson." With his previous deference stripped away, Smoker now acted with a sense of superiority, relishing the moment in front of the two brothers. However, as a user of a natural-type devil fruit and a prospective vice admiral, Smoker had every right to be proud, though the matter depended on whom he faced. Submitting to the arduous training, Smoker strapped on his ankle weights and began running around the camp, carrying the 180-pound load. The pirate was a formidable foe. It was wiser to focus on training. Damn it. Ace remained in place, his expression fluctuating between determination and frustration. Despite several urges to retaliate, he ultimately joined the training, dragging 6 cannonballs weighing a total of 270 pounds, pushing himself to run. One must endure hardship to rise above others. Merely matching Smoker's weight would not suffice to defeat him. Humph. What a fool. Thinking that sheer strength could conquer a devil fruit user. What a delusion. Smoker observed Ace's actions with clarity. As an adult, he saw through Ace's minor schemes. Amused by Ace's thoughts, Smoker reflected that if devil fruits were truly so easily countered, countless individuals would not be so eager to acquire them. Chapter 65. Conspiracy. How is it? Have you brought the items? Weren't we in agreement? You want to lose a single coin once the deal is done. After pulling such a foolish stunt, Do you really think I would return? Tell your master that if he wants to burn down the entire destination, he'd better hand over the money now, or let him deal with it himself. In the East Blue, at the home of Rear Admiral Karp, the Kingdom of Goa. What did you say? That useless fool dares to ask me for money. King Augusta Nandakarnat of Goa, just awakened from his afternoon nap, was greeted with this irksome news, instantly darkening his previously decent mood as he stormed through the palace, cursing loudly. Fool! 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 Where's illness? Get him here immediately. I want Nagli to know what happens when I'm provoked. Augusta wandered through the palace, feeling increasingly unsettled and distressed. Finally, unable to contain herself, she stood in the center of the palace and shouted towards the exit, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, your temperament. That Nagli is merely a minor figure. It would be unworthy to let him disturb your health. With a wave of her hand, she dismissed several soldiers who were unaware of the unfolding situation. Simpson, resembling a sycophant, gently patted Augusta's back and spoke softly. Doesn't Nagli desire money? Then let us grant it to him. As long as we treat Lord Shamak well. What do these funds matter? This is not merely a matter of money. Never has anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. Never. Augusta, consumed by fury, roared, ignoring Simpson's words entirely. Listening to her seething outburst, Simpson rolled his eyes. It was merely a few pleasantries. Was such indignation truly necessary? Clearly, Nagli was seeking to negotiate his worth. Your Majesty, please allow me to explain. Destroying the waste disposal site is no trivial endeavor. Leaving aside the sheer size of that garbage dump, the lives of those residing within it present a significant issue. Should we intervene directly, we risk inciting widespread unrest and unsettling the populace. Thus, we must not involve ourselves. At times, we may even need to feign a rescue. Rescue them? Why save that bunch of refuse? Let them burn along with the rest. Before Simpson could finish his thought, Augusta interrupted vehemently, her agitation palpable. Simpson sighed in exasperation at having to deal with such a master. Thankfully, this state of affairs would not endure much longer. The revolutionary forces would soon liberate this hopeless city and kingdom. Taking a deep breath to suppress his mounting frustration, Simpson continued. Yes, we were discussing how to dismantle that garbage site. First, we must not act ourselves, as it would tarnish our prestige. Secondly, once Nagli takes action, he will inevitably draw the ire and pursuit of all. No matter how cautious he may be, he cannot evade everyone's gaze. In due time, even without our intervention, those pests will come knocking. But the waste disposal site has already been set ablaze. How will these people survive? Augusta, like a curious child, incessantly posed questions. Thus, I suggested we should intervene at an appropriate time to rescue some hostages. Simpson pointed out, realizing the validity of his own assertion. That does seem plausible, Augusta mused, nodding thoughtfully. Thirdly, even if those individuals perish, we can still issue a bounty for Nagli's capture. I believe that once the reward is substantial, someone will certainly assist us in dealing with that old rascal Nagli. My apologies, brother. For the happiness of the masses, you must be sacrificed. We will forever remember your contributions. Simpson silently prayed for Nagli, his face betraying no hint of remorse. Indeed. When the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman profits. Not only can we obliterate the waste disposal site, but I can also quell the resentment in my heart. Simpson, you truly are a commendable servant. Augusta savored the wisdom in these words. Of course, she would never admit her own sluggishness. She merely engaged in profound contemplation, her eyes growing brighter as she heartily patted Simpson's shoulder, laughing jubilantly. Once Augusta appeared satisfied with the plan, Simpson exhaled a sigh of relief, donning a humble smile as he remarked, Thanks to your Majesty's wise guidance. Well said. This matter shall be entrusted to you. Do not let me down, Augusta proclaimed, her demeanor suddenly commanding as she patted Simpson's shoulder meaningfully. Simpson's breath caught momentarily, his face alight with joy as he replied loudly, Yes, your Majesty. I shall proceed at once. Bruh. This is Dolag. What is the matter? Augusta has gone mad. She intends to incinerate the entire waste disposal site, where thousands reside. Chapter 66. A minor incident. Time to flee. It's on fire. It's on fire. Flames and thick smoke descended upon the waste disposal site, engulfing it entirely. Master, where are we heading now? In an unknown strait of the Kingdom of Goa. A golden-haired youth clad in noble attire addressed the elderly man beside him, who was preoccupied with urgent tasks. This place is no longer safe. We must leave temporarily for a couple of days. If you have any valuables, bring them along. We will not be returning shortly, the elder replied without turning. Not returning shortly. The youth was taken aback. Though he hadn't seen his friend in days, leaving like this felt rather inconsiderate, with a glimmer of hope. He abruptly raised his head and asked the elder loudly, Master, how long do we plan to be gone? The elder's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This was the moment of truth, where he could potentially secure the money. Pausing his tasks, he gazed at the slivers of exposed sky in the strait. A hint of melancholy in his expression as he replied, I don't know, at least a month, or at most 3 to 5 years. The youth gasped in disbelief. Ah, that long. What's wrong? Are you reluctant to leave? The youth's expression tightened as he quickly retorted, No. I just. The elder felt a surge of joy and turned away, feigning impatience as he waved his hand dismissively. Enough. We don't have much time. You must prepare. We must leave tonight. I'll be right back. With permission granted, the youth dashed up the shore like a liberated bird, swiftly diving into the dense forests of Galbo Mountain. What on earth happened to cause such a massive fire? As the youth approached Galbo Mountain, he caught sight of a flicker of flames from afar. Upon drawing closer, he realized that the waste terminal had transformed into a sea of fire, with the encroaching flames gradually consuming Galbo Mountain as well. Alarmed, he thought, "Oh no, my treasure." In a moment of clarity, he recalled something vital and cried out before racing towards the junction of Galbo Mountain and the waste terminal, navigating through numerous obstacles with remarkable speed. He emerged from a dense thicket to locate his objective, a colossal tree, wide enough for 4 or 5 people to encircle. This was the very spot where he had first met his master, on that fateful day, while waiting for his close friend. He had attracted the attention of a formidable tiger, measuring over 20 meters in length and 7 or 8 meters in height. Had his master not arrived in the nick of time, he might have met a gruesome fate. Without a moment to lose, feeling the searing heat approaching from behind, the youth hurriedly began to ascend the tree. His agility was astounding. He scaled the 100-meter height in mere seconds, roughly flinging open the treasure chest. He discarded his formal attire and hastily rummaged through the precious items. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, he could only manage to carry away a third of his possessions. Tying the clothes together as a makeshift bundle on his back, he gazed longingly at the treasure-filled hollow of the tree, his heart heavy with reluctance. Clenching his teeth, he stubbornly stuffed several jewels into his trousers before hastily descending. It was not merely the youth's decisiveness that propelled him. The raging fire had already singed his heels. If he lingered any longer, he would be doomed to a life of desolation, shackled to a trove of worthless minerals. Curse it! If only that rascal Ace were here. We could have salvaged a significant portion of the goods. With a final, regretful glance at his hidden treasure, he dashed away, resolved to find a new sanctuary for his valuables. 2 hours later, at the edge of a cliff by the sea, the youth finally buried his treasures anew. Marking the spot, he exhaled heavily, turning to gaze at the blazing waste terminal. Soon, he would depart, uncertain when he might return. Perched upon the treasure he had set aside as living expenses, he found himself engulfed in turmoil. Nevertheless, they are my parents. It is only right to bid them farewell. As the sun grew increasingly vibrant, he slapped his thighs, rising from the treasure with newfound determination. Report to Admiral Karp. An emergency has arisen in the kingdom of Goya. In the Soul Tavern of Windmill Village, Admiral Karp, having indulged in copious amounts of drink, lay sprawled across the table in slumber. The green-haired maiden, Machino, stood behind the bar, her eyes glazed as she mechanically polished glasses, rendering the tavern an epitome of tranquility. Suddenly, an oblivious naval officer burst in, shattering the serene atmosphere. Ignoring whether Admiral Karp was awake, he shouted out his message. Huff, huff. After delivering his lines, the officer realized he had been ignored. The pair within the tavern continued their respective activities, one asleep, the other distractedly polishing a nearly shattered glass. Blushing in embarrassment, the officer stood rooted to the spot. Although no one mocked him, nothing could be more humiliating than failing to impress a woman, especially a beautiful one. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, Admiral Karp. Yet, the rhythmic snores persisted, and the officer's voice echoed in vain. How could a battle-hardened man like Karp be stirred by the cries of a mere officer? After all, he was a man who could sleep through cannon fire. Admiral Karp. The officer, having learned from his previous mistake, approached Karp and began to shove him while calling out. Ugh, quiet down. Perhaps Karp had indulged a bit too much in his merriment, as he failed to awaken even when the officer pushed him. Instead, he waved his hand dismissively, sending the officer sprawling. Bang! A cacophony of overturned tables and chairs resonated within the stillness of the tavern as the officer was unceremoniously thrown to the ground by Admiral Karp. Clutching his nearly broken waist, the naval officer struggled to rise, gasping for air after a moment of hesitation. Ultimately, he decided against disturbing Karp's rest and staggered out the door. Before the unfortunate officer could take more than a few steps, several figures resembling high-ranking officials surrounded him. Instead of feeling honored in the presence of such dignitaries, the officer was overcome with anger. This was clearly a burden they should bear, not him. Lord Bruce. Admiral Karp has requested not to be disturbed for now, one of the officers stated. The colonels exchanged incredulous glances, despite knowing Karp's penchant for sleep. His sense of responsibility was undeniable. There was no way he could have uttered such words, leading them to conclude that the wretched scoundrel must be lying. Elson, you just lied, didn't you? Colonel Bruce confronted, directly exposing Elson's deceit, revealing that he had received no response from Admiral Karp at all, and everything was merely his fabrication. Bruce's words struck Elson like a hammer, draining the color from his face as cold sweat poured down his brow. Yet, Elson stubbornly resembled a cooked duck, refusing to admit his error. Every word I spoke is the truth. If you don't believe me, go ask Admiral Karp. He is resting inside right now. The colonels ignored Elson's protest, scrutinizing his every expression without restraint. We will certainly verify the matter. You need not remind us. It is no longer your concern. Return to your post and rest. As a naval lieutenant, this is quite unbecoming. After exchanging opinions, the colonels unanimously decided to dismiss him, as his presence was far too disruptive for their discussions. With a sigh of relief, Elson swiftly escaped the gaze of the high-ranking officials, narrowly avoiding disaster. Damn it. I will never wander in front of these fellows again. Originally, Elson had aspired to make a favorable impression on these powerful figures to pave the way for his future. Little did he know that the very leg he sought to cling to was the source of his downfall. The city is treacherous. I long to return to the countryside. The once ambitious youth, now crushed by Admiral Carp's blow, found himself shattered like glass, while the others, already successful, continued to scheme. Well, you all saw that fellow. What should we do next? Heads gathered, exchanging glances, each reluctant to speak. Why is everyone suddenly mute? Should we consult Admiral Carp or simply watch as you make decisions? Not everyone was as composed as the Ninja Turtles. After a brief silence, someone could no longer contain himself. A burly man with a bald head spoke first. Realton, please don't rush. We are not here to discuss this. Noticing the silence among the colonels, Colonel Bruce attempted to mediate. Then speak up. Realton exclaimed, visibly anxious and impatient. Are you all afraid to voice your opinions? Fine, I will share my thoughts. We shouldn't go. You all know how formidable Admiral Carp is. If we provoke him, we will surely face dire consequences. As soon as Realton finished, someone countered, are you not worried that Admiral Carp will wake and inquire about this matter? Then what do you suggest we do? Realton retorted, shifting the blame onto others. The previously opposing colonel rolled his eyes, but did not object, organizing his thoughts before speaking. Did that officer not say that Admiral Carp requested we refrain from bothering him for the time being? We can play along, pretending to know nothing. If Admiral Carp is displeased, he will not direct his ire at us. All blame will fall upon Elson for misreporting the orders. Well said, Sells. As expected of the most cunning among us, devising such a devious plan. Realton clapped Sells on the shoulder, expressing his approval. The others, familiar with Realton's character, chose not to dwell on it, rolling their eyes as the matter passed. All right, since the plan is settled, let's disperse. The soldiers below must be growing anxious. Remember, when Admiral Carp asks questions, do not let anything slip. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Finally, Bruce summarized the discussion. And the colonels returned to their respective squads to reassure their subordinates, who were filled with fervor for the mission ahead. Father, in the Otrolk manor of the Goya Kingdom, Sabo, where have you been these days? The current head of the Otrolk family, engrossed in reviewing account books, was suddenly elated, hastily rising to locate the source of the voice. However, upon seeing his long-missing son, the patriarch's expression darkened, disregarding the joy of reunion as he bellowed. What on earth happened to you? Not a clean spot on you. What happened to the noble etiquette I entrusted to you? Have you forgotten it all? Go wash up before you come to see me. Father, I have returned to bid you farewell. I am leaving soon, the young Sabo replied, his mood somber. Leaving? Where do you intend to go? The head of the Otrolk family turned pale, aghast that his son had returned merely to say goodbye after such a long absence. You're not going anywhere, not a step. Before Sabo could respond, the patriarch continued. Do you know how much I spent on those tutors? That's a fortune. You are not to leave until you have completed these lessons. Perhaps out of a sense of noble pride or a desire to uphold his dignity, the head of the Otrolk family refrained from openly expressing his intentions, instead attempting to thwart his rebellious son from another angle. However, a child remains a child, and to Sabo, his father had transformed into a slave to wealth, willing to obstruct a young man's pursuit of dreams for the sake of a few coins. Father, you cannot stop me. I am leaving. Farewell. I will return to visit often. With a final lingering glance at this so-called home, Sabo felt an overwhelming sense of despair, suppressing tears as he prepared to depart. Yet, how could the head of the Otrolk family allow such a thing to transpire? He shouted, Guards, stop him. A dozen robust servants swiftly abandoned their tasks and lunged toward Sabo, who had not yet managed to escape. Although Sabo possessed far greater strength than these servants, he was ultimately just one individual. His original weapon had been left outside due to the visit, and unarmed. He could not withstand the onslaught for even 2 minutes before being overwhelmed and pinned to the ground by the attendants. Chapter 68. The eyes of death. The head of the Otluk family slowly emerged from his study, his gaze laden with complex emotions as he regarded his son. Why must you stray from the path I have meticulously laid out for you? Is marrying the beloved princess of this nation truly such a burden? Must you resort to flight to confront your fate? Release me. Let me go. Do you comprehend what you are doing? I am the heir of this family. And yet you dare to treat me this way. Despite being restrained by numerous servants, the heart of a young man yearning for freedom could not be subdued. Sabo struggled to contort his body, attempting to escape the throng surrounding him. However, such efforts were ultimately futile. The weight of 2,000 or 3,000 pounds was far beyond what a 10-year-old boy could possibly bear. Crack, crack, crack. A sudden sound of footsteps echoed, startling Sabo, who had become somewhat sensitive due to the recent training. He abruptly lifted his head, a fierce expression etched across his face. The head of the Otluk family was taken aback by the glare and quickly replaced his startled demeanor with a cold, stern countenance, commanding loudly, "Take him away. Confine him to a room. No one is to release him without my permission. Let me go, let me go. I want to return. I want to return," Sabo exclaimed, his voice filled with panic as he struggled even more fiercely. He was acutely aware that Master Nagley intended to depart this very evening. Should he miss this flight, he would be condemned to languish in this dismal place for years, if not longer. The numerous servants exchanged glances, caught in the middle between the Otluk patriarch and Sabo's desperate plight. Perhaps sensing their predicament, The patriarch bellowed, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and take him to his room. If he escapes, I shall break your legs." There was no room for further deliberation in this family. The head's word was law. With force, they secured Sabo's arms behind him, and the group ascended the stairs, carrying him along. Bang! The clumsy servants unceremoniously slammed Sabo onto the floor and stood silently by, awaiting the patriarch's orders. "Seal the doors and windows. Do not allow this ungrateful wretch to escape." The patriarch surveyed the room, dissatisfaction etched across his features as he noted the numerous escape routes available to the youth. Turning sharply, he addressed a servant nearby. "Go. Fetch Marguerite to prepare a bath for the young master." Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks reverberated through the vessel, and before the occupants could utter a word, a soldier hastily flung the door open and rushed inside, exclaiming, "Crisis. A great fire has erupted in the kingdom of Goya." "What did you say?" The owner of the room, unable to chastise the intruder for his impudence, dropped the documents in his hand and stood up, his face a mask of disbelief. According to the intelligence he had received, his father, Vice Admiral Karp, was stationed in Windmill Town. As an honorable naval officer, how could he possibly allow such a calamity to unfold? Clearly, something was amiss. Without waiting for a reply, the room's owner dashed out, scanning the deck for the individual he sought. Upon locating him, he swiftly approached without explanation, seized him, and hurriedly leapt from the ship. Each step he took seemed to resonate in the void, producing a series of explosive sounds as he raced toward the impending sight of the kingdom of Goya. "Dragon! You scoundrel! Did you not see me engaged in a game of cards? 80 times. Do you realize how much that entails?" After a moment of confusion, the individual who had been found erupted in furious exclamations. "Enough! Silence! An urgent matter has arisen in the kingdom of Goya that requires our immediate attention." The man referred to as Dragon spoke with a furrowed brow and a grave expression. "A problem? What could possibly be amiss when Vice Admiral Karp is stationed there?" The man, taken aback by Dragon's words, responded with indifference. "It is precisely for this reason that I am alarmed. Reports from below indicate that the fire in the kingdom of Goya has been raging for over an hour, and there are no signs of it extinguishing." The man froze, suddenly grasping the gravity of the situation, and ceased his chatter, remaining silent in Dragon's grip. Bang! "Quickly! We must rescue everyone before the fire spreads further." After several minutes of soaring through the air, Dragon and his companion finally reached the shore, hastily setting their comrade down. Without time for further discussion, they charged toward the raging inferno. I was unceremoniously cast to the ground, rising in a disheveled state, ready to voice my grievances, only to realize that Dragon had already vanished from sight. Damn it, he didn't even wait for me. With a determined resolve, I hastily shook off my leather jacket and pursued the direction in which Dolarge had vanished. Bang, bang, bang. The echoes of explosions reverberated continuously, as heaps of refuse at the waste terminal collapsed one after another. The thick smoke enveloped them, making it arduous to breathe, while the searing heat relentlessly scorched their skins, evaporating the moisture within their bodies. Absent an unforeseen intervention, they were destined to be entombed within this refuse heap. No, who can save me? I do not wish to perish. I possess wealth. I possess wealth. Whoever rescues me, I shall bestow upon them all my riches. I must escape. I must escape. I have dreams yet unfulfilled. An atmosphere of despair permeated the landfill, punctuated by the occasional emergence of deranged individuals who contributed nothing but fuel to the raging flames. As the entire waste terminal was enveloped in chaos, "Death wink." A resounding voice echoed outside the refuse terminal, and with it, a narrow passage emerged within the crematorium, only to be swiftly consumed by flames, leaving no trace behind. Ivan, who was endowed with facial growth hormones, gazed at the roaring inferno, and Drag felt a wave of frustration. His techniques were ineffective against such fire. Furthermore, he needed to conserve his strength for the challenges ahead, placing the burden squarely on his rather unconventional brother. Facial growth. The individual Drag referred to as Ivan was taken aback by this command, hesitating momentarily. However, upon hearing the anguished cries from within the crematorium, his resolve solidified. Chapter 69. I shall lead you towards prosperity. Extending his hand, he slowly activated his devil fruit ability, transforming it into a syringe-like apparatus, cautiously bringing it closer to his delicate visage. Yet, his trembling hand betrayed his emotions. Ivan felt a strong aversion to using this facial growth hormone. Ivan hesitated, but Drag could not afford to wait any longer. Observing Ivan's dawdling, Drag resolved to assist his brother. With a slight tremor of his own hand, the syringe pierced Ivan's face. "What are you doing?" Ivan exclaimed, swiftly withdrawing the syringe, fury evident in his voice. "I am merely helping you to make a decision," Drag replied nonchalantly, not even glancing at him. Ivan was taken aback, pointing at Drag, his body quaking. His already considerable face expanded further with each tremor until he could no longer support the weight of his head, forcing him to rest it on the ground. Suddenly, a colossal version of the deadly allure emanated from Ivan's enlarged face, manifesting a tunnel of considerable dimensions, approximately 50 meters high and 80 meters wide, within the crematorium, successfully capturing the attention of all those inside. A passage. A passage. We are finally saved. The individuals once buried within the crematorium sprang up as if blessed from above, hastily making their escape while the flames had yet to seal their fate. The sea. The sea, I am coming. Breaking free from the oppressive flames, the denizens of the refused terminal did not pause, racing towards the distant ocean. Their thirst was unbearable. The flames had evaporated much of their moisture, leaving them parched and exhausted. Had it not been for the unwavering determination within them, many would have succumbed to the fiery depths. Despite knowing the seawater would not quench their thirst, they pressed on, urgently seeking to replenish their fluids. Postponing any concerns about their thirst for later, surviving this moment was paramount. Gulping down the salty, briny seawater, these former inhabitants of the refuse terminal felt a wave of satisfaction wash over them. What could be more delightful than the mere act of living? What are we to do now? Our home is utterly destroyed. Having narrowly escaped death, the people now fretted over their livelihoods. They were a group of individuals who had been exiled from the kingdom of Goya due to their lack of capabilities, barely surviving on the scraps provided by the townsfolk. Now, with their means of subsistence obliterated, where were they to turn? Perhaps we should request aid from the city. Surely they would not abandon us to our fate. After all, we still belong to a kingdom. Are you mad? Do you not realize why we ended up in the refuse terminal? It was because of those very people. Perhaps this fire was orchestrated by them. They have always looked down upon us. What have we done to deserve this? It was bad enough that we were prohibited from living in the city. Why did they have to incinerate our refuge? Anger, fear, and sorrow, negative emotions surged amidst the waves. As a serpent, weakened by the fire, drifted towards this gathering of refugees, feeding on the source of their misfortune to fuel its own existence. Pirates. Let us become pirates. I believe that with our numbers, we can make a name for ourselves upon the sea, just like that scoundrel Brigham. Brigham. A lingering pain in the hearts of the refuse terminal's inhabitants was a figure they could never forget. Those days spent under his rule were marked by a terror that words could scarcely describe. The thought of becoming something greater stirred the hearts of many, presenting an enticing opportunity. Yet, this sentiment was not universal. While it resonated with the masses, it conflicted with the interests of others. Suddenly, someone interjected, "Everyone. What of our vengeance? This fire nearly claimed our lives. If not for the divine intervention granting us an escape, we would have perished in that refuse heap. Shall we let this go unpunished? No. We shall seek retribution. We must avenge ourselves." The collective hatred blinded their eyes, and those who wished to venture out to sea found themselves powerless against the fervor of the crowd, ultimately resigning to their fate in silence. Look, a ship. A ship approaches. Just as the serpent reveled in its energy absorption, a shout shattered the tranquility, and a wave of joy enveloped the air, causing the serpent to retch out the happiness it had unwittingly consumed, narrowing its gaze below to discover who dared disrupt its feast. Brothers and sisters of Goya, those willing to fight for freedom, come aboard this vessel. Clad in a green cloak, the speaker's words were stirring. However, the inhabitants of the refuse terminal were not a fervent bunch. Their primary concern was survival, seeking a better existence in this world. As for everything else, what relevance did it hold for them? With stoic expressions, the denizens of the refuse terminal silently regarded the impassioned speaker, standing resolutely upon the sea's surface. Little did they know, even the most eloquent speaker could one day face failure. A gentle chuckle emanated from behind the green cloak, effectively dissolving the awkwardness that enveloped it. The cloaked figure was utterly astonished that, despite his formidable prowess, he found himself unnerved by a group of seemingly powerless individuals. The sensation was reminiscent of his inaugural address from the podium, where he spoke with trepidation. This left him feeling both exasperated and intrigued. Why was his expertise rendered ineffective in this context? Was he simply outdated, or did the circumstances here demand something entirely different? Yet, his intelligence suggested otherwise. Did not those who resided in such dire conditions yearn for that invaluable freedom? What, then, did they truly seek? This assemblage of individuals languishing at the very bottom of society. The bottom of society? Indeed. Those who aspired merely to secure sufficient sustenance and warm clothing were invited to join me on this vessel. I, Monkey D, Dragon, shall lead you in overthrowing this decaying kingdom and guide you towards a path of prosperity. Chapter 70. Dear Father, long live the Dragon Leader. May the flames of revolution never cease. The revolutionary soldiers, long concealed amidst the refuse, suddenly sprang into action, fervently responding to the call of their leader, Monkey D, Dragon. Long live the Dragon King. The flame of revolution shall never extinguish. Their voices resonated, echoing the fervor of their resolve. The masses raised their hands in jubilant cheer, their enthusiasm unabated until Dragon gestured for a moment of pause. Comrades of Goa, let us embark upon this grand vessel of revolution. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly erupted with joy, eagerly gazing at the ropes and templates laid upon the bed. One by one, they swiftly chose their preferred tools and boarded the vessels. Provide them with food and fresh water. I shall return shortly, said a figure who then departed. Standing aside, Dorag cast a worried glance at his fellow compatriots, exhausted and sprawled on the ground. His heart grew heavy with concern, pondering what could possibly hinder his father's rescue efforts. He casually remarked to Ivankov, whose face had taken on a monstrous appearance, before he hastily made his exit. In the East Sea, in an uncharted expanse of water, a colossal ship emblazoned with the Navy's flag sped across the waves. Suddenly, a cacophony of frantic voices pierced the air. Lord Bogart! Lord Bogart! We are in grave trouble. Something has happened in the kingdom of Goa. Without awaiting permission, a man clad in a naval uniform burst through the captain's quarters, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. What did you say? How could Goa possibly be in peril? Lord Karp is stationed there. The occupant of the room, Rear Admiral Bogart, sprang from his seat, seizing the soldier by the collar and shouting in disbelief. Above Goa, a thick cloud of smoke hung ominously in the air. The soldier struggled to relay everything he knew. Yet before he could regain his composure, he found Bogart had vanished. Drawing a deep breath, Bogart stood atop the mast and bellowed downwards, "Notify all crew members. Full speed ahead." Meanwhile, the thunderous sound of snoring resonated throughout the bar of Makino as a green figure slowly emerged from the shadows. "Makino, how have you been?" Dorag inquired, taking a seat at the bar and removing his hood, his eyes reflecting the weight of his experiences. To his dismay, the young girl showed no intention of reminiscing with him. She remained seated, vigorously polishing her gleaming cup. The feeling of being ignored was unpleasant, at least for Dorag, who understood it was only natural for Makino, his childhood companion, to have forgotten him after so many years. Still, he felt it unnecessary to treat him with such indifference. Though puzzled, Dorag temporarily set aside the task of rekindling old memories, as his main focus was the old rascal, Karp. Rising from his seat, he silently approached Karp, only to find him blissfully asleep, which ignited a fire of anger within Dorag. This old fool had managed to drink himself into a stupor, completely neglecting his duties. A powerful punch struck Karp's face as Drago, disregarding the bond of father and son, exerted every ounce of his strength to awaken the man who knew nothing but a life of indulgence. He aimed to make him aware of the countless lives shattered due to his alcoholism. In an instant, as Karp was about to fall, he became acutely alert. Years of battle had honed his reflexes to an extraordinary degree. He pushed off the ground and sprang back to his feet, fists clenched, charging toward his adversary. Drago? The anticipated blow never came. The Revolutionary Army leader, Monkey D. Drago, stood still, observing his father, suddenly halting his punch. At that moment, Karp finally recognized his long-lost son. "When did you return?" Karp exclaimed, his eyes brimming with joy, completely forgetting Drago's identity as a revolutionary. "The timing of my return is inconsequential. What matters is whether you are aware of the significant events that have transpired in the Goa kingdom these past few days," Drago replied impassively, swatting away Karp's reaching hand. "Today, this very evening, a great fire erupted at the landfill outside the walls of Goa kingdom, trapping thousands within. If our forces had not arrived in time, there would be nothing left but a pile of corpses. For so many days, you and your team have been stationed here, correct? Then I must ask, what were you doing while the inferno consumed Goa?" Drago's eyes glinted with fury, as if confronting an enemy rather than his long-absent father. Karp, drawing a sharp breath, could not help but inquire, "Such a calamity occurred? What, are you still unaware?" Drago scoffed. "Aren't you typically proud of your righteous army? Did they not inform you today?" "Guards! Guards!" Karp shouted, reprimanding his own troops. Meanwhile, Drago had already distanced himself, sprinting swiftly through the jungles of Galbo Mountain towards his vessel. Having resolved the issue with his father, it was time to focus on the destruction of the city. Bang! Spotting his ship from afar, Drago took to the skies, leaping effortlessly through the air to save time. The vessel, not too far off, was reached in mere seconds with Drago's relentless effort. As he hovered in the air, poised to assess the quality of his new recruits, an unforeseen calamity struck. A colossal serpent's tail, emerging from an unknown origin, swiftly struck Dolag at his waist, sending him crashing onto the deck of the vessel below. Thud! Before he could retreat, Dolag landed heavily on the wooden planks, gazing upward. There, coiling ominously above them, was a gigantic serpent with crimson eyes and black scales, adorned with horns atop its head. Its sinister aura enveloped the surroundings as its cold, greedy gaze fixated on the individuals below, venom continuously dripping from its jaws. It was a confrontation between the venomous dragon and Dolag. "Dolag, are you all right?" The two revolutionary leaders, initially bored and contemplating sleep, were suddenly alarmed by Dolag's descent. Chapter 71, The King of Heavenheim, Cough. As Dolag struggled to lift himself from the deck, he abruptly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Dolag. Instantly, the expressions of Ivankov and a towering figure beside him shifted, astonished to discover the enemy's overwhelming strength. One blow had incapacitated their strongest ally. Drag pulled Ivankov, who was eager to rush out, and calmly said, "I am fine. Help me up." Grasping Ivankov's arm, he attempted to rise. However, there was no room for hesitation. As Ivankov, feeling the pressure, wanted to continue speaking, Drag leaned closer to his large face and whispered, "Look behind you." Glancing back in confusion, Ivankov shuddered. Everyone, including their trusted confidants brought from headquarters, was staring at them with an eerie gaze, filled with suspicion and disbelief. This small boat did not appear particularly sturdy. A piece of debris that had just crawled up from the water murmured quietly, almost to himself, "It seems that way." Swallowing hard, one of the individuals nearby voiced uncertainly, "Do we need to stay here any longer? Let us observe a bit longer, do you see? We cannot afford to fail so easily. At the very least, our defeat should be unmistakable." Drag expressed his bewilderment. Never before had he felt such helplessness as today. They were clearly up against opponents beyond their capabilities, or else all their previous efforts would have been in vain. Nodding slowly, Ivankov quietly inquired, "What should we do now?" Let us each have a dose of adrenaline. Is that truly necessary? Ivankov hesitated, fully aware of the side effects of the adrenaline fruit's power. Committing such a substantial risk before the battle even began seemed an unwise choice. I know what I am saying. Just follow my lead. Drag lifted his gaze to the swirling poison dragon above and softly commanded. Since you insist, very well. Ivankov gritted his teeth, realizing that his old comrade would not act without reason. Suddenly, he released several syringes into the bodies of Drag and Bartholomew, Bear, standing beside him. The serum took effect swiftly, their faces flushed, hearts racing, as an immense aura emanated from them, pressuring the revolutionaries and debris around them to the point of breathlessness, urging them to kneel. Bang, bang. The sound of bursting bubbles echoed as Drag and Ivankov, under Bartholomew's fruit abilities, teleported next to the poison dragon. Before the dragon could react, they unleashed a tempest of attacks upon its almost tangible form. Yet, as always, the poison dragon was but a soul entity. Formed from the malice of the world, mere physical assaults would not harm it. Although Drag and his companions succeeded in dispersing some of its malevolent energy, it would soon reassemble. With a swift flick of its slender tail, the dragon became slightly annoyed by their onslaught. Bang, bang. Drag and Ivankov crashed back onto the deck. Mindful that those with devil fruit abilities were cursed by the sea, should they fall into the water, they would never return. What shall we do now? Our attacks are utterly ineffective. A melodious voice emerged from Drag's embrace, revealing that Ivankov had switched states during the attack. Bear will engage in the offense. We will divert its attention. After brief contemplation, Drag solidified the plan, recognizing that Bartholomew possessed the most diverse means of attack among them, making him the best candidate for testing the enemy. However, they could only hope that Bear would quickly discern the enemy's attributes, for their endurance would not last much longer. Pop, pop, pop. Balloons, resembling the imprints of bear paws, gradually materialized from Bartholomew's hands, swiftly soaring towards the venomous dragon that incessantly tumbled and shrieked in the air. Time and again, Dorag and Ivankov crashed onto the deck, their bodies weary despite the adrenaline coursing through their veins. Though they bore no visible wounds, Dorag remained acutely aware of the poison dragon's behavior. His extensive knowledge of serpents left him perplexed. Despite repeatedly vanquishing them, the creature exhibited no desire to consume them. In fact, it seemed somewhat apprehensive in their presence, as if something about them instilled a sense of unease. Bartholomew, you fool, have you not yet devised a plan? Ivankov gasped heavily, the immense bulk of fat on his chest swaying with each breath, severely hampering his combat efficacy. Were it not for the advantage this condition provided in executing leg techniques, he would never have allowed himself to be in such a state. Pop, pop, pop. Bartholomew remained silent, his hands conjuring bubbles that multiplied with increasing speed, floating upwards and nearly filling the sky. If all else fails, we shall resort to that. Even if it reveals our existence to the world, we cannot afford to let our team disband. Dorag's expression was grave as he stood nearby, after such a prolonged struggle. He had effectively relinquished hope for the bear. The battle had endured far too long, and should it persist, even if they triumphed over this monstrosity, these individuals would never truly empathize with one another, nor genuinely integrate into the grand revolution. Hiss. A tremendous screech resonated through the air as the floating balloons rapidly burst, their presence proving to be exceedingly bothersome. O spirit of lightning residing in the city of the skies, heed my call and vanquish it. O deity of the heavens. Chapter 72. The Strike. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds rolled in, obscuring the twilight sky, while violet lightning flickered incessantly within the billowing clouds. Hiss. As if sensing impending peril, the serpentine dragon coiled in the air raised its haughty head, its frigid gaze betraying a hint of trepidation as it fixed its eyes upon the heavens. It is afraid. It is afraid. Dorag, do you see? It fears your lightning. The crew aboard the vessel keenly observed the dragon's reaction, as if a glimmer of hope had been discovered. The spirits of the three, previously despondent, surged with renewed vigor, freeing them from their prior state of confusion and helplessness. Pop, pop, pop. A cascade of balloons shimmering with blue electric light rapidly emerged from Bartholomew's hands, soaring towards the venomous dragon. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Instead of encountering the anticipated adversary, it found itself under attack from a foe it had never deemed significant. The venomous dragon appeared exceedingly agitated, its serpentine tongue flickering incessantly as it contemplated descending to chastise these insignificant insects, yet it ultimately relinquished the idea, focusing all its energy on confronting Thunder. Although it possessed a gut feeling that eliminating the scum below would resolve everything, those creatures exuded a sense of dread that stifled its resolve. The moment it approached the vessel, it felt as if it was nearing a tumultuous, rolling thunder dragon. It was not merely a matter of elemental superiority but also an overwhelming ancestral suppression. Pop, pop, pop. Dorag, are you not ready yet? While they had not yet engaged in a direct confrontation with the venomous dragon, Dorag had made it clear from the outset that they needed to conclude the battle swiftly, lest the morale of the troops wane and their confidence diminish. Yet, now, as the battle stretched on for over 10 minutes, despite the potency of their attacks, the rabble, common folk who could not grasp the gravity of the situation, remained oblivious, mistaking the chaos for mere natural weather phenomena. Should they continue in this manner, their efforts would be in vain. The spirits had yet to fully coalesce, and even if they persisted now, it would likely inflict little damage. Clenching his teeth, Dorag lamented internally. Though the capabilities of the Heavenly King were formidable, the time required to accumulate energy was excessively protracted. Damn it, Ivankov exclaimed, striking the mass beside him in frustration, feeling utterly helpless as none of his offensive maneuvers seemed to affect this foe. Upon returning, I shall devise a means to confront these creatures. The concept of hockey was not foreign to Ivankov and his companions. In fact, they were quite adept at it. Anyone who had roamed the New World for any length of time would be aware of its existence, although natural-type devil fruit users were rare. Ivankov and his crew had undoubtedly encountered such individuals during their extensive travels, and the importance of mastering hockey was certainly on their agenda. Moreover, within their ranks stood the illustrious and wealthy Manchi D. Dorag, whose father was among the world's most formidable beings, relying on martial prowess, an aspect that lacked inherent advantages. Hockey was undoubtedly his most powerful means of asserting dominance in the world. Thus, one might wonder how he could possibly withhold knowledge from his only heir, Karp. However, the unfortunate reality was that hockey, which was typically invincible against devil fruit users, proved ineffective in this instance. What could this signify? It was evident that this creature was not a devil fruit user but rather a sea king, a special type of sea king. This was their assessment of the venomous dragon. Yet, identifying such a being would be of little consequence. Today, they intended to ensure that this short-sighted creature met its demise right here. 1 minute, 2 minutes passed. Yet Dorag's ultimate ability still had not coalesced. The venomous dragon, hovering impatiently in the sky, felt a growing sense of frustration. It was akin to a scoundrel wielding a guillotine, perpetually hovering above your neck, while the desire to retaliate surged within you. The fear of the weapon in his grasp rendered you powerless to act. Generally speaking, an ordinary person confronted with such a situation faces two possible outcomes. The first is a mental breakdown, leading to a figurative demise. The second is a final surge of defiance in the face of death. A dark, slender beam of light flashed from the lips of the venomous dragon, striking Bartholomew Bear, who was preparing for another round of attack. Bang! The bear's body crashed to the ground as if a mountain had fallen upon it. Romy. The sudden assault startled the two individuals nearby, prompting Ivankov to rush over and lift Bartholomew into his arms. Drag's actions were even more pronounced as he unleashed the gathered lightning directly upon the venomous dragon. Kaboom! The purple lightning tore through the sky, descending silently upon the venomous dragon. Crack! A scene reminiscent of blood and flesh scattering abruptly emerged in the sky above the way station as the dragon's ghastly form, composed of a chilling aura, was entirely dispersed. The ominous clouds that had loomed over everyone began to dissipate, revealing a breathtaking sunset before their eyes. We have slain it. Lord Drag has succeeded. Lord Drag has defeated the vile dragon. The previously dazed crowd on the deck erupted with unprecedented enthusiasm, cheering loudly as the fiery sunset slowly emerged. Far away, on an island in the Grand Line, a pirate suddenly opened his eyes in the water, sensing the presence of his innate spirit. Powerful, immensely powerful. This was the aura of the venomous dragon, which he estimated had reached the 8th level of chi cultivation, surpassing him by 3 levels. What an alarming concept. Su Yun, a disciple of Longhu Mountain, had spent nearly 70 years, from 1865 to 1935, struggling to reach the 8th level of chi cultivation in this world of dwindling spiritual energy. What a despairing revelation. If the venomous dragon were to seek him out now, he would undoubtedly have no means of escape. Even the pirate's iron-willed resolve wavered at this thought. Splashing, slowly emerging from the water, he walked with measured yet determined steps toward the makeshift refuge built by a white-haired delinquent. Despite not yet grasping the nature of the formidable creatures surrounding him, he possessed fragments of hockey stone given to him by Bogart, ensuring that with his 5th level of chi cultivation, he would not falter. Chapter 73. Heartfelt intentions to kill yet unable to reverse fate. Huff. Flames flickered as the two youths, meant to keep watch, succumbed to slumber in this warm world. Gradually stepping out from the darkness, the pirate, wielding a cursed sword, advanced toward the two young men. An eerie howling enveloped him, as Vice Admiral Hans sensed a tumultuous shift in the pirate's emotions. Do not blame me. If blame is to be placed, let it fall upon your ill-fated lives. Raising his sword high, the pirate prepared to strike down the two youths. However, at that moment, a wave of relief washed over his spirit, as the oppressive aura of the venomous dragon began to wane. Why is this happening? Who could possibly harm the venomous dragon at its current strength? Could it be that old man he encountered that day? If so, it would make sense. The old man's vigorous spirit would serve as a potent poison against the venomous dragon. If not, what is happening? Standing at the dock of Windmill Village, Vice Admiral Karp, who had been vocally reprimanding several colonels, paused in astonishment at the sound of a tremendous thunderclap. He slowly rose from the ground, gazing toward the source of the noise. Behind him, a group of colonels in Navy uniforms lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Although they had previously considered implementing a plan to throw an unknown soldier into the fray, they had grossly underestimated Vice Admiral Karp's ferocity. Upon locating the culprits, they were swiftly apprehended and subjected to a thorough beating, leaving them with no opportunity to utter a single word. The moment they opened their mouths, the fist of Admiral Karp came crashing down upon them. Did you not notice the others present? They were all victims of Karp's wrath, their teeth shattered. In truth, Admiral Karp had shown restraint, Had it been in the past, these miscreants would have faced immediate execution. As a champion of justice, devoid of any sympathy, what purpose did their continued existence in the Navy serve, if not for the impending duty to safeguard the celestial dragons in the kingdom of Goa? Coupled with his hereditary affliction of excessive sleepiness, irrespective of the circumstances, there would be no reason for him to spare them. Poisoned? The sight was alarming. When Ivankov turned Bartholomew Kuma's body, his face was mottled with a deep purple hue, quickly spreading to other areas of his body. The moment Ivankov hesitated, the purple discoloration had already encroached upon his chest. There was no time for contemplation. A stimulant was imperative. Observing Bartholomew's weakening breath, Drag clenched his jaw and shouted for an antidote to be administered, transforming each fingertip into a syringe. Ivankov exerted every ounce of strength he possessed to pierce the needle into Bartholomew's body, as hormones surged through Kuma's system to combat the advancing toxins. However, the venom of the poison dragon was not easily subdued. Although the toxin was gradually being suppressed, it relentlessly continued its assault throughout Bartholomew's body. I cannot contain these toxins. Ivankov's countenance darkened as he slowly directed his gaze towards Drag, who had been waiting nearby. You are unable to do so as well? Drag's spirit waned, astonished that he found himself in such a powerless situation. I have administered 3 doses of healing hormones. If this continues, not only will I fail to save Kuma, but he may perish in my care. With the syringe in hand, Ivankov stood, his face contorted with frustration. Cursed be that individual. Had he not already met his end, I would have ensured he faced dire consequences. A sudden, feeble cry echoed from the heavens as dark clouds began to converge ominously above Drag and his companions. Surely, this cannot be happening. I merely jested. Swallowing hard, Ivankov felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. What began as a mere boast had unexpectedly culminated in a dire transformation. Drag, how are you holding up? I cannot hold on much longer. Even if I forcibly gather this energy, it will require time. Given that individual's capabilities, remaining here guarantees our demise. Drag's expression mirrored Ivankov's, both aware that their immediate concern should be survival, not the feasibility of revolution. We must turn the ship around and leave this place. Yes, indeed. The crew, startled by the sudden turn of events, sprang into action at Drag's command. However, the Revolutionary Army's vessel could not hope to match the speed of Admiral Karp's craft. It would take at least a quarter of an hour to gain any significant momentum, ample time for the poison dragon to materialize. Ivank, you assist them. I shall confront it. But you, there is no time for hesitation. The sooner we depart, the safer we shall be. Waving off Ivankov's protests, Drag summoned the thunder once more. Very well, take care. If things go awry, we shall retreat. Gritting his teeth, Ivankov turned to leave, shaking his head in resignation. Drag found Ivankov's naivety disheartening. It was far too simplistic to believe that a few would survive. Overthrowing the celestial dragons and dismantling the world government was a sacred duty bestowed upon him by blood, his mission. If he abandoned the cause now, the revolutionary movement would falter. How could they follow a leader who prioritized self-preservation over their shared ideals? Such a leader could not guide them towards revolution, nor ensure its success. The cries from above grew louder, the fury in the air becoming palpable. Within 3 minutes, the poison dragon had fully materialized, its crimson eyes fixated on Drag's vessel. Dark tendrils of energy were unleashed, raining down upon all aboard the ship. A bolt of divine lightning struck down, obliterating 3 layers of his cultivation, igniting an unquenchable fury within him. Even though that wretched individual possessed a treasure, he was resolute in his intention to slay him on the spot. Damn it! As he witnessed those around him collapsing one after another, Dolag's heart seethed with rage and hatred. He longed to retaliate but found himself powerless. Faced with the onslaught of the venomous dragon, Dolag was compelled to seize his gathering of lightning and shift his focus to defense, with Bartholomew serving as the prime example. Dolag, why are you still here? Chapter 74, Blood Rush Against the Evil Spirits, Drifting into the Sea Flow. Lord Karp. The familiar voice pierced through the chaos, and Ivankov could no longer remain composed. He abruptly halted his actions and turned anxiously towards the source of the voice. There, in the skies above the wasteland, a middle-aged man with silver hair was racing towards them. Dolag, run. Confirming his suspicion, Ivankov dashed to Dolag's side, seizing him in an attempt to escape. However, Dolag rejected Ivankov's good intentions, forcefully halting his escape. His gaze, filled with hatred, fixed upon the venomous dragon hovering above, poised for another attack. Now is the perfect time to eliminate the creature. It cannot go unpunished for injuring my brother. The antidote for Romy may very well depend on him. Yet Ivankov grew anxious, reminding him that the poison could be resolved at any moment. If captured by Karp, imprisonment awaited. There are no ifs. That creature must die. Dolag brusquely interrupted Ivankov, standing at the bow of the ship, silently awaiting the arrival of Admiral Karp. Bang. Boy. Do you really think that just because you're my son I want to send you to impel down? Karp's face twisted in a grimace, feigning unfamiliarity before outsiders. I require your assistance. After a moment of silence, feeling the increasing pressure from above, Dolag finally spoke. That creature nearly killed my brother. I need you to help me slay him, he declared, pointing at the venomous dragon. Nearly killed you. Karp's pupils contracted sharply. If anything were to happen to Dolag and his companions, their plans would be set back for decades. Whether he would even survive until then was uncertain. I've told you time and again to train diligently, yet you ignore me, running off in search of treasures. Look at the mess you've made. One random individual has left you utterly defenseless, he mocked, showing no hint of camaraderie even among Dolag's revolutionary crew. Karp knew that the moment he displayed any sign of weakness, the CP agents would come knocking, though he was not afraid of them. His status as a Navy officer remained significant. If you kill him, I will return with you, Dolag stated coldly, devoid of any emotion. Karp's pupils constricted again. It seemed the figure above was a formidable entity, else Dolag would not behave this way, even resorting to their coded signals. I hope you can fulfill your promise, he said, casting a deep glance at Dolag before launching himself into the sky. Whoosh. Before Karp had ventured far, a collective sigh of relief erupted from the ship. Karp's reputation was monumental. Even in his diminished state, his intimidation had not waned in the least. Dolag, do you realize what you just said? What if Admiral Karp truly captures you and sends you to impel down? Should I save you or not? Ivankov exclaimed, anxiously gripping Dolag's collar and shaking him. Given the situation, why aren't you fleeing? If he frees himself, none of us will escape. Dolag rolled his eyes, pushing Ivankov's hands away in disdain. Is it really wise to leave Admiral Karp alone here? What if something happens to him? Ivankov faltered, hesitating. You were just urging me to leave. Now you're acting like this. Who is the one changing their tune? How dare you blame me? Dolag's rebuke left Ivankov displeased. Realizing that his previous concerns had been in vain, as Dolag had already anticipated everything. Set sail quickly. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Offering a final reminder to Ivankov, Dolag redirected his attention to the battle above, ready to act at the slightest sign of danger. Steelbone meteor. As Dolag's ship began to move, Karp's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally eased. Gazing at the venomous dragon above, he bellowed, enveloping his hands in the armor of Haki, unleashing a torrential assault. Hiss. Unlike the previous attacks from Dolag and his companions, this time the venomous dragon felt an excruciating pain, not for any other reason but due to Karp's fervent and masculine aura. What it had anticipated as a sumptuous feast turned out to be a colossal nuclear bomb, the overwhelming radiation unsettling the dragon, causing it to writhe in agony in the sky. Witnessing this, Dolag was momentarily stunned. Could it be that he truly was as weak as Karp claimed? Yet, they had not faltered against an admiral before. It seems we must indeed train diligently, Ivankov. It was nothing extraordinary, merely a temporary lapse in physical condition. Engaging in combat was undeniably frustrating. Observing his remarkable achievements, Karp unconsciously relaxed. Based on the current situation, the creature with horns above did not seem particularly formidable. Yet, what could have prompted Dolag to signal such a grave warning? It must be noted that Dolag possessed one of the 3 ancient artifacts that he had personally seized from Roger, the king of the pirates. Suddenly, Karp, lost in thought, performed a swift turn in midair, narrowly evading a barrage of fine black projectiles. The venomous dragon had seized the opportunity to counterattack while Karp was distracted. Hey, you nearly caught me off guard. With a cold smirk, Karp exhaled a breath of relief, grateful that he had not been ambushed. Otherwise, he would have lost face. This is the poison that Bartholomew has afflicted you with. Hand over the antidote, and I will allow you to leave. As someone who had personally trained Bartholomew and entrusted him to Dolag, Karp could not permit him to perish so easily. Hiss. Unfortunately, the venomous dragon was not the mythical beast Karp had envisioned. It was a malevolent entity born from the world's darkest desires. And how could it possibly submit to a mere human? A piercing shriek echoed as the venomous dragon charged towards the diminutive figure of Admiral Karp with unparalleled ferocity. Bang! Like the detonation of a nuclear bomb, the dragon ultimately succumbed to the might of Admiral Karp's fist, disintegrating into wisps of debris that floated serenely into the ocean beneath the overwhelming aura of Karp's formidable presence. Chapter 75. Caught in the act. Time flows inexorably. And it has been a month since the inferno at the landfill. King Augustin Nancarnate of the Goya Kingdom chose not to rescue the unruly citizens, instead resting comfortably upon his throne, preparing for the arrival of the celestial dragons. Meanwhile, Simpson, the undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army, remained in hiding under the orders of Dracul, biding his time. The atmosphere in the kingdom was tranquil until the day the celestial dragon Charlemagne arrived. Joy permeated the city, with nearly all the inhabitants gathered at the Goya docks, brandishing the flags of the world government and cheering exuberantly. It was amidst this grand celebration that an opportunity arose for one who refused to conform to the path laid out by their parents. Taking advantage of the commotion, the rebellious servant escaped, seizing a fishing vessel at the docks and hoisting his own pirate flag, setting sail in search of his mentor, the instigator of the landfill fire. Nagley. Regrettably, though it was a fortuitous day for fleeing home, it was not an opportune time for venturing out to sea. Sabo, blocking the celestial dragon's navigational route, ultimately found his friendship shattered, sinking into the depths of the ocean. Had it not been for Karp seizing the moment to rescue him, he would have likely met a grim fate. After a month of recuperation, Karp felt sufficiently rested. Upon successfully handing over his duties to the Goya Kingdom, he eagerly donned his gear and set forth with his crew towards the Grand Line, accompanied by the battle-scarred Sabo, ultimately locating Dracul D. Luffy. After once again entrusting a seed to his son, Karp contentedly returned to his ship, bound for Little Garden to visit his two grandsons, who had been placed under the care of Colonel Rat of the Navy South 16th Division. Everyone, follow me. After a journey of 2 days and nights, Carp's vessel finally reached the first stop on the Grand Line, Little Garden. Stepping ashore, Carp unleashed his formidable observation hockey, swiftly locating his grandsons. Leaving a contingent to guard the ship, he proceeded with all his subordinates towards the direction he had just sensed. Rubber iron fist. Rubber gun. A cacophony of combat echoed through the forest, where a hapless herbivorous dinosaur was ensnared by two determined youths. They relentlessly assailed the creature, launching a barrage of attacks that, while lacking in substantial harm, instilled sheer terror within the dinosaur, showcasing the innate timidity of herbivorous creatures. Hey, you two. The sun is nearly set. And you still haven't succeeded? Do you require my assistance? A youth with white hair and an eye patch, reclining beneath a towering tree, mockingly remarked as he pushed his eye mask up to his forehead, observing the persistent efforts of the two boys. Here lies the Grand Line, where the creatures far surpass those of Windmill Village, so spare me your comparisons to how Ace single-handedly defeated a bear, he scoffed. We don't need your interference. Ace and I will soon vanquish this creature, declared the vest-wearing boy, Luffy, with conviction. Since their arrival on this island, they had only encountered pirates in the initial days, after which the elusive figure seemed to have vanished entirely, as if he had never set foot on the island. Nonetheless, the myriad signs of piracy remained evident: the terrifying roars of monstrous beasts at midnight, the mysterious disappearances of various creatures, and the ominously quieting volcano, all attesting to the pirates' presence. Apart from the creature before them, they could scarcely fathom anyone on this island possessing such formidable power and eccentricity as the pirates. The menacing sword, reminiscent of a demon, left a lasting impression upon them. The skull that perpetually hovered nearby, radiating intense heat, had caused them significant distress as it would occasionally emerge from the shadows to snatch their prey, the flames it emitted proving inextinguishable, leading to the wastage of their hard-won food. Look at my aim. Seizing an opportunity, Ace lunged forward and thrust his weapon into the dinosaur's eye. The creature let out a ferocious roar and, after thrashing about in desperation, ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. Well done, Ace. It seems we shall feast tonight. Smoker, brushing off the dust, rose slowly from his previous position. Stop flattering him. You won't be getting any, Luffy warned, positioning himself protectively between Smoker and their quarry. Luffy. Before Smoker could interject, Ace yanked the vest-clad boy down and exclaimed, Do you not realize how heavy this creature is? Without his help, how can we transport it back? But this creature hardly has any meat. If we share with him, we shall not be satisfied. Luffy protested, feeling slighted. Better that than nothing at all. Ace retorted without hesitation. Have you reached a decision yet? Smoker's languid voice drifted from behind them. Since the disappearance of the pirates, his life had grown increasingly carefree, indulging in hearty bone broth and tender meat, gaining considerable weight. After you. He stepped aside, revealing the three-horned, armored dinosaur to Smoker. This time, I demand 50%. Smoker scrutinized the Triceratops with calculated appraisal. 50%? Why don't you go jump off a cliff? It used to be 30%. Luffy erupted in fury. 30% is insufficient. It won't fill me, Smoker asserted matter-of-factly. And what about us? Luffy fumed. That is your concern. If you have the ability, you can start a fire right here, Smoker retorted, feigning indifference. And what of starting a fire here? Suddenly, a robust voice rang out nearby. What else would happen but for that skull to steal it? Smoker, still oblivious to the approaching figure, spoke loudly with his arms behind his head. The skull? What is that? Kapu, intrigued, inquired from behind Smoker, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Beside him, Bogart's expression darkened, resembling a charred pot bottom. These devil fruit users were indeed unreliable. It had only been a short time, and they dared to act brazenly before the grandson of Admiral Kapu. One could only wonder what had transpired during this period. Chapter 76. Winning Heart Scramps. Upon spotting Vice Admiral Kapu, Luffy sprang up with delight, calling out loudly. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled sounds echoed through the air, causing the youths who had shared a month on the island to collapse to the ground, each nursing a conspicuous bump on their heads, particularly prominent on Smoker's. The principle of collective punishment was strikingly evident under Admiral Garp's command. Observing the 3 individuals, who showed no sign of doubt, he felt a profound satisfaction with the training they had undergone, at least instilling within them the tenets of the Navy. As he turned to regard Smoker, who lay sprawled on the ground, Garp's eyes narrowed. Lieutenant, state your name and designation. Struggling to rise, a chill gripped Smoker's heart. He had already inferred Garp's identity from the recent actions and words of Luffy and the demeanor of Bogart. To bully others and then be caught red-handed would surely result in a bleak conclusion. I'm Lieutenant Smoker of the 2nd Division, a user of the smoke fruit. I greet you, sir. He saluted earnestly, inadvertently disclosing his identity as a natural-type devil fruit user, hoping that Admiral Garp would show leniency in his punishment due to this revelation. The 2nd Division? Rowtown? Are you under Lucius? Garp's mind raced, quickly grasping Smoker's origins. He merely sought confirmation, asking, What brings you here? I was assigned by Lord Bogart to train alongside Colonel Mouse. Observing Garp's demeanor soften slightly, Smoker exhaled a sigh of relief as he replied. However, Before he could finish, he felt an intense, furious gaze piercing through him. Undoubtedly, it was Bogart who harbored such animosity. With gritted teeth, Smoker recounted all that had transpired to Admiral Garp, then quietly stood to the side, awaiting his fate. He had done all he could. Now, it was up to Garp to decide Lucius's fate. If Garp held Lucius in high regard, he might spare him. Yet, if Garp was inherently cold-hearted, there would be nothing Smoker could do. Regardless of whose disciple you are, you must face punishment for breaching military regulations, Garp stated, slowly raising his fist before him. Ultimately, he could not escape his fate. A bitter smile crept across Smoker's lips. Initially, he had aimed to cultivate a good rapport with those two, never anticipating that events would culminate in such a manner. Had they not constantly mocked his hair, he would not have adopted such an attitude. Yet, at the end of the day, it was his own recklessness that had led to this predicament. Farewell, cruel world. Farewell, dear Lord Lucius. Bang. The anticipated heavy blow did not materialize. Garp's fist, once raised with intent, was gently lowered, landing softly on Smoker's head, devoid of weight. His decision to spare Smoker did not stem from any guilt regarding Lucius. As a soldier serving the people, he would not abandon his own aspirations for the sake of geography. The circumstances surrounding Lucius were ultimately of his own making and had no bearing on Garp. The reason for sparing Smoker lay in his status as a natural-type devil fruit user. To challenge the dominion of the world government, mere numbers would not suffice. A natural-type devil fruit user can, with adequate training, fully prepare themselves for the ultimate showdown against the celestial dragons. With such formidable forces at their disposal, the pressure they face will undoubtedly diminish. From this day forth, you must closely follow my lead until you have entirely mastered all military protocols. One would think that this was the conclusion of the matter. However, to everyone's astonishment, Vice Admiral Garp dropped a bombshell. The attendees were left in shock. What was presented as a punishment was, in fact, a reward. Those who had the privilege to follow in Garp's footsteps had painstakingly climbed from the very bottom. And even Bogart had no luck whatsoever. What madness has Vice Admiral Garp conjured today? This was the collective thought of the Navy personnel present. Yet, among them were two individuals who felt differently, their faces etched with relief, trepidation, and a hint of sympathy, as if following Garp was an arduous ordeal. Thankfully, it was not us. Ah, that old man with the white hair is in for a rough time. Luffy and Ace, hiding nearby, chuckled mischievously while pointing at Smoker, reveling in his misfortune. However, their amusement was short-lived. With a punch for each, Vice Admiral Garp swiftly sent them crashing to the ground and boldly stood before the Triceratops, surveying the scene. Satisfied by the sight of the creature's armored body and the wooden spear deeply embedded in its eye, Garp nodded approvingly, noting the effectiveness of Colonel Mouse's training. Observing the expansive area around him, Garp curiously inquired, "Where's Colonel Mouse?" It has been quite a while since we last saw him, apart from during mealtimes. Two young boys trembled on the ground, clutching their heads, prompting Smoker to step forward alone and respond. "It's been a long time since we've seen him." Garp was momentarily taken aback before erupting in fury. "I summoned you to assist in training my grandson, not to be a bystander. Find him immediately. I demand to confront him and ascertain what is going on." He uttered these words through gritted teeth. The naval soldiers clearly sensed their commander's wrath and promptly scattered in search of the pirate's whereabouts. Although Garp could easily discern the old rat's location using Kinbunchika hockey, he refrained from doing so. Those under his command should not solely engage in training, but also acquire practical skills. This island was rife with ancient creatures, and with proper coordination, they could gain a wealth of experience. When the time came to face the ferocious pirates on the battlefield, they would not be left utterly defenseless. Despite the fact that most encounters concluded beneath the might of his fists, it was unwise to assume that all cunning pirates would lose their fighting spirit. Thus, enhancing their adaptability was imperative, especially considering that they would not always be at his side. Promotions and transfers were inevitable. Chapter 77. He is still a child. Not here. Not here either. Report. No sightings. The search extended for several hours, with a 1,000-strong contingent scouring the entire island. Contrary to Vice Admiral Garp's wishes, the island had very few creatures remaining. Those that had managed to survive posed no threat to the soldiers and utterly failed to serve Garp's training purpose. How is it possible that we cannot find him? Sitting beside a torch, Garp frowned, his opinion of the pirates diminishing significantly, realizing that his grandson had been left in such a perilous location. "Have you searched the entire island?" "Indeed, we have." After a round of inquiries, Garp ultimately surrendered. Relying on others was futile. With a sudden burst of Kinbunchika hockey, he enveloped the entire island in its reach, meticulously searching each patch of land. Not once, not twice, but thrice, still nothing. Could it be that this fellow has already departed? After personally searching several times, Admiral Garp could not help but entertain such a thought. How could a mere colonel from the East Blue Branch possess the means to obscure his whereabouts? Only by leaving this island could such a possibility arise. "Sir, we found nothing." Just at that moment, Bogart, who was also conducting his search, approached Garp with the same disheartening news. Understood. Garp nodded silently, his mind beginning to devise a plan. At that instant, a youthful voice chimed in. Are you looking for that stinky rat? Bang. Without hesitation, Admiral Carp delivered a solid fist to the heads of the two boys. Once he observed the sizable bumps on their foreheads, he nodded in satisfaction and proclaimed, What ideas do you have? Ow. Ow. Ow, if we roast this dinosaur, that fellow will surely come out on his own. The two boys finally ceased their rolling about and murmured, Roast a dinosaur? Carp inquired with a hint of skepticism, glancing at the Triceratops on the ground and then at Luffy, whose face was lit with desire. You're not suggesting you want to eat it, are you? Gulp. How could you say that, old man? We're merely offering you a suggestion. Luffy struggled to tear his gaze away from the Triceratops, expressing his discontent towards Carp. Is that truly the case? Carp scrutinized Luffy deeply, his gaze laden with meaning. Of course. Very well, Bogart, go fetch Fred. Faced with Luffy's eager eyes, Carp ultimately softened, waving his hand emphatically. Yes, sir. Bowing slightly, Bogart dashed off towards the docked ship, locating Chef Fred, who was preparing dinner. After conveying Admiral Carp's message to Fred, he returned with Fred and his tools to the torchlit area. Setting up the stand, Fred began to prepare the unfortunate dinosaur. Gutting it thoroughly, extracting its sinews, and after rinsing it with water, he placed the remaining meat over the fire. Quickly gathering around the fire, the two boys, along with a middle-aged strong man, watched intently as Fred skillfully crafted this delectable dinner. Occasionally, he applied some seasoning to the roasting meat, his movements graceful and effortless. A stark contrast to his robust physique, the boys could only marvel in amazement. As time passed, the enticing aroma of roasted meat began to waft through the air. But the expressions of the two boys turned increasingly tense, markedly different from their initial eager demeanor. He's coming, he's coming. Be cautious, we cannot let him succeed this time. Luffy and Ace stood back to back, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, their nerves on high alert, leaving Admiral Carp and Fred, who was busy cooking, momentarily bewildered. Cackling. Just as Admiral Carp was about to inquire, a peculiar laughter erupted nearby. Turning his head, Carp was met with the sight of a translucent skull, illuminated by the fire, voraciously devouring the discarded materials Fred had left. Oddly enough, despite the absence of a body, the skull managed to consume an enormous heap of remains, which occupied 2/3 of the Triceratops' body in an instant. Crack. After devouring such a large quantity of food, the skull appeared unsatisfied. Rising from the ground, it smacked its jaw twice, then fixed its gaze upon the roasted meat in Fred's hands. With greed, it protruded a fiery tongue from its mouth, licking the remnants of meat from its teeth before lunging towards the roasted delicacy. Stop it. The two boys, as if spurred into action, leaped from their seats, brandishing their wooden spears and charging forward. Admiral, shouldn't you assist them? Fred hesitated, glancing at Carp, who remained seated. Don't worry about them. With Bogart there, they won't perish. Carp responded nonchalantly, displaying great confidence in his subordinate Bogart, despite having recently pushed a natural-type devil fruit user towards danger. Fred contemplated briefly, deeming Carp's words sound, and thus returned his focus to his culinary endeavors, content in his task. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds echoed continuously, as the young boys engaged in a fierce struggle with the skeletal creature. The skeleton, fixated on devouring flesh, was met with the unwavering determination of the two boys, who sought to protect their food from its grasp. Whether it was frustration from their persistent efforts or some other reason, the skeletal monster suddenly unleashed a torrent of fire, enveloping the two boys who were about to pounce. The intense heat scorched their skin, and Luffy felt as though he might melt away. Just then, a hand descended from above, swiftly covering the skeletal creature's gaping maw, forcefully containing the flames within. Is that you, Grandpa? As Luffy extinguished the flames from his body, he beheld Vice Admiral Garp perched upon a stone, idly toying with a translucent skull that resembled a magnificent work of art. Awake at last, Garp gently smiled at Luffy, momentarily diverting his attention from the skull. Now that you're up, hurry and eat something, or else Ace will devour it all. Luffy eventually awakened due to a change in circumstances. My roasted meat. Mentioning food instantly invigorated Luffy, who had been feeling rather listless. His eyes widened, resembling copper bells as he searched frantically for any traces of food. Quick, bring me the roasted meat. A piece of roasted meat, evading the heat of the grill, was devoured by Luffy, who disregarded the intense temperature and gleefully feasted upon it. Chuckling heartily at the sight of the two youths voraciously consuming their meal, Carp once again shifted his attention to the skull demon in his grasp. This remarkable creature was unlike anything he had ever encountered before. Its formidable shell, powerful flames, and cunning form seemed to be born for war. To command such a force would rival even a vice admiral. Captain Carp, might I request that you set down my little pet? It is still just a child, came a voice from the shadows. Child. Carp, puzzled, glanced at the skull demon in his hand, his heart ignited with curiosity. It certainly did not appear to be one. It had nearly inflicted grave injuries upon his two grandsons earlier. I granted them a full month to acclimate. Their shortcomings cannot be blamed on anyone but themselves. Emerging from the darkness, The pirate spoke with an air of indifference. Compared to his previous demeanor of deference towards Carp, he now exuded a much more relaxed confidence. Having restored his cultivation to the 6th level and slaughtered an entire island, the pirate felt emboldened. He was no longer intimidated by Carp's vigorous presence. After all, Carp was merely a master of physical training in his eyes, albeit a formidable one, still just an inferior being. Carp scrutinized the pirate with narrowed eyes and slowly remarked, "It seems this past month has transformed you significantly. Indeed, I owe you my gratitude. Had you not brought me to this island, I would not have become who I am today," the pirate replied, gently beckoning the skull demon, which soared back into his hands. He meticulously examined the creature's eye sockets, gauging the intensity of the soul fire within, before continuing, "It appears you have acquired some remarkable treasures on this island." Carp, pondering the charred marks in his hand, inquired thoughtfully, "So, are you interested in returning to the Navy headquarters with me?" In response to Carp's invitation, the pirate merely smiled, remaining silent, yet his intentions were unmistakably conveyed. "Very well, if you are unwilling, then so be it. Prepare yourselves. I shall escort you back to Division 16 shortly." Not overly concerned with the pirate's refusal, Carp turned to give instructions to Luffy and the others before striding back to his ship. A peculiar devil fruit user, regardless of how rare their abilities may be, could never reach the pinnacle of the world. "Ace, it seems we can depart from here." As they watched Admiral Carp recede into the distance, the eyes of the two young boys sparkled. The island had been so extensively exploited by pirates that the available meat was dwindling. Had Carp arrived a few days later, they would have had no choice but to rely on a vegetarian diet for sustenance. Gulp, gulp. The only response to Luffy's hunger was the sound of swallowing. Despite Ace waking up a few minutes earlier than Luffy due to physical disadvantages, he had consumed far less food. If he did not take advantage of Luffy's distraction to eat more, he might end up going hungry. "Ace, you sly one, ignoring me." Watching Ace devour piece after piece of roasted meat, Luffy suddenly regained his senses and exclaimed in shock, "No, I must make up for what I've missed." With determination, Luffy seized a hefty chunk of roasted meat from the grill, stuffing it into his mouth, the colossal piece stretching his throat like a python. Gulp, gulp. Just as the two boys struggled to swallow, a pirate accompanied by his skeletal minion approached. He selected a particularly exquisite piece of roasted meat from the grill and commanded the skeleton to emit a flame, incinerating the remaining meat in a manner consistent with eco-friendly principles, transforming it into spiritual nourishment for the skeleton's growth. "Finish eating quickly and catch up. I have no time to wait for you." While savoring the delicacy in his hands, the pirate strode in the direction of Admiral Carp, addressing the two boys. Gazing at the desolate scenery before them, the boys were filled with a sense of despair. They could barely contend with the skeletal figure, let alone the pirate himself. With a bittersweet taste, they finished the last morsel of roasted meat and slowly advanced towards the pirate's path. Upon boarding the ship, Bogart promptly commanded it to set sail towards the 16th Division. Chapter 79, Return. Welcome, Admiral Carp. Welcome, Admiral Carp. Welcome, Admiral Carp. Guided by the Eternal Pointer, Carp and his companions successfully returned to Navy headquarters aboard a newly developed warship within a day. As they walked along the docks of the Navy headquarters, basking in the attention and cheers of numerous naval soldiers, a few individuals beside him stood in stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere, trailing behind Admiral Carp with downcast expressions, their hearts brimming with resentment. Had it not been previously agreed that they would be sent back to the East Sea? Why, then, had they been brought here instead? Luffy, attempting to shrink into Ace's side, murmured timidly to his brother, feeling uncomfortable amidst the pervasive naval presence. Cautiously peeking out from his brother's protective shadow, he noticed the frail figure striding closely behind Admiral Carp, having brought that individual along as well. As if sensing Luffy's resentful gaze, the frail figure turned to look back at him after a moment of scrutiny. "Behave yourself." With a swift motion, Ace tucked his little brother behind him and boldly faced the piercing gaze. Fortunately, the frail figure merely glanced at Ace before losing interest, clearly dismissive of their diminutive forms. The scarred visage of Ace returned to its stoic demeanor, trailing closely behind Vice Admiral Garp, whose calm expression betrayed no hint of emotion. "Colonel, what do you think of this?" Suddenly, as they ambled along the main thoroughfare, Garp, who had been leading the way, slowed his pace and murmured to him. "What do you mean?" The pirate replied, maintaining his composure. "Of course, I refer to this magnificent Navy headquarters, the formidable naval forces, and the prestige that comes with it." Raising his arms, Garp gestured like a superstar to the surrounding naval soldiers, as if explaining the grandeur to the pirate. "All of this is indeed splendid." Ace nodded calmly, providing the response Garp sought. "Do you desire to possess all of this?" Garp's words dripped with temptation. The pirate silently nodded in affirmation, having received the answer he craved. Garp's lips curled into a broad grin as he proclaimed, follow me, and you shall attain everything you desire." The surrounding naval personnel were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by Garp's sudden outburst. The light of justice shall eventually illuminate the world. In a show of solidarity with Garp, the pirate abruptly turned, raising his arms and shouting, "Everything for justice." The light of justice shall ultimately shine across the globe. Everything for justice. The light of justice shall eventually illuminate the world. The atmosphere was successfully revitalized. Let us proceed. Garp, slightly chagrined, retracted his hands, his movements quickening, no longer as composed as before. Bogart, you take them back. I need to visit the office. Upon reaching a vast training ground, Garp abruptly halted, turned to Bogart, and casually issued his command before sprinting towards the distant building. After respectfully seeing Garp off, Bogart's expression darkened once more. Indeed, this was not the first time. Ever since Garp received a call from the fleet admiral and decided to return to Navy headquarters with Colonel Oldtree and his 2 grandsons, Bogart had transformed in demeanor when Garp was not present, frequently yelling and shouting. Fortunately, he was not one to physically punish the soldiers. Blackface, you'll get used to it after a while. Everyone, 100-meter dash, and the last 10 must complete 500 push-ups. Bogart glanced at the indifferent soldiers, his gaze momentarily faltering before he bellowed. Come on, it's several kilometers back to the dormitory. Exactly, I thought Lord Bogart wouldn't punish the soldiers. Heavens, who will come to my rescue? Enough shouting. The last 3 must add 500 sit-ups. After glaring at the noisy naval soldiers and noting the pirates' lack of reaction, he redirected his ire at the unfortunate soldiers. Now begin. Disregarding the plight of the miserable naval soldiers, Garp, with his unfathomable speed, reached an office in mere seconds. He forcefully swung open the securely locked door, recklessly entered, and collapsed onto a sofa, eagerly pouring himself tea from the kettle on the desk, completely oblivious to the grimace of the braided officer behind the desk, busy shredding confidential documents. For clarification, Steelbone Kong resigned 20 years before the official storyline of One Piece to serve as the world government's leader, meaning that Sengoku has already assumed the role of Fleet Admiral. In a flurry, the room's occupant, the current Fleet Admiral Sengoku, finally found the time to manage the unexpected visitor, Garp, struggling to maintain a serious facade, ready to admonish this undisciplined individual in his capacity as Fleet Admiral. Sengoku suddenly noticed Garp rummaging through drawers, searching his office. Hey, Garp, you rascal, what exactly are you up to? He anxiously covered the locked filing cabinet. Where are the rice crackers? I haven't seen your rice crackers today. Garp, carelessly tossing aside what he held, continued his search without looking back. Sengoku let out a silent sigh of relief, slowly lowering his hand from the cabinet, and shouted at Garp, they're gone. I finished them ages ago. Finished? Garp paused, then vigorously shook his head. Impossible. With your personality, how could you ever run out? In disbelief, he discarded what was in his hands, intensifying his search. Garp, what are you doing? Put down that vase. I spent 2 months' salary on that. It's a precious artifact from the West Sea. As Garp caused a commotion, Sengoku, initially soft-hearted and ready to retrieve the hidden rice crackers, suddenly noticed Garp's actions and quickly leaped from behind the desk, shouting loudly. Bang! Chapter 80, Communication. With his back to the floor, Sengoku successfully sacrificed himself to save the vase Garp had carelessly tossed into the air. Garp, if you touch my things like that again, I will truly turn against you. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Sengoku placed the vase back in its place, speaking loudly. Come on, don't take it so seriously. Garp regretfully returned the documents to their original spot, raising his hands and exclaiming, by the way, where did you hide the rice crackers? Why can't I find them after searching for so long? Garp scratched his head as he moved away from the desk, trying to smooth things over. Enough. I'm truly fed up with you. Sengoku, exasperated, pushed Garp away from his side, glancing at the locked filing cabinet to ensure everything was in order before letting out a sigh of relief. He bent down and retrieved a bag of rice crackers from a drawer under the desk, tossing it irritably to the impatient Garp, wondering whose office this was, that it could be so disorderly. Resignedly returning to his seat, he observed his eccentric friend, who had removed his size 48 shoes to reveal feet that could rival a bioweapon, sitting cross-legged on his marine leather sofa, crunching on the rice crackers he had just received. How was your vacation? Sengoku, feeling somewhat helpless, desperately sought a topic to divert his attention, fearing he might inadvertently unleash a powerful blow upon Garp's oversized face. How are Luffy and the others doing? You'll find out soon enough. With a sly grin, Garp did not directly respond to Sengoku's inquiry. I will know in due time. Sengoku, feeling perplexed, wondered what trick his friend was up to. You Haven Tea brought them all here, have you? Suddenly, Sengoku recalled the intricate web of relationships within the headquarters and could not help but exclaim. Haha, Garp chuckled, remaining silent, implicitly confirming Sengoku's suspicion. How could you do this? Sengoku exclaimed, akin to a fox whose tail had been stepped on. Is this not merely complicating matters for me? Are you not aware of the numerous factions within the Navy? Why? Can they all support their own descendants while I, Garp, cannot? At this moment, Garp's temper flared. He abandoned the rice crackers he was holding, rose from the sofa, and stared at Sengoku with eyes ablaze with fury. Realizing his error, Sengoku stammered, No, that's not what I meant. I merely thought that with the Navy in such disarray, sending Luffy and the others here could lead to complications. Humph. I wish to see who dares to bully my grandson, Garp declared, his voice brimming with authority. If you are unconcerned, then let it be for now. I will arrange for them to enter training. Rubbing his temples in exasperation, Sengoku, not wanting to quarrel with his friend over a trivial matter, sought to shift the topic. There are several cases that require your attention. He casually handed Garp a few documents from the table. With a hint of dissatisfaction, Garp snatched the papers from Sengoku's hands and began to peruse them. The sudden influx of wandering citizens in the Ambaton Kingdom. Shouldn't this be their internal affair? Are we to be blamed for their mismanagement? After merely skimming the beginning, Garp could not contain his outrage, his gaze occasionally flashing with cold intensity. How can a country that cannot even manage its own citizens be allowed to exist in this beautiful world? Continue reading, Sengoku urged, his frustration evident. Though Garp felt considerable discontent towards Sengoku's actions, he managed to suppress his anger and continued his examination. Preliminary investigations and field verification indicate that the cause of this phenomenon is the wielder of the Shadow Devil Fruit, the notorious pirate Gecko Moria. With a bounty of 320 million berries, he has been using his powers to sever other shadows and forcibly implant them into stitched corpses, attempting to create zombies and incite chaos within the Ambaton Kingdom to seize its treasury. He has been thwarted by Major Charles, yet he still roams outside the kingdom, requesting assistance from the Navy. Moria, a newcomer, how dare he? Garp smashed his fist onto the nearby coffee table, filled with rage. He had initially thought it was merely an internal issue of the Ambaton Kingdom, only to discover it was a petty pirate who had recently set sail. I was equally astonished at first, which is why the organization wishes to eliminate this threat and prevent Moria from further encroaching on Ambaton. With his chin resting on his hands, Sengoku's eyes glimmered with cold determination. If such power cannot be controlled by the world, it must be eradicated. This matter does not require your prompting. I shall handle it. For reasons unknown, Garp seemed intent on opposing Sengoku at every turn. Continue reading. Rolling his eyes in resignation, Sengoku chose not to engage further and focused on the documents. Is there more? Garp queried, flipping over the page regarding the Ambaton Kingdom. A pirate, Redfoot Zeph, with a bounty of 23 million berries, has entered the Grand Line. Garp's expression soured as he confronted this humiliating intelligence. He had suppressed the East Blue for nearly a month, yet someone still managed to escape. Just a surprise, proceed. Red-haired Shanks, with a bounty of 550 million berries, has appeared in the Sabati archipelago for a meeting with an unknown individual, departing hours later, seemingly satisfied, possibly engaging in undisclosed transactions. Bang! Upon seeing the infuriating grin of Shanks, Garp's fury erupted, shattering the coffee table into splinters. That guy, how dare he show his face before me? Clutching the documents in a fit of rage, Garp stormed out of Sengoku's office, disregarding Sengoku's admonitions. Hey, Garp, you fool, check the date. Chapter 81. The arrogant gate guards Gecko Moria, wielder of the Shadow Devil Fruit. Aboard the warship en route to the Ambaton Kingdom, the pirate meticulously reviewed the intelligence in his possession, ever since Garp had hastily entrusted it to him the previous day. He had boarded the vessel, the Anrisu, temporarily assigned to him by Bogart. A warship, battle-hardened, yet gradually succumbing to ruin, bore a draft of 180 tons. Equipped with 30 cannons and over 1,000 rounds of ammunition, yet devoid of even a trace of gunpowder. Only a few hundred frail and aged soldiers remained capable of combat. Indeed, this was the vessel outfitted by Bogart for the pirates. Its purpose was glaringly evident: to ensure that this pirate from a remote corner of the East Sea would be utterly vanquished in his quest against his foes, making him aware of the true terror that lay within the Grand Line. What, precisely, is the nature of the devil fruits? What grants them such immense power? A multitude of questions surged within the pirate's mind, his curiosity piqued by these strange abilities. Lord Mouse, Ambaton has arrived, announced a white-haired naval soldier with a severed arm as he approached, speaking in hushed tones. Have you notified the people of the Kingdom of Ambaton? Standing at the bow of the ship, the pirate felt a swell of excitement. Casting a cursory glance around, he was pleased with the current mission. His cultivation had returned to the 6th stage of chi training, and his various techniques had regained their magical support. He was eager to test his powers and validate his strength. They have been informed, but it seems they are utterly terrified. Hiding within the palace and too frightened to emerge, the soldier replied with a bitter smile, his eyes reflecting despair. The fate of their group had long been sealed. A dilapidated ship, cannonballs devoid of gunpowder, a band of frail soldiers, and a Navy colonel from an insignificant place. Merely reaching Ambaton could be considered a stroke of fortune. To expect them to confront a horde of vicious pirates was akin to courting death. Among their group, only this mouse seemed to possess the confidence to eradicate those pirates. A cadre of royal guards, reduced to quivering wretches by a mere handful of zombies. The pirate's face twisted in derision, feeling disdain for the inhabitants of Ambaton. Such a kingdom seemed devoid of purpose. My lord, please be cautious with your words, instinctively urged the soldier. Casting a glance at the veteran, the pirate coldly replied, what is there to fear from a fallen kingdom? What more could he do but smile wryly? Whether they would survive this ordeal remained uncertain. Silently retreating to arrange for the ship to dock, the pirate found himself alone at the bow. At the precipice of life, they had lost interest in appeasing superiors, standing like mere shells of their former selves, mechanically responding to the incessant orders from above. Docking, came the cry, as the battered vessel slowly approached the shore. Leaving 50 men behind to guard the ship, the remainder disembarked and made their way toward the kingdom of Ambiton. Halt! Who are you? Ahead, encased in a thick helmet reminiscent of a bygone era, emerged cautiously from the city walls, demanding to know. We are from the naval headquarters, dispatched to assist in investigating the zombie incident. Before the pirate could respond, the one-armed veteran rushed forward, boldly proclaiming himself the pirate's temporary spokesman. In truth, he was the highest-ranking individual among them, having attained the rank of lieutenant. Though it was not a grand title and offered no further prospects for promotion, it remained a lofty achievement for an ordinary person. The naval headquarters? The guard scrutinized the ragtag band of soldiers with skepticism, his eyes brimming with distrust. The Navy was a formidable force belonging to the world government, capable of threatening the entire world. How could such a motley crew be sent for an investigation? They appeared more like a band of the recently rumored zombies. This is our identification, the veteran declared, presenting his credentials before the guard. It appears to be authentic. After a thorough examination of the veteran's credentials, the guard hesitantly opened the city gates, allowing the pirate and his entourage to enter. These individuals are truly troublesome. In a kingdom on the brink of annihilation, there are still those willing to earnestly contribute. With dissatisfaction, the pirate strolled through the desolate streets of Ambiton. Observing the emptiness and the guard conversing with the veteran ahead, his face etched with sarcasm. What were you just saying? The guard, having overheard the pirate's words, paused, inspecting him from head to toe before lingering on his epaulets, finally retorting with displeasure. As a soldier who had fought until the last moment, Kingsley's sense of allegiance to this nation was undeniable. Upon hearing someone curse this beloved land, he could not restrain himself from intervening, regardless of whether the individual was a colonel from the naval headquarters. Colonel, I advise you to watch your words. What? Did I say something incorrect? The pirate, who had previously displayed composure in the East Sea, now exuded arrogance and defiance. Do not be angry. Do not be angry. Kingsley, Colonel Mouse did not mean it. Please do not take it to heart. Just as Kingsley was about to act, the veteran rushed in, wrapping his one arm around the impulsive youth, refusing to let him go. After spending time with Kingsley, he had genuinely come to care for the young man and did not want him to become a casualty of this political game, much like their own predicament. Regardless of where this Colonel Mouse had emerged from, his strength surpassed that of Kingsley, a mere guard. This time, I shall spare you for Roy's sake. Should there be a next time, I will not be so lenient. After wriggling free from the veteran Roy's embrace, Kingsley unleashed a tirade of threats. Youth, who granted you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? The pirate felt a surge of discomfort at Kingsley's insolence, as if he could not quell his rage without silencing him permanently. Without a word of discord, the conflict erupted before the pirates could make their move. Kingsley drew his sword and struck first. Chapter 82, Betrayal Again. Fool, who dares to deceive Ambiton when there is no one to defend it? With a swift flash of cold steel, blood gushed forth onto the ground as Kingsley lay sprawled, limbs askew, his eyes wide in disbelief. He never anticipated that his prowess would falter against such a ragtag band of remnants. Though Ambiton's guards attacked the naval colonel, their hearts were filled with treachery. Clutching his cursed sword, the pirate stood atop Kingsley's lifeless body, bellowing, "Today, I shall eradicate this malignant growth for the world government. Those willing to follow me, come forth." The Navy personnel gazed down at the fallen Ambiton guard, their eyes brimming with fear. Although the kingdom of Ambiton was perilously perched on the edge of ruin, it nonetheless remained one of the affiliates of the world government. Should chaos ensue, the pirates might escape unscathed, yet their fates would be uncertain. Casting aside a group of expendables to appease the affiliate was a mere waste of resources. We should leave this place at once. Following this madman is far too perilous. Indeed, Ansem concurred. This rat has an uncanny knack for stirring trouble. Aligning ourselves with him could lead to our execution at any moment. You fools. Can't you see that the naval headquarters has dispatched us here to meet our demise? The colonel is currently strategizing our escape. Among the surviving veterans, some discerned the pirate's intentions. Strategizing our escape? How can we not see that by slaying this wall guard, all we gain is trouble? What else could we possibly acquire from the kingdom of Ambiton? This explanation sparked dissent, and Ansem, the first to speak, immediately countered. The secrets of fate must remain veiled. If you wish to trust the colonel, then by all means, follow him. The one who claimed to have discerned the pirate's motives offered no further elucidation. Such matters were best kept to a select few. The fewer the numbers, the more one's value is accentuated, and the greater the trust garnered from the colonel. After all, providing aid in times of need is far more cherished than mere embellishments. Several battle-scarred veterans left behind a hesitant group of fence-sitters. pursuing the direction in which the pirates had vanished, striving to trace their path. However, they were destined to miss the warmth of victory. The pirates had already reached the palace of Ambiton, wielding their cursed swords to fell any guards attempting to impede their advance. Utilizing dark sorcery, they consumed the flesh and blood of the guardians, while the cursed blades devoured souls, and the skeletal fiends feasted on the remaining bones. Advancing step by step into the heart of the Ambiton Palace, 10 slain for every 10 paces, leaving no trace of their passage. When the veterans arrived at the ruins of the Ambiton Palace, they were met with nothing but devastation. Flames engulfed the structure, thick smoke billowing into the skies above the island, reminiscent of an impending storm. Did the colonel do this? The veterans exchanged incredulous glances at the wreckage. Uncertainty etched across their faces. This must be the handiwork of the colonel. One veteran who had previously supported the pirates stepped forward, his gaze resolute as he declared loudly. Regardless of the true cause of the inferno at the Ambiton Palace, attributing it to their colonel was undoubtedly correct. The more illustrious his achievements, the more fervently they could rally around him, solidifying their unity, an essential core for any team. To assess the strength of an army, one must first observe its cohesion. Just as the Navy in this world exemplifies solidarity through justice, drawing countless individuals to join their ranks each year, it is this very strength that commands respect across the globe. As long as their group remained united, the power they could unleash would be unfathomable. Let us enter. We must locate the Rat Colonel. Otherwise, all our prior efforts will be in vain, and we shall face the wrath of the naval headquarters. With a firm resolve, the old soldier was the first to plunge into the inferno. Strangely, the flames, aside from the thin exterior layer, revealed an expansive emptiness within. The ground was merely covered in a thick layer of white ash, devoid of any discernible objects. Hurry inside. It is perfectly safe here. After waiting for some time, without seeing any subsequent troops venture in, the old soldier assumed they were merely afraid of the flames and shouted loudly towards the outside. Is that so? It seems this fellow is merely a fade. Just then, a piercing voice unexpectedly emerged from outside, as a pale-skinned nobleman clad in leather overalls stepped boldly through the flames. Who are you? I warn you. We are investigators sent by the Navy headquarters to the Ambiton Kingdom. If you dare to interfere with us, the Navy will not let you off lightly. Upon seeing the newcomer, the old soldier's pupils constricted. Although he was oblivious to the ultimate objective of their mission, he was well acquainted with the Navy's bounty notices. The newcomer was none other than the notorious pirate, Moonlight Moria, who had recently gained infamy with a bounty of 300 million berries. Hee. So you are the investigators sent by the Navy? Moria's expression was somewhat peculiar. The information he received was far from simple. It seemed that this conflagration was indeed instigated by you. As members of the Navy, violating the law only adds to your transgressions. The Navy will not spare you. Moria echoed the old soldier's earlier words verbatim, and as the soldier's expression transitioned through a spectrum of emotions, Moria's demeanor shifted, and he whispered, "If you join me, I assure you that you will come to no harm." Join you? The old soldier's countenance shifted once more. To be ensnared by a pirate was disconcerting, yet, while the Navy might not take a pirate's words to heart, he had followed Captain Mouse for what reason? It was precisely because he had grown weary of the Navy's conventions and yearned for a new life. What difference did it make to align with pirates? After all, following Mouse would likely yield no better prospects. Why not seize the chance to attach oneself to a more formidable figure, especially one with a bounty of 300 million berries? Absalom is at your service. Bowing respectfully, the old soldier unexpectedly chose to submit. Excellent. Moria nodded in satisfaction before speaking in his sharp voice. The appetizer has been sampled. Now, it is time for the main course. What can you tell me about your leader? This is something I am not entirely sure about. All I know is that this individual is among those brought back by Rear Admiral Carp from the East Sea. Absalom said with a hint of frustration as he extended his hands. My rank is still too low to access any confidential information within the Navy. In truth, information concerning the pirates was not overly classified. Previously, his identity was merely that of a junior Navy colonel from a small branch in the East Sea. However, the orders from Rear Admiral Carp had arrived with such urgency that they had no time to react before reaching their mission's destination. The Navy hero Carp. Moria's pupils dilated sharply. After recently suffering defeat at the hands of Kaido, the Moria pirates were in dire need of recuperation. Provoking such a formidable entity seemed to be an unwise gamble. However, relinquishing the 2 treasures housed in the Ambiton Kingdom left him feeling reluctant and unsatisfied. With a firm resolve, Moria ultimately decided to take the risk. After all, if things went awry, he could simply distance himself later. Moreover, he was not necessarily destined to confront that naval commander, was he? Let us proceed inside and ascertain the situation. Perhaps there are opportunities to be seized. With a call, Moonlight prepared to venture deeper into the Ambiton Palace. Pirates are a collective driven by self-interest. As long as substantial rewards are presented before them, they would not hesitate to turn against their own captain. Lord Moria, may I inquire about my comrades outside? How are they faring? Absalom, trailing closely behind Moria, timidly asked. Oh, those fellows, Moria drawled. They dared to look down upon my attire and received a lesson from me. Rest assured, they are still alive and well. Although Absalom found this rather perplexing, considering his companions were all survivors of the battlefield with considerable intellect, he wondered how it was possible that none recognized Moriah's identity. Yet, what did it matter? As long as he could survive, he would endure the chaos, come what may. Umbrella Concibel, do you know your crimes? Standing before the king of the Ambiton kingdom, the pirate's cursed sword was enveloped in a dark mist, surrounded by 14 ethereal skeletons. A dense black smoke and relentless wails of the damned exerted immense pressure upon the kingdom, rendering it paralyzed. What crime do we commit, my lord? The king of Ambiton, Umbrella Concibel, trembled as he stepped from the shadows, his voice quavering. As a proud king of a world government member state, he had initially reacted with anger upon hearing of the intrusion, dispatching a multitude of men to quell the disturbance. Though the chaos outside was severe, it posed no immediate threat to his rule. He had never lacked the aura of a monarch. However, this was a world where power dictated status, and witnessing the pirate effortlessly dispatch his guards filled him with dread, prompting him to kneel. It seems you still fail to grasp your transgressions. Allow me to awaken you. The crimson energy within the pirate surged with bloodlust, igniting a fervor as he approached Umbrella, his scarred visage twisted in malice. And no, my lord, I understand my mistakes. I am willing to accept your punishment, hoping you might grant me a chance to make amends. Umbrella desperately retreated, trying to create distance between himself and the pirate. But he had already backed himself into a corner, unable to overturn the palace he had meticulously constructed. Make amends? How amusing. Once I eliminate you, the treasures of this nation will be mine to plunder. Umbrella's face turned pale as he comprehended the grim reality. No, you cannot kill me. The world government will not let you escape. And who would know if I were to kill you? The pirate advanced slowly towards Umbrella, toying with the weak king like a cat with a mouse, intent on extracting every last morsel of value from him. I possess treasures. I can offer you treasures if you spare my life. Suddenly, as the pirate raised his cursed sword, Umbrella shouted in desperation, as if recalling something profound. I've already stated. Once I slay you, everything you own will be mine. The devil fruit. I possess a devil fruit. The blade halted just before its intended target, narrowly averting disaster. Yet, the chilling wind and the ghostly wails nearby sent shivers down his spine. You have a devil fruit? The pirate, intrigued, leaned closer, his curiosity piqued. Why yes. Umbrella swallowed hard, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. Then why do you not consume it yourself? The pirate pressed, knowing that ingesting a devil fruit would grant one unique abilities. A shortcut to power suited for those lacking willpower. B, because I fear that I might gain a bizarre ability. If I were to become a monster, how could I still face my subjects as king of Ambiton? Umbrella lamented, his expression sorrowful. Become a monster? The pirate realized his understanding of the devil fruits was still superficial. Seizing the opportunity, he pressed for clarity. Why yes, Umbrella nodded, utterly missing the pirate's point. That is not what I am asking. The pirate growled, his voice rising. Is it not true that consuming a devil fruit grants one a random power? How could it turn you into a monster? Devil fruits are categorized into 3 types, Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia, each bestowing distinct abilities. Logia fruits allow the user to become one with nature, while Zoan fruits grant the abilities of specific animals. All other powers fall under Paramecia. Chapter 84. The origin of devil fruits. The pirate gradually transformed his cursed sword into a guard, pondering deeply. Smoker, a user of the Logia-type smoke fruit, could become smoke and embody the essence of nature. Yet, why did Luffy, who consumed the gum-gum fruit, gain the ability to transform into rubber? Was that not also a form of elemental transformation? Why then was the gum-gum fruit classified under Paramecia? These were not the central concerns. With a sudden shake of his head, the pirate cast aside these questions, focusing on the essence. Why do devil fruits wield such incredible power? Faced with such inquiries, Umbrella appeared troubled. This was beyond the comprehension of an ordinary man. Fail to articulate, and you shall perish. The pirate snarled. Although he understood the complexity of the essence of these questions, Umbrella was a king of a world government member state. What if something of significance were to emerge? I will tell you. Umbrella, with no other choice, recounted a tale he had heard from his elders, believing the pirate would not discern its truth. I once read in a library of the world government that there was a time when this world had no devil fruits. People relied solely on their strength to survive, battling against the creatures of the sea. One fateful day, a crimson lightning streaked across the sky, heralding the descent of bizarre creatures from above. Flames engulfed the world, while the oceanic beings, once subjugated by humanity, seemed to go mad, soaring into the heavens to battle these grotesque entities. Blood stained the vast expanse of the ocean, and it was only when these self-proclaimed demons from the abyss invaded the land that our ancestors realized these beings were not celestial emissaries sent to aid in the conquest of the seas, but rather a swarm of locusts, leaving devastation in their wake, reducing entire tribes to mere sustenance for the demons. Then, one day, a tribe known as Dream emerged, wielding weapons forged from the flesh and blood of marine creatures, leading the charge against the fiends. Strangely, the members of this dream tribe exclusively brandished weapons made of stone, despite the availability of more advanced armaments. Characterized by their lightweight, high strength, and sharpness, they clung to these primitive tools. Eventually, one could not contain their curiosity and confronted a dream tribesman, boldly inquiring, "Why do you solely utilize stone weapons? Surely, better options exist." At that time, due to the unity against a common foe, relations among the tribes were amicable, prompting the dream warrior to respond candidly. "This is the power bestowed upon us by the sea. The deities of the ocean have revealed that these stones are the demon's nemesis. To confront them, we must harness the strength of these stones." "Enough. You've rambled on without a shred of seriousness. Are you attempting to deceive me?" The pirate, feeling drowsy from Umbrella's lengthy exposition, seized Umbrella by the collar, his eyes ablaze with fury. Transparent saliva splattered across Umbrella's face, causing him to tremble in fear. "Now, let us get to the crux of the matter." Sensing the pirate's frenzied emotion, Umbrella knew he could no longer delay and began to speak earnestly. After years of relentless struggle, Dream finally succeeded in repelling the abyssal demons and mending the rift in the sky. The corpses of the vanquished demons were buried beneath the earth, with hopes that they would yield a bountiful harvest. However, to their astonishment, the land that had entombed the demons bore no crops in the following year. Instead, peculiar fruits adorned with strange patterns emerged. Initially, these oddities garnered little attention. Their appearance mattered not as long as they could satiate hunger. Soon, the first brave soul dared to partake of the strange fruit, and upon consuming it, he acquired the powers of a demon. At this juncture, the tale neared its conclusion. The narrative, woven from imagination, literature, and the oral histories of elders, had proven exceedingly challenging to construct, and Umbrella felt his vocabulary waning. He cautiously glanced at the pirate before remaining silent. "Continue," the pirate urged, his voice steady and insistent. "Your Excellency, I only know this much." Umbrella's countenance darkened, revealing his embarrassment. "Is that all?" The pirate's expression soured, aware that the story held deeper potential than what had been disclosed. I only know this," Umbrella pleaded defensively. "I have yet to view the remainder, as it was reclaimed before I could." The pirate remained silent, his fierce gaze penetrating Umbrella's facade. Despite recognizing Umbrella's deceit, the pirate refrained from punishing him. He still needed Umbrella to locate the demon fruit. After an intense standoff, the pirate finally spoke. "Where is the demon fruit?" "In my secret chamber. I shall take you there at once." With the conversation abruptly shifting, Umbrella exhaled in relief, hastily emerging from the corner and dashing towards the door. "Where do you think you're going?" The pirate seized Umbrella before he could reach the threshold. A hand rested upon Umbrella's shoulder as the pirate ominously inquired, "Who granted you permission to leave?" I merely wish to expedite your search for those devil fruits, my lord," Umbrella stammered, his face a portrait of despair. Little did he comprehend the gravity of the situation. He had merely intended to guide that individual. Yet, upon catching sight of the sunlight, he found himself overwhelmed by an uncontrollable urge to flee. Chapter 85. The Magical Gourd. Ha ha ha. "Given your unwavering loyalty, I shall impose a slight punishment." With a menacing glint in his eyes, the pirate ruthlessly tore away half of Umbrella's arm, eliciting a piercing scream. "Ah!" Umbrella wailed in agony, clutching his wound with his remaining hand, writhing on the ground in torment. However, this was not the end of his suffering. Carelessly discarding the severed limb to the surrounding skeletal minions, the pirate deemed the feeble flesh unworthy of his attention. Even if consumed, it would grant him no power, and he had no desire to squander his breath on such refuse. Controlling one of the skeletal creatures, the pirate ignited Umbrella's wound with flames. The flesh writhed and quickly desiccated under the scorching fire, halting the once flowing blood, which ceased to leak any further. Throughout this ordeal, Umbrella remained silent, having already succumbed to unconsciousness. Crack! The pirate stomped down upon Umbrella's exposed chest, shattering several ribs and successfully rousing him, only to be met once more with a chorus of anguish. "Cease your wailing." The cries did not amuse the pirate. On the contrary, the harsh echoes within the vast palace grated on his nerves. He delivered a sharp kick to Umbrella's side, silencing his cries. "You have squandered enough time. If you perform inadequately again, perhaps you should seek out your deceased father." With a firm grip, the pirate hoisted Umbrella from the ground, officially embarking on their treasure-hunting expedition. What could possibly be happening here? Why was there not a single corpse in sight? As he traversed the halls of the Ambiton Palace, the moonlight only deepened his unease. He was not naive enough to believe that everyone had simply gone on a sightseeing tour. The abundant white ash strewn across the ground, coupled with the unyielding flames encircling the palace, conjured a disconcerting thought in his mind. Could it be that this individual was a user of the Logia-type flame devil fruit? For those unaware of hockey, Logia types are an enigma. Beyond the capability to counter them with elemental oppositions, only sea stone could serve as a remedy. Yet therein lay the dilemma. He himself was a devil fruit user, and while gloves could inhibit the fruit's powers, who could say that the other individual wouldn't act irrationally? If, during the fray, someone were to seize his powers and wield them against him, it would be a dire predicament. Crack, drawing his exclusive weapon, a pair of oversized black scissors, from his waist. Moria felt a modicum of relief from his lingering anxiety regarding the shadow of the Logia user. "Let us proceed to the treasury," he declared, leading his newly recruited subordinate, a seasoned Navy veteran, directly towards the royal vault of Ambiton. He was not here to seek trouble. His objective was the treasures within the vault, and he preferred to avoid conflict if possible. Scaling mountains and traversing rugged terrains, Moria showed no hesitation as he walked over the stark white ashes, indifferent to the filth adhering to his black boots. Clatter. Upon reaching the treasury and flinging open the grand door, the sight that greeted them was not a floor strewn with gold and jewels, but rather a solitary figure sprawled in a pool of blood, alongside a grotesque individual seated cross-legged on the ground. Before him danced a resplendent golden sword, complemented by a fiery red, translucent gourd, while he idly toyed with two peculiar fruits adorned with strange patterns. This individual was none other than Colonel Mouse. Before Moria could voice a query, Absalom promptly revealed the identity of the figure, leaving no room for negotiation. The reality was indeed as Absalom suspected. Having allied himself with the Moonlight, he had irrevocably become an adversary of the pirates. Although he was unaware if the pirates had noticed their movements, it was prudent to err on the side of caution. Should Colonel Mouse come to an understanding with Moria, this inconsequential pawn would undoubtedly find himself discarded, insignificant when compared to a formidable Navy colonel. In truth, all of Absalom's actions were unnecessary. The moment Moria laid eyes on the two devil fruits in the pirates' possession, their fates became inextricably linked. No one would relinquish a devil fruit for the sake of appearances. One of those fruits was already earmarked by Moria for his experiments with Hagibaten, for it was known that the current zombie was not yet a complete entity. Seizing the initiative, Moria unleashed his shadow, transforming it into a swarm of inky bats that surged towards the pirate. The cacophony of flapping wings filled the air, successfully diverting the pirate's attention from the devil fruits in his grasp. Ever since he had toppled the would-be assassin, King Umbrella of Ambiton, his focus had shifted entirely to the two devil fruits. Indeed, two devil fruits. The selfish Umbrella, a mere king of a small nation allied with the world government, hoarded these revered powers in his vault, allowing them to gather dust rather than utilizing their potential. In a fleeting quarter of an hour, devoid of any discernible thought, the pirate remained oblivious to any semblance of Luffy or Smoker emanating from the two fruits before him. They appeared merely as inert objects. He carelessly set the fruits aside, and faced with the overwhelming swarm of bats, he refrained from making any rash attempts. Instead, he extended his hand to summon the resplendent, crimson, crystalline gourd that had been floating before him. A tremendous force erupted from the gourd's mouth, instantly drawing in the astonished bats, leaving them no time to react. The entire process unfolded in less than 3 seconds, and witnessing his own shadow being devoured by an unremarkable gourd, Moria found it utterly unbelievable. "I shall fight you." Roused from his shock, Moria erupted in fury. Without his shadow, he would be no different from the mere refuse. Straining to reach out to his shadow, yet sensing nothing of its presence, Moria could only bellow in rage and charge at the pirate wielding his specialized weapon. Chapter 86. The Golden Belt of Murder and Arson Shadow Cut. With a thunderous shout, Moonlight Moria decisively hurled the scissors in his grasp toward the pirate before swiftly retreating. Moria-sama. The unexpected action of Moonlight took everyone present by surprise, including the pirate. The golden sword danced in the air, deflecting the oncoming black scissors. But when he sought to find Moria, he saw nothing but a traitor clad in a Navy uniform. "Lord Rat, I was left with no choice." As the pirate's attention focused on him, Absalom struggled to muster a smile that was scarcely better than a grimace, attempting to justify himself. Why does Moria possess such potential? Yet a mere colonel from a Navy branch wields such formidable power? This was the last thought of Absalom before the golden sword, having repelled the black scissors, traced a graceful arc through the air, bathing it in brilliant light as it liberated Absalom's head from his body, which he had inhabited for decades. How remarkably swift. Enveloped by the essence of the kingdom, the pirate could not detect any trace of Moria. Gradually, he gathered the floating magical artifact closer to himself and strode boldly out of the Ambiton Palace. Behind him, flames raged. Within the palace, every visible creature was consumed by the skeletal demon's fire, leaving behind only an empty shell of a building, bereft of anything of value aside from its spacious accommodations. As all valuable possessions were absorbed into the pirate's newly forged magical artifacts. Murder and arson, the Golden Belt, building bridges and roads, leaving no corpses. The Navy base held no necessity for his return. Now, he must revert to his original vocation as a marauding pirate. However, before that, he needed to secure a vessel capable of navigating the open seas, as well as a few underlings to serve as a front. That fellow from earlier seemed quite promising. Surely, given his strength, his ship would be exceptionally grand. Moonlight Moria, wielder of the Shadow Fruit, with a bounty of 300 million berries. The intelligence provided by the Navy headquarters lingered in the pirate's mind, Yet his actions remained unfaltering. As he exited the complex, his sword swiftly unsheathed, propelled by his increasingly robust form toward the seaside. Who is that individual? Why does he possess such overwhelming power? After a considerable time had passed since the pirate's departure, Moria slowly emerged from the shadows in a corner of the Ambiton Palace. Why is my ability countered by him? Is my fruit power truly so feeble? A mere gourd, capable of severing my shadow. If only I could wield such power. There would be no place I could not conquer. It remains uncertain whether Moria's mind had been damaged during his battle with Kaido. As his initially serious thoughts of revenge morphed into notions of murder, treasure, and world domination, it could only be said that Moria's ambitions were exceedingly lofty, leaving him somewhat oxygen-deprived in the burning atmosphere. Damn it, where has that fellow hidden the ship? Why have I searched for so long without catching even a glimpse of a pirate vessel? Navigating on his flying sword, the pirate had circumnavigated the maritime borders of the Ambiton Kingdom 3 or 5 times, yet still found no trace of a pirate ship. Where on earth could it be? Chapter 87. The so-called vessels circling around the island where the Kingdom of Ambiton is situated, the pirates gradually sought their prey. Though their movements were swift, the results were far from satisfactory. Aside from annihilating the previously fleeing naval forces, their quest for suitable vessels remained stagnant. With a resounding clash of 1,000 swords, returning to the island of the Kingdom of Ambiton, the pirates gazed upon the serene cityscape, their hearts filled with discontent. Channeling a spell, one of them summoned a magical sword that floated behind him, spinning and soaring through the air in a mesmerizing dance. A myriad of sword shadows, infused with the magic of the pirates, continuously manifested in the air. Dense and numerous, the atmosphere was thick with an air of desolation. The sound of biubiubiu echoed, reminiscent of water guns being fired, as the sword shadows were unleashed into the ether, one after another. A series of blows fell upon the Kingdom of Ambiton in a methodical manner. All the cities, structures, and the citizens lurking in the shadows, attempting to evade the sunlight, crumbled into dust. How could this be? The destructive power of this individual had reached such terrifying heights. Amidst the ruins of the Kingdom of Ambiton, Moria emerged slowly from a shadow, gazing at the city that had been intact just moments before, his pupils twitching in disbelief. The word diminished was insufficient to encapsulate the fear that gripped his heart. Such a terrifying power was beyond his capacity to confront. Only beings of Kaido's caliber could withstand such a blade's aura. In comparison, the world's greatest swordsman seemed utterly diminished. Perhaps it would be best for me to withdraw for a while. I shall leave the 2 devil fruits in his possession for the time being. As each individual can consume only one, I can only hope that he refrains from devouring that fruit. A sudden chill coursed through him as the sword energy beneath his feet began to manifest, sending waves of sharp pressure towards Moria's face, inciting irritation. He secretly calculated his options and ultimately decided it was prudent to avoid a direct confrontation with this formidable foe. Activating his fruit S ability, Moria gradually melded into the shadows beneath his feet, making his way back to his ship, where only in his own domain could he find a fleeting sense of tranquility. However, upon returning to his vessel, the chilling presence that had lingered with him intensified rather than dissipated. A figure burst into his castle, accompanied by a swarm of flaming skulls, brandishing a sword with unwavering determination. Moria's eyes widened in rage. There was no time for contemplation as he immediately activated his ability to merge with the shadows below. Yet, how could the vigilant pirates allow him to escape so easily? Bayou. A shard of sea stone flew forth, embedding itself deeply in Moria's forehead. Sea stone. Damned, why had this individual not been restrained? Was he not a user of a devil fruit? His strength was undeniably formidable. Moria, with his hands pressed against the ground, was filled with shock and disbelief. Due to the sea stone, his abilities were abruptly interrupted. His body, which was halfway through a transformation, suddenly became stuck between the floors, immobile. Tell me, where is your ship? Before Moria could gather his thoughts, a pirate approached him with soft footsteps. A ship? Moria's gaze appeared bewildered. He did not comprehend the pirate's meaning, standing as he was on another's vessel. What? Has your brain been damaged? The pirate stomped on Moria's head, adorned with 2 small horns, speaking viciously. The pirate's movements were unrelenting, clearly dissatisfied with Moria's demeanor. He pressed the sea stone shard further into Moria's skull, ensuring no opportunity for escape arose. We are on the ship, Moria's high-pitched voice exclaimed. If you go any deeper, you'll reach my brain. We are on the ship, the pirate murmured slowly, savoring the profound implications of the statement, his mind swirling with thoughts as he sought the secrets of the vessel. With such a mere semblance of an island, you dare to tell me it is a ship? Upon uncovering the truth, the pirate's expression darkened further. This was entirely contrary to his expectations. Even if such a ship could indeed sail, its speed would likely be horrifically slow, utterly incapable of fulfilling the role of a pirate ship. One must understand that in the vast seas, to plunder those bountiful vessels, the primary concern is not their hardened armor, but rather their speed in fleeing. If one cannot even pursue them, what strength is there to boast of? It would be better to return home and cradle a child. What has happened to my ship? I escaped from Kaido with it. As if his sensitive spot had been touched, Moria erupted, disregarding the suppression of his abilities, engaging in a heated debate. He aimed to convince this pirate of his own tall tales. How could a vessel so massive and lacking sufficient propulsion possibly attain speed? When confronted by a formidable foe, there would be no chance to flee. Kaido, what is he to me? The pirate stomped on Moria's face again, successfully shattering his two front teeth. Blood gushing from his nose. For one who was unfamiliar with this world, invoking Kaido to enhance the value of this vessel was indeed a miscalculation. Just then, as Moria prepared to elaborate on Kaido's might, the door to the room suddenly swung open, and a man clad in fishnet stockings burst in, swiftly tossing several gleaming syringes. The vibrant green liquid emitted a beautiful glow under the setting sun. However, before the syringes could reach within 10 feet of the pirate, they abruptly halted, then reflected back at an astonishing speed, disrupting the would-be rescue. Hogback. Seeing all 3 syringes return to their owner's side, Moria shouted in alarm. Hogback was an expert he had painstakingly recruited. If he were to perish, Moria's experiments would likely be delayed for several years. Although he was unaware of the contents of the syringes, whatever Hogback had deemed suitable for combat would undoubtedly be formidable. With no time to converse with Moria, Hogback trembled as he knelt, his hands frantically searching his waist for an antidote. Just then, the seemingly innocuous skeletal creatures surrounding the pirate suddenly exploded, launching themselves at the kneeling Hogback. Their sharp teeth relentlessly tore at Hogback's flesh, heedless of the terrifying poison contained within. In mere seconds, a once robust man over 2 meters tall vanished before Moria's eyes. The skeletal heads, previously resembling red garnets, now bore a slight greenish hue, yet remained otherwise unblemished. Chapter 88. The Blood God Now. It is your turn. A cruel smile filled Moria's heart, his mind a void. This was no longer merely a matter of delayed results. If he could not satisfy this individual, he might very well find himself devoured by this horde of skeletal heads. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. I only ask for my life. It must be said that pirates are a group devoid of boundaries, for the sake of survival. They cast aside even the most fundamental of morals. Moria, his face etched with tension, shouted as the flaming skeletal heads gradually encircled him. Oh, you would actually pledge loyalty to me? The pirate paused, intrigued, the glint in his eyes filled with inscrutable meaning. Indeed, according to the customs among pirates, everything aboard this vessel belongs to you. Moria, fearing that the pirate might change his mind at any moment, hastily increased his stakes, striving to assert his importance. Since you are so sincere, I shall grant you this favor. Now, first, present your letter of allegiance. A glimmer of cold light flashed, and the pirate's nail sliced open Moria's carotid artery, crimson blood gushing forth like a fountain, gradually coalescing into a sphere in the air under the manipulation of magic. Why? Moria's eyes were filled with disbelief. Despite articulating his thoughts clearly, why had it culminated in such an outcome? Was his bounty of 300 million berries not sufficient to attract attention? Was his status as one of the 7 warlords of the sea not noble enough? Did a living subordinate not hold more value than a lifeless corpse? With deep-seated resentment, Moria's consciousness slowly faded, his body growing increasingly cold and rigid. As the final glimmer of cold light passed, the cursed sword absorbed Moria's soul, marking the completion of this journey. Next, the task of dealing with the blood infused with demonic energy awaited. With hands forming intricate seals, the thick, crimson magic surged forth from within him, and a series of talismans were gradually inscribed into the pool of blood before the pirate. Sizzle, like a red-hot iron plunged into clear water. Moria's blood emitted swirling mist that spread throughout the castle. Wherever it passed, not a blade of grass could survive. This noxious vapor swept through the castle with the ferocity of the deadliest poison, extinguishing all life within its confines. From the smallest insects in the corners to the experimental subjects in the underground laboratory, none were spared, choking and burning to death. Cackling resonated across the island as the skeletal demons, freed from the pirate's restraint, fully manifested their true nature, spewing flames and hunting relentlessly across the land. Begone! With a swift motion, the pirate struck at the skeletal fiend preparing to assault him, successfully forcing the chaotic creature to retreat. Utilizing its sharp teeth, the pirate deftly sliced open a wound on his own finger, allowing a single drop of brilliant crimson blood to be swiftly cast into the center of the significantly shrunken blood orb before him. Arise, my blood avatar. The blood avatar is an ancillary spell of the dark magical practice the pirate currently masters, capable of forging a corporeal doppelganger from the essence of human blood and soul. Chapter 89. Master of Shadows. The blood began to seethe. Enveloped by the pirate's magical energies, Moria's blood underwent a dramatic transformation under the influence of the spell. Its hue shifted to a translucent appearance, taking on a bizarre shade of black-red, while its form gradually morphed into a humanoid shape. The entire blood orb resembled a shadowy specter, both clandestine and magnificent. The blood avatar gazed upon the pirate, its eyes betraying a glimmer of savagery. A formidable will surged forth with great intensity. I am the Shadow King. In recognition of your assistance, I grant you a singular opportunity. Submit to me, and I shall bestow upon you immense power. This domineering intent executed a strange maneuver. Instead of vanquishing the pirate immediately, it sought to entice him, rendering its words feeble. This was, in fact, the pirate's second avatar, imbued with various spells and talismans etched deeply across its form. Every action of this avatar was entirely under the pirate's dominion, making any attempt by the so-called Shadow King to move but a futile dream. The ability to utter such lengthy discourse was merely a concession from the pirate, a minuscule allowance granted for the sake of gathering intelligence. Have you finished? Raising his gaze, the pirate looked up at the floating Shadow King, his discontent palpable. After expending such effort, the result was nothing more than this rudimentary entity, a complete waste of his expression. If you are done, then prepare to meet your demise. In the harsh world I inhabit, I am known as Yungu, a man of few words yet great resolve. A powerful mental force erupted from within the pirate, crushing forward relentlessly. Crack! Without a sound of agony, the so-called Shadow Lord was shattered by the pirate, and the avatar returned to the pirate's control once more. Sensing the power within this body, he directed it back into the shadow of his true self, his spirit re-entering his own form, commencing a thorough plunder of the treasures within the castle. At present, his spirit was still quite feeble, insufficient to sustain a significant portion within the avatar. The blood god could merely serve as a backup and a tool. It was not worth expending excessive time on, rather than nurturing that avatar. It was more prudent to utilize that blood to enhance his own magical prowess. After all, a backup could never compare to the original. Gold and silver were absorbed into the magical sword, jewels into the treasure vessel. Departing from that wretched ship, the pirate truly embodied the sentiment. Quietly I leave. Just as I quietly arrived, I wave my sleeves, taking not a single cloud with me. The ground was littered with fallen corpses, toxic remnants consumed entirely by the flames of the skeletal demon, leaving no trace behind. Upon returning to the kingdom of Ambiton, a charming little ship was fortunate to receive the pirate's favor, sailing towards foreign shores, away from this island. Brew, Moses. Seated upon his commander's throne, Sengoku's expression darkened. His old comrade had once again appropriated his snacks. The soldiers dispatched to the kingdom of Ambiton had been utterly annihilated, the kingdom laid to waste, and Moonlight Moria had vanished without a trace. Intelligence from the CP organization swiftly reached Sengoku's ears. Click, gently placing the phone down. Sengoku felt a wave of confusion wash over him. A mere pirate should not warrant such upheaval. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that among the missing were individuals of great importance to Garp. Should he learn of this, it would surely incite a tempest. Just days prior, the chaos at Sabeti Archipelago had yet to settle. Any further incident could spell disaster. No matter how commendable Garp's achievements, they would pale in comparison to the suspicion of higher-ups. Sometimes, the plight of humanity is truly lamentable. Garp, what are you still doing here? You took the items. Shouldn't you be attending to your two grandsons? They are on the verge of being spoiled in your absence. Sengoku made no mention of the events concerning the kingdom of Ambiton, issuing an expulsion order instead. Spoiled. Garp lifted himself from the sofa, casting a disdainful glance at Sengoku, reassuringly stating, with Bogart around, who would dare spoil them? Bogart? Sengoku remarked, his tone laced with skepticism. Are you not aware of his nature? He is excessively concerned with anything related to you. Chapter 90. Angrily rebuked, Garp fell silent, fear of such occurrences having plagued him from the outset. He had entrusted Luffy and the others to an ordinary individual back in his hometown, rather than keeping them at the naval base, fearing their innate nature would be dulled, transforming them into celestial dragons, indolent and complacent. Now, in just a few days, the signs of this impending issue had begun to surface. I will send them away promptly, Garp declared, setting down his snack, his voice strained. I will have that colonel I brought from the East Blue continue their training. I believe they will become competent members of the Navy. Sengoku opened his mouth, uncertain how to address his dear friend. The situation concerning the kingdom of Ambiton had completely surpassed their expectations. Not only had the Navy sent to investigate gone silent, but even the formidable pirate Moonlight Moria, with a bounty of over 300 million berries, had abandoned his ship and vanished without a trace. The situation was far more complex than they had anticipated. Garp. Sengoku called out to the somewhat despondent Garp. Now that things have come to this, I trust that even if I do not inform you, with your extensive intelligence network, you will learn within minutes that the colonel you brought from the East Blue has gone missing during his mission. Missing? Garp mumbled to himself, his spirits evidently dampened. Like the prelude to a volcanic eruption, Garp suddenly leapt from his seat, rushing forward to seize Sengoku by the collar, exclaiming loudly, "What do you mean by that?" Literal meaning, Sengoku replied, adjusting his glasses emotionlessly. Your subordinate, Bogart, was only given a decommissioned warship, an assortment of aging and weak soldiers. And even the gunpowder has been withheld. Bogart? Garp's fury ignited. Once again, it was him. With eyes ablaze, Garp released Sengoku and hurriedly dashed out. In the depths of the East Sea, a slumbering sea serpent suddenly opened its eyes, crimson orbs glaring through the ocean depths, its savage aura unmistakable. Writhing its body, The serpent began to exude thick black miasma, akin to ink dropping into clear water, rapidly darkening the surrounding waters. Anything that came into contact with it was inevitably consumed and slowly absorbed by the serpent, which, now replenished with energy, grew at a staggering rate. Hiss! A resounding hiss echoed through the depths, sending any creature that heard it into a frenzied rush toward the serpent, only to be engulfed by the black fog before reaching it. The vast ocean stretched endlessly, the magnetic field of the Grand Line chaotic. The pirate had drifted for several days, the earthly strategies failing to apply here. Recently, he finally managed to craft a magical compass. This cursed magnetic field. Frustrated, the pirate tossed the compass into the sea. His magical sword surged upwards, propelling him skyward in a singular direction. He was determined to run toward land, refusing to believe that he could not find it by pursuing a single course. Chapter 91. Delayed Life at sea is so dull. A feeble moan echoed aboard the Silver Fox, where a disheveled and unsightly man languished in his chair, shouting loudly, "Poachy, have you encountered any amusement of late?" "Lord Foxy, we have been adrift at sea for nearly a month without encountering a single soul." A scantily clad woman trembled as she entered, speaking in hushed tones. A month. Foxy's gaze became vacant, and he helplessly collapsed to the floor. Just as the woman thought of approaching him to assess his condition, Foxy abruptly sprang to his feet, declaring, "In 3 days, no, in just 1 day, if you fail to locate anyone for the Davy backfight, you shall prepare to take the stage yourselves. Delight me, my loyal subjects." Haraha. Yet, his moment of bravado was short-lived. As Poachy hesitantly prepared to comply, the desk, previously propelled into the air by Foxy's vigorous movements, plummeted down and struck him on the head. "Lord Foxy," Poachy cried out in alarm, rushing over to heave aside the iron pearwood desk, which had been pilfered from another merchant group, thereby rescuing Foxy from his predicament. "Ugh, how did I doze off?" Foxy murmured groggily, shaking his heavy head as he struggled to rise from Poachy's embrace. "Poachy, a day has elapsed. Have you found anyone?" "What? Lord Foxy, it hasn't been long at all." Poachy protested, bewildered. "What do you mean it hasn't been long? I have already taken a nap. It is undoubtedly the next day. Just look at the sun's position. I have granted you ample time, and yet you have failed to find anyone. You have truly betrayed my trust, and I have resolved to administer a fitting punishment." After a month of tedium, Foxy could no longer endure such a monotonous existence. Even if it meant resorting to trickery, he was determined to enliven the atmosphere. Smack! Before Foxy lay a whip bristling with thorns. "Lord Foxy, please, grant me but a moment. I am confident that by tomorrow, we shall encounter a most intriguing adversary," pleaded Poachy, his eyes betraying a mix of fear as he stumbled backward, attempting to distance himself from Foxy. "Then you may indulge yourself to your heart's content." He, Poachy, do you intend to act on your own, or shall I assist you?" Foxy, now filled with delight, chuckled like a refined lady, twisting his body and flicking the whip closer to his hapless subordinate. Aye. Boom. Just as Poachy prepared to respond, a sudden violent tremor erupted. Foxy, who had never walked with much poise, was sent sprawling to the ground. "Damn it, do these ruffians not appreciate the worth of my precious ship? I invested a fortune in its design and construction." Struggling to rise from the floor, Foxy disregarded Poachy, staggering toward the exit. "You scoundrels!" Yet before he could finish, the horrific sight before him made him recoil in terror. The scene was beyond mere description. A veritable mountain of corpses and a sea of blood lay before him. Entrails were haphazardly strewn across the deck, and the very essence of life, released from its corporeal confines, flowed freely. Those unfortunate souls who had not yet succumbed to death writhed in agony, their mouths agape, swallowing the detritus of their demise. The stench of decay permeated the air aboard the Foxy ship, drawing forth those who lurked in the shadows. Thud! Foxy's chest heaved violently. Having drifted upon the ocean for so long, his prowess was unquestionable, yet this was a horror he had never witnessed. Compared to the ruthless pirates of yore, he felt a twinge of inadequacy. Though he had maintained an impeccable record across 300 Davy backfights, attributing much of his success to his audacity. It was not mere physical prowess nor swordsmanship that constituted his strength. It was the power of the devil fruit that served as his true weapon. No one had ever bested him in the face of diminishing light. Who was that wretch? How could anyone reduce my men to this state? Swallowing hard, Foxy paused to collect his thoughts, contemplating the identity of this harbinger of death and seeking an opportunity to act. Yet, he realized that time was short. Having revealed himself as a target, each passing moment was a fleeting gift from the divine. Uft! A dull thud resonated as a resplendent golden longsword pierced through the formidable door behind him, embedding itself into his flesh. Before Foxy could even register the shock, the sword was violently withdrawn. With a hissing sound, it was as if an artery had been severed. Blood surged forth from Foxy's body. Disregarding the palm that sought to stem the tide, the sword's shadow split the light. This was a spell attainable only by true sword practitioners. Although the pirate had once wielded a spectral sword, it was not a genuine sword arrow, and its power was ultimately limited. However, the circumstances were now altered. Having regained control of the mystical sword, a plethora of techniques would once again unfold in this uncharted realm. Satisfied with the scene aboard the Foxy ship, the pirate nodded approvingly, his consciousness sweeping across the entire vessel like an indomitable force, ensuring all threats were eradicated before he gracefully descended from the air. Finally alighting upon this hard-won ship, bang! With a forceful kick, the pirate boldly flung open the door to the captain's quarters. Bayou, the reality we must acknowledge is that we should always maintain a reverence for the unknown. At the very moment the pirate stepped through the threshold, Foxy, whose gaze had begun to fade while lying on the floor, suddenly erupted, as if rejuvenated by a burst of light, a radiant beam illuminating the pirate. Shielding his face with his hands, the pirate reacted as any ordinary person would when confronted with an intense glare, instinctively attempting to evade it. If you struggle to envision this, think of a vampire. What is this power? The pirate distinctly sensed every reaction coursing through his body. The sluggish and uncontrollable sensation rendering him utterly helpless for the first time in decades, even more so than when facing the contemporary disciples of Longhu Mountain. Chapter 92, Alabasterhof. Regaining control of his body, the pirate's previously tense expression gradually relaxed. Damn those with abilities. Aside from the existence of the devil fruit, which he deemed a glitch, he could not fathom what else could render him so powerless. Bayou. With a swift motion, he unleashed a shard of sea prism stone. Indifferent to the lifeless figure sprawled on the ground. Forming intricate hand signs, flames flickered as the infernal fire, imbued with tremendous energy, descended upon Foxy's body under the pirate's command. The flames consumed him, reshaping Foxy's flesh, akin to Moonlight Moria, ultimately transforming him into a blood god. The pirate's loyal guardian, a formidable doppelganger. Huh, what is this? Why is it so hot? A groan emerged as Pochi, lying in a corner, slowly regained consciousness. Blinking in confusion and struggling to rise, only to be confronted with a horrifying scene before him. The once domineering pirate captain resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, his wide eyes betraying profound terror, utterly incapable of even attempting to struggle. Covering her mouth forcefully, Pochi, a mere commodity traded by pirates, had endured enough of this existence. The scene before her was unmistakably clear. This pirate, who had triumphed in 300 Davy-back fights, had evidently crossed paths with an irritable individual, unable to tolerate his unscrupulous behavior, and had taken matters into his own hands. Cautiously circling the room, Pochi endeavored to remain silent. This was a splendid opportunity, and her chance to escape this inhumane life hinged on it. Alas, Murphy's Law loomed like an omnipresent specter. The more she attempted to stay quiet, the more prone she became to error. A splendid vase, accidentally brushed against, shattered on the floor, producing a crisp sound that shattered the tension. Letting out a stifled gasp, Pochi curled into a ball like a helpless little girl, her hands clasped over her head, silently awaiting the impending punishment. For a minute, then two, the individual seemed oblivious to her presence, his gaze fixated unwaveringly on the swirling mass of blood and flames that merged with Foxy's essence. With a soft sigh, Pochi felt a moment of relief. However, just as she prepared to depart, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The pirate, who had been seated on the ground, suddenly erupted with a torrent of crimson blood. A gasp escaped Pochi's lips, and she could no longer afford to concern herself with the enigmatic figure, sprinting towards the exit. The flames blazed fiercely, and with the pirate's vital essence fueling it, the blood god child began to take form, radiating a mesmerizing spectrum of colors that illuminated the earth below. All creatures within its sphere of influence became sluggish, paralyzed by its power. Without wielding the sword of command, the pirate simply harnessed the lethargic might of the blood god child to execute the audacious intruder who dared to disrupt his creation process, draining flesh and consuming souls. The once vibrant beauty was reduced to a mere heap of bones. Standing at the bow of the Foxy ship, the pirate exuded a sense of triumph. Unlike many, he navigated the Grand Line without maps or compasses, having transformed himself through the endeavors aboard the Foxy vessel. At last, he was no longer ignorant of this world, particularly in matters of navigation. Utilizing the treasures unearthed on the Foxy ship, the pirate crafted yet another compass artifact, sailing freely across the enchanting expanse of the ocean. Meow? A sound that should not have manifested suddenly emerged upon this vast expanse of ocean. A monstrous creature, resembling a catfish, suddenly emerged from the depths of the ocean, obstructing the pirate's path. Despite having undergone a thorough cleansing, the pungent scent of blood emanating from the Foxy ship could be detected from several nautical miles away, especially by a creature like a cat, renowned for its acute sense of smell. In a flurry of motion, the pirate squinted, and a spellbound sword shot forth from behind him, cleaving the bizarre feline creature into pieces before it could even react. With an expression of calm detachment, he retrieved the pure gold sword and continued his journey, disregarding the spilled blood of the sea cat. He had long ceased to consume the blood of any species other than humans. Humans are the essence of heaven and earth, while goo, a type of ancient poison, is the quintessence of the cosmos. For cultivators, it is paramount to maintain their purity. Indiscriminate absorption of other forms of life leads only to dire consequences, death at the hands of calamity. The modeled magical energy is insufficient to sustain the tremendous consumption required during tribulations. As the pirate approached the shore, he did not halt his vessel. Instead, he deftly maneuvered the foxy ship directly onto the beach. A multitude of manatee-like creatures, unable to evade their fate, were mercilessly crushed into a pulp. Yet, more manatees surged forth, embodying the spirit of valiant revolutionaries, unafraid of sacrifice or peril. They squatted resolutely before the foxy, striving to obstruct its advance. Behind them, a curious assembly of young manatees peeked out, occasionally venturing from their guardian sides to witness this extraordinary scene. Alas, the vessel, after traversing a mere few dozen meters along the coastline, came to an abrupt halt. This was indeed a remarkable occurrence, considering the Foxy was a colossal ship displacing thousands of tons, stretching over 300 meters in length. The distance it had covered, a mere fraction of its size, attested to the undeniable efforts of the manatees. Moo! An incessant roar of fury emanated from beneath the ship. Enraged manatees, their flippers mangled and bloodied, pounded relentlessly against the hull, seeking to unearth the instigator of their plight. Regrettably, they had misidentified their target. If the individuals aboard were merely a band of pirates, it might have been forgivable. However, the Foxy was home to a cultivator, whose grand sleeves waved dramatically, summoning a horde of skeletal demons, cloaked in swirling black smoke, to unleash their wrath upon the angry indigenous inhabitants on the shore. With razor-sharp teeth, formidable skulls, dense black smoke, and raging flames, this was nothing short of a massacre. No matter how fiercely the manatees struggled, escape from the relentless pursuit of the skeletal demons was an impossibility. As the incantations were invoked, it was indeed a splendid season for the companions. The mire of flesh and blood, the vengeful souls, each was an excellent material for cultivating skeletal demons. As a practitioner of the Tao, the pirate would not let such an opportunity slip away. The chilling winds howled as he sailed across this desolate expanse. And for the first time, the pirate experienced an unusual tranquility. He did not ride upon his enchanted sword. This time, he was in no rush to seek a secluded place for meditation. Instead, he yearned to digest his recent gains, avoiding the current storm of chaos, which was his true necessity. The venomous dragon had begun to mature, yet his emotions remained unstable. A grand blood sacrifice was urgently needed to elevate his strength to a formidable height, granting him the confidence to regain control over that toxic creature. He was unconcerned about foundation building. Any such creature's breakthrough would inevitably be accompanied by calamity. Surely, the dragon that lured him into this realm was aware of this. In an unfamiliar environment, governed by strange rules, no one could predict what would transpire. Chapter 93. The pirate, on his relentless journey, encountered numerous peculiar entities. Yet none caused him surprise. They all became fodder for his skeletal demons. The fragmented spiritual energy rendered them devoid of any chance to join the pirate's ranks. Princess Vivi, slow down. Please, slow down. I can hardly keep up. In the palace of Alabasta, laughter and joy resonated throughout the halls. The sole heir of the world government nation, Nefertari Vivi, joyously dashed through the garden, determined to catch the butterfly fluttering in the air. Behind her, a gaggle of vibrant young maids carried an array of garments, striving to fulfill their duties. Vivi, your ruckus has annoyed Nefertari Titi, who was basking in the sun. The princess consort feigned anger. Hurry and get dressed. Kusha and the others have come to visit you. Ah, have Kusha and the others arrived? Vivi exclaimed, abruptly halting her actions and eagerly approaching the maidens to begin dressing. Quickly, quickly. If they see me like this, I will be utterly embarrassed. Times had changed. And Vivi persistently urged her servants to hasten their efforts, eager to greet her friends. Oh dear, this royal attire is such a hassle. With so many helping, it still takes forever. With her arms crossed and cheeks puffed, Princess Vivi expressed her discontent with the cumbersome garments, lamenting the time wasted and the weight of the attire. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Princess Vivi, engrossed in her reading, lost track of time, yet she felt a sense of relief that the ordeal was finally over. And soon she could frolic with her friends. Kusha, I'm coming. With a sweet smile adorning her face, Princess Vivi joyfully dashed towards the grand hall. Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars erupted from the horizon. The ground trembled beneath her feet, a haze of crimson light enveloped the surroundings, and flames began to rise. The jewel of Alabasta, teetering precariously, fell directly to the ground, creating a beautiful mess. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Struggling to regain her balance, Princess Vivi shook her heavy head, bewildered and completely unaware of the unfolding chaos. Mother, what on earth is happening? Setting aside her playful spirit, she approached her mother with a face full of grievance and vibrant hues. I am uncertain myself, but fret not, Vivi. Your father will manage everything. Princess Titi gently reassured her, enveloping her daughter in a warm embrace. By the way, Medi, please fetch Kusha and the others. It is too perilous here. Yes, Your Highness. The head maid, positioned among the numerous attendants, respectfully acknowledged and swiftly made her way towards the distant structures. Earthquakes were not uncommon, even in a grand kingdom like Alabasta. And while tremors had occurred in their memories, none had been as tumultuous as today's. Bel, what is the cause of this disturbance? It has never been this intense before. King Nefertali Kubra of Alabasta, who had been occupied with state affairs within the palace, slowly raised his head, perplexed. Your Majesty, should I investigate? A man in flowing white garments, marked by dark tear streaks, inquired immediately by the king's side. Yes, that would be prudent. Report to me at once if you uncover anything. After a moment's contemplation, King Nefertali assented, understanding that with the onset of natural disasters, various incidents were likely to arise. Acquiring timely updates on the situation would aid them in quelling any issues before they escalated. Understood, Bel nodded respectfully before departing. As the foremost warrior of Alabasta, he held a position of great esteem, even earning the king's deep respect. If not for his ties to this land, he would not have lingered in such a modest place. After distancing himself slightly from Nefertali, Bel spread his wings wide, transforming into a soaring eagle and ascended into the sky. His expansive wings granted him immense power, and within minutes, he arrived at the site of the incident. A gray city perched on the edge of the coastline. The dark forces never truly wither, rather than attempting to eradicate them. It is more prudent to manage them through marginalization, concentrating them in one area, which not only ensures the safety of the citizens, but also facilitates their governance. Due to the unique nature of this city, he would routinely come to survey the area from a distance almost every week. However, this time, to his astonishment, the ground was strewn with corpses, and thick black smoke obscured the flames beneath, while the stench of death relentlessly assailed his senses. What, indeed, transpired here? A sword scar, almost cleaving the earth, profoundly shook his soul. What kind of force could inflict such devastation? Even the world's greatest swordsman could scarcely achieve such a feat, forgive his ignorance. After all, he hails from a small place. Gradually descending to the ground, Bel began to investigate the situation at hand. Burn wounds, bite marks, bruises, yet there were no traces of blades. How could one reconcile this with the enormous sword scar? These ruffians were dead and gone, but this individual must be tracked down. With a ticking time bomb positioned in Alabaston, a careless mistake could lead to his ruin, leaving him without a place to weep. Abandoning the corpse at his feet, Bel transformed once more into a falcon, soaring around the city in search of all suspicious figures. As for Nefertali's orders, they had long since evaporated from his mind. How could a group of ordinary folk contend with a great swordsman? Ultimately, aimless searching proved an unreliable endeavor. Sometimes, one must consult the local experts. Even if the deadliest serpent in this land was, in fact, himself. Sand thieves, a profession most despised, the denizens have, through the relentless efforts of the royal family, found themselves huddled at the fringes of the coastline. After all, it is inconceivable for the likes of Nefertali to accomplish the greening of the seaside. This represents their last oasis amidst the desert. As for the reasons behind their turn to sand piracy, was my previous explanation not sufficiently clear? Within their city, the conditions for survival have long since vanished, save for that accursed city by the sea. Kabaji. Bel swiftly descended from an altitude of 10,000 meters, intercepting those sand pirates poised to prey upon unsuspecting travelers. The leader of the sand pirates, an elderly man clad in voluminous white garments, was taken aback. Upon recognizing the visitor, his fury swiftly morphed into a posture of respect. Lord Bel, when did you arrive? The grinning sand pirate leader, Kabaji, nervously rubbed his hands together and inquired. Have you been making a living in this vicinity lately? Bel coldly questioned, surveying the vast assembly of sand pirates. A group of insignificant individuals struggling to survive in the crevices of society still fail to earn his respect. My lords, I have never defied the rules you established. We have always been compliant, the elder remarked, his demeanor instantly shifting to one of solemnity. I did not inquire about that, Bel replied, dismissing the concerns of this group with a casual wave of his hand, thereby interrupting the argument of the sand pirate chief before continuing to ask, have you encountered any suspicious individuals recently? Suspicious individuals? The sand pirate appeared perplexed, for Bel's inquiry was exceedingly vague. He encountered numerous individuals each day, and he wondered what characteristics the Lord was seeking in the person he wished to find. If you could describe them, we would gladly assist you in your search. Bel's expression darkened. How could he describe someone whose appearance he did not know? He composed himself, feigning poise, and replied, he is a formidable warrior. A formidable warrior. This was hardly a specific criterion. After all, he was but a minor character, and stronger individuals were abundant. He is a swordsman. With this revelation, the demeanor of Kabaji, the pirate chief, noticeably brightened. A swordsman was certainly easier to locate, given the distinct aura they possessed. Rest assured, should I come across any relevant information, I will report it to you without delay, he said with a broad smile, subtly signaling the intention to dismiss Bel. Ignoring Kabaji's insinuation, Bel surveyed the crowd once again, warning them, you would do well to remain compliant and refrain from any untoward actions. To maintain order, one requires not only formidable power, but also unwavering principles. Otherwise, The rules you establish will be disregarded, even by you. Thus, despite his disdain for Kabaji, Bell refrained from taking drastic measures, unwilling to jeopardize the efforts he had invested over the years. Transforming once more into a vigilant hawk, Bell sought out the next group in hopes of acquiring reliable information. After swiftly eliminating some disrespectful ruffians and expanding his circle of allies, the pirate embarked on yet another journey. He resembled a hot knife slicing through cheese, leaving no creature that crossed his path unscathed, as his gray dominion gradually encroached upon the land of Alabasta. This marked change did not go unnoticed by the indigenous people. Accompanied by a gust of wind, the foremost warrior of Alabasta descended from the sky, landing before the pirate. "My lord, may I inquire about your purpose here?" Without a hint of condescension, Bell, as a user of the falcon-type devil fruit, possessed remarkable vision. Animal type? Observing the avian figure that had descended, the pirate finally recognized the capabilities of a devil fruit user. "I am Bell, the foremost warrior of Alabasta, a wielder of the falcon devil fruit." Chapter 94. His scrutinizing gaze fell upon the warrior of this native world, yet the pirate's interest was tepid compared to its brethren. This creature's limitations were too pronounced, offering no opportunity for the consumer to ascend to divinity. Without warning, the pirate thrust a hand into Bell's core, releasing a blood-red seed adorned with enigmatic runes, embedding it within the warrior's being. Bell's eyes widened in fury. He could not fathom what he had done to provoke this individual. The specter of death approached with alarming swiftness. There was no time for resentment, pain, or regret. His consciousness began to fade. Like an ordinary beast, he collapsed to the ground, revealing his true form, as time seemed to accelerate exponentially. His body began to shrink, transforming from a size that could accommodate two individuals into that of a mere kitten. His brown eyes turned crimson, yet his consciousness remained intact, gradually shifting. Thus commenced the metamorphosis from a man to an authentic falcon. With a struggle, Bell rose from the ground, shaking off the dirt that clung to him before soaring onto the pirate's shoulder, fully becoming one of the pirate's companions. The pirate, amused, reached out to playfully tease his newly acquired pet. After thoroughly scanning the falconess form with his senses and finding no discrepancies from his memories, he retracted his hand with satisfaction. Finally, he need not fear getting lost at sea. Just as the pirate prepared to forge ahead, a telephone ringing from Bell's belongings interrupted him. Without hesitation, he uncovered the object and picked up the receiver. "Mr. Bell, may I inquire about the situation domestically?" A respectful voice resonated from the other end. With a swift motion, the pirate discarded the receiver onto the ground, crushing it underfoot, thus transforming the somewhat unsightly telephone bug into a puddle of mush, contributing a modicum of greenery to the desert before resuming his journey. Meanwhile, the falcon perched on his shoulder dutifully undertook its task of scouting for populated areas. "Ikelam, what is the situation?" King Nefertali inquired, leaning on his hands, his voice laced with concern. The normally stoic captain of the guard stared at the fallen telephone bug, momentarily at a loss for words, before stepping aside to reveal the wreckage. "Eh? What on earth is happening?" Nefertali exclaimed, his eyes wide with alarm. "Perhaps Mr. Bell has encountered a formidable adversary," Ikelam suggested hesitantly. "A formidable enemy?" Nefertali burst forth, incredulous. "Bell is our kingdom's mightiest warrior, an awakened user of the animal-type devil fruit. Who could possibly harm him? Your Majesty, there are many strong individuals in this world. Mr. Bell is merely a local hero, the strongest solely in Alabasta," Ikelam explained, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "Impossible. During previous occasions, when I accompanied Bell to the world government's gatherings, the elders praised him." Nefertali, still young and possessing a limited understanding of the world, clung to his naive beliefs. After all, he was an ordinary person with little desire for power. Moreover, even if Bell were to be defeated, there would surely be some commotion. There must be a reason for the disruption in Bell's communication. The king of Nefertali muttered to himself, "Yes, there must be a reason for the telephone bug's malfunction." As if grasping a lifeline, Nefertali's previously dim gaze suddenly illuminated with hope. She abruptly rose from her seat and addressed the somewhat helpless Ikelam standing nearby. "Immediately dispatch the Korea Duck squad towards the direction in which Bell has departed. Ensure that I receive news of Bell by nightfall." Understood. Although he felt a twinge of helplessness, he recognized that remaining in ignorance was utterly disheartening. Bidding farewell to King Nefertali, Ikelam proceeded to the Korea Duck squad. Quack, quack, quack. Amidst the scattering of sand, swirling feathers, and resounding calls, an array of enormous earth-toned ducks suddenly materialized before Ikelam's eyes. Observing this spectacle, he felt his temples throb and his patience wane. Yet, despite his frustration, he could utter no complaints, for they were merely ducks, creatures of limited intellect, incapable of living in the same manner as humans. Quack! A sharp whistle pierced the air, causing the previously scattered ducks to swiftly assemble. Within mere seconds, a formidable squadron materialized before Ikelam's eyes. Satisfied, he nodded, an expression not only reflecting his own emotions, but also serving as encouragement for the Karu ducks. The principles of command dictate that rewards and punishments must be clear-cut. Just moments ago, unrest had erupted in the Eastern Territory, known as the City of Sin, and Mr. Bell had gone missing. His Majesty has commanded you to return with news of Mr. Bell before nightfall. With a keen gaze surveying the surroundings, Icolum slowly articulated the command of King Nefertari. Quack, quack, quack. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the Karoo ducks erupted into a cacophony of discussion, their fluffy faces brimming with trepidation. Who was Mr. Bell? A figure undefeated throughout Alabaston, and now even he had succumbed to the perils of the City of Sin. For these creatures, nearly devoid of power, to venture there seemed akin to offering themselves as a feast for others. Before Icolum could chide them, the flock of Karoo ducks took a step back, extending a wing defensively in front of them, their expressions filled with refusal. Icolum had anticipated this display, and with a confident stride, he advanced closer to the ducks. Whoever can first uncover the whereabouts of Mr. Bell will be rewarded with 15 fish, and if you bring him back, a bounty of 150 fish awaits. With a resounding cheer, the Karoo ducks dashed eagerly towards the City of Sin. It is worth noting that the fish Icolum spoke of were no ordinary catch. Each one dwelled at a depth of 20,000 leagues beneath the sea, making them exceedingly difficult to procure. Only during significant festivals did King Nefertari permit a select few guards to venture into the depths for fishing. Due to the unique environment of Alabaston, food preservation was a challenge. Thus, savoring such exquisite delicacies relied solely on these formidable beings. The ocean, teeming with potent energy, housed creatures whose vitality was unparalleled, providing them with the sustenance required for growth, survival, and evolution into the majestic Sea Kings. Indeed, the Sea Kings had always been aquatic beings, albeit the terrestrial realm offered far greater comfort. Observing the barren landscape, Icolum shook his head in resignation. It seemed he would have to seek Mr. Gaka's assistance, for only he and Bell possessed the prowess to delve into such profound depths without being devoured by the denizens of the deep. Caw! The sharp cry of an eagle echoed like the lament of death itself. With each step, the pirate's power intensified, enveloped by a shroud of skeleton spirits. A dark mist cloaked his form, mere steps away from the capital of Alabaston. With a mastery of the 9th tier of chi cultivation, he moved without fear, dispatching his final foe before turning his attention to the hidden figure that had been surreptitiously growing in power. That sound, it resembled Bell's. Glancing skyward, King Nefertari felt a sense of confusion mixed with a spark of joy as he rose from his labors, gazing into the inky sky, hoping to find solace therein. Though Alabaston boasted an army of 300,000, the number of truly formidable warriors was dismally low, with only Bell and Gaka possessing the powers of the devil fruits. Ascending to higher realms was no trivial feat, especially in the absence of a legacy. Only the existence of these extraordinary devil fruits could offer them a singular chance. Yet, the fruits were limited while the seekers were countless. The vast expanse of the ocean constrained their progress. To procure a fruit depended solely on personal fortune and the acquisition of 2 specific pathways. Fortune was a rare find, and a single fruit bore a value akin to gold. 10,000 pieces of gold, 1,000 coins could be exchanged for 1 tael of silver, and 10 taels of silver for 1 tael of gold. A price of 100 million belly, or even higher, is required to exchange for a single fruit. Yet it does not guarantee the nature of its abilities. Thus, a formidable combat prowess is undeniably crucial, and it is no wonder that Nefertari is so astonished. In the pitch-black night, with a darkened sky, Nefertari's ordinary eyes could perceive no light, even though a fierce blaze had ignited at his current location. Uncertain of the situation, Nefertari had already relocated his office outdoors. The surrounding flames served not only as illumination but also as signals, effectively lighting the path for Bell. As if under a spell, Nefertari glimpsed a flicker of red light, awaiting his awakening. Yet he found himself in an unfamiliar realm, as a colossal falcon whisked him away from the palace. Bell, is it you? Straining to open his eyes in the air and sensing this extraordinary aura, Nefertari felt an inexplicable palpitation in his heart, prompting him to inquire aloud. What is happening? Where is His Majesty? Once the eagle ascended with Nefertari into the heights, the royal guards on the ground began to react slowly. This method of arrival was far too familiar. Who could have anticipated that Bell, the foremost warrior of the Alabasta kingdom, would take action against Nefertari? Several guards raised their weapons, intent on firing at the majestic bird above, but a commanding soldier halted them. Such an action is exceedingly perilous. His Majesty is still in his grasp. Should anything happen to him, we would be doomed. Are we to simply stand by and watch as His Majesty is taken away? The guards reluctantly lowered their weapons from the eagle. Enough of this. Quickly alert the officials. But the officials are not within the palace. Not within the palace. How can this be? The commanding soldier's face was etched with disbelief. Regardless of the circumstances, Lord Akarlam and the others would typically leave someone behind to safeguard His Majesty. I heard that Lord Akarlam went out to sea with Mr. Gaka to fulfill a trade with the Kalu ducks. Fishing again. The soldier seemed to recall some unfortunate incident, his demeanor darkening, his expression twisted with resentment. Captain, what shall we do now? Noticing the soldiers' prolonged silence, a few others could not help but voice their concern. What to do? What else can we do? We must hurry and notify the queen. A thunderous roar sent all the guards fleeing in disarray towards the inner palace, each passing moment granting their king a precious chance to survive. Belle, where are you taking me? What on earth is happening? Speak up. Nefertari, uncertain whether to commend his own subordinates' boldness or question their judgment, remained oblivious to any doubts regarding the falcon. He assumed that the morning's reconnaissance had simply encountered an unforeseen complication. Suddenly, a merciless blow from behind interrupted his thoughts, as the falcon unceremoniously dropped him from the air, the unforgiving ground reminding him of the weight of reality. Before he could gather his thoughts or utter a curse, a figure clad in a naval uniform materialized before him. Under ordinary circumstances, Nefertari might have greeted him cheerfully, but at this moment, his spirits were far too low. The menacing aura surrounding this individual, adorned with skulls, was utterly terrifying. Who are you? Why have you brought me here? Where's Belle? Where is he? Struggling to rise from the ground, Nefertari retreated in fear. Are you the king of this realm? The pirate, fully capable of overpowering him, found such an easy conquest rather dull. Instead, he preferred to allow the indigenous people a grand spectacle to behold. Regardless of whether Nefertari grasped his words, the pirate boldly expressed his intentions. I am Su Yun, captain of the Poison Dragon pirate crew. I come with no particular aim other than to enact a policy of total annihilation, allowing you to experience the taste of despair. Do not blame me for not offering a chance. In honor of Belle, I grant you a day to prepare. Tomorrow, before the sun sets, will mark your demise. Chapter 96. Troops assemble Brubru. In the office of the Grand Marshal at Navy headquarters along the Grand Line, Sengoku, having just dealt with a series of issues caused by Garp, was about to enjoy a well-deserved rest when a sudden phone call jolted him awake. Fumbling for his glasses and returning to his desk, he carefully identified the source of the call before answering. Moshi, this is Sengoku. I apologize for disturbing your rest. Grand Marshal Sengoku, but I urgently require your assistance. The voice on the other end was weary, eyes betraying a flicker of fear. Not long ago, a valiant warrior from our nation conspired with outsiders to abduct me from the palace. He spoke a multitude of incomprehensible words. But one thing is certain. He wore a naval uniform, appeared to hold the rank of a colonel, was of average height, somewhat gaunt, and bore numerous scars. Moreover, he was surrounded by a host of skulls, flames flickering within them, like the skeletal figures from myth and legend. I cannot ascertain if he belongs to our navy. But I implore you, Grand Marshal, to send reinforcements swiftly. Other cities in Alabasta have already succumbed. The sound of weeping echoed through the line as Sengoku silently hung up the phone. He sank slowly into his chair, contemplating the identity of this individual mentioned by the Alabasta Kingdom. The Navy, pirates, or perhaps the world government all fell under his suspicion. He could not rashly deploy troops based on mere rumors. Any misstep on his part could jeopardize government or Navy operations. Skulls, scars, a colonel's uniform. This description was indeed broad. Due to its sensitive nature, Garp had kept the matter of the skeletal specters under wraps. Yet, even with limited information, Sengoku's unique connection with Garp led him to recall a certain colonel from the East Blue who had vanished during a mission. Click. Grasping a telephone snail, Sengoku dialed a number. Moments later, a knock echoed at the door of his office, but before Sengoku could respond, a resounding crash reverberated through the air. A middle-aged man, characterized by a disheveled demeanor and a languid air, ambled in and comfortably sank into a sofa. You scoundrel, Kizaru. Can't you wait a moment? Sengoku bellowed, glancing sorrowfully at the nearly ruined door. What can I say? If you had summoned me sooner, I would have arrived earlier, Kizaru replied with an innocent shrug. By the way, Admiral, what urgent matter requires my presence at this late hour? I have several experiments awaiting my assistance. Noticing Sengoku's rising ire, Kizaru swiftly redirected the conversation, a tactic that had proven effective in the past. As anticipated, upon broaching the serious subject, Sengoku promptly set aside his grievances with Kizaru, adopting a grave expression as he stated, currently, the world government's ally, Alabasta, is under siege by terrorists. Vast areas have fallen into their hands. Reliable intelligence indicates that the mastermind is a man clad in a Navy colonel's uniform. I hereby command you to lead a contingent of troops to provide support. And remember, speed is of the essence. As he concluded, Sengoku hesitated slightly, but considering Kizaru's unique capabilities, he issued a final directive. If possible, bring that man back alive. Understood. Though reluctant, Kizaru had no choice but to comply, responding weakly before hastily departing. Your Majesty, the troops are assembled. By the time Nefertari returned to the palace, it was already deep into the night. The key figures of Alabasta had gathered anxiously, awaiting news from the soldiers. When Nefertari reappeared before them, it was a mix of joy and shock. However, that was merely the beginning. The true astonishment came when Nefertari issued a series of commands. The kingdom had been infiltrated without a sound, and the ramifications were nothing short of alarming. Many questioned the veracity of the situation. Yet none dared to voice their doubts in front of Nefertari. Nevertheless, such sentiments were not universal. Courage is never in short supply. Your Majesty, may I speak frankly? Is such caution truly necessary? We are dealing with merely one man, and with Bel, that makes two. Gathering such a formidable force here could incite conflict. James interjected, his tone dismissive. James, mind your tone. Icolum, the captain of the royal guard and chief steward of the kingdom, immediately retorted, feeling humiliated by his subordinate's insolence, especially in the presence of the king. What does tone matter if it can't wield a weapon or serve any purpose? James scoffed, unimpressed by Icolum's admonition. Their rapport had never been amicable, particularly in such critical moments when he felt secure in his position. The Alabasta army was led by three titans, Icolum, as the head of the royal guard, the cunning Wargal, and the valiant Bel. Given Bel's reputation as Alabasta's foremost warrior, his influence far surpassed that of Wargal, and only through an alliance with Icolum could they hope to rival Bel's power. James's arrogance stemmed not only from his own prowess, but also from his status as Bel's second-in-command. His temperament was notoriously unruly, and with Bel's restraint absent, his true nature unfurled. This was a prime opportunity for him. Should he navigate this situation adeptly, he might not only diminish Bel's influence, but also seize control of the faction, perhaps even the throne, despite the kingdom's current state of disarray. James, I advise you to tread carefully. You are not Alabasta's foremost warrior. You might struggle to secure a place among the top 5. Wargal warned, baring his teeth in a menacing grin. Chapter 97. The eruption of conflict. Every turmoil must eventually reach a conclusion. Under the relentless pressure from the pirates, the troublemakers faced dire fates. James was slain by 2 captains of the royal guard, serving as a stark example. Peace gradually returned to the kingdom. Now, all that remained was to wait. The enemy lurked in the shadows while they stood exposed, and the people of Alabasta felt an overwhelming weight of apprehension. Wishing to act, yet paralyzed by uncertainty. Your Majesty, perhaps we should allow the princess and the queen to depart first, to avoid any potential chaos, suggested one leader. Waiting was agonizing. Not everyone felt assured about the impending conflict. To avert national catastrophe, the suggestion was made, though unspoken. All understood the necessity of preserving an escape route. Well, you do have a point, Nefertari conceded after a moment of contemplation. Icolum, take Vivi and the others from the harem and leave. Do not return without my summons. Let them live as ordinary people. The weight of her words struck the assembly, visibly dampening morale. If even the royal family had lost faith, how could they proceed? The gathered leaders exchanged glances, silently agreeing to excuse themselves from the palace. Outside the palace, in an open space, the departing commanders reconvened. What is the meaning of this? Nefertari? Are his wife and daughter human, while ours are not? Why should they survive while we face demise? A burly man with a thick beard voiced his discontent before anyone could stabilize themselves. Well, what can you expect from someone born into privilege? A sarcastic voice chimed in. Initially, the remark merely expressed personal grievances, but the bearded man, lacking clarity, perceived it as a personal affront, igniting his irritation. What do you mean by that? We are all in the same predicament. What do you not understand? Who knows if we can endure this? If we must fight, then let us fight. The bearded man felt on the verge of exploding, pointing menacingly at the one who had challenged him. Calm down. We are here to devise a plan, not to bicker. Our immediate concern is how to navigate this crisis. As a confrontation loomed, the remaining generals, who had yet to speak, hastily intervened to separate the two. Attempting to diffuse the tension with feigned camaraderie, silence enveloped the scene, punctuated only by the heavy breathing of a bearded man. As they all understood that the merciless band of marauders capable of annihilating the entire kingdom of Alabastan within a single day was far beyond their capability to withstand. The so-called 100,000 elite soldiers would crumble in the face of such overwhelming power. What are you all doing? Look at your cowardly faces. Frankly, I propose we abandon this battle. Let us part ways while we still can. With so many of us, perhaps a few might still escape, the bearded man declared, his temper flaring and patience wearing thin as he broke the silence with a loud outburst. Introduction. Are pirates and buccaneers truly of the same profession? Do their natures genuinely align? An adventurer who shuns the role of a hero cannot be a commendable pirate, just as a robber who refrains from bloodshed cannot be deemed a true buccaneer.